In the daylight, Hu Fei stumbled upon his fiancée's infidelity, only to be cast into the foul-smelling sewer by the adulterous couple, left to perish. At the brink of death, his ancestral jade pendant shattered, and the millennial-old secret teachings surged into him, granting him the ability to perceive treasures and uncover hidden gems in the antique market. With the mystical needles guiding his fate, a wealthy heiress pleaded for his salvation. The principles of feng shui became his shield, as real estate magnates revered him as a deity. Chapter 1. The Proposal Nightmare. In the balmy month of March, amidst a gentle drizzle, the streets of Lulon City bustled with traffic and throngs of pedestrians. Hu Fei rode a somewhat dilapidated motorcycle, racing forward with eager anticipation. Today, he planned to visit the enchanting jewelry store, yearning to propose to his childhood sweetheart, Su Xiaomei, hoping to bestow upon her a moment of unparalleled surprise. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the entrance of the jewelry store. As he gazed inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. Once a vibrant hub teeming with customers, the store now stood desolate and abandoned. The employees were sparse, and the clientele was almost non-existent. To his dismay, Su Xiaomei, the cashier, was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, faint sounds of muffled moans emanated from the adjacent VIP room. Take it easy. I can't take much more. Wretched woman, confess I stronger than Hu Fei? Is that even a question? You're obviously the one. That waste can't last 2 minutes. Xiaomei, no wonder you always seem so unsatisfied. It turns out Hu Fei is utterly incapable of fulfilling you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this dialogue, Hu Fei stood frozen, his mind buzzing as if struck by lightning, scarcely believing his ears. After a brief moment of shock, a mix of curiosity and trepidation compelled him to approach the VIP room, struggling to grasp the doorknob, slowly prying it open. Through the narrow opening, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A man and a woman lay entwined upon a wooden bed, lost in their passionate embrace. The man, Xiao Yindang, glistened with beads of sweat, his body radiating an uncontrollable fervor, resembling a beast consumed by desire. The woman was none other than his fiancée, Su Xiaomei, her eyes closed, a blissful smile gracing her face, intermittently releasing ecstatic sighs. Upon witnessing this, Hu Fei felt darkness engulf him. The roses he held fell to the ground with a soft thud, their petals scattering like the fragments of his shattered heart. A tumult of emotions, shock, rage, and anguish overwhelmed him, crashing over him like tumultuous waves. Without uttering a word, he forcefully kicked open the door, the impact echoing through the silence of the store with a resounding bang. Startled, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei scrambled from the bed, hastily covering themselves with garments. Su Xiaomei's eyes widened in terror as she caught sight of Hu Fei's contorted, wrathful visage, her complexion paling, filled with panic and fear. Hu Fei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to betray you. It was all due to life's pressures. Life's pressures? Explain yourself. Hu Fei's eyes flared with rage, his voice tremulous as he struggled to contain his fury, roaring with all his might. Su Xiaomei recoiled momentarily but quickly regained her composure, a look of disdain creeping on her face as she retorted, "Humph, you're merely a nobody, powerless and penniless, with neither car nor home. Look at Xiao Yindang's, the heir of the Xiao group, handsome, affluent, and capable. Compared to him, you are nothing but a worthless waste. Why would I willingly suffer alongside you?" Silence. You vain wretch. How foolish I was to harbor such deep feelings for Yumi. Affection was wasted on a dog. Hu Fei bellowed, akin to an enraged lion, shaking the very air around him. With that, he strode to the bedside, seizing Su Xiaomei's hair and delivering a series of sharp slaps. Each strike carried the weight of his pent-up anger and despair, a manifestation of his betrayal and disillusionment. Su Xiaomei's cheek instantly reddened and swelled, blood trickling from her lips, stark against her pale complexion as she released a pained cry. After her cry, her hair disheveled and bloodied, she tumbled backward, collapsing to the ground, a curled figure filled with terror as she gazed up at Hu Fei's towering presence, reminiscent of a wounded fawn, both pitiful and helpless. Witnessing this, Xiao Yindang, a mix of humiliation and rage, hastily donned his clothing, leaping from the bed to confront Hu Fei. Leaning forward, his face twisted in fury, he pointed a finger at Hu Fei's chest, venomously chastising. "You dare strike my woman on my territory? You're courting death." Hu Fei scoffed, his eyes blazing with fury, seizing Xiao Yindang's wrist and yanking him forward, driving his knee forcefully into Xiao Yindang's abdomen, cursing, "You scoundrel. She is my fiancée. Do not presume to command me." Xiao Yindang cried out, stumbling back, barely steadying himself against the bedpost to avoid falling. His complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he hunched over, clutching his abdomen, gritting his teeth. You, a mere nobody, dare to act out in my presence. You must be seeking an early demise. His voice was laced with pain and disbelief, as though he could not fathom that anyone would dare challenge him. As the heir of the Shao group, he was accustomed to wielding power, never having been subjected to such disrespect. For Hu Fei, a smirk played upon his lips, his eyes gleaming with cold determination as he approached Shao Yindang, towering over him like a dragon surveying mere ants, and coldly declared, "Listen well, Shao. Today, not only will I strike you, but I shall also render you incapable of ever desecrating another's wife." Chapter 2. Outnumbered. Upon concluding his words, he swiftly approached Shao Yindang, slowly raising his right leg, poised to deliver a devastating blow to his most vulnerable spot. In that critical moment, Su Xiaomei, filled with sudden ingenuity, seized a vase from the table and hurled it towards Hu Fei's head. Hu Fei reacted with remarkable speed, ducking just in time as the vase narrowly grazed his scalp, crashing heavily onto his shoulder. With a sharp crack, the vase shattered instantaneously, countless shards scattering across the floor, producing a crisp, piercing sound. In an instant, blood gushed from Hu Fei's shoulder, the vibrant crimson liquid flowing down his arm and dripping onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. "You wretched creature! How dare you sneak attack me? You truly deserve a beating." Hu Fei seethed with fury, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light as he swiftly turned and kicked Su Xiaomei away. She screamed several times, her body resembling a kite with severed strings as she crashed violently against the wall, emitting a dull thud that was excruciatingly jarring. Subsequently, she groaned in agony, curling up into a ball, trembling violently, yet her eyes sparkled with a venomous glare. This glimmer unnerved Hu Fei, as it seemed the woman he once adored had transformed into a stranger. At that moment, the door was kicked open with a resounding bang, and a towering security guard stormed in, wielding a thick water pipe. Close behind, two burly men in suits followed, their faces etched with disdain and contempt. Upon entering, the security guard glared fiercely, hands on his hips, his expression menacing, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. He strode directly to Hu Fei, brandishing the water pipe with a whooshing sound, and bellowed, "You dare to assault young Master Shao? Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two suited men rushed to Shao Yindang's side, assisting him to his feet. "Young Master Shao, are you all right? We apologize for our tardiness. Is that even a question? How could I possibly be fine after such an assault?" Shao Yindang struggled momentarily, brusquely pushing away the hands of the two men, straightening his posture, and pointing at Hu Fei as he barked, "Bodyguards, this scoundrel has the audacity to invade my home and assault me and my woman. Dispose of him immediately, and let him understand why the flowers bloom so red." With that, Shao Yindang held his head high, nostrils flaring, exuding utmost arrogance, as if proclaiming his absolute authority over Hu Fei. "Yes, young master." The two bodyguards glared menacingly, cracking their knuckles, their faces twisted into sinister smiles as they charged towards Hu Fei. Consumed by rage, Hu Fei's rationality was eclipsed by fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he dodged the attacks of the two bodyguards while seizing the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. For a moment, the three engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding ground. Observing the fray, Shao Yindang smirked, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He waved his hand dismissively at the security guard, commanding, "What are you still doing standing there? Rush in and assist, beat this scoundrel to a pulp." "Yes, young master, your subordinate obeys." The security guard replied with a sycophantic smile, bending slightly as if a lowly servant addressing his master, showing utmost reverence. Upon finishing his words, he immediately donned a fierce expression, baring his teeth and brandishing a thick, long pipe, mercilessly swinging it towards Hu Fei's head. Hu Fei deftly sidestepped, the pipe narrowly grazing his body before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dense dust. In that instant, two bodyguards seized the opportunity, rushing towards Hu Fei with clenched fists aimed at his chest. Unfazed, Hu Fei swiftly raised his arms to defend himself. However, the force behind their strike was overwhelming, sending him staggering several steps back, a sharp pain radiating from his arm, causing his brow to furrow in agony. In the next moment, one of the guards stealthily maneuvered behind Hu Fei, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance to deliver a powerful kick to his back. Caught off guard, Hu Fei was struck squarely, his body lurching forward, losing its balance and crashing to the ground, where he skidded violently against the surface. In an instant, he bore fresh wounds, crimson blood seeping through, staining his garments a vivid red, a sight both gruesome and striking. Then, seizing the moment of Hu Fei's injury, the three assailants swiftly encircled him, one wielding the pipe while the others advanced with bare fists, launching a relentless assault. Despite Hu Fei's valiant struggle to resist, he gradually succumbed to their overwhelming numbers. At that juncture, he was grievously wounded, his clothes torn and tattered, revealing a myriad of varying scars, while his face bore bruises, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a woeful visage akin to a wild beast ensnared in a cage, possessing great strength yet powerless against merciless blows. Finally, in a moment of carelessness, Hu Fei was struck by the guard's pipe against his leg. His knee buckled, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The abrasive contact between his knee and the floor sent a jolt of excruciating pain throughout his body, eliciting a pained groan. Ah! Observing this, the two bodyguards, brimming with arrogance, swiftly approached Hu Fei, adopting a stance of superiority as they rained down punches and kicks upon him. Severely injured and unable to retaliate, Hu Fei could only shield his head with his arms, his complexion pale, curling up in a corner, enduring the relentless assault of their fists and feet, his heart swelling with rage and indignation. With each blow, he silently vowed to make them pay dearly for their transgressions. Otherwise, he would not live as a man. With this thought, Hu Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with cold fury as he cast a disdainful glance at those present, sneering, "You wretched scoundrels. Cloaked in the guise of power, inflicting harm. Mark my words, you shall one day reap the consequences. Just wait. Hoof kid, you're so utterly lost that you dare to be so brazen in your current state? Truly, you must be a fool who has a death wish." Xiao Yin, consumed by arrogance, puffed on a designer cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, his right leg incessantly trembling as he looked down upon Hu Fei, akin to a mighty dragon surveying a mere ant, filled with contempt and disdain. He continued to deride him. "In this world, anyone who dares to oppose me meets a dismal fate. Today, you shall be no exception." "Ha ha!" Su Xiaomei abruptly rose to her feet, hastily arranging her somewhat disheveled hair. A venomous smile instantly graced her face as she deliberately swayed her serpentine waist, slowly approaching Hu Fei's side. She raised her right foot high, the sharp heel of her shoe aimed menacingly at Hu Fei's back, while simultaneously barking harshly, "Hu Fei, you worthless coward. Take a moment to glance in the mirror and see what you truly are. How dare you aspire to court a woman of my stature? It is nothing short of a fantastical dream." Chapter 3. The Art of Mystical Techniques. As she spoke, she bent slightly, her face almost touching Hu Fei's. Looking down at him with disdain, she extended a finger, forcefully poking his forehead, her words icy and cutting. "Hu Fei, you useless wretch, from this day forward, remain at the very bottom of society." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei slowly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot with intertwining veins, the hatred within him intensifying as it pierced through Su Xiaomei and Xiao Yindang. Gritting his teeth, he pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. "Su Xiaomei, Xiao Yindang. Mark my words, this blood debt shall be repaid tenfold." "Huh, you? That's utterly delusional." Xiao Yindang scoffed, dismissing Hu Fei entirely, and erupted into a boisterous laugh. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he barked, "Bodyguards, I command you to strip this brat and toss him into the sewer outside." "Yes, young Master Xiao. Your orders are absolute." The two bodyguards, with malicious grins, bent slightly and swiftly approached Hu Fei, each seizing one of his arms and roughly dragging him outside. Seeing this, Hu Fei struggled desperately, his face a mask of anguish and fury. He shouted, "Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, release me at once. Otherwise, when I return as a king, it will be your doomsday." With gritted teeth and a glint of cold fury in his eyes, he felt an insatiable fire burning within him. Wishing he could instantly possess boundless strength to rend Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei into pieces and feed them to the fish. Yet, in his current state, battered and bruised, every wound throbbed with pain, his limbs weak and powerless, rendering him unable to escape the bodyguard's grasp. He could only submit to their whims. Seeing Hu Fei seething with rage, yet utterly powerless, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei reveled in their triumph, taunting him with mocking laughter. "Hu Fei, once you are thrown into the sewer, you may never escape. You will have no chance for revenge. Ha ha ha. Indeed, in your current pitiful state, you dare think of retaliation? Such foolish delusions." Hu Fei's face twisted in agony as he struggled, attempting to argue, but was met with merciless blows from the two bodyguards. Helplessly, He closed his eyes, engulfed by humiliation, resigned to silence. Before long, he was dragged to the edge of the sewer outside. Subsequently, under the directives of Xiao Yin and Su Xiaomei, the two bodyguards exerted immense effort to procure 2 iron shovels. With considerable grunting, they pried open the manhole cover and, without a shred of mercy, unceremoniously hurled the barely conscious Hu Fei into the abyss below. A resounding splash echoed as he plummeted into the sewer, sending a towering spray of water soaring 2 meters high. As tranquility returned, the bottom of the well was soon enveloped in a nauseating stench, with murky, filthy water quickly rising to Hu Fei's chest, various refuse bobbing atop the surface and incessantly colliding with his body, struggling against the overwhelming odor that nearly rendered him unconscious. Hu Fei endeavored to maintain his balance in the water, yet fate seemed reluctant to release its grip on him. At that moment, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. As seconds ticked by, he swayed in the sewage, the pain from his wounds robbing him of his senses. Just as he teetered on the brink of total oblivion and the depths of darkness beckoned, the jade pendant hanging from his chest emitted a brilliant light that instantaneously pierced the shadows of the well's bottom. In the blink of an eye, that radiant beam surged rapidly into his forehead. At once, a powerful and mysterious force flooded into his mind. Simultaneously, a cascade of ancient and enigmatic knowledge crystallized within his consciousness. The primordial divine eye, infusion complete. The supreme medical canon, infusion complete. Unparalleled martial arts, infusion complete. Mystical arts of the strange gates, infusion complete. With the relentless influx of this information, Hu Fei's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His wounds healed at an astonishing rate, and the exhaustion that had weighed him down gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented vigor. A potent force surged within his dantian, instilling him with an unparalleled sense of strength and confidence. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a clarity of mind previously unknown to him, as knowledge and skills flooded his intellect. Suddenly, it felt as though he possessed a pair of all-seeing eyes, capable of discerning the essence of all things. Any falsehood before him was rendered transparent. With a mere glance at an ailment, he could accurately identify its cause and ascertain the optimal remedy. The intricacies of the supreme martial techniques and mental disciplines became second nature to him, and even the profound subtleties of mystical arts were easily comprehended. Finally, bolstered by this mysterious power, a faint shield materialized around Hu Fei's body. This protective barrier emitted a gentle radiance, repelling the surrounding sewage and debris. Overjoyed by this turn of events, Hu Fei felt a spark of hope ignite within him. He spread his arms and kicked his legs, vigorously swimming through the sewer. Each stroke was imbued with boundless strength, as if he were no longer the pitiful victim of fate's cruel jest, but rather a warrior poised to embark on a path of vengeance, unstoppable in his resolve. Before long, he discovered an exit at the end of the sewer and, propelling himself with fervor, swiftly emerged. Moments later, he leaped from the riverbank, standing firmly upon a patch of grass. At that moment, a chilling night breeze swept over him, yet he felt no trace of its coolness, for his heart was ablaze with the fervent flames of vengeance. Subsequently, he executed a masterful display of agility, propelling himself toward the rental apartment in the city. Along the way, his heart brimmed with fury and hatred as he silently vowed, "Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, you shall await my reckoning. I will ensure you pay a grievous price for your actions today, making you regret ever gracing this world with your presence." The following morning, the first rays of sunlight gently filtered into the somewhat cramped rental apartment. Just as Hu Fei was preparing to step outside, a sudden rush of footsteps drew near, shattering the tranquility of the morning. It was his younger associate, Chun Inshu, who, with the morning breeze at his back, hurriedly approached Hu Fei. This individual, though slight of stature and still bearing remnants of youth upon his face, possessed a keen intelligence reflected in his eyes. In the past, while accompanying Hu Fei on various ventures, Chun Inshu had held great admiration for Hu Fei's character and skills. Over time, their bond had grown to resemble that of brothers, even surpassing the closeness shared by some biological siblings. "Boss, were you off to this early?" Chun Inshu inquired with a smile, slightly hunched and hands clasped before him, his voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 4. A Glimpse of Brilliance. Hu Fei nodded slightly, his gaze emitting a penetrating glint as he spoke solemnly. "Inshu, the situation is as follows. Yesterday, filled with joy, I set out to propose to Su Xiaomei, only to inadvertently stumble upon the illicit liaison between her and Xiao Yindang. I gave them a thorough beating, but alas, with the intervention of the imposing security guard and Xiao Yindang's 2 bodyguards, I found myself outnumbered and was soundly thrashed. Ultimately, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei cast me into the sewer, nearly costing me my life. Chun Yinshu scoffed, cracking his knuckles as a fire of vengeance ignited within him. He hissed, "Boss, that scoundrel Xiao Yindang is both wealthy and ruthless. I have long found him detestable. Today, we must teach him a lesson he won't forget." Hu Fei's eyes blazed with determination as he gazed toward the distant sky, speaking with gravity. "There is no time to waste. We must depart at once." Chun Yinshu slightly bent his body, hands resting before him in a gesture of respect, and eagerly replied, "Very well. I shall follow your lead." With that, the two summoned a taxi and swiftly sped toward the soulful jewelry store. The streets were bustling with a ceaseless flow of vehicles, punctuated by the occasional blaring of horns. Before long, the taxi came to a steady halt at the entrance of the soulful jewelry store. As the doors swung open, Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu leapt to the ground, striding purposefully ahead. At that moment, a tall security guard stood at the entrance of the store, a designer cigarette dangling from his lips as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Hu Fei suddenly appear before him, he froze, his pupils dilating in shock, and his expression stiffened, rendering him motionless. He resumed his haughty demeanor, a mocking smile gracing his face as he sneered, "Oh, look who it is, the unfortunate soul. Remarkably still alive, your resilience is truly impressive." Hu Fei cast a cold glance his way, his eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. He gestured towards the towering security guard, speaking in a low voice, "You insolent cur, do not be so arrogant. What you did to me yesterday, I shall repay in kind today." Humph. As his words fell, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, an aura of ferocity emanating from his being, sending chills down the spines of those nearby. The imposing security guard's face drained of color, instinctively retreating several steps, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His body trembling uncontrollably as he gasped in horror. He instinctively grabbed a hefty baton from the side, swinging it vigorously in Hu Fei's direction, attempting to intimidate him with the sound of whistling wind, growling, "Humph, you little brat, do you really think your meager skills are enough to challenge me? Truly ignorant of your own limitations." Hu Fei scoffed, dismissing the security guard entirely. With clenched fists, a fire of vengeance ignited within him as he slowly advanced. Enunciating each word, "You insolent cur, what are you boasting about? Do you truly believe I am still the worthless fool I once was? Today, I shall deliver a severe beating upon you. Otherwise, I shall call you grandfather. You dare call me a cur repeatedly? I can no longer endure this. Perish." The security guard, enraged and humiliated, felt his strength belittled by Hu Fei's disdain. A surge of murderous intent rose within him as he swiftly drew a baton from his waist, ferociously aiming to strike Hu Fei's head. Unperturbed, Hu Fei nimbly sidestepped the lethal blow, his movements a blur. In that instant, his right hand shot forth like lightning, grasping the security guard's arm with astonishing speed. With a sharp crack, the guard's arm was subjected to excruciating pain, his complexion turning ghostly pale as sweat poured from his brow. The baton fell from his grip with a resounding thud, and he let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, my right arm is crippled." After his cry, terror washed over him, drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably as he cradled his injured arm, staggering backward. His face twisted in agony and fear, his features contorted in a most pitiable manner. Witnessing this, Hu Fei remained expressionless, swiftly closing the distance to the security guard. Channeling 7/10 of his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to the guard's chest. In an instant, the guard's body was propelled backward, crashing into the jewelry store's entrance with a thunderous impact, echoing through the air and causing the surrounding atmosphere to shudder, even shaking the door itself. At that moment, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei, alerted by the commotion, rushed out from the jewelry store. Upon seeing Hu Fei, their faces turned ashen, filled with terror and confusion, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Why you? How are you still alive?" Xiao Yindang trembled in both fear and shock. Instinctively retreating, the arrogance of past days vanished without a trace, his face etched with dread and confusion. "Nonsense! You are still alive. How could I possibly die before you?" Hu Fei's brow furrowed tightly, a blazing fury igniting within him as he slowly approached, pointing accusingly at Xiao Yindang's nose. "What you did to me yesterday, I shall make you repay tenfold today." Su Xiaomei, terrified, lost all composure and frantically hid behind Xiao Yindang, her delicate frame quivering as she stammered, Hu Fei, please. Don't act recklessly. This is a jewelry store. If you dare to harm us, you will face severe legal repercussions. Flaw. Hu Fei scoffed, a sneer of derision in his eyes as he coldly regarded Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei. Where is the law when you treated me so yesterday? Even if the King of Heaven were to descend today, he could not save you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hu Fei lunged towards Xiao Yindang with remarkable speed, leaving no time for reaction. Xiao Yindang widened his eyes in terror, attempting to flee, only to find his legs weak and immobile. In the next moment, Hu Fei stood before him, his right fist raised high before crashing down violently towards Xiao Yindang's face. Bang! With a resounding thud, Xiao Yindang's visage was struck hard, blood oozing from his nose as he was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust, a sight most pitiful. Chapter 5. Revenge. Xiao Yindang, dazed and bruised, clutched his agonizing face, curling into a ball while emitting wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Su Xiaomei, witnessing this, screamed in horror. Turning to escape, she was tripped by Chun Yinshu, her body colliding with the ground, producing a dull thud followed by pained cries. Trying to run? Not so easily. Chun Yinshu chuckled coldly, tightening his grip, causing tears to well up in Su Xiaomei's eyes as she struggled against her restraints, only able to emit pained groans. Her face a mask of anguish and fear. Hu Fei strode up to Xiao Yindang, towering over him with a fierce murderous intent burning in his eyes. Xiao Yindang, were you not quite arrogant? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me. With that, he raised his right foot and delivered a brutal kick to Xiao Yindang's abdomen, each strike causing his body to convulse violently. In that moment, Xiao Yindang's body arched painfully, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion paling as the essence of life seemed to wane, his eyes filled with terror and regret, his body twitching uncontrollably. Stop! Please stop! Su Xiaomei, frantic and pleading, waved her hands toward Hu Fei, her face a portrait of desperation. Hu Fei, I was wrong. I beg you, spare us. Tears streamed down her cheeks, painting a picture of utter helplessness. Spare you? Hu Fei cast a cold glance at her, devoid of any compassion, and spoke indifferently. It is too late. Everything has become irretrievably late. I shall never forget what you did to me yesterday. Today, you shall pay a heavy price for your actions. With that, he and Chun Yinshu each took hold of Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei, hastening towards the restroom of the jewelry store. Along the way, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei struggled relentlessly, pleading for mercy, yet Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu remained unmoved, their hearts as unyielding as stone. Upon reaching the restroom, they shattered the floorboards with tools, swiftly stripped Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei of their clothing, and unceremoniously cast them into the cesspit. Help! Save us! Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei writhed in desperation within the filth, their bodies smeared with excrement, their faces etched with terror and despair, their wretched cries reverberating within the restroom. At that moment, their pleas seemed utterly futile. Watching their disgraceful plight, the fury within Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu was momentarily assuaged. Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, heed my words. This is the consequence of provoking me. Hu Fei scoffed, spitting at them and making an obscene gesture, continuing, you would do well to be cautious henceforth. Should our paths cross again, I shall strike you without hesitation. With that, he and Chun Yinshu strode away, leaving Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei to their despairing cries. However, just as Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu were about to exit the jewelry store's main hall, a striking young lady approached, her face alight with joy as she held a jade chicken in her hands. This young woman, named Lin Shiyao, was the only daughter of the city's wealthiest magnate, the chairman of the Lin Group. Having grown up in opulence, her every movement exuded an innate air of nobility. Tall and graceful, she wore a white dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, her fair skin radiant, her bright, expressive eyes captivating, and her long, lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Swaying gently with her every step, a beauty that was nearly breathtaking. Trailing behind this exquisite lady was a youthful and attractive assistant, seemingly in her service. Upon noticing her, Hu Fei's attention was instantly drawn to the jade chicken. Activating his mystical vision, his expression changed dramatically as he discerned a dense aura of malevolence emanating from the jade chicken, as if it were on the verge of unleashing a terrible calamity. Alarmed, he felt a surge of peril and quickly stepped forward to obstruct Lin Shiyao's path, speaking urgently and earnestly. Miss, your aura appears dark, and your eyes lack vitality. You may soon face a grave misfortune. Lin Shuyao paused, taken aback, before her face twisted into a disdainful expression as she scrutinized Hu Fei from head to toe. Her eyes filled with contempt. Oh, who is this charlatan from the underworld? Cease your nonsensical fabrications and fraudulent displays, and be gone. In her eyes, Hu Fei was merely a swindler attempting to deceive her for monetary gain. Hu Fei was not angered by Lin Shuyao's scorn. Deep within, he understood that the looming calamity of bloodshed was no trivial matter. Should it occur, the repercussions would be dire. Contemplating this, his expression turned grave as he retrieved a talisman from his pocket, extending it towards Lin Shuyao with sincere intent. Miss, this talisman is my painstaking creation, imbued with formidable power that can help you evade this impending disaster. I implore you to accept it. Lin Shuyao regarded the talisman with disdain, her eyes glimmering with contempt. With a haughty snort, she casually discarded it onto the ground, stomping on it with disdain. Oomph. I am an avowed atheist, and do not subscribe to superstitions or arcane arts. Do not attempt to deceive me. With that, she elegantly circumvented Hu Fei and strode forward, her high heels producing a crisp sound against the floor. Seeing her dismissive reaction, Hu Fei hastened to catch up, endeavoring to persuade her once more. Miss, please halt. Your ailment is rather peculiar. Only I possess the means to cure you completely. However, Lin Shuyao, her face marred by anger, refused to engage with him, striding out with resolute steps before slipping into her luxurious vehicle. The assistant nodded slightly, swiftly igniting the engine and propelling the car onto a broad, smooth road, speeding away. Inside the vehicle, Lin Shuyao's fists remained tightly clenched, her mind still seething over Hu Fei's audacious words, deeming him utterly unreasonable for daring to curse her. She had long been accustomed to her status as a privileged young lady, and never had anyone dared to cast such a spell upon her. Today, Hu Fei was an unfortunate exception, and thus her fury was ignited. However, the car had scarcely traveled far when a sinister aura suddenly enveloped the interior, the chilling malevolence seeping in and ensnaring Lin Shuyao. She felt an icy dread surge from her feet to her heart, her body trembling uncontrollably, breath becoming rapid and labored. Then, her legs weakened, and she collapsed into the passenger's seat, her muscles rapidly atrophying, her hair turning stark white, vitality swiftly ebbing away. Help, help! Lin Shuyao gasped, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to utter those desperate words before losing consciousness. Behind her, the assistant was thrown into a state of panic by this sudden turn of events, his hands shaking as he hurriedly dialed for emergency assistance. His voice tinged with a quaver of urgency. Hello, is this the emergency center? My lady has suddenly fallen ill, and her condition is critical. The voice on the other end of the line was calm, yet authoritative, amidst the cacophony of other distress signals. Remain composed. Please provide your exact location. Is the patient conscious? The assistant's voice trembled even more, his gaze fixed on the motionless Lin Shuyao in the passenger seat. We are on East Ring Road, just past the third traffic light. She has already fainted. Upon receiving the location, the dispatcher assured him that the nearest ambulance was en route, estimated to arrive within 8 minutes. Keep your composure. Do not move the patient, activate your hazard lights, and place a warning sign 50 meters behind the vehicle. Take heed to observe whether there are any foreign objects obstructing her mouth and nose, ensuring the airway remains unobstructed. The driver, rendered speechless by shock, hastily pulled the vehicle to the roadside, frantically searching for the triangular warning sign. 10 minutes later, Lin Shuyao was urgently transported to the first hospital of Lulan City. Within the confines of an intensive care unit, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed palpable. The most esteemed team of specialists surrounded the bedside, each brow furrowed, their faces etched with anxiety and frustration. Various sophisticated instruments emitted a cold, flickering light, the rhythmic beeping of monitors striking at the nerves of all present, yet failing to dispel the oppressive gloom. Professor Liu, the most seasoned among them, placed his stethoscope down, unconsciously twisting the corner of his garment. With a hoarse voice, he addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is dire. The patient's vital signs are plummeting at an alarming rate, and cellular activity is diminishing visibly, as if life itself has been suddenly siphoned away. Strangely, however, all routine examinations, including biochemical tests, imaging, and pathogen screenings, return normal results, defying all medical logic. Could this be an extreme manifestation of a rapid aging syndrome? Pondered another expert, examining the real-time data, his tone laced with uncertainty. Yet as it stands, there are no known causes that could elucidate this velocity and severity. Genetic sequencing would require time, and he shook his head, leaving the implication unspoken. Lin Shuyao might not live to see the results. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyao's mother collapsed at the bedside, gripping her daughter's cold, pale hand tightly. Silent tears cascading down her cheeks as she choked out, "Yao Yao, please open your eyes and look at your mother. You must not leave us." As she spoke, she rubbed her daughter's hand repeatedly, as if attempting to transfer her own vitality. Beside her, Lin's father, a formidable figure in the business world, now appeared slightly hunched, his eyes bloodshot. He placed a hand on his wife's shoulder and, with a raspy voice, addressed the specialists. "Professor Liu, Director Wang, I implore you to think of another solution." The Lin family would sacrifice everything, without hesitation. In this suffocating moment of despair, Lin Shuyao's assistant suddenly raised her head, as if seizing upon a revelation. "President Lin, Madam, I recall something. Before the incident, a rather peculiar young man stopped us outside the company. He warned that the young lady might soon face a calamity involving bloodshed, claiming that only he could avert it. At the time, I dismissed him as a charlatan and paid him no mind." "A young man? He claimed he could avert it?" Lin's mother exclaimed, her eyes suddenly igniting with a glimmer of hope. "What did he look like? Where can we find him?" The assistant, filled with frustration, shook her head and replied with a rueful smile, "Madam, it was merely a fleeting encounter. I do not even know his name." Lin's father's gaze sharpened. Despite his skepticism regarding such prophecies, with his daughter's life hanging in the balance, he could not afford to overlook any potential lead. In these extraordinary times, we must resort to extraordinary measures. "Secretary Zhang." He turned to a capable female secretary behind him and declared loudly, "Immediately mobilize all our networks, monitoring, even connections on the streets. Spare no expense to locate this individual. Furthermore, anyone providing credible information will be generously rewarded." In an instant, the bounty announcement struck the tranquil surface of the Lulan city like a colossal stone, sending ripples throughout the community. The substantial reward and the Lin family's profound resources captivated numerous eyes. Soon, the reception room of the Lin family villa was teeming with individuals. Among them were elderly masters of traditional Chinese medicine with silver hair and composed demeanors, authoritative Western medical experts clad in laboratory white coats with keen gazes, and folk practitioners skilled in rare cases with unique methods, as well as several scholars renowned in niche research fields. Each attendee bore a serious expression, armed with their own theories and tools, and the air was thick with an invisible competition and heavy anticipation. Upon learning of the news, Hu Fei felt no hesitation. He promptly took his younger companion, Chen Xiu, and headed straight for the Lin residence. As they entered the villa's grand hall, they were met with a lang of medicinal aromas, anxious energy, and scrutinizing gazes. About a dozen individuals of varied temperaments were seated or standing, clearly drawn by the allure of the bounty, healers and capable individuals alike. An elderly man clad in an exquisite Tang suit, his eyes sharp as a hawk, appraised Hu Fei from head to toe and inquired gravely, "Young man, I see you are in haste. Are you here for Miss Lin? May I ask where you studied and what insights you possess regarding her peculiar ailment?" Hu Fei inclined his head slightly, his demeanor humble yet confident. "You flatter me. Esteemed elder, I am Hu Fei, without any notable lineage, merely possessing some humble insights on difficult maladies. Miss Lin's condition is dire, and I cannot bear to stand idly by. I have come to offer my assistance." No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a stern demeanor let out a derisive laugh. "Humble insights? Miss Lin's affliction eludes even the most advanced equipment. Her vital signs deteriorate by the moment. You, a young man, think to intervene with mere superficial knowledge? We are the elite of our respective fields. Time is precious and admits no folly." Another elder, plainly dressed but with a glint of something sinister in his eyes, chimed in ominously, "Humph, impudent youth, you speak boldly. This illness is exceedingly treacherous. Beware that in your attempt to save another, you do not doom yourself. Do not be a hindrance here." In the face of these overt and subtle doubts and mockeries, Hu Fei maintained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Respected seniors, your medical prowess is indeed admirable, and I hold it in high regard. However, the patient's ailment is rather peculiar and may not adhere to conventional medical principles. Furthermore, what advanced equipment cannot detect might be concealed in subtleties beyond the naked eye. What you deem insurmountable may very well fall within my area of expertise. Therefore, rather than engaging in fruitless debate, I beseech you for a chance. If I fail to save her, I shall accept any consequences. Yet, time is slipping away from Miss Lin, is it not? Suddenly, at this tense and charged moment, Lin Shiyao's female assistant burst forth from the crowd, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at Hu Fei, her voice heightened with excitement. President Lin, Madam, it's him. I recognize him. He was the one who stopped the young lady that day and claimed he could avert disaster. Chapter 7. The Malevolent Aura. As the words were spoken, the once chaotic hall fell silent, akin to a bustling market suddenly hushed. All eyes, like spotlights, swiftly converged upon the female assistant. Lin Shiyao's father furrowed his brow. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he pressed. Do you know him? Who exactly is he? No sooner had he finished speaking than a so-called ghost doctor let out a derisive snicker, his expression rife with mockery, as if he were witnessing a farcical scene. You believe him based on a few nonsensical statements? This is nothing but a ridiculous charade. Perhaps he is merely attempting to pull the wool over our eyes for some monetary gain. An esteemed professor chimed in, arms crossed, his countenance reflecting utter disdain. In this moment, despite the skepticism directed at the assistant's introduction, Hu Fei maintained an air of calm. He approached Lin Shiyao's parents, bowing slightly, and spoke with profound significance. Mr. Lin, madam, I fully comprehend your anxiety regarding your daughter's condition. Your hearts are undoubtedly in turmoil. Lin Shiyao's parents exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with hesitation and conflict, both turning to gaze at their unconscious daughter upon the hospital bed. At that instant, Lin Shiyao's pallid visage struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Very well, we shall trust you. Lin Shiyao's father nodded emphatically, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes as he spoke in a solemn tone. Young man, should you truly succeed in curing my daughter, the Lin family shall reward you handsomely. Lin Shiyao's mother spoke with a tremor in her voice, her face awash with supplication, tears brimming in her eyes, poised to cascade at any moment. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei took a deep breath, his aura immediately contracting as he gracefully entered the room, gently closing the door behind him. With a soft click, the room was enveloped in tranquility, severed from the cacophony outside. As he turned, his gaze sharpened, swiftly scanning the surroundings, his eyes radiating professionalism and focus. In an instant, mysterious lights shot forth from his fingertips, intertwining and coiling in midair, coalescing into a crystalline barrier that enveloped the entire ward. This barrier, as solid as stone, emanated a faint glow, warding off all external disturbances, safeguarding the secrets and hopes contained within the room. Subsequently, Hu Fei moved with agility to Lin Shiyao's side, his touch as gentle as if cradling a precious gem, deftly unfastening her garment. At that moment, his eyes were devoid of any impurities, his hands slowly rose, and the air around him began to swirl as he commenced the intricate workings of his mystical arts. In a heartbeat, a surge of formidable energy erupted from his palms, cascading into Lin Shiyao's body like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Within her, the malevolent energy writhed in a frenzy, desperately contorting and roaring, employing every ounce of strength to resist Hu Fei's powerful incursion, colliding violently within her, each impact causing her body to tremble slightly. Observing this, Hu Fei's expression darkened, his jaw clenched, determination etched across his features as he intensified the output of his mystical energy. In a fleeting moment, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his complexion gradually turned pale. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Thus, the opposing forces clashed violently within Lin Shiyao, locked in a stalemate that created a subtle yet perilous balance, each passing second brimming with uncertainty and crisis. Even the faintest sound could cause everyone's nerves to tighten instantaneously. As time ticked away, the faces of the onlookers were etched with worry and unease. Among them, a faction began to doubt Hu Fei's capabilities, perceiving him as a charlatan masquerading as a healer, harboring ulterior motives beneath his facade of benevolence. Could this rascal be up to no good inside? One expert furrowed his brow, eyes gleaming with skepticism, speaking with caution. He is nothing but a fraud, perhaps even seeking to take advantage of Miss Lin. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner chimed in, his face flushed with indignation. Upon hearing their remarks, the crowd engaged in a fervent exchange, their suspicions igniting like a flickering flame. Soon, all eyes turned towards Chun Inshu, filled with fury, pressing him to reveal Hu Fei's true nature. Chun Inshu trembled under the weight of their wrathful stares, fear coursing through him. Yet, recalling his past experiences with Hu Fei, those life-and-death moments they had faced together, and Hu Fei's formidable prowess and ingenuity in critical times. He was suddenly filled with renewed confidence. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess, my leader was once a treasure hunter, but he is indeed capable. You must believe in him. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anger intensified. Chapter 8. The Living Hua Tua. In an instant, they felt outraged that Hu Fei would dare to deceive such esteemed figures in the medical community. An act of audacious impudence. Consequently, after a heated debate, their fury reached a boiling point, and they surged towards the entrance, each one eager to breach the door and uncover the truth within. However, no matter how forcefully they pushed, the barrier erected by Hu Fei stood unyielding as iron, firmly keeping them outside. Despite the resounding thuds of their fists against the door, the barrier remained impervious. The tightly shut door loomed like an insurmountable celestial ocean, drowning their speculations and the reality within the ward. Suddenly, just as the crowd was on the verge of calling the authorities, the ward's door began to creak open, revealing Hu Fei, pale and unsteady, weakly leaning against the doorframe as he emerged, each step appearing laborious. Witnessing this, the crowd assumed that Hu Fei had failed to heal Lin Shuyao, igniting a blaze of fury within them as they rushed towards him, intent on delivering their wrath. "You deceitful charlatan, how dare you deceive us?" One expert roared in anger, raising his fist to strike Hu Fei. With a nimble sidestep, Hu Fei evaded the attack effortlessly, his movements light and agile. Subsequently, a faint smile graced his face as he raised his hands high, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. He declared in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after my meticulous treatment, the patient's condition has been stabilized, and she will soon awaken." Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the cacophony surrounding them. Upon hearing this, the crowd was incredulous, dismissing Hu Fei's words as mere desperate attempts to excuse his failure. They resumed their criticisms and denunciations directed at him. At that moment, the astute old Chinese doctor stepped forward, his expression grave, and cautiously checked Lin Shiyao's pulse. His fingers trembled slightly, and a look of astonishment began to emerge on his face as he exclaimed, "Remarkable. Miss Lin's pulse is stable, and there are signs of revival." The crowd fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances, hardly believing their ears. After a brief moment of astonishment, they gathered around Lin Shiyao's bedside, their eyes fixated on her, eager to witness this miracle firsthand. Hu Fei let out a subtle sigh of relief, scanning the faces of several leading medical experts, and solemnly inquired, "Who has silver needles?" An elderly expert, with keen eyes, raised his right hand and promptly replied, "I have silver needles, though I am uncertain of your intended use." He opened his toolbox, retrieving a silver needle and handing it over. After receiving the needle, Hu Fei skillfully and swiftly inserted it into Lin Shiyao's intang point. In the next moment, Lin Shiyao's pallor deepened, and she suddenly expelled a mouthful of black blood. Witnessing this, the crowd assumed her condition had worsened, reigniting their fear and anger, and they began to berate Hu Fei once more. "Look at what you've done to Miss Lin," a professor exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Unfazed, Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor and explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain composed. This is a normal reaction to the expulsion of malevolent energy. The fact that she has vomited this black blood indicates her illness is on the path to recovery." The crowd, though skeptical, began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, an elderly professor from the hospital approached, utilizing various instruments to meticulously examine Lin Shiyao's condition. After a thorough assessment, the old professor raised his head in astonishment and proclaimed loudly, "A miracle, truly a miracle. Miss Lin has completely recovered." The crowd stood frozen like statues, utterly astonished. At that moment, none could have anticipated that Hu Fei had indeed cured Lin Shiyao's ailment. This outcome rendered their previous doubts and accusations utterly laughable and absurd. Following a brief spell of astonishment, the atmosphere erupted in a cacophony of admiration and awe. "My young friend, you truly are a miraculous physician. Perhaps I was mistaken in my judgment. I apologize," an elderly doctor exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. "Indeed, I underestimated him." A middle-aged professor reflected with a sense of realization. In a moment, the crowd erupted in praise for Hu Fei's extraordinary medical skills, bestowing upon him the title of the Living Hua Ta. Lin Shiyao's parents were overwhelmed with gratitude, their eyes shimmering with tears as they approached Hu Fei, bowing deeply to express their heartfelt thanks for saving their daughter's life. "Thank you, young man," You have rescued our daughter. We shall repay you generously. Lin Shuriao's father said, slightly bending at the waist, his eyes alight with appreciation, his voice thick with emotion as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Hu Fei. Indeed, whatever you desire, we shall fulfill, Lin Shuriao's mother added, her tears giving way to a smile that radiated joy and relief. Hu Fei responded with a gentle smile, warm and humble, stating, Mr. Lin, madam, there is no need for such formality. A physician's duty is to save lives. It is my obligation. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuriao's parents were even more impressed by Hu Fei's character. They presented him with a bank card worth 800,000 yuan and announced their intention to betroth their daughter to him, planning a grand wedding in due course. Instantly, this news sent ripples of envy among the onlookers, who cast admiring glances at Hu Fei. However, upon awakening, Lin Shuriao vehemently opposed the marriage. If Hu Fei continued to demonstrate his worth, she would consider marrying him. With these thoughts, she was filled with inner conflict and turmoil. On one hand, she felt immense gratitude for Hu Fei's life-saving actions, while on the other, she harbored doubts regarding his past and character. Hu Fei, however, had no objections to her stance, for his primary purpose in coming here was to amass wealth, with romantic entanglements being secondary. Whether Lin Shuriao chose to marry him was inconsequential to him. In his heart, wealth and power held paramount importance, rendering love somewhat trivial at this juncture. Seeing their daughter's resolve, Lin Shuriao's parents reluctantly acquiesced to her decision. Subsequently, the Lin family organized a celebratory banquet, placing Hu Fei on the list of esteemed guests. Observing this, Hu Fei did not decline the invitation, accepting it with pleasure. Chapter 9. The Turmoil of the Ghost Market. Hu Fei remained composed, neither arrogant nor anxious, as he calmly lifted a triangular silver cup to his lips and drank deeply. As the exquisite wine slid down his throat, his mind began to wander into daydreams. Years hence, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life, leveraging the Hongmeng Divine Eye and the supreme medical texts, among other ancient legacies, step by step. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the city, seldom known to others, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei sat before television, watching the news that showcased Hu Fei's remarkable rise. With wide eyes, Xiao Yindang gritted his teeth and exclaimed that brat must have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Otherwise, how could he have become so formidable? With this, his heart swelled with resentment and jealousy, and a fierce anger burned within him. Not long ago, Hu Fei had been but a trifling character within his grasp. Now he stood an unattainable height, a fact that was intolerable for Xiao Yindang. His expression darkened, and his eyes gleamed with malice as he wrapped an arm around Su Xiaomei's waist, coldly declaring, Humph, anyone who offends me shall meet a dire fate. Before long, I shall find a way to trample him beneath my feet and indulge in wanton cruelty. Just wait and see. Su Xiaomei chuckled, her serpentine body swaying alluringly as she playfully collapsed into Xiao Yindang's embrace, sweetly cooing, Young Master Xiao, do not be angry. I shall promptly soothe your ire. In the hotel lobby, festooned with decorations, after a sumptuous feast, Hu Fei bid farewell to the Lin father and daughter, departing the establishment with Chun Yinshu in a carefree manner. As they traversed the bustling streets, the gentle evening breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing sense of comfort. Chun Yinshu, brimming with excitement, trailed closely behind Hu Fei, gazing up at his tall and formidable figure, exclaiming, Boss, you truly shine with unparalleled glory now. Hu Fei maintained a serene expression, his thoughts undisturbed, as he patted Chun Yinshu's shoulder meaningfully, stating, Yinshu, despite my seeming radiance, you must understand that this is merely the beginning. Many more opportunities for fortune await us. As long as you steadfastly accompany me, I shall not neglect you. Had he possessed vast wealth from the outset, perhaps Su Xiaomei would not have betrayed him. Lost in such reflections, a sweet smile crept across his lips as he gradually succumbed to slumber. At 2 in the afternoon, upon rising, Hu Fei mounted a dilapidated motorcycle and spiritedly ventured into a nearby, bustling ghost market. After meticulous observation, he approached a rather unremarkable stall. Displayed were various antique trinkets, seemingly mundane at first glance, yet inexplicably igniting a profound curiosity within him. The stall owner, a rotund elder with prominent features, greeted Hu Fei with a sycophantic smile, enthusiastically beckoning him over. Young man, come take a look. I have treasures aplenty. Feel free to choose. I assure you will find something to your liking. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hu Fei's eyes as he smiled slightly. responding to the vendor, "Boss, your words compel me to scrutinize your wares. Perhaps I may indeed stumble upon a gem that captivates my heart." With that, he discreetly activated his Hongmeng divine eye, his gaze emanating two invisible beams of penetrating light, which gradually swept over the items on the stall. Wherever the beams passed, the seemingly enigmatic objects appeared to shed their layers of disguise. Most of the items were revealed to be poorly crafted replicas. However, just as Hu Fei's gaze was about to traverse the entirety of the stall, a stone, roughly the width of a bowl, abruptly caught his attention in the corner. This stone, unremarkable in appearance, bore a rough and dull surface, devoid of luster, starkly contrasting with the exquisite, radiant antiques surrounding it. Yet, under the profound insight of the Hongmeng divine eye, Hu Fei's heart suddenly tightened as he discerned a faint green glimmer within the stone. Though weak, this green hue shone like a resilient star flickering in the dark night, exuding the enchanting luster of emerald. In an instant, an uncontrollable exhilaration surged within him. Intuition whispered that this stone might harbor a top-quality emerald within. If he were to truly uncover such a rare treasure, his dream of instant wealth would be realized, forever altering the course of his life. Suddenly, as Hu Fei reveled in the astonishment of discovering the emerald raw stone, a farmer-like figure hurriedly approached, his expression fraught with urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead like tiny pearls. This man cautiously surveyed his surroundings before, with trembling hands, he unveiled a painting meticulously wrapped in tattered newspaper from a faded cloth bag. After a deep breath, he nervously addressed the vendor. "Boss, do you buy paintings and calligraphy? I am at my wit's end and wish to sell this ancestral piece to gather funds for my child's education." The vendor displayed a flicker of impatience, snatching the artwork and roughly unwrapping the old newspaper. After a cursory glance, he disdainfully remarked, "This work lacks any artistic foundation, and the paper is exceedingly coarse. It holds no value. I can offer you a maximum of 100 yuan, not a penny more." Upon hearing this, the old farmer's eyes brimmed with panic and despair, his rough hands nervously rubbing the hem of his garment as he pleaded, "Please, take a closer look, vendor. This is a family heirloom, and my child is waiting for funds to seek medical treatment. I implore you, offer a fair price." The vendor frowned, his face contorted with disdain and impatience. He waved his hand dismissively at the old farmer, as if swatting away a fly, and retorted, "Brother, this is a small business, and the profit margins are slim. I can only add another 100 yuan. If you agree, we can finalize the deal immediately. If not, seek elsewhere and refrain from wasting my time." At that moment, Hu Fei activated his extraordinary perceptive abilities, and an invisible beam of light flashed from his eyes. When this beam touched the painting, his pupils dilated in astonishment, as if tumultuous waves were crashing within him. He had instantly discerned that this artwork was, in fact, an authentic piece by Tang Baihu. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, he feigned indignation and exclaimed, "Vendor, you truly have misjudged this. To think you would offer merely 100 yuan, how unscrupulous. This is an original work by a renowned ancient master, worth a fortune, and you wish to dismiss it for such a paltry sum. What are you thinking?" The vendor, incensed, flushed with rage, his face turning the color of liver, pointed at Hu Fei and shouted, "You know nothing. In this antique market, who are you to dictate terms? Just because you think it's valuable, does that mean it is? Who do you think you are? Stop causing trouble and get lost." Unfazed, Hu Fei calmly met the vendor's gaze, his eyes radiating confidence, and stated, "I am well aware of the true value of this painting. Your undervaluation is utterly absurd." He then turned to the old farmer, a warm smile gracing his face, and earnestly proposed, "Brother, since you urgently need funds for your child's treatment, I shall offer 10 times the price, 1,000 yuan for this painting. What do you say?" The old farmer, astonished and delighted, looked at Hu Fei with a mixture of confusion and hope in his eyes, asking, "Young man, are you truly sincere? Please do not deceive me." With a faint smile, Hu Fei gently patted the old farmer's shoulder and sincerely said, "My dear brother, I speak no falsehood, have no worry." The old farmer bowed his head in contemplation, his heart tumultuous as if a storm raged within. Ultimately, he resolved with gratitude, "Very well, young man, I shall place my trust in you. For your kindness, I will sell you this painting." "Agreed, it is settled," Hu Fei exclaimed joyfully, a glimmer of brilliance shining in his eyes as he promptly retrieved a stack of bills from his wallet, counting out 10 notes and handing them to the farmer. Trembling, the old farmer accepted the money, his voice choked with emotion as he said, "Young man, I cannot thank you enough. You are indeed our family savior. I am at a loss for how to repay you." With reverence, he presented the painting to Hu Fei, as if passing on an invaluable treasure. Hu Fei received it with both hands, cradling it as if it were the most precious gem in existence. Upon completing the transaction, the old farmer cast a grateful glance at Hu Fei, his voice thick with emotion. "Young man, you are truly a magnificent person. Had it not been for you, I would have been at my wit's end. Your kindness shall remain etched in my heart forever." Hu Fei shrugged lightly, smiling at the farmer. "Brother, no need for formality. This is what you deserve. Should you come across any other fine items, do not hesitate to seek me out. I assure you, I shall treat you well." "Understood. I shall remember that." The old farmer nodded, tears of joy glistening in his eyes as he turned toward home. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers drew closer, encircling Hu Fei and the vendor in a curious throng. They regarded Hu Fei as if he were a madman, convinced he had squandered money on something utterly worthless. The vendor, with a disdainful expression, scoffed, "Young man, well, you know, this painting is clearly a forgery, and yet you spent so much on it. Truly, you must have money to burn." Upon hearing this, the other passers-by chimed in, pointing and whispering about Hu Fei. A lanky young man with glasses sneered, "This kid, so young yet pretending to be an expert at a ghost market. He must be blissfully unaware of being taken for a fool. Ha ha ha." Nearby, a plump middle-aged woman, hands on her hips, wore a smirk of contempt. Indeed, if this painting were truly valuable, the vendor would have recognized it. He is simply letting his imagination run wild, trying to play the hero before that old farmer, only to land himself in trouble. Another young man shook his head, saying, "In a ghost market, if you lack true skill, how do you expect to find a bargain? Don't hold your breath." Faced with the crowd's mockery, Hu Fei's gaze sharpened, and he coldly stared at the vendor, proclaiming, "Vendor, since you deem this painting worthless, dare you to wager with me? If this painting's worth far exceeds the 1,000 I offered, you shall compensate me 2,000 and allow me to choose 10 antiques from your shop. Conversely, if it is indeed worthless, I will pay you 2,000. What say you?" At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted, all eyes fixated on the two men. As he spoke, Hu Fei crossed his arms, an expression of assured triumph gracing his face, as if he could already envision the vendor's disarray upon losing the bet. "Very well. Let's see how this unfolds." Hu Fei let out a cold snort, immediately concentrating his mind as the power of the Hongmeng divine eye surged wildly within his gaze. As the Hongmeng divine eye operated at full capacity, the era of the artwork's creation, the type of rice paper used, the composition of the ink, and the stories behind it flooded Hu Fei's mind like a tide. Witnessing this, a wave of intense excitement and elation surged within Hu Fei, as he felt utterly convinced of the invaluable worth of the painting. At that moment, the stall owner stood tall and proud, still mocking him, shouting, "Kid, I see you're just putting on a brave face. You'll be crying soon enough." Hu Fei raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "Boss, what am I pretending for? This painting is indeed the genuine work of Tang Baihu. The genuine work of Tang Baihu." "Ha ha ha." The stall owner erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke, doubling over as he pointed at Hu Fei, saying, "This shabby thing in your arms? Genun Tang Baihu. I reckon you become dazed from reading too many novels. How could the authentic work of Tang Baihu end up in this ghost market and be bought by you, a young lad, for just $1,000? Impossible." Chapter 11. The Ghost Market Bet. A supreme contest of authenticity. The crowd of onlookers erupted in chatter, with a tall, thin man wearing glasses pushing them up and sneering, "Young man, even if you're going to boast, you should at least prepare some background. Do you know how much Tang Baihu's genuine works are worth? Just you? You probably haven't even seen how Tang Baihu's paintings look." A plump middle-aged woman laughed heartily, her flesh jiggling. "I see, this young man is just putting on a brave front for the sake of pride. What turns out to be a forgery. I wonder how he save face." Nearby, an elderly man with a bag slung over his shoulder stroked his beard and shook his head. "Youngsters these days are so reckless, pretending to know what they don't. Genuine works by Tang Baihu are hardly easy to come by. Most of what you find in this ghost market is likely counterfeit. He must be deceived by his own eyes." The crowd hurled their sarcastic remarks like hailstones at Hu Fei, yet he merely smiled faintly, tightening his embrace around the painting. Sensing this, several passers-by gathered around, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the bet. Some whispered among themselves, speculating about the authenticity of the painting, while others waited to see Hu Fei's embarrassment, convinced he would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Hu Fei scanned the crowd and spoke aloud, "Everyone, There is no need to rush to conclusions. The truth of its authenticity will soon be revealed. Tang Baihu's works possess unique qualities that I will demonstrate shortly, revealing the secrets hidden within this painting. With that, he calmly retrieved a specially made silk handkerchief from his pocket and gently laid the painting upon it. Next, he produced a small jade box containing a unique potion he had concocted based on ancient texts, refined through countless experiments to unveil hidden information within artworks. Finally, Hu Fei carefully opened the jade box, dipped a slender brush into the potion, and delicately applied it to the surface of the painting. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the painting's secrets began to unfold. The signature flowed elegantly, exuding a distinctive artistic style, unmistakably crafted by a master's hand. How about now? You must believe it, right? Hu Fei's lips curled into a subtle smile of triumph as his gaze fell upon the vendor's face. He spoke softly. The vendor's complexion instantly turned pale, his eyes fixated on the calligraphy and painting, unable to comprehend the reality before him. His lips trembled slightly, attempting to articulate something. Yet no words emerged, as if his throat were constricted. At that moment, he could hardly fathom that the calligraphy and painting he had long deemed worthless was, in fact, an invaluable masterpiece. This is impossible. The vendor finally regained his composure, his body trembling incessantly, clearly shaken to the core by the undeniable truth before him. He was loath to accept his defeat and even more unwilling to confront the harsh reality. You must be playing tricks. How could this piece be worth such a fortune? If he lost this wager, not only would he have to compensate Hu Fei with 2,000 yuan, but he would also be compelled to allow him to select 10 antique items from his stall. For him, this would be a monumental loss, one that could severely deplete his vitality. Bystanders were equally astonished by the unfolding scene, their faces reflecting surprise and admiration. Those who had previously mocked Hu Fei now fell silent, feeling ashamed of their ignorance and superficiality. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such extraordinary, discerning abilities. Among the crowd, a young woman could not help but exclaim, "This young man is truly remarkable. It seems we have all underestimated him." Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement, their attitudes towards Hu Fei undergoing a complete transformation. Just then, the crowd stirred as if swept by a tempest. A subtle commotion erupted. A tall, distinguished elder, exuding an extraordinary aura, approached with the gait of a majestic lion. This man was none other than Li Ming, the president of the Antique Association, a towering figure in the realm of antiques, renowned for his illustrious reputation. Over the years, he had delved deeply into the study of various antiques, particularly excelling in the authentication of calligraphy and paintings, possessing insights that were unparalleled. Countless antiques had been authenticated by him, and he had never made an error. At that moment, Li Ming stood before the artwork, lifting it to commence his appraisal. The onlookers were captivated by his intense focus, each one holding their breath, afraid to disrupt him. After a considerable time, Li Ming raised his head, his voice deep and authoritative as he declared, "Indeed, this is an authentic work by Tang Baihu, titled East Cottage Appreciating Chrysanthemums, worth a fortune." His words detonated like a bomb dropped upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. The spectators, as if under a spell, jolted in surprise and then began to murmur excitedly amongst themselves. "Oh, who would have thought this young man truly won the wager? His discernment is remarkable." An elderly man, bespectacled and seemingly knowledgeable, exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, we must never underestimate anyone again." A young man nearby nodded vigorously in agreement. In that moment, the crowd's gaze toward Hu Fei was filled with admiration. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, the stall owner seemed struck by a bolt from the blue. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. His complexion turned ghastly, alternating between shades of green and white, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. His heart brimming with despair and regret, lamenting his earlier arrogance and easily agreeing to Hu Fei's wager. Observing the stall owner's disheveled appearance, Hu Fei felt no sense of triumph. Instead, he calmly remarked, "A bet is a bet. Do not attempt to renege." The stall owner gritted his teeth, fully aware of his culpability despite his unwillingness, and sighed helplessly, forcing a bitter smile as he said, "Fine, I concede. However, I genuinely lack the funds to compensate you. So please select 10 items from my stall." Hu Fei, expressionless, coldly fixed his gaze upon the stall owner's eyes, articulating each word. "No. You must fulfill the terms of the wager. Otherwise, you will face the consequences." Meanwhile, Li Ming immediately stepped forward, his demeanor serious, and declared with righteous indignation, "Stall owner, should you dare to go back on your word, showing no integrity, you can forget about thriving in the antique industry from this day forth." His esteemed reputation in the antique world prompted a wave of murmurs among the onlookers, casting reproachful glances toward the stall owner. Chapter 12. The Divine Eye of Appraisal. The stall owner, observing the resolute stances of both Hu Fei and Li Ming, as well as the reactions of those around him, felt a pang of trepidation. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "All right, I accept the terms of the bet. I will fulfill the first wager immediately." With great reluctance, he retrieved his mobile phone, opened a payment application, and with a few swift gestures on the screen, transferred 2,000 yuan to Hu Fei. After completing the transaction, his brow furrowed deeply, muttering under his breath, "Ah, today has truly been a stroke of bad luck." Upon receiving the transfer, Hu Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, stated, "Now for the second wager. I shall select 10 antiques from your stall. You wouldn't dare to back out again, would you?" As the words left his mouth, the stall owner's expression darkened. His lips pressed together, eyes flickering with a hint of internal conflict. Yet, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he feigned composure, glancing around at the spectators and then at Hu Fei and Li Ming, reluctantly saying, "With so many people watching, how could I possibly withdraw? Choose as you wish." He understood that although the majority of items at the stall were of little value, there might be overlooked treasures among them. Thus, he resolved to utilize his divine eye to select the 10 most valuable antiques. With this thought, he felt a surge of delight within, maintaining an outward appearance of indifference as he casually scanned the stall. In reality, under the scrutiny of the divine eye, each item held no secrets. After careful observation, he picked up a jade guanine, holding it before him as if to scrutinize it closely. The jade guanine was crafted from warm, lustrous material, exhibiting gentle hues, exquisite carving, and flowing lines, with the visage of guanine appearing kind and lifelike. However, he knew well that this was merely an ordinary craft, its market value not particularly high. The vendor, witnessing Hu Fei picking up the jade guanine, could not help but feel a surge of pride, believing Hu Fei to be nothing more than a pretentious novice. A broad smile spread across his face as he gave Hu Fei a thumbs up, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Young man, you have an excellent eye. This jade guanine was acquired from an esteemed collector, and it is undoubtedly a treasure." In response to this, Hu Fei merely smiled without uttering a word, nodding slightly before picking up another string of prayer beads. The beads were smooth and rounded, their ancient hues emanating a faint scent of sandalwood. Yet, despite his gentle handling of the beads, his mind wandered to other matters. While they appeared quite appealing, he discerned they were not particularly valuable. Consequently, he feigned indecision, sighing as he remarked, "Boss, these prayer beads feel quite nice, but I wonder if they are authentic." The vendor chuckled heartily, eager to reassure him, "Rest assured, young man, these prayer beads are absolutely genuine. I have been in this business for many years and have never sold counterfeit goods. Otherwise, may heaven and earth punish me, and may I meet a grim fate." Hearing this, Hu Fei chuckled lightly but remained silent, setting the prayer beads aside. His gaze then fell upon several unremarkable stones on the stall. These stones appeared ordinary and unassuming, their surfaces rough and coated in dust and impurities, starkly contrasting with the exquisite antiques surrounding them. However, after activating his divine perception, Hu Fei discovered that several of these stones concealed astonishing secrets, precisely as he had initially suspected. His heart raced, excitement bubbling within him. These stones might very well contain jade or gemstones. Once cut open, they could reveal treasures of immense worth. He weighed each stone in his hands, assessing their heft and texture. As the vendor observed Hu Fei selecting these items, he could not suppress a smirk, considering the young man to be an amateur, choosing items of little value. It was worth noting that the jade guanine and the prayer beads had been procured at a low price from the wholesale market, costing him merely a few coins. The stones had been picked up from the roadside, utterly worthless. With this in mind, a smug smile crept across his face as he mused to himself. This lad is just a fool with deep pockets, pretending to be knowledgeable, believing he has stumbled upon valuable items. Little does he know, the total value of these items, 1T, exceed 1,000 yuan. I truly am quite astute. After completing his selection, Hu Fei pointed at the jade guanine, the prayer beads, and the few raw jade stones, addressing the vendor. "Boss, I'll take these." The vendor nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Young man, you have a keen eye. These are indeed treasures from my stall. Ha ha ha." At that moment, a bystander could no longer contain a mocking laugh, exclaiming loudly, "Treasures? It looks like a pile of junk to me." This young man must have been duped. These items are only fit to deceive novices like him. As soon as the cutting remark left his lips, it drew the attention of those nearby, causing them to turn and stare. Upon witnessing the scene, another passerby chimed in, declaring, indeed, it is evident that he lacks discernment, foolishly believing he has stumbled upon a treasure. Their banter elicited a chorus of laughter from the surrounding crowd. At this point, the vendor's true nature was revealed, and he soon joined in the mockery, scoffing, "Humph, you think you can find a bargain here? How laughable! If these items were truly precious, I would be live-streaming myself eating stones." With that, he deliberately assumed a haughty demeanor, as if to challenge Hu Fei. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Hu Fei, prompting him to borrow a hammer from a nearby stall. He then seized one of the stones and struck it with force. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed as the stone split open, revealing a vibrant green hue that captivated the attention of the onlookers. The crowd fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonished gasps. "Ah, it's green. This is jade." Witnessing this spectacle, the vendor's eyes widened in disbelief as he gaped at the exposed green stone. He slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Alas, what terrible luck. I just lost several tens of thousands. How unfortunate. Had I known there was something valuable within this stone, I would never have allowed him to take it." With a calm demeanor, Hu Fei raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the mocking crowd. He spoke softly yet assertively. "Ladies and gentlemen, whether this stone is a treasure is not something you can simply declare. True discernment is not a matter of outward appearances. Now that I have split the stone, you should have a clearer understanding of what constitutes a genuine treasure." With a proud smile, Hu Fei disregarded the vendor and the crowd, carefully placing his newfound items into his bag. Though excitement bubbled within him, he maintained a composed exterior. He realized that his gains far exceeded his expectations. If the stones yielded high-quality gems or jade, he would be on the path to great fortune. As he departed the stall with a light step, his mind brimmed with visions of the future, becoming a millionaire, driving luxury cars, residing in opulent homes, marrying a beautiful woman, and enjoying a life envied by many. He knew that by wisely utilizing these treasures, his life would undergo a remarkable transformation. Suddenly, as he indulged in these daydreams, a sharp, derisive voice cut through the air. "Oh, look, isn't that the impoverished Hu Fei? What is this? Still dreaming of striking it rich in the ghost market, hoping for a rags-to-riches tale? I see you've been wearing a green hat. Is it true you've come here to test your luck, because you've lost every penny?" Hu Fei looked up to see Xiao Yindang swaggering towards him, accompanied by his ex-girlfriend, Su Xiaomei. Su Xiaomei furrowed her brow and feigned indifference, saying, "Hu Fei, what is past is past. Let us not interfere with each other's lives anymore. I hope you can refrain from making disparaging remarks or sarcastic comments. Can't we part ways amicably?" Hu Fei scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Humph, spare me your nonsense. Just a moment ago, it was clearly this fellow with the surname Xiao who deliberately provoked me, and I merely retorted a few words. Are your eyes blinded or your ears deafened? Unable to comprehend human speech?" Xiao Yindang, wearing a smug expression, let out a long, piercing laugh that echoed like the cry of a night owl. "Huh, you worthless waste, forever destined to be the refuse of society. Even if you donned a dragon robe, you could never resemble Prince. Let me tell you, I'd already won Su Xiaomei's affection 2 years ago, far before you ever laid claim to her. You, on the other hand, are merely relishing a pair of worn-out shoes, treating her like a treasure. How utterly ridiculous." Upon hearing the derogatory term worn-out shoes, Su Xiaomei's complexion turned ashen, and she reproached, "Oh, young Master Xiao, you cannot speak of me in such a manner. Comparing me to a discarded shoe will surely anger me." Hu Fei's fury ignited, his eyes rapidly filling with bloodshot veins, radiating a chilling glare as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yindang, enunciating each word with deliberate force. "You scoundrel, repeatedly inciting my wrath, since you are so ungrateful. Do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he raised his fist, emanating a fierce aura, and slowly advanced toward Xiao Yindang. Suddenly, at that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd, firmly positioning herself in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Hu Fei realized it was none other than Lin Shiyao, the illustrious young lady of the Lin family. She donned a simple yet elegant dress, exuding an extraordinary grace, accompanied by a middle-aged butler and 2 robust servants, radiating an impressive presence. Upon witnessing the tense standoff between Hu Fei and Xiao Yindang, Lin Shiyao unhesitatingly stepped forward, intending to lend Hu Fei her support. Hu Fei, in a state of desperation, urged, "Miss Lin, please step aside. Today, I must teach Xiao Yinang a harsh lesson, ensuring he never dares to act so arrogantly in my presence again." Lin Shuyao furrowed her brows, her gaze resolute as she replied, "Hu Fei, you saved my life in a moment of peril, and I have always cherished this debt, seeking an opportunity to repay you. How about this? Allow me to handle this matter, and I assure you that I will compel these two to submit and relieve you of this grievance." Feeling quite helpless, Hu Fei sighed, "Well, if you insist." With that, Lin Shuyao, accompanied by her butler and servants, strode purposefully towards Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei. Her eyes glinted with intensity as she coldly declared, "You two, colluding together, have not only betrayed Hu Fei but also dared to mock him in public. This is utterly outrageous." Pausing momentarily, her tone grew even colder as she continued, "Now, I command you both to apologize to Hu Fei immediately and pledge not to oppose him again in the future, or you shall face the consequences." The middle-aged butler, witnessing Xiao Yindang's audacity, was immediately consumed with rage. He stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yindang's nose, bellowing, "Impudence! Do you even know who she is? How dare you speak to her in such a manner? Are you seeking a death wish?" Xiao Yindang, unfazed, shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze fixated lasciviously on Lin Shuyao's figure, grinning wickedly while making various lewd gestures, all the while muttering defiantly, "Who cares who she is? If I am angered, I shall insult her." A flicker of disdain and anger flashed across Lin Shuyao's eyes as she resolutely addressed the middle-aged butler. "Butler, since he is so ungrateful, teach him a severe lesson, so he understands the true meaning of humility." The butler slightly bent his body and respectfully replied, "Yes, Mississippi." With that, he vanished like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly approaching Xiao Yindang and delivering a kick that sent him flying. Xiao Yindang arced awkwardly through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of thick dust. Seeing this, Su Xiaomei hurried over to assist Xiao Yindang, then turned to Lin Shuyao and unleashed a torrent of insults. "What are you so arrogant about, you shameless hussy? With your seductive appearance, you're probably just a courtesan from some place of ill repute, pretending to be noble. Why are you so protective of Hu Fei? Is he your kept man?" The butler, trembling with rage, shouted, "Silence! My lady is of noble birth, the esteemed daughter of the Lin Corporation, Lin Shuyao. If you dare to be insolent again, you won't even know how you met your end." Upon hearing the name Lin Shuyao, Xiao Yindang's face turned pale. In Lalanshi, the Lin family was a prestigious clan, wealthy and powerful, far beyond the reach of his own modest family. If he provoked the Lin family today, the Xiao family would surely suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Su Xiaomei remained blissfully ignorant of the Lin family's formidable influence, continuing to shout, "Xiao Xiao, why are you afraid of her? She's just a cheap woman from brothel. Why apologize to her? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Shuyao's face flushed with anger as she scolded, "Be quiet. You insolent wretch, how dare you slander me? You truly deserve punishment." Fearing that the situation would escalate and that the Lin family would retaliate fiercely, Xiao Yindang hurriedly covered Su Xiaomei's mouth, urging her to stop. However, she refused to listen, incessantly cursing, "She's just a shameless woman. I'll insult her as much as I like." Be silent, stop talking." Xiao Yindang, both alarmed and furious, slapped Su Xiaomei hard, sending her sprawling. She fell to the ground, her face etched with grievance and resentment, and venomously retorted, "Woo-woo, you coward. Why hit me instead of her?" With that, she turned and ran away, sobbing. Lin Shuyao cast a look of disgust at Xiao Yindang and coldly stated, "Enough. Leave now. I do not wish to see you again. Disappear within a minute." Xiao Yindang, feeling as though he had received a reprieve, scrambled away in haste. Observing this dramatic scene, Hu Fei's anger gradually dissipated, and a faint smile graced his face as he said to Lin Shuyao, "Miss Lin, thank you. Without you, I truly would not have known how to deal with those two." Lin Shuyao smiled gently and replied, "No need for thanks. It is my duty. You once saved my life, and I have long sought an opportunity to repay you." Hu Fei scratched his head in curiosity and asked, "Miss Lin, may I inquire how you came to the ghost market?" Lin Shuyao blinked and remarked, "In truth, I wish to try my luck at this ghost market, hoping to discover some fine jade to craft into an amulet bracelet, thereby warding off any lingering malevolent spirits." Hu Fei immediately expressed his interest, saying, "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding jade. Perhaps I could assist you. We might indeed unearth a treasure." Lin Shuyao paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Oh, You have an understanding of stone gambling and treasure appraisal? I had presumed your expertise lay solely in medicine and martial arts. Hu Fei smiled faintly, speaking mysteriously. Do not forget, I once engaged in tomb raiding. After years of navigating ancient graves, I have garnered some insight into antiques and jade. Lin Shuriao's realization dawned upon her, and she nodded. Indeed, tomb raiding and antiques are closely intertwined. It seems I have chosen the right person to assist me today. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Hu Fei, from now on, please refrain from being so formal. Simply call me Shuriao, and I shall address you as Hu Fei. How does that sound? Hu Fei, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied with a smile. Very well, Shuriao. Now, let us hasten to the front. We must not allow the precious gems to be claimed by others. Lin Shuriao chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and gently said, Indeed, let us proceed. I have heard there is a large stone gambling area not far ahead, abundant with various types of jade. Perhaps we will find what we seek. With that, the two exchanged smiles and walked side by side toward the stone gambling section. Meanwhile, those behind them continued to murmur about the earlier events. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the stone gambling area, bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of haggling and lively banter. Stalls brimmed with an array of stones, some smooth, others cracked, creating a dazzling spectacle. The air buzzed with a palpable tension and excitement, as every face reflected anticipation, as if a mysterious adventure were about to unfold. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, obstructing their path. It was Zhao Yuxuan, whose family wielded considerable influence in the antique industry, and whose establishment was well regarded, marking him as a wealthy heir. Shuriao, who is this person? Zhao Yuxuan scrutinized Hu Fei with a dismissive glare, his tone dripping with contempt. Oh, the renowned miracle doctor? He scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. Him? He seems utterly ordinary, lacking the demeanor of a true healer. Perhaps he is merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuriao's fury ignited, and she advanced a couple of steps, unabashedly retorting. Your disbelief is of no consequence. No one is compelling you, so spare me your derisive remarks. I have no intention of engaging with you. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Hu Fei and explained, this individual is merely a wealthy heir whose family financed the establishment of his antique shop. He possesses considerable knowledge of antiques and jewels, yet his demeanor is rather arrogant. Ah, I see. Hu Fei acknowledged with a slight nod, his expression calm. He then turned to Zhao Yuxuan, his tone cool yet courteous. Sir, we are on our way to the stone gambling area to select stones. Please do not obstruct our path. Zhao Yuxuan not only refused to back down, but also stepped forward provocatively, taunting, gambling on stones? Do you think it's that simple? This is not a game for the faint-hearted. Judging by your pitiful appearance, I doubt you can even afford the stakes. Hu Fei's gaze instantly turned icy as he met Zhao Yuxuan's eyes without flinching, retorting coldly, do not underestimate me. I am quite the expert when it comes to gambling on stones. You? An expert? Zhao Yuxuan erupted into a boisterous laugh, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Do you even know what gambling on stones entails? How much do you truly understand about raw jade? How dare you claim expertise? Chapter 15. The Raw Stone Bet. Hu Fei challenges a professional appraiser. A smirk danced on Hu Fei's lips as he revealed a hint of his carefree spirit, arms crossed over his chest, exuding the confidence of someone seasoned in the world. He leisurely replied, I once held a significant reputation in the treasure-hunting circles, having encountered countless authentic artifacts to the point of saturation. I am quite familiar with jade and stones. I am no inferior to you. Zhao Yuxuan's haughty grin vanished in an instant, replaced by a face twisted with rage. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary, plainly dressed young man would dare to challenge him directly. Fine, since you are so confident, let us make a wager. Are you up for it? Zhao Yuxuan's eyes glinted with malice as he enunciated each word. Hu Fei raised an eyebrow and replied with a steely tone. A wager it is. I am not one to shy away. Zhao Yuxuan secretly reveled in his triumph, a subtle malice flashing across his face as he coldly stated. Very well, should you prevail, I will grant you 500,000. However, if you lose, you must keep your distance from Shuriao and compensate me with 250,000. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuriao turned pale. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she grasped Hu Fei's arm, her voice trembling. Hu Fei, do not agree to this. He is a professional appraiser, with years of experience and extensive connections in the stone gambling industry. You will surely suffer losses. Hu Fei gently patted Lin Shuriao's hand, his touch tender and his gaze imbued with an unwavering resolve. softly assuring her, "Sure Yao, do not fear. I am not easily intimidated. I may not lose to this brat." With that, he turned to Zhao Yuxuan, declaring resolutely, "Zhao Yuxuan, I accept this wager." Zhao Yuxuan beamed with triumph, exclaiming, "Finally, you fall into my trap, huh?" Meanwhile, Lin Shuyao, recognizing Hu Fei's determination, sighed in resignation. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter. This young man is exceedingly bold. Does he not realize Zhao Xiao's esteemed reputation in the stone gambling realm? Remarked a middle-aged man with a disdainful expression. Indeed, he seems to be seeking attention in front of the beauty. This should be entertaining. He might end up losing everything, the young man chimed in, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. Yet, one must not judge solely by appearances. This seemingly ordinary young man might possess remarkable abilities. His demeanor suggested he was not merely boasting. An elderly gentleman, adorned with reading glasses, stroked his chin in contemplation. Once the surroundings fell silent, Hu Fei and Zhao Yuxuan stood side by side before the stone gambling stall, their eyes intently fixed upon an array of irregularly shaped raw stones. These stones varied remarkably. Some boasted smooth surfaces that shimmered under the light, while others were marred by coarse textures. The stall owner, a somewhat portly middle-aged man, greeted Hu Fei, Lin Shuyao, and Zhao Yuxuan with a broad smile upon their arrival. "Esteemed guests, welcome," he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the stone gambling area. "The raw stones here are all directly imported from Myanmar, genuine treasures in their purest form. Each piece may conceal exceptionally valuable jade. It all depends on your fortune." As he spoke, he casually picked up a stone, expertly turning it in his hands. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his hand towards the owner, saying, "All right, let me take a look." His gaze then settled on several vividly colored stones, a hint of exhilaration illuminating his face. He reached for one of the stones, bending down to examine it closely. The raw stone featured a sleek surface, vibrant hues, and some faint, distinctive patterns. After scrutinizing it, Zhao Yuxuan pointed to the stone in his hand, slightly raising his chin, and inquired, "How much for this piece, good sir?" The owner quickly leaned closer, his eyes narrowing into slits, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin as he exclaimed, "Ah, young master, you possess discerning eyes. This stone is among our finest, its quality exceptional, and as for the price, it is naturally not cheap, 200,000. Zhao Yuxuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. While 200,000 was not an astronomical figure for him, it was still a considerable sum. However, to secure victory in this wager, he felt compelled to acquire the stone. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, "Very well, I shall take it." He then selected a few more comparable stones from the stall and paid the hefty sum to the owner. Witnessing this, those around him cast envious glances toward Zhao Yuxuan, lauding the stones he had chosen. Young Master Zhao is indeed an expert. The stones he selects clearly have potential. Just look at their quality and color. They might truly yield high-grade jade. Indeed, young Master Zhao's keen eye is impressive. He surely cannot be mistaken in his choices. It seems the outcome of this wager is already determined. Chapter 16. The Raw Stone Duel. Can a mock choice turn the tide? Following young Master, Zhao has truly broadened one's horizons. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively with chatter as everyone exchanged their thoughts. Hearing their praise, Zhao Yuxuan's pride swelled. He almost lifted his nose to the sky, his face beaming with self-satisfaction as he envisioned himself unveiling the priceless jade within the raw stone, basking in the admiration of those around him. Moments later, it was finally Hu Fei's turn to select a raw stone. He took a deep breath, activating his innate vision, emitting two invisible beams that gracefully traversed the stall before him. The attractive raw stones that had caught Zhao Yuxuan and the others' attention appeared rather unremarkable in his eyes. Ultimately, after a meticulous observation, his gaze settled upon several rough-hewn stones, their surfaces uneven and pockmarked. These stones, cloaked in a dull gray, bore numerous pits and cracks, appearing utterly unremarkable, a stark contrast to the resplendent raw gems surrounding them. "Boss, how much for these stones?" Hu Fei inquired calmly, pointing at the unassuming specimens. The proprietor glanced at the stones Hu Fei indicated, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He puzzled over why this young man would disregard the myriad of exquisite stones available, fixating instead on these lackluster pieces. With resolute determination, Hu Fei nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall take these." The moment those words escaped his lips, a chorus of laughter erupted around him. Is this lad perhaps a fool? Why on earth would he choose such inferior stones? Indeed, these rocks offer no promise. It's utterly laughable that he holds them in such high regard. Ha ha ha. Perhaps he is simply trying to save a few coins. Amidst the derision and disdain, Hu Fei steadfastly adhered to his choice. Lin Shuriao stood nearby, observing the stones selected by Hu Fei, her mind also clouded with uncertainty. While she had faith in Hu Fei's abilities, the stone's outward appearance was so pedestrian that it was hard to fathom any jade hidden within. Hu Fei, are you truly set on these stones? Lin Shuriao asked, her brow slightly furrowed as she gestured toward other stones. Why not take a look at some alternatives? Turning to Lin Shuriao, Hu Fei smiled. Fear not, Shuriao. I am well aware of what I am doing. Though these stones appear utterly ordinary, I am confident that their potential for jade is exceedingly high. Zhao Yuxuan, growing anxious, stamped his foot, eager to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, retreating a few steps in silence. Meanwhile, the stone cutter, with a focused demeanor, firmly grasped his tools, a glimmer of tension and anticipation in his eyes. He understood that his actions would not only dictate the outcome of this wager, but also affect the fates of both Hu Fei and Zhao Yuxuan. Zhao Yuxuan was the first to place his chosen stone upon the cutting table. Though a confident smile adorned his face, his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. He paced anxiously, his eyes fixated on every motion of the stone cutter, muttering incessantly, "It must yield jade. It must yield jade." Taking a deep breath, the stone cutter swiftly activated the cutting machine. As the machine roared to life, shards of stone flew, and the tension in the air became palpable. Zhao Yuxuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, leaving behind crescent-shaped imprints, his eyes bulging wide as he stared unblinkingly at the machine, as if willing it to reveal its secrets. With the first cut, the interior of the raw stone appeared a dull gray, devoid of even a hint of green. Zhao Yuxuan's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate something, yet found himself voiceless. At this sight, a murmur of regret swept through the surrounding crowd. It's over, it's over. My heavens, how could this be possible? No one had anticipated that the first stone chosen by Zhao Yuxuan would evoke such disappointment. It's all right. There are still opportunities, he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse, tinged with a hint of reluctance. After saying this, he feigned composure and signaled to the stone cutter to proceed with the second raw stone. However, the fate of the second stone was not much better. Once cut, it revealed no trace of green. Zhao Yuxuan's body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks, his heart filled with despair and helplessness, akin to a beast trapped in a cage, unable to find an escape. Impossible, this cannot be. Zhao Yuxuan repeatedly shook his head, unwilling to accept the reality before him. As he spoke, he placed all his hopes on the final raw stone, silently praying for it to bring him a turning point. Yet, fate seemed unkind to Zhao Yuxuan. Upon cutting the third stone, it too yielded nothing but emptiness. Zhao Yuxuan completely crumbled, his legs giving way, nearly collapsing to the ground. His face etched with anguish and regret, unable to comprehend how none of the meticulously selected stones bore any green. Ha! Is this what you call expertise? Hu Fei's voice rang out loudly in the silent stone gambling area, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It appears your judgment is rather lacking. Zhao Yuxuan shot Hu Fei a fierce glare, his heart brimming with resentment and defiance, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Don't celebrate too soon. Your turn hasn't come yet. Perhaps you won't cut out anything either. We shall see how you fare then." Unfazed by Zhao Yuxuan's threats, Hu Fei continued to smile confidently. He stepped forward, his movements steady and unhurried, placing his selected first raw stone on the cutting table. He then exchanged a glance with the stone cutter, nodded, and marked a line on the stone, signaling for the process to commence. Observing this, the stone cutter activated the machine once more. As the machinery whirred to life, Hu Fei's first stone was gradually sliced open. At that moment, the onlookers widened their eyes, anticipating a miracle. Chapter 17. When Imperial Green meets the Bidding War. Who will laugh last? However, the interior of the stone did not unveil the anticipated green. It was merely an ordinary stone. Ha, see? He is no better. Zhao Yuxuan's eyes lit up, bursting into a triumphant laugh, his voice laced with mockery and schadenfreude, as if he had forgotten his own recent losses and resumed his previous arrogance. This is merely the first stone. Why are you in such a hurry? Hu Fei remained calm and collected, devoid of any panic, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence, as if to convey to everyone that his fortune was yet to unfold. As his words fell, The crowd's attention shifted back to the cutting table. The stone cutter, unfazed, began to slice Hu Fei's second raw stone. With the splintering of stone fragments, a faint hint of green gradually emerged. "It's green! It's green!" Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, their voice filled with astonishment and excitement. Everyone craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the green within the stone. The stone cutter proceeded with utmost care, and, as the rock gradually cleaved open, a vibrant piece of onion green jadeite emerged before the astonished crowd. The hue of this jadeite resembled the tender green of young scallions, bright, rich, and brimming with vitality. Its texture was exquisite, with a moderate level of transparency, radiating a captivating luster under the illumination. Remarkably, it was indeed onion green. What extraordinary luck this young man possessed. Clearly, he had some skill. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the spectators' eyes sparkled with envy and surprise. In that moment, none could have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary stone selected by Hu Fei would yield such exquisite jade, and of commendable quality at that. He simply could not fathom why Hu Fei's fortune was so favorable while his own was so dismal. When the stone cutter unveiled Hu Fei's third raw stone, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd, leaving them speechless. A diminutive piece of imperial green jadeite revealed itself, its color rich and pure, reminiscent of the regal green. Dazzling and vibrant, its texture was smooth and refined, exhibiting remarkable transparency, with internal inclusions and patterns clearly visible, exuding an air of nobility and mystery, as if it were a masterpiece of nature itself. Oh my heavens, it's imperial green. How could this be? It's truly imperial green. The value of such a gem was beyond measure. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. A symphony of exclamations and praises echoing as if to overturn the entire stone bedding area. For a moment, all eyes were transfixed on this piece of imperial green jadeite, faces displaying shock and reverence. No one had ever encountered such high-quality imperial green jadeite, much less from a stone that had been dismissed by the masses. Zhao Yuxuan's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. He knew all too well that he had lost utterly. His defeat profound. In a flash, remorse and self-reproach consumed him as he regretted his earlier audacity in provoking Hu Fei. Now, not only had he lost money, but he had also humiliated himself before everyone. The emergence of the imperial green jadeite set the entire betting area ablaze with excitement. The crowd's gaze fixated like a spotlight on the jadeite, radiating its enchanting glow. In an instant, the venue seemed to be muted, everyone enveloped in the gravity of this stunning moment. Soon, a cacophony of voices surged forth like an incoming tide. This imperial green is simply extraordinary. The quality, the color. I've never seen such jade in my lifetime, exclaimed a seasoned jade collector, his face flushed with excitement, eyes sparkling with greed, as if envisioning a rare treasure awaiting his possession. Indeed, if this were crafted into jewelry, it would surely captivate many. A young woman beside him chimed in, her expression brimming with envy, already imagining herself adorned with such a stunning piece. "I'll offer 800,000. A booming voice suddenly pierced through the crowd, causing a ripple of astonishment to resonate among the onlookers. As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld a middle-aged man standing there, adorned in an exquisite suit, a hefty gold chain hanging from his neck, and a substantial gold ring gracing his finger, exuding an unmistakable aura of newfound wealth. He was none other than the renowned local tycoon, Mr. Liu, who was known for his passion for collecting precious gems with a particular fondness for jade. At this moment, upon catching sight of the imperial green jadeite, his desire was ignited, prompting him to call out his bid without hesitation. "I bid 1 million. Almost simultaneously, another voice chimed in. It belonged to an elegant lady clad in a resplendent qipao, radiating sophistication, her eyes sparkling with confidence and resolve. She was a jewelry designer in pursuit of a high-quality jadeite to complete her masterpiece. The appearance of this imperial green jadeite presented her with an opportunity to realize her dreams. 1,200,000. Mr. Liu felt a surge of urgency, his face betraying a flicker of anxiety, unwilling to let this rare jadeite slip through his fingers. 180,000. Just as the bidding intensified, Lin Shiyao's melodious voice broke through the clamor. Everyone turned in astonishment, taken aback by her sudden entry into the fray. Standing there quietly, Lin Shiyao gazed at the imperial green jadeite, a profound desire swelling within her, feeling an inexplicable connection with the gem that compelled her to acquire it. The price was of little consequence. She was determined to possess the jadeite, believing it was worth any cost. Upon hearing Lin Shiyao's bid, a hush fell over the crowd. 180,000 was indeed a substantial sum, causing many to waver, uncertain whether to continue bidding. Mr. Lu's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly as he cast a cold, furious glare at Lin Shiyao. His emotions a tumultuous blend of rage and disbelief at being challenged by a young woman. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to raise his bid once more. Yet at that moment, Hu Fei raised his right hand and spoke, "Enough. Let the imperial green jadeite be sold to Miss Lin." Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, a warm wave of gratitude surged through Lin Shiyao, her eyes reflecting appreciation as she looked at him. She had not anticipated such generosity from Hu Fei, and in that instant, she felt like the luckiest person in the world. Mr. Lu's fury erupted at Hu Fei's declaration, his finger pointing vehemently as he shouted, "You brat! Are you doing this on purpose? Have you conspired with this woman to deceive me?" Chapter 18. A Stone Gamble, 2 Invitations, Hu Fei's Dilemma. Hu Fei cast a cold glance at Mr. Lu, a hint of disdain gracing his features, entirely unfazed by Lu's wrath. "Mr. Lu," he said coolly, "one must speak with evidence. This jadeite was cut by me, and I shall sell it to whomever I choose. You have no say in the matter." Boss Lu wished to utter a few more words, yet he was restrained by those beside him. The crowd urged him not to act so impulsively. With a resigned sigh, Boss Lu relented and withdrew. He cast a fierce glare at Hu Fei and Lin Shiyao before turning to leave. Simultaneously, the entire stone gambling venue was illuminated by a dazzling emerald green light. The imperial green jade lay serenely on the carving table, exuding an intoxicating beauty. Lin Shiyao's eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion as she carefully cradled the jade, her voice trembling slightly. This is the most precious gift I have ever obtained. I shall treasure it dearly." Having spoken, she turned and approached the trading table, elegantly retrieving a checkbook from her exquisite handbag. She seated herself gracefully, then took up a pen, fluidly inscribing the amount. Each stroke bore witness to her appreciation for the jade and her gratitude towards Hu Fei. Once completed, she gently tore off the check and returned to Hu Fei, presenting it earnestly, saying, "Hu Fei, this is 1,800,000. The payment for this imperial green jade." "Thank you," Hu Fei exclaimed, accepting the check, his eyes gleaming with joy. He then felt a surge of determination. Stepping over to Zhao Yuxuan, and spoke solemnly, "Zhao Yuxuan, a wager is a wager. It is time to produce the 50,000. Zhao Yuxuan's countenance darkened, filled with resentment and fury, utterly unable to fathom that he would lose to this inconspicuous pauper. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Hu Fei's eyes. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, and sneered, "Humph! Why should I pay you? You merely had good fortune. Do not mistake it for skill." Hu Fei's expression turned icy, pointing a finger at Zhao Yuxuan's nose, rebuking, "Zhao Yuxuan, do you intend to renege on the agreement? Everyone heard the wager, and as a wealthy heir, you cannot even uphold this modicum of integrity?" At this, the surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs. "Young Master Zhao, you cannot renege. It would be most disgraceful if this word got out. Indeed, a wager is a wager. It is a fundamental principle of human decency. I never anticipated young Master Zhao to behave in such a manner. I am truly disappointed." The flood of accusations washed over Zhao Yuxuan, leaving him in profound embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Shiyao stepped forward decisively, her face a mask of disappointment and anger, admonishing, "Zhao Yuxuan, I never expected you to be this kind of person, untrustworthy and duplicitous. Who would dare associate with you henceforth?" Zhao Yuxuan gazed at Lin Shiyao, his mouth opening, but no words emerged, his heart laden with regret and shame. Ultimately, under the weight of the crowd's reproach, his mental defenses crumbled, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed. "Fine, I will pay. Is that not sufficient?" With trembling hands, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and transferred 50,000 to Hu Fei, casting a resentful glare at him before awkwardly turning to leave. Watching Zhao Yuxuan's retreating figure, Hu Fei inhaled deeply and turned to Lin Shiyao, offering a warm smile. "Shiyao, thank you." Lin Shiyao smiled gently, shaking her head and gesturing dismissively. "No need for thanks. You have earned this. Your prowess and fortune have secured your victory in this wager." At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire approached slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was none other than Li Ming, the president of the Antique Association. Hu Fei quickly shook his head, humbly responding, "President Li, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of luck." Li Ming waved his hand and spoke earnestly, Young friend, there is no need for modesty. Your insight, judgment, and this unwavering confidence and composure are not attributes possessed by the average person. My association has long been committed to the preservation and promotion of antique culture, and we are in dire need of talents like you. Thus, I sincerely invite you to join us as a senior appraisal master. A flicker of emotion stirred within Hu Fei. For a lover of antiques, joining the Antique Association was a tremendous honor and a rare opportunity. However, he cherished his unencumbered lifestyle and was reluctant to succumb to any constraints. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, President Li, I'm truly grateful for your kindness and invitation. However, I personally value my freedom. I have grown accustomed to a carefree existence, wandering alone, and I am not inclined to embrace limitations. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your offer. Li Ming was slightly taken aback, but bore no resentment. Rather, he admired Hu Fei even more. Young friend, I understand your perspective. Everyone has their own way of life and aspirations, and I shall not pressure you. However, I hope you will reconsider. If ever you change your mind, do not hesitate to seek me out. Hu Fei nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you for your understanding, President Li. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would be more than willing to engage in discourse and learn from the esteemed members of the association. The onlookers were taken aback by Hu Fei's rejection of the Antique Association's invitation. How could this young man be so foolish? Joining the Antique Association was a dream many would covet. Indeed, becoming a senior appraisal master would not only bring fame and fortune, but also elevate one's status within the antique community. It was astonishing that he had turned it down. Perhaps he had his own reasons, but many felt it was a regrettable decision. The murmurs of the crowd reached Hu Fei's ears, yet he paid them no heed. At that moment, Lin Shuyao approached him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hu Fei, your performance today truly astonished me. Your stone gambling skills are nothing short of extraordinary. I have never encountered anyone as formidable as you. Hu Fei smiled modestly, replying, Shuyao, you flatter me. I simply had good fortune. This is not merely a matter of luck. Lin Shuyao exclaimed with a radiant smile. Your vision, judgment, and courage surpass that of ordinary individuals. I believe you can achieve remarkable success in any field. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join my company as a member of our team. A slight stirring of emotion welled within Hu Fei, yet his mind was suddenly flooded with memories of the last time Lin Shuyao had failed to fulfill her promise of becoming his wife, leaving him with a profound sense of inferiority and disappointment. Lin Shuyao felt a sudden pang of disappointment upon hearing Hu Fei's refusal. She gazed at him with a look of sorrow, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Hu Fei, are you truly not willing to reconsider? This is a splendid opportunity for you. Hu Fei gently shook his head, resolutely stating, Shuyao, I sincerely apologize, but I have made up my mind. I will not join any group or company. In Chapter 19, Beneath the Cloak of Night, childhood camaraderie ignites a heroic rescue. Lin Shuyao, observing the unwavering determination in Hu Fei's eyes, understood that he had firmly resolved his stance, leaving no room for change. In an instant, an inexplicable anger flared within her, making her feel that Hu Fei was utterly oblivious to the opportunity he was dismissing. Moments ago, she had extended an invitation for him to join her company, presenting him with a chance for remarkable success. Yet, to her astonishment, he had shown no appreciation for her gesture. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, silently chastising him. Why is Hu Fei so stubborn and inflexible? Is he not aware of how many people in Lulan City dream of joining my company? I offered him an invitation, and he dares to refuse. How ungrateful. She reflected on the countless dignitaries and nobles who eagerly sought collaboration with her, most of whom she would not even entertain. However, despite the tempest of anger within her, Lin Shuyao maintained her composure, striving to uphold her elegance. Taking a deep breath, she forced a faint smile and said, Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press you further. Nonetheless, I sincerely hope we may find other opportunities for collaboration in the future. Hu Fei looked at Lin Shuyao with deep gratitude and replied, Shuyao, thank you for your understanding. Should a suitable opportunity arise in the future, I will certainly seek to collaborate with you. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall gradually enveloped the earth, the twilight glow fading from the city skyline. The night descended like a vast black satin, slowly draping over the entire city. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the night's coolness. The motorcycle sped through the city streets, swiftly turning into a secluded alley. This alley was narrow and deep, its walls adorned with moss, appearing particularly tranquil and eerie under the dim light. Suddenly, a sharp cry shattered the stillness of the alley. Help! It's a robbery. Hu Fei's ears perked up, instantly alert to the cry for help. His eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and without hesitation, he shouted to the motorcycle driver, "Stop the bike." At his command, the motorcycle screeched to a halt. Hu Fei quickly dismounted and dashed towards the source of the voice. As he turned the corner of the alley, he was met with a scene that ignited his fury. 3 ruffians encircled a young woman, with the leader sporting a head of bleached hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a brazen grin plastered across his face, and a gleaming dagger playfully twirled in his hand as he menaced the girl. Beside him, another tall and lanky thug, eyes glinting with malice, bellowed imperiously, "Hey girl, hand over your bag right now, or else you'll regret it when I lose my temper." A shorter, stocky thug joined in the fray, echoing his companion's threats. "Yeah? Don't be foolish and refuse the offer." The young woman was a picture of terror, her body trembling incessantly as she clutched her bag tightly. Despair and helplessness etched in her eyes. At that critical moment, through the dim, flickering light, Hu Fei finally discerned the woman's features. In an instant, his heart constricted painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand. To his astonishment, the woman was none other than his elementary school classmate, Lu Yi. A torrent of memories surged forth, flooding his mind with recollections long buried by the passage of time. He recalled his impoverished childhood, where days were a constant struggle, often enduring hunger pangs and unable to afford even a notebook. During lunch breaks, he would watch enviously as his classmates reveled in their appetizing meals while he silently bore his hunger. Yet, Lu Yi was always the one who extended a helping hand during his most desperate moments. Occasionally, she would discreetly slip him a warm bread roll or a brand new notebook, her face aglow with a warm smile, gently advising, "Don't starve and don't neglect your studies." In a flash, a fierce rage ignited within Hu Fei, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, shouting, "Stop! What are you doing?" The 3 thugs were startled by his sudden outburst, turning to find him standing alone, their expressions quickly shifting to disdain. The bleached-haired thug spat out his cigarette, stepped forward, and twirled the dagger with flair, sneering, Well, what do we have here? A naive young fool daring to disrupt my business?" The lanky thug chimed in, "Kid, if you know what is good for you, scram now, or you'll be the one crying later." Unfazed by their threats, Hu Fei boldly advanced a few steps, coldly declaring, in broad daylight, "You dare to rob a virtuous woman. Do you not fear the law?" The bleached-haired thug erupted in raucous laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. "The law? In this alley, I am the law." Pausing momentarily, he raised an eyebrow, his menacing demeanor returning as he hissed, "Damn it, you're meddling in my affairs. Prepare to die." With that, he and his 2 accomplices lunged at Hu Fei, brandishing their daggers like wild beasts. However, Hu Fei remained calm, inhaling deeply as he unleashed a flurry of Tai Chi movements, moving like a bolt of black lightning towards the thugs. In an instant, he deftly evaded their attacks. Then, with a side kick, he sent the leading lanky thug crashing against the wall, his body crumpling to the ground with anguished cries. Chapter 20. Escape from the alley and a timely reunion. In a moment of peril, assistance arrives once more. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the ruffian with yellow hair darkened in countenance, brandishing a dagger aimed at Hu Fei's vital points. Quick as a flash, Hu Fei seized the ruffian's wrist, twisting it with force, resulting in a sharp crack as the dagger clattered to the ground, causing the ruffian to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. The short, stout ruffian, stricken with terror, turned and fled. Hu Fei snorted disdainfully, taking an agile step forward to grasp the stout ruffian by the collar, unleashing a flurry of punches that left him bruised and howling in agony. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ruffians found themselves utterly powerless against Hu Fei, sprawled helplessly on the ground, their eyes wide with fear. At that moment, they could not fathom that this seemingly frail young man possessed such formidable skills. "Spare us, brother. We were wrong," cried the yellow-haired ruffian in desperation. The other 2 ruffians joined in, pleading, "Brother, please have mercy. We shall never dare again." Hu Fei scoffed, admonishing them, "If you wish for my forgiveness, then apologize to this young lady immediately." The 3 ruffians, quaking with fear, crawled toward Lu Yi, heads bowed, collectively uttering, "Young lady, we are sorry, we were wrong." Hu Fei's expression hardened, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Is an apology sufficient? You have committed grave wrongs and must pay a heavy price." With that, he moved like a specter, weaving through the ruffians with uncanny speed. A series of bone-chilling cracks echoed as he swiftly shattered their legs. The ruffians emitted agonized screams akin to dying swine, writhing on the ground in torment, clutching their broken limbs and wailing incessantly. Lu Yi, still in shock, observed the scene with a mixture of astonishment and gratitude. Under the glow of the lights, she finally recognized Hu Fei. Hu Fei, is it truly you? Lu Yi's voice trembled, glistening tears shimmering in her eyes. Hu Fei smiled gently, nodding, yes, it is I. Yi, do not be afraid. All is well now. His voice was tender and warm, instilling a profound sense of comfort in Lu Yi. Unable to contain herself, she burst into Hu Fei's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Hu Fei softly patted her shoulder, saying, do not cry. It is all behind us now. After a while, Lu Yi gradually regained her composure. Thank you, Hu Fei. If it weren't for you, I truly do not know what I would have done, she expressed gratefully. Hu Fei waved his hand, smiling. We're old classmates. There is no need for thanks. You aided me greatly back then, and now it is only right that I assist you. Lu Yi gazed at Hu Fei, her mind flooding with memories of the wonderful times they had shared, her heart swelling with emotion. Without hesitation, she climbed into the taxi that Hu Fei had hailed for her. Soon, the vehicle arrived at her doorstep. After disembarking, Lu Yi's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Hu Fei's face, fervently stating, Hu Fei, I truly owe you my gratitude today. You must come to my home for a visit, allowing me the opportunity to express my gratitude. Hu Fei smiled gently, shaking his head as he replied, There's no need for that. The hour is late. You should rest. Upon seeing Hu Fei's insistence, Lu Yi refrained from pressing him further and reluctantly said, Very well. Hu Fei, take care on your journey. If you find the time in the future, do remember to reach out. Hu Fei nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I shall. He then added, By the way, since we have not been in contact for so many years, let us exchange our contact information, so we may look out for each other. With that, Hu Fei took out his phone and opened a friend request interface. Lu Yi quickly nodded and retrieved her own phone. In a short while, they exchanged phone numbers and social media accounts. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call me, Hu Fei said earnestly. Lu Yi nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Yes, you too. Make sure to reach out if anything arises. After exchanging these words, Hu Fei turned and mounted his motorcycle, departing. Lu Yi stood at the door, watching his receding figure, a warm current flowing through her heart. She understood that no matter how time may pass, the bond between them would remain unchanged. The following morning, a gentle ray of sunlight quietly crept through the window, awakening Hu Fei, who stretched languidly, relishing the long-awaited tranquility. Reflecting on the thrilling experiences at the raw stone market the previous day, he felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Now, possessing a considerable fortune, he could finally bid farewell to the life fraught with peril and embark on a new journey. Thus, he resolved to establish his own company in Lulan City, gradually nurturing its growth. For the next 3 days, he sat in his room, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, his fingers incessantly scrolling, leaving no valuable information overlooked. When fatigue set in, he would collapse onto his bed, indulging in the rare luxury of sleep until he awoke naturally. On the morning of the third day, Hu Fei stepped out of his rented accommodation, brimming with energy, prepared to take a taxi into the city for market research. At that moment, a familiar sound of an electric bicycle bell reached his ears. He turned to see Lu Yi approaching with urgency, her face etched with concern. She parked her electric bike in front of him and, without taking a moment to catch her breath, exclaimed, Hu Fei, you have finally come out. I've been searching for you for quite some time. Noticing Lu Yi's agitation, Hu Fei's heart tightened, prompting him to ask, Yi, what is wrong? What has happened? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lu Yi managed a wry smile and explained, My father, Lu Hongye, was once a wealthy businessman, but he faced bankruptcy due to failed ventures. 6 months ago, he fell gravely ill, and our family savings have nearly been exhausted in his treatment. In desperation, I borrowed 30,000 yuan from a loan company at exorbitant interest rates, even mortgaging our home. However, at the beginning of this month, the company downsized, and I was laid off, leaving me without any income and unable to repay the loan. Tears shimmered in Lu Yi's eyes as she continued. The lending company said that if I cannot repay the money within 3 days, they will seize our home. Today is the final day, and I'm utterly at a loss. After much contemplation, I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Listening to Lu Yi's heart-wrenching plea, Hu Fei couldn't help but reminisce about the delightful moments they shared as desk mates in middle school. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared resolutely, Yi, do not fret. I will assist you. Rest assured. Chapter 21. A passionate rescue to alleviate the debt crisis. Unexpected disdain from elders. Hearing Hu Fei's words, A warm wave surged through Lu Yi's heart as she gazed at him gratefully and said, "Thank you, Hu Fei." Hu Fei shook his head lightly and replied, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty." With that, he mounted Lu Yi's electric scooter and sped off with great urgency. Before long, Hu Fei and Lu Yi arrived at her home. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the sound of a fierce argument emanating from within. "My daughter will find a way. Please grant us a few more days," Lu Hongya's feeble voice pleaded, seemingly beseeching the other party. "Grant you more time? Do you think we are a charitable organization? The money must be repaid today, or do not blame us for being unaccommodating." Another voice snarled menacingly. Hu Fei and Lu Yi exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anger and concern. They quickly pushed open the door to find several burly men surrounding Lu Hongya, with the leader sporting a grotesque scar across his face that appeared particularly fearsome in the sunlight. "What are you doing?" Hu Fei bellowed, his voice resonating with fury and authority. Lu Yi rushed to her father's side, supporting him as tears glistened in her eyes. "Dad, are you all right?" Lu Hongwei furrowed his brow and forced a smile. "Daughter, I am fine." Hearing this, Lu Yi exhaled in relief and turned her gaze coldly toward the leading thug, saying angrily, "Do not bully my father. If there's an issue, direct it at me." The burly leader sneered and stepped forward, menacingly stating, "At you? Very well. Then hand over the money, or I will seize this house today." Lu Yi gritted her teeth and replied, "I truly do not have the money right now, but I will repay it as soon as possible. Please grant me a little more time." "There is no time left," the leader scoffed, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he leered at Lu Yi's chest. "If you do not repay today, you can either surrender the house or offer yourself to me for 10 or 8 days, serving me well. Perhaps then I will consider forgiving this debt." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei stepped forward with determination, admonishing, "What did you say? You're going too far." The leader glared coldly, arrogantly retorting, "What? Do you intend to play the hero and save the damsel?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Hu Fei calmly stated, "Speak. How much is the debt? I will repay it for her." The leader's eyes flickered with surprise, but quickly returned to his arrogant demeanor. 100,000. Not a penny less. Wasn't it 30,000? How did it turn into 100,000? Hu Fei furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Interest, young man. The accumulated interest over these months, along with the overdue penalties, amounts to a total of 100,000. The burly leader spoke with brazen confidence, a smirk of pride etched upon his face. Lu Yi gasped in shock and exclaimed, "No way. This is blatant extortion." The burly leader snorted dismissively and retorted, "Little girl, spare me your useless chatter. If you do not hand over the money today, this house will belong to me." The burly leader's expression shifted when he realized Hu Fei's unwavering resolve. He bellowed in fury, "You insolent brat! How dare you threaten me? You shall pay for this." With that, he charged forward, his face twisted with menace, brandishing a club that he swung ferociously at Hu Fei's head. Hu Fei deftly sidestepped the attack, responding with a swift kick to the leader's wrist. A sharp crack resonated as the leader's wrist erupted with pain, causing him to drop his club and emit a cry of anguish. Witnessing this, the other burly men were both astonished and enraged, brandishing their clubs and lunging at Hu Fei with ferocity. Hu Fei scoffed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as he navigated through the crowd with the grace of a phantom in the night. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest upon the burly men, each strike precise and powerful. In no time, several of them lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in torment. The leader, witnessing the defeat of his men, was engulfed by fear and despair, his legs trembling slightly as his earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Who are you?" he stammered, his voice quaking with dread and uncertainty. Hu Fei regarded him coldly and replied, "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that you shall not bully Yi and her family today. 35,000 is my final offer. If you refuse, you will bear the consequences." The leader hesitated, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Continuing the confrontation would only lead to further suffering. Resolving himself, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, 35,000 it is. You are indeed formidable." With that, he shot Hu Fei a fierce glare before retreating with his subordinates in disgrace. As they departed, Lu Yi and her father exhaled in relief. Lu Yi gazed at Hu Fei with gratitude, tears glistening in her eyes. "Hu Fei, thank you. Without you, we truly would not have known what to do today." Hu Fei smiled gently and replied, "Do not mention it. We are friends, and friends should assist one another." Lu Hongye approached, scrutinizing Hu Fei with admiration in his eyes. "Young man, thank you for saving us. I do not yet know your name. Lu Yi, her face radiant with joy, promptly introduced, Dad, this is Hu Fei, my former desk mate from middle school. We haven't been in touch for a long time, and I had no choice but to seek his help this time. Ah, so it is he. Lu Hongya nodded, turning to scrutinize Hu Fei with a face marred by disdain and contempt, saying, Hu Fei, I've heard your parents were grave robbers. That is hardly a respectable profession. Although it doesn't directly concern you, it undeniably leaves a sour taste in one's mouth. Chapter 22. The Love and Dreams Humiliated. Hu Fei's Path to Transformation. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Hu Fei's face instantly froze, a tumult of anguish and helplessness intertwining within him. He silently lowered his head, akin to a wilted eggplant battered by snow, fixating on the tips of his shoes, a profound bitterness swelling in his heart. At that moment, he acutely understood that his father's profession had always been an unhealed scar deep within him, yet he never anticipated it would be ruthlessly ripped open now, bleeding profusely. The pain unbearable. Meanwhile, Lu Hongye remained oblivious to Hu Fei's emotional turmoil, continuing his self-indulgent tirade. Just look at your pitiful state, as emaciated as a mere skeleton, clearly indicating a recent life of misery. My daughter, Yi, is young and beautiful, with a gentle and obedient disposition, truly a gem among many. Pausing for effect, he continued with a glimmer of longing in his eyes. I have always hoped she would marry into a wealthy family, enjoying a lifetime of opulence. But the disparity between you two is vast, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The difference is as stark as clouds to mud. Therefore, I absolutely forbid any further association between you. Stay away from my daughter. Slowly, Hu Fei lifted his head, casting a cold gaze towards Lu Hongya, his expression rife with disappointment and helplessness. His lips trembled slightly, as if a torrent of words surged within him. Yet he felt that in the face of such stark reality, any utterance would be futile. Indeed, in this harsh and unforgiving world, his origins and current circumstances were undeniably incomparable to those of the affluent offspring. After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice, and replied coolly, Uncle Lu, and I are merely friends. Please don't overthink it. Since the matter is clear, I shall take my leave. With that, Hu Fei bore the weight of his sorrow, turning towards the exit. His footsteps were heavy and slow, his silhouette solitary and desolate. Upon seeing Hu Fei's intent to depart, Lu Yi felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. Without a moment to spare, she hurriedly chased after him, still wearing her slippers. She swiftly caught up to him, calling out, Hu Fei, wait. As she reached Hu Fei's side, she grasped his arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly implored, Hu Fei, please don't take it to heart. My dad has a terrible temper. He speaks without thinking, blunt and straightforward. You mustn't let it bother you. Hu Fei turned to look at Lu Yi's delicate face, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Yi, I'm fine. Rest assured, I won't hold it against your uncle. Please take good care of him, and reach out to me if anything arises. With that, he gently patted her hand in a bid to comfort her, though his smile was steeped in bitterness. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with urgency and reluctance. Hu Fei gazed at Lu Yi's visage, a warm current surging within him. Yet the ruthlessness of reality compelled him to harden his heart. Lu Yi watched Hu Fei's departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. As if a myriad of flavors had been spilled from a jar, she understood that Hu Fei was not only a good man, but also a husband worthy of trust. However, she could not fathom why her father had to be so acerbic and why he would inflict such unrelenting harm upon Hu Fei. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to seek an opportunity to reason with her father, hoping to alter his prejudice against Hu Fei. As Hu Fei stepped out of Lu Yi's home and made his way down the street alone, the fading rays of the sunset enveloped him. Yet they could not warm his icy heart. In this unforgiving reality, wealth dictated status. Without status, one was destined to be looked down upon and bullied. Lost in thought, he recalled the dreams of his childhood, the joyous times when he believed that diligence alone could realize his aspirations, and the world brimmed with hope. Yet now, he understood the harshness of reality, the vast chasm between dreams and the tangible world, which rendered him hesitant. Nevertheless, Hu Fei refused to be easily vanquished by these adversities. A fierce determination ignited upon his face as he clenched his fists, silently vowing, henceforth, I shall strive to amass wealth and become a super-affluent individual. I will compel everyone to regard me with newfound respect, and those who once scorned me shall regret their disdain. With this resolve, He inhaled deeply and strode forward with unwavering steps towards the horizon. In the twilight glow, his silhouette appeared resolute and steadfast. Half an hour later, Hu Fei arrived at the city's largest motorcycle dealership, intent on purchasing a brand-new, prestigious motorcycle to transform his long-standing despondent image. As he entered the dealership, a plethora of gleaming motorcycles greeted his gaze. Under the bright lights, the metallic shells of the bikes reflected dazzling rays of light. Ultimately, he set his sights on a sleek, stylish black motorcycle. He approached it, gently caressing its body, his eyes betraying a glimmer of affection. However, just as he was about to inquire about the price from the sales personnel, a familiar figure emerged from an adjacent office. Upon closer inspection, Hu Fei realized that it was his former neighbor, Wang Chong. He recalled that Wang Chong's father had once been an adversary of his own. Years ago, their families had quarreled over trivial matters, severing all ties. Due to their father's strained relationship, Hu Fei and Wang Chong had never been on amicable terms. Later, when the area underwent demolition, both families relocated, and they had not crossed paths in years. Upon recognizing Hu Fei, Wang Chong initially appeared taken aback. But soon a sneer appeared on his face as he scrutinized Hu Fei with disdainful eyes, mocking, "Oh, isn't this Hu Fei? What brings you here to buy a motorcycle? With your pitiful appearance, can you even afford one? Spare us the embarrassment and just leave." Hu Fei's expression darkened instantly. He never expected to encounter Wang Chong here, nor could he have anticipated such humiliating words directed at him. His brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he clenched his fists and coldly retorted, "Wang Chong, do not overstep your bounds. I am here solely to purchase a vehicle, so refrain from looking down upon me." Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Wang Chong not only remained unyielding, but grew even more arrogant. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Hu Fei's nose, and bellowed, "Oh, a useless wretch dares to retort? You think you can strut about like a lord in my presence? Take a good look at yourself." Chapter 23. The confrontation at the car dealership. At this, Hu Fei's brow knit tighter, his eyes radiating a cold light as his fury surged to its peak. Unable to contain himself any longer, he charged towards Wang Chong. Fists clenched and struck swiftly, landing a heavy blow squarely on Wang Chong's face. The suddenness of the punch sent Wang Chong reeling, his head spinning, as he staggered backward several steps before crashing onto a gleaming, expensive motorcycle. The impact caused the motorcycle to shake violently, eliciting gasps from the crowd surrounding them. Wang Chong raised a hand to shield his battered face, his eyes wide with rage, burning with a fierce intensity as he glared at Hu Fei and shouted, "Hu Fei, have you lost your mind? How dare you slap me? Do you know where you are? This is the Lin family's territory. You are doomed for causing a ruckus here." Hu Fei let out a cold snort, his face a mask of disdain, with a slight curl of his lips. He retorted through clenched teeth, "I care not whose territory it is. If you continue to spew filth, I shall confront you each time we meet." "Hu Fei, you are courting death." Wang Chong, consumed by shame and fury, transformed into a fearsome visage, his eyes glinting with icy malice. His stout arms swung violently, creating a gust of wind as he aimed a vicious strike at Hu Fei's head, hoping to salvage his dignity amidst the chaos. In response, Hu Fei demonstrated his agility, moving with the grace of a bird in flight. He deftly sidestepped Wang Chong's seemingly fierce retaliation. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a flawless wrist lock, capturing Wang Chong's arm with precision and twisting it forcefully. Wang Chong winced in pain, his face contorting as he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With a face as cold as frost, Hu Fei delivered a powerful kick, sending Wang Chong sprawling to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. However, despite his predicament, Wang Chong was far from finished. His eyes bloodshot, he was consumed by a frenzied madness. Suddenly, he scrambled to his feet, drawing a dagger from his waistband, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light as he roared, "Boy, today, it is either you or I who shall perish." With that, he lunged at Hu Fei, the dagger aimed menacingly at his chest, utterly devoid of rational thought. Hu Fei's eyes suddenly sharpened, revealing a cold and resolute demeanor. Instead of retreating, he advanced, propelling himself forward with a powerful push from his legs, charging directly at Wang Chong. As he approached, Hu Fei exerted force through his legs, leaping high into the air, his right leg extending like a spear, swiftly striking Wang Chong's wrist with precision. Wang Chong cried out, the dagger slipping from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air before clattering to the ground, landing beside a motorcycle tire. Simultaneously, The immense impact of the kick sent him soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing hard against a nearby shelf. The shelf shook violently, causing motorcycle parts to rain down like hail, striking Wang Chong painfully, leaving him gritting his teeth in agony, utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. He could only watch Hu Fei with eyes filled with fear and despair. At that moment, Lin Shiao's brother, Lin Yifei, happened to pass by the store. From a distance, he noticed the chaos inside and paused briefly before striding purposefully toward the scene. Upon seeing Lin Yifei, Wang Chong, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, scrambled to his feet and rushed to Lin Yifei, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Young Master Lin, your timing couldn't be better. This fellow is causing trouble in the store and even attacked me. You must intervene on my behalf." Lin Yifei glanced at Wang Chong before shifting his gaze to Hu Fei, quickly grasping the situation. A frown creased his brow, and displeasure flickered across his face as he coldly retorted, "Wang Chong, you should be silent for now." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong promptly obeyed and closed his mouth. Lin Yifei then approached Hu Fei, his face brightening with a warm smile as he enthusiastically remarked, "Dr. Hu, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here." Surprised to find that Lin Yifei knew him and was so courteous, Hu Fei momentarily paused. Lin Yifei continued with a smile, "Dr. Hu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Jinan's son from the Lin Group. Last time, when my sister fell ill, I was immensely grateful for your timely intervention. I truly didn't know what we would have done without your help." Hearing this, Hu Fei's confusion dissipated, and a faint smile graced his lips as he humbly replied, "Young Master Lin, you flatter me. Healing the sick is my duty." Lin Yifei nodded and then turned to Wang Chong, his expression darkening as he sternly admonished, "Wang Chong, as an employee of this establishment, how dare you treat a customer in such a manner and slander others? Do you have no sense of decorum?" With a disdainful snort, Lin Yifei continued coldly, "You are hereby dismissed. Come to the dealership tomorrow to settle your wages and leave. I do not wish to see you here again." Wang Chong, his voice trembling, pleaded, "Young Master Lin, I truly realize my mistake. Please grant me another chance." Lin Yifei's expression remained impassive as he replied coldly, "If you had known better, why act so foolishly? Someone like you does not deserve to remain in the dealership. Leave immediately, or I will have security escort you out." "Yes, young Master Lin, I will leave at once," Wang Chong responded, his voice quivering. Wang Chong was taken aback, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably as a chill coursed through him. In a panic, he turned and fled towards the door. Lin Yifei let out a cold snort, his expression returning to calm, as he turned to Hu Fei and said with a smile, "Dr. Hu, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. This motorcycle is a gift, a token of my gratitude." Hu Fei quickly waved his hand in refusal, firmly stating, "Young Master Lin, that is not acceptable. I cannot accept something for nothing." After a moment's thought, Lin Yifei replied, "How about this? I will give you a 60% discount. Surely, that is acceptable? If you refuse again, it would be quite disrespectful." After contemplating for a moment, Hu Fei conceded, "Fine, since you were so generous, I shall not decline." Lin Yifei smiled and said, "Dr. Hu, you are too polite. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Hu Fei nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude, and proceeded to pay for the motorcycle, ready to ride away. However, just as he stepped outside, Wang Chong suddenly charged out, blocking his path. Following Wang Chong were several compatriots, their faces menacing, wielding clubs, clearly intent on revenge against Hu Fei. "Don't think that with young Master Lin backing you, I will not dare to touch you. Today, I will teach you a lesson," Wang Chong snarled. Hu Fei regarded Wang Chong with a hint of disdain, coldly warning, "Wang Chong, I advise you to refrain from provoking me further. Do not force my hand." Wang Chong scoffed, shouting, "Humph, do not try to intimidate me." Brothers attack. Beat him to a pulp. His comrades exchanged glances, understanding each other's intent, and charged toward Hu Fei. Unperturbed, Hu Fei deftly evaded their attacks, weaving skillfully through the crowd, delivering precise and powerful strikes. In no time, the assailants lay on the ground, howling in pain. Seeing his comrades defeated, Wang Chong's bravado evaporated, his legs trembling and his body swaying, replaced by an inexplicable fear. Chapter 24, The Yin Energy. Tears and snot streaming down his face, Wang Chong looked utterly disheveled. Hu Fei loomed over him, his expression nearly devoid of emotion, akin to observing a repugnant insect. Slowly, he extended his hand, long fingers resembling a gleaming blade, pointing directly at Wang Chong's forehead. Wang Chong trembled in terror, desperate to escape, yet unable to move. In the next moment, Hu Fei's hand sliced through the air with a swift arc. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of several strikes landing upon Wang Chang's face. Instantly, his cheeks swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and several teeth loosened, teetering precariously. Then, Hu Fei raised his leg, the tip of his foot lightly touching the ground, his muscles taut, ready to unleash his full power. With a forceful exhale, his foot struck like a powerful cannonball, delivering an overwhelming force directly to Wang Chang's chest. The once robust figure of Wang Chang was sent reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably soaring through the air. He traced a most unfortunate parabolic arc before crashing heavily against a distant wall with a resounding thud. Instantly, the wall bore the imprint of his form, and fragments of plaster cascaded down around him. Wang Chang collapsed to the ground, his limbs contorted, emitting weak groans, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. In that moment, his clothing lay in tatters, his hair a disheveled mess, his face marred with bruises, utterly devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Hu Fei stood with a poised demeanor, his garments fluttering gently in the breeze, his expression as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, exuding an aura of formidable power that instilled fear. He coldly declared, "Leave within a minute, or I shall reconsider my leniency." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang, paralyzed by fear, scrambled to his feet, desperately fleeing the scene while shouting in panic, I'm leaving, I'm leaving." Witnessing the chaos, the other villagers were equally alarmed and hastily followed Wang Chang in their retreat. As he observed their departing figures, Hu Fei let out a disdainful snort, mounted his motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away with a roar. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Fei soon found himself in a bustling urban area, teeming with people and vehicles, alive with vibrancy. The streets were lined with shops, showcasing a myriad of dazzling goods that dazzled the eye. However, his attention was irresistibly drawn to a somewhat secluded jewelry store at the corner. The store appeared forlorn, its sign weathered, and the lettering barely legible. The door stood ajar, letting out a dim and sallow glow. Approaching the jewelry store, Hu Fei was suddenly engulfed by a wave of profound unease. He sensed an intense, dark aura enveloping him, as if invisible hands were tugging at his very soul. His brow furrowed tightly, a glimmer of vigilance igniting in his eyes as he mused. This malign energy is no ordinary phenomenon. It must be linked to some malevolent force. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Fei took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door to the store. Inside, a musty and decrepit atmosphere pervaded, stifling his breath. Shelves were laden with an array of jewelry, yet their luster was dimmed, as if shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. In a corner of the shop, a weary middle-aged woman sat in a wheelchair, her hair disheveled over her shoulders, her visage worn and exhausted, her eyes reflecting boundless fatigue and despair. Hu Fei approached her respectfully and inquired, "Might I ask if the store is for sale?" The middle-aged woman slowly raised her head, casting a glance at Hu Fei, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features, before responding in a hoarse and weary voice, "Indeed, it is for sale." Hu Fei nodded and pressed on. "What is the asking price?" The woman sighed softly and replied, "A firm price of 2 million yuan." Hu Fei shook his head, crossing his arms over his chest, and said, "Madam, your asking price is far too exorbitant for my acceptance." The middle-aged woman's expression shifted dramatically as she replied, "If you cannot agree, then there is nothing further to discuss." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei did not take his leave. Instead, he seated himself in a chair opposite her and spoke slowly, "Madam, upon entering, I sensed a pervasive aura of dark energy enveloping this room, leading me to suspect it is tainted by malevolent spirits. Even if you refuse to lower your price, I assure you that not only customers, but even sellers will shy away from renting or purchasing this place. You should contemplate this matter carefully." The middle-aged woman, taken aback, exclaimed, "How do you know this? Are you a Taoist?" Hu Fei smiled faintly, responding, "Indeed. While I may not be a traditional Taoist, I could be considered somewhat of one. In my observation, your brow is dark, your eyes lack vitality, and your spirit appears diminished, suggesting that you have been drained of much of your life force by these malevolent entities. You may soon face a grave ordeal." The woman's complexion grew increasingly pale, her lips trembling as she recounted, "Indeed, my family has recently encountered a string of misfortunes. It seems we have truly attracted malevolent forces. First, my mother-in-law hanged herself, then my father-in-law jumped to his demise, and lastly, several of us were involved in a car accident. Were it not for the jade guanine I carry, I fear I might have met with dire consequences long ago." Hu Fei's expression turned serious as he scanned the shop's surroundings, unperturbed, and said, "Madam, I possess a means to exorcise these dark spirits. However, I require a more favorable price for the transfer of this jewelry store." The middle-aged woman hesitated before responding, "Very well. If you can assist in resolving this issue, I shall transfer it to you for 100,000 yuan, and everything in the store will belong to you." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei felt a surge of joy within. Though he kept his demeanor composed, he addressed the woman, agreed. "To demonstrate my abilities, I shall provide you with 2 protective talismans, one to affix to the wall beside your bed, and the other to place in the center of your mirror, aligning it with your sleeping area. I guarantee you'll have a peaceful night's rest." He then produced 2 soul-restraining talismans and handed them to her. The middle-aged woman received the talismans, her voice quavering with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, Master. If you can truly help me with this issue, I will be eternally grateful." Hu Fei smiled gently, assuring her, "Rest easy. I shall keep my word. Follow my instructions, and I will return to see you tomorrow morning." The woman nodded, replying, "Very well, Master. I shall heed your guidance." Chapter 25. The Marriage Proposal Gathering. A minute later, Hu Fei strolled out of the jewelry store. The gentle rays of the setting sun cascaded upon his shoulders, casting a long shadow upon the ground. The cacophony of honking cars and the shouts of vendors intertwined, painting a vivid portrait of the city's unique hustle and bustle. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated through the air. Instinctively, he halted, retrieving his phone to find a voice call invitation from Lin Shuyao. In an instant, he was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion gracing his features as he pondered. Why is she initiating a voice call? Does she need something from me? With this thought, he swiped right to answer the call. Soon, Lin Shuriao's melodious voice resonated through the line. "Hu Fei, this evening at the Starry Sky Hotel, my father will host a matchmaking event for me. The competition's rules stipulate that there will be hundreds of antiques on display, and those who can accurately discern their authenticity within the allotted time, achieving the highest number of correct identifications, will earn the right to become the Lin family's son-in-law. Of course, if a woman wins, she will be appointed as the chief appraiser of the Lin Group, with an annual salary of 1 million. After delivering this, she paused, her tone imbued with anticipation, and inquired, "Are you interested in participating in this matchmaking event? I will personally greet you at the hotel entrance." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei felt a stir of emotion. Previously, he had saved Lin Shuyao, only to be met with her subsequent rejection. Now, with her organizing a matchmaking event once more, should he choose not to attend, she might indeed become someone else's wife. Though Hu Fei now had Lu Yi by his side, their relationship being quite harmonious, he could not bear the thought of such a captivating beauty as Lin Shuyao falling into another's embrace. After careful contemplation, he resolutely decided to accept the invitation and attend the matchmaking event. Thus, following a brief silence, Hu Fei took a deep breath. Striving to keep his voice calm as still water, "Shuyao, I would like to give a try. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to seize this opportunity for myself and demonstrate my determination to you." After hanging up, Hu Fei raised his hand to hail a taxi, swiftly entering the vehicle and instructing the driver to the Starry Sky Hotel. The driver nodded and replied, "Certainly, sir." With that, he started the engine and sped away. Time passed, and Hu Fei finally arrived at the Starry Sky Hotel. Exiting the vehicle, he felt a surge of joy as he strode into the hotel lobby, casually selecting a corner to sit. Before long, amidst the sound of jubilant firecrackers, the grand matchmaking event officially commenced. As the daughter of the Lin family, Lin Shuyao was not only strikingly beautiful and exceptionally talented, but also well-established in the field of antique appraisal, drawing numerous young elites to her side. Moments later, Lin Jinan stood on the podium, raising his hands high as he publicly announced the competition rules for the matchmaking event. The core of the event would revolve around appraising antiques, divided into 10 rounds of competition. The participant with the highest win rate would be crowned the champion. Once the event concluded, the champion would be bestowed with a generous reward. As his words fell, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Countless participants calculated in their minds that becoming the chief appraiser of the Lin Group would not only bring fame and fortune, but also the chance to embrace beauty. Truly a meteoric rise. Not far away, Zhao Yuxuan, the scion of the Zhao family, was filled with ambition, contemplating that with his prowess, he could easily overshadow the others and become Lin Jinan's son-in-law, thereby seizing control of the Lin Group's resources. Hu Fei stood quietly among the crowd, seemingly ordinary, yet his eyes radiated a unique and piercing brilliance. This remarkable perception was attributed to his extensive experience in treasure hunting and the serendipitous acquisition of the Hongmeng Divine Eye, which endowed him with the extraordinary ability to discern genuine artifacts from forgeries. Soon, the first round of competition commenced, with an ostensibly ordinary blue and white porcelain vase placed upon the display stand. Observing this, numerous appraisers and wealthy young heirs swiftly gathered around. Among them, the slightly plump Qian Duo raised a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the vase while proclaiming loudly, "In my opinion, this blue and white porcelain vase is from the Qing dynasty. Just look at the painting style on the vase. It closely resembles the popular floral and avian motifs of that era." Dressed in fashionable attire, Sun Xiaomei waved her folding fan and countered, "Brother Qian, you must be mistaken. The glaze and texture of this vase are more akin to those imitated during the Republic period. You cannot hope to deceive us." At that moment, the arrogantly dressed Zhao Yuxuan pushed through the crowd, casting a sweeping gaze before pointing at the vase and exclaiming, "Humph, you are all mistaken. This is undoubtedly a piece of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain, invaluable after a millennium." A well-dressed young gentleman confidently interjected, "Do not spout nonsense. This is certainly blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. Just look at the glaze. It is exceptionally smooth and worth a fortune." Another appraiser, adjusting his glasses, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I believe this is a Ming dynasty imitation. The body of Yuan blue and white porcelain is much thicker. This one is evidently too thin." As the crowd debated passionately, Hu Fei stepped forward steadily, gently lifting the blue and white vase for a closer examination. Drawing upon years of accumulated experience and keen insight, he soon identified the flaws and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a modern imitation. The texture reveals that it was produced through mechanization, resulting in an excessively uniform quality devoid of the tactile essence of ancient craftsmanship. Furthermore, although the painting on the vase is a close imitation, the lines are overly smooth and lack the natural strokes of ancient artisans. Additionally, the inscription at the base bears no resemblance to any historical dynasty." In the crowd, Lin Shiyao's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she softly remarked to Lin Yifei beside her, "I am truly astonished by Hu Fei's discerning eye." Lin Yifei nodded slightly, his gaze filled with admiration. Indeed, he appears unassuming, yet he is profoundly insightful. Meanwhile, Lin Jinan observed quietly from the side, secretly marveling, "This young man is remarkable." Such keen judgment could elevate the Lin Antique Company to new heights. Upon hearing Hu Fei's assessment, Zhao Yuxuan scoffed derisively, "Hu Fei, who do you think you are? How dare you question my judgment? I have studied under esteemed masters for years, while you are merely an inexperienced youth." Unperturbed, Hu Fei calmly retrieved his mobile phone, opened an antique appraisal app, and photographed the porcelain details for upload. Soon, a detailed analysis report was generated, corroborating Hu Fei's assessment. The crowd, witnessing this, began to regard Hu Fei's professional capabilities with newfound respect, murmuring in admiration. In the realm of antiquities, the esteemed figure, Mr. Li, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "The younger generation is indeed formidable." Such precise discernment relies not only on keen vision, but also on a profound reservoir of knowledge. This young man has an immeasurable future ahead. Hu Fei, with a modest gesture, humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, but I merely spend time perusing ancient texts and studying artifacts. I have simply been fortunate." Nevertheless, the assembly was acutely aware that this was no mere stroke of luck, but rather a testament to genuine expertise. Zhao Yuxuan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. He yearned to dispute the matter, but found himself bereft of counterarguments, left only to gnash his teeth in frustration. As the second round of competition commenced, the organizers cautiously unveiled a landscape painting claimed to be an authentic work by Zhu Zhishan. Upon its revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The painting's scenic depth and dynamic brushwork captivated all. Qian Duo, stroking his chin, was the first to voice his opinion. The composition and technique of this piece aligned perfectly with Zhu Zhishan's mid-career style. "I am certain it is genuine." However, Sun Xiaomei shook her head, proclaiming, "Brother Qian, your judgment is rather hasty. The ink rhythm of Zhu Zhishan's true works is far more fluid. This piece exhibits a notably heavy ink quality. I believe it to be a forgery." Hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan stepped forward with confidence, asserting, "Miss, you are mistaken. This painting is undoubtedly an authentic work of Zhu Zhishan. Just observe the brushwork and the ambience. Such finesse cannot be easily replicated." Nodding slightly, he declared with conviction, "Ladies and gentlemen, This painting is indeed a counterfeit. Zhu Zhishan's works exhibit boldness without sacrificing delicacy, yet certain lines in this piece appear overly contrived, lacking the natural flow one would expect. Furthermore, the paper used here is distinctly different from that of Zhu Zhishan's era. Professional testing would reveal the presence of modern chemical additives. At that moment, Lin Shuyao, her eyes alight with admiration, whispered to those nearby, "Look at his profound understanding of Zhu Zhishan's works. Such expertise surpasses that of many seasoned appraisers." The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort, yet stubbornly retorted, "You are merely guessing. Perhaps the testing equipment is at fault." However, as soon as he spoke, skeptical glances were cast in his direction, and his assertions lost their credibility. The third round then commenced, with the organizers presenting an ancient bronze ding, its surface marred by rust, exuding an aura of age and mystery. The atmosphere grew tense as the audience held their breath, fixating their gazes upon the artifact. Zhao Yuxuan circled the bronze ding, feigning scrutiny before declaring loudly, "This ding is undoubtedly a genuine artifact from the Shang or Zhou dynasty. Just look at the rust and the design. It is simply flawless." A bearded, seasoned appraiser was the first to approach, circling the bronze ding while occasionally touching its surface and narrowing his eyes in careful observation. He then cleared his throat and stated, "This bronze ding, with its naturally aged patina and design that aligns with the style of the Shang and Zhou periods, is undoubtedly an authentic piece from that era." Many in attendance nodded in agreement, affirming his assessment. Qiando Duo echoed, "Since Master Wang has said so, this ding must undoubtedly be of great value." However, Sun Xiaomei displayed hesitation and remarked, "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei approached deliberately, crouched down, and brought his eyes close to the bronze ding to scrutinize its inner surface. He then gently tapped the body of the ding, listening intently to the dull sound it emitted. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a replica, although the rust appears natural. A closer examination reveals that its distribution is too uniform, unlike what would occur through the passage of time. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of bronze dings from the Shang and Zhou dynasties would typically display irregular markings on the inner surface, yet this ding is excessively smooth. Additionally, a genuine artifact would produce a much deeper, more resonant sound, whereas this one has a somewhat crisp tone." Upon hearing his words, Lin Jinan trembled with admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Such precise judgment is truly commendable." Lin Shuriao's eyes sparkled with newfound appreciation for Hu Fei, her admiration for him growing. Zhao Yuxuan, his face flushed with embarrassment, attempted to protest, but his words were drowned out by the surrounding discussions. Resigned, he stood aside, filled with resentment, yet compelled to acknowledge that Hu Fei surpassed him in the art of appraisal. In the subsequent rounds of competition, Hu Fei, armed with solid expertise and keen observational skills, successfully identified numerous fakes, becoming the focal point of the event. Each of his assessments was impeccably accurate, eliciting gasps of astonishment and rounds of applause from the audience. As Hu Fei continued to excel in identifying treasures, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with discussions amongst the crowd intensifying. These discussions reached Lin Shuriao's ears, and she found herself increasingly intrigued by Hu Fei. Stealing glances at him, she noted his simple yet elegant attire and his upright posture, exuding confidence and determination. In that moment, a ripple of emotion stirred within her, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson, and her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. Meanwhile, the once self-assured appraisers and affluent youths faltered under Hu Fei's successive triumphs, ultimately conceding defeat. As the competition concluded and the results were announced, Hu Fei emerged victorious by a significant margin. Although Qian Duo felt a twinge of disappointment, he approached Hu Fei with a forced smile, saying, "Brother Hu, I am truly impressed. Your skills have won my heartfelt admiration." Sun Xiaomei, equally disheartened, added, "Indeed, Mr. Hu, I look forward to seeking your guidance in the future." In stark contrast, Zhao Yuxuan remained rooted in place, his complexion ashen, consumed by jealousy and disappointment. Initially, he had hoped to showcase his talents at this matchmaking event and overshadow Hu Fei, only to find himself eclipsed by him instead. Witnessing Lin Shuriao's admiring gaze towards Hu Fei only intensified the flames of his anger. Lin Shuriao's father, Lin Jinan, the leader of the Lin Group and a significant figure in the business world, closely monitored Hu Fei's performance, his eyes gleaming with admiration, fully recognizing the young man's talent and composure. After the matchmaking event concluded, Lin Jinan personally approached Hu Fei, his gait steady and a warm smile adorning his face. Young man, you are truly remarkable. My Lin Antique Company is in dire need of talents like you. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us as the chief appraiser with generous compensation. Please consider it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of envy. Gaining entry into the Lin Antique Company was a coveted opportunity for many appraisers. Lin Jinan then turned his gaze toward Lin Shuyao. His eyes filled with affection and continued, Shuyao has taken quite a liking to you. You two make a splendid match. If you join the company, I hope your relationship can further develop as you both strive for the future of the business together. The crowd acknowledged this as a rare and favorable opportunity, one that promised both professional and romantic success for Hu Fei. However, Hu Fei did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before responding, Uncle Lin, I'm truly grateful for your recognition. It is an honor to receive your approval. Nevertheless, I have always yearned for a free working environment and wish to focus on my own career plans for now, without the constraints of a company. Pausing, he glanced at Lin Shuyao, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, and continued, Shuyao, I also appreciate your affection. Yet, my career is still unstable, and I feel I'm not mature enough. I wish to carve out my own path in this industry before considering matters of the heart. Therefore, I hope you can grant me some time. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Lin Jinan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet maintained a gentle smile as he said, It is commendable for young people to have their own aspirations. I respect your decision. Whatever choice you make, I wish you all the best for the future. Lin Shuyao gazed at Hu Fei, her eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy as she forced a faint smile and softly said, Hu Fei, I understand you. I hope you realize your dream soon. I will wait for you. Chapter 27. The Malevolent Spirit. Filled with gratitude, Hu Fei's gaze swept over Lin Shuyao and Lin Jinan in succession as he declared, Thank you for your understanding. I shall certainly contemplate this matter seriously. Upon uttering this, those around him were taken aback. In their eyes, Hu Fei had seemingly missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Hu Fei appeared unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For him, while wealth and love were indeed precious, freedom and future prospects held even greater significance. Meanwhile, having shown brilliantly at the matchmaking event, Hu Fei had undoubtedly become the focal point of attention. Those who had been skeptical of his appraisal abilities were now captivated by his precise judgments. The atmosphere was as fervent as a blazing fire, with the crowd swarming around him, their eyes sparkling with fervor as if they had discovered a rare treasure. A richly attired young man, beaming with a smile, approached Hu Fei hurriedly, holding a wine glass. Though his smile appeared enthusiastic, a glimmer of ulterior motive lurked beneath. Brother Hu, it is a pleasure to meet you today. I now see you are a prodigy in appraisal. My family possesses numerous antiques and paintings, and I have been troubled by the lack of an expert to evaluate them. Might I invite you to my residence for some guidance? In the future, should you have any needs, I shall certainly do my utmost. With these words, he extended the wine cup towards Hu Fei, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged antiquities dealer, adorned with a beard, squeezed through the crowd, clasping his hands in respect and proclaiming, Master Hu, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Having navigated the antiquities trade for decades, I have yet to encounter someone as formidable as yourself. I sense a kinship between us. Let us become friends. Should I come across any valuable items, I shall be sure to bring them to you first. At that moment, a young man in the crowd could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly, Master Hu, you must promise me. I have saved for a long time, eagerly hoping to treat you to a meal and seek your wisdom. Another elegantly dressed individual quickly chimed in. A mere meal is insufficient, Master Hu. My family possesses a painting that is said to be an authentic work of Tang Bohu, but I am uncertain of its authenticity. If you would be so gracious, I would promptly deliver it to you as a token of our meeting. A particularly eager youth blushed with excitement, gazing longingly at Hu Fei. Master Hu, I yearn to learn the art of treasure appraisal from you. Please take me on as your disciple. I promise to study diligently and will not squander your guidance. However, Hu Fei merely stood there, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze revealed a certain calmness and clarity. He gently waved his hand, declining their generous offers. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have always been a solitary wanderer and am not accustomed to forming numerous friendships. The art of appraisal is merely a personal interest of mine, and I do not merit such high praise from you all. The crowd, taken aback by his response, found it perplexing. Given his remarkable achievements at such a young age, They believe he should seize the opportunity to broaden his network and pave the way for his future. Yet, he so easily rejected their goodwill, leaving them bewildered. The wealthy young man, undeterred, urged once more, "Brother, who do consider, in this world, a friend is a pathway to opportunity. We possess connections in the antiquities realm that may prove beneficial to you in the future." Hu Fei remained resolute, shaking his head. "My mind is made up. I kindly ask you not to press me further. I am well aware of my own capabilities and what I desire. These so-called connections and benefits hold little significance for me." Realizing Hu Fei's unwavering stance, the crowd understood that further persuasion would be futile and reluctantly dispersed. Some muttered under their breath as they departed, remarking on Hu Fei's lack of awareness of the situation. Watching them leave, Hu Fei felt no tumult within. He understood that in this world rife with material desires, human hearts are complex, and many seek companionship with ulterior motives. What they coveted was his extraordinary abilities and skills in appraisal, hoping to leverage him for greater wealth and gain. Yet, he wished only to live freely, relying on his own abilities while persistently pursuing his dreams. After departing from the matchmaking event, Hu Fei wasted no time and proceeded directly to the shop he had previously visited. At that moment, the sun's fading light cast a delicate golden veil over the earth, enveloping everything in a gentle glow. However, Hu Fei had no inclination to admire the beauty of the scene, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of the peculiar matters within the shop. In the distance, he caught sight of a middle-aged woman standing at the entrance of the shop, her face etched with anxiety and unease, nervously glancing around as if eagerly awaiting something. Her silhouette, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared particularly fragile. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, adding to her pallor. Upon noticing Hu Fei's figure, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes, and she hurriedly approached, her expression a blend of relief from having survived a perilous encounter and a lingering sense of trepidation. "You finally arrived. I have been waiting for you," she said. Hu Fei nodded slightly, his expression filled with concern as he inquired, "How is the situation? Are you all right?" As he listened to the middle-aged woman's account, his brow gradually furrowed, and his demeanor grew increasingly grave. He pondered to himself, realizing that he had underestimated the malevolent spirit's capabilities. He had thought that the talisman would be sufficient to subdue them, yet it seemed they had discovered a weakness. This malevolent entity was cunning and formidable, indeed a challenging foe. With this thought, he raised his gaze towards the shop, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, "It appears that this malevolent spirit is even more formidable than I anticipated. However, rest assured, now that I am here, I will resolve this matter. Please wait outside. I shall confront them within." The middle-aged woman, though filled with worry, nodded and replied, "You must be careful." Taking a deep breath, Hu Fei strode towards the shop with steady and powerful steps, each footfall resonating with an inexhaustible strength. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused momentarily before pushing the door open. With a creak, the door slowly swung ajar, and a chilling gust of air rushed forth, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Inside, the dimness was suffused with a pungent, putrid odor, as if something was decaying in the shadows. Narrowing his eyes, Hu Fei activated his celestial vision, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. In his sight, the entire shop was enveloped in a thick layer of malevolent energy, with dark currents swirling within, reminiscent of countless tormented souls struggling in anguish. "Come forth. I know you are within," he intoned, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the desolate shop. As his words faded, an eerie, cold laughter emanated from the depths of the shop. "You, a mere child, dare to thwart my designs. How utterly foolish." Hu Fei's expression hardened, his eyes emitting a piercing cold light as he retorted, "You, a vile spirit, have disrupted the peace of this world. Encountering me today is your doom." With that, he swiftly pinpointed the source of the voice, his hands forming an intricate series of mystical gestures as he chanted incantations. In an instant, a faint golden radiance enveloped him, akin to the rising sun, dispelling some of the surrounding malevolence. As Hu Fei moved, a shadow gradually materialized from the depths of the shop. This shadow, elusive and shrouded in dense malevolence, seemed to have emerged from the depths of the abyss. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, resembling two burning ghostly flames, instilling a sense of dread. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Fei bellowed, "Evil specter, you have finally revealed yourself. Humph. Those who have seen my true form have all perished as souls in the underworld. Today, you too are destined to meet your demise at my hands." The malevolent specter emitted a sharp, piercing laugh, reminiscent of an owl's mournful call, echoing through the cramped shop and sending shivers down the spine. Surrounded by a radiant golden light, Hu Fei resembled a divine warrior descended upon the mortal realm, coldly declaring, "You vile creature, having committed countless atrocities, today marks your end. Prepare to perish. Impudent wretch, you shall die." The specter retorted in a fit of rage, unleashing a chilling scream as it transformed into a shadowy figure, enveloped in a torrent of dark energy, lunging at Hu Fei like a bolt of black lightning. With a swift motion, Hu Fei evaded the specter's assault, moving with the agility of a leopard. Simultaneously, he chanted incantations, his hands forming intricate seals, and his fingertips released several beams of golden light, akin to arrows shot from a bow, aimed at the malevolent specter. Reacting swiftly, the specter roared in fury and spun rapidly, summoning the surrounding dark energy to create a formidable whirlwind, filled with sharp blades of wind that sliced through the air with a hissing sound, as if countless knives were severing all in their path. Recognizing the specter's formidable power, Hu Fei understood the necessity of exerting his utmost effort. Thus he inhaled deeply, swiftly forming a protective seal with his hands, and proclaimed, "Boundless heavens and earth, lend me your power. By the decree of the law, I command." As his voice resonated, the entire shop trembled violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Gradually, a colossal Bagua diagram emerged behind Hu Fei, radiating an overwhelming aura akin to a majestic mountain, evoking a sense of reverence. "Begone!" Hu Fei shouted, forcefully pushing his hands forward. The Bagua diagram surged forth with the might of a tidal wave, sweeping towards the specter. Wherever it passed, the dark energy dissipated instantaneously, as if ice had met the scorching sun. Enveloped by the Bagua diagram, the specter emitted a tormented scream, its form twisting and contorting as the dark energy within it was swiftly absorbed, its strength waning. The originally blood-red eyes gradually dulled, losing their luster. "No, impossible. You are merely a mortal. How can you possess such formidable power?" The specter exclaimed in terror. In this vast world marvels abound. Nothing is impossible." Hu Fei maintained his focus on the incantation, amplifying the power of the Bagua diagram. In an instant, the diagram blazed with brilliance, resembling a golden sun that completely enveloped the specter. Before long, the specter's cries grew fainter, ultimately culminating in a desperate plea. "Master, spare me. I shall never dare again. Please grant me a chance to live." Hu Fei let out a cold snort, swiftly producing a soul banishment talisman, and bellowed, "Evil spirit, now you seek my mercy? It is far too late. Prepare to meet your demise." As soon as the words left his lips, the talisman transformed into a brilliant flash of light, engulfing the malevolent ghost. Instantly, the ghostly figure dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, gradually vanishing into the air as if it had never existed. With a sigh of relief, Hu Fei's face softened into a smile as he retracted the hexagram talisman. He then slowly exited the shop. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed to meet him, her eyes filled with concern. "Master, how did it go? Is the problem resolved?" Hu Fei nodded, smiling as he replied, "Fear not, my lady. The malevolent spirit has been completely vanquished, and there shall be no further danger." Gratitude shone in the woman's eyes as she slightly bent her frame and clasped her hands in thanks. "I cannot express my gratitude enough. If it were not for you, I would have been utterly lost." Hu Fei merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. By the way, what do you intend to do with this shop?" he inquired. The woman hesitated, a look of resignation crossing her features. "Given all that has transpired, I no longer wish to continue its operation. If you are interested, I could sell it to you at a low price." He nodded, smiling as he said, "Very well. Let us discuss the price." 5 minutes later, Hu Fei acquired the shop at a bargain, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He then looked up to see the day waning and recalled that Liu Yi was still waiting for him at the company. He walked to the roadside, mounted his brand-new motorcycle, and started the engine, speeding toward Liu Yi's workplace. Along the way, Hu Fei was lost in a state of joy, oblivious to the impending crisis lurking nearby. The two thugs who had previously suffered at his hands harbored resentment and, after inquiring around, finally discovered his whereabouts. Subsequently, they hurriedly approached the leader of the Axe Gang, embellishing their tale of woe and pleading for retribution. "Boss, you must take action. That brat was utterly arrogant. He assaulted us without mercy and claimed that the Axe Gang was nothing in his eyes." The taller thug's face was contorted with grievance, his eyes glinting with hatred. The shorter, stockier thug chimed in, Indeed, boss, after beating us, he even boasted that even you, personally, would not be his match. Long Batian, the notorious leader of the Axe Gang, was infamous in the area for his ruthless and overbearing nature. He had carved out a domain of terror through violence and intimidation, ruling with an iron fist. Listening to the two thugs' lamentations, Long Batian seethed with rage, feeling utterly disrespected by Hu Fei's actions. How dare he act with such impunity on my territory? Today, I shall teach him a severe lesson, making him understand the consequences of crossing the Axe Gang. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Batian waved his hand, leading a group of fearsome subordinates armed with axes and clubs to lay in wait along Hu Fei's path. The group concealed themselves in a narrow alley, their eyes fixed intently on the intersection, eagerly anticipating Hu Fei's appearance, for a fierce battle was imminent. Before long, Hu Fei approached on his motorcycle, racing forward with the speed of the wind, completely oblivious to the encroaching danger. As he neared an intersection, two thugs, sharp-eyed and alert, immediately recognized him. One of them hastily pointed and shouted to Long Batian, "Boss, look, it's this man who has ruined our plans." The other quickly chimed in, "Indeed, it's him. He left us battered and bruised." Long Batian followed there, his eyes gleaming with menace as he bellowed, "You there, if you know what's good for you. Kneel and beg for mercy, and compensate us for our losses. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret this encounter." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei remained unfazed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he coldly retorted, "Humph, you rabble think you can compel me to kneel? How utterly deluded." With that, he brought his motorcycle to a steady halt, his demeanor unervingly calm, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk as he swiftly devised a strategy in his mind, aware that a brutal confrontation was unavoidable. In response, Long Batian spat out his cigar onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, and then brandished his axe once more, declaring with a scornful tone, "Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he charged forth like a frenzied beast, his subordinates surging forward in a chaotic rush to encircle Hu Fei. Yet, Hu Fei remained composed, exuding an inscrutable calmness. In the blink of an eye, Long Batian swung his axe towards Hu Fei with lightning speed, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh aimed directly at Hu Fei's head. Quick as a flash, Hu Fei dodged to the right, effortlessly evading the lethal strike, leaving Long Batian to swing at nothing but air. With a smirk, Hu Fei taunted, "Is that the best you can do? You dare to provoke me with such feeble skills?" Enraged by his words, Long Batian's forehead pulsed with veins, a fierce murderous intent igniting within him as he swung the axe again, this time aiming for Hu Fei's waist with ferocity. In response, Hu Fei's pupils constricted, leaving behind several afterimages as he narrowly evaded the axe's deadly arc. Then, in a flash, he soared into the air, striking with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a powerful kick to Long Batian's back. The impact sent Long Batian crashing forward, landing unceremoniously on the ground, his face meeting the dirt as he let out a pained cry. Witnessing this, the other thugs' eyes glinted with fury, brandishing their weapons like a pack of rabid dogs as they charged toward Hu Fei with reckless abandon. Soon, they encircled Hu Fei, launching a fierce assault from all directions. Unperturbed and calm as still water, Hu Fei gracefully executed a series of Wing Chun movements, engaging in an intense battle with the rowdy thugs. In a fleeting moment, his figure darted through the crowd as if traversing an uninhabited realm, retaliating against his assailants with fervor. The gangsters, caught off guard and in disarray, found themselves hurled away by Hu Fei's powerful strikes, akin to kites severed from their strings, gracefully crashing to the ground while emitting anguished cries. With a cold huff, Hu Fei swiftly approached Long Batian, seizing his collar with one hand while delivering a crushing blow to his chest with the other. Long Batian, gripped by terror, felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead like pearls on a broken string, his face a mask of fear. The pain in his chest was unbearable, rendering his breaths labored and arduous. At that moment, he could hardly fathom the sheer might of Hu Fei, feeling like a mere insignificant pawn before such overwhelming strength, utterly incapable of retaliation. Observing this, Hu Fei's expression remained impassive, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He grounded himself, channeling the majority of his strength into his right hand, and with a single, forceful slap, sent Long Batian flying. Long Batian cried out in agony, a thick stream of blood erupting from his mouth as his body arced through the air before plummeting to the ground, his head striking a large stone, resulting in a protrusion the size of a pea, faintly seeping crimson blood. At this moment, His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn and tattered, the once arrogant bravado having vanished without a trace. He lay sprawled on the ground in utter disarray, resembling a stray dog, gradually slipping into unconsciousness, completely motionless. The other thugs, witnessing Long Baishan's defeat, were instantly gripped by panic, discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing their heads in supplication. "Spare us, great one. We failed to recognize your prowess. We shall never dare again." Hu Fei brushed off non-existent dust, his demeanor serene as he approached Long Batian and the other thugs with measured steps, surveying the kneeling supplicants from a lofty perspective, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. "Oh, now you know fear? Where has your earlier arrogance fled? Do you truly believe you could run rampant before me?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the stillness, imbued with a chilling authority. Then, crossing his arms, disdain flickered in his eyes as he continued. "Consider this a lesson for today. Should you dare to commit further misdeeds, no matter where you hide, I will unearth you. When that time comes, it will not be so simple." The gangsters, terrified to their core, repeatedly bowed their heads to Hu Fei, echoing in unison, "Yes, brother, we shall never dare again." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei displayed a satisfied smile, turning to approach a motorcycle. He mounted the vehicle, pressing down on the throttle, unleashing a roar from the engine akin to a ferocious beast. With a swift motion, he sped away, leaving a group of thugs sprawled on the ground, trembling with trepidation. After what felt like an eternity, Hu Fei finally arrived at the entrance of the company. It was the height of rush hour, the streets bustling with people, and there stood the familiar silhouette of Lu Yi at the company entrance. However, before Hu Fei could approach her, the supervisor, Zhang Yaowu, burst forth from side. This man had long harbored lecherous intentions towards Lu Yi, seizing every opportunity to harass her. Today, unable to contain his depraved desires, his eyes gleamed with deep greed and lust as he took several rapid strides towards Lu Yi, reaching out to grasp her arm and shouting, "Lu Yi, you won't escape today. Come with me." Chapter 30, A Return to Chaos. Lu Yi's face turned pale with fear as she struggled desperately, crying out, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Yet, Zhang Yaowu, possessing considerable strength, tugged her towards a black sedan, intent on forcibly pulling her into the vehicle. Witnessing this, Hu Fei's expression turned icy, an aura of frost emanating from him, as if he were a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. He advanced several steps forward, moving with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt, seizing Zhang Yaowu's wrist and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, Zhang Yaowu's wrist dislocated, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his face contorted in agony. "Who are you to interfere with my affairs?" Zhang Yaowu gasped, drenched in cold sweat, though he attempted to maintain a facade of menace. Hu Fei scoffed, a hint of disdain gracing his features, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a mere insignificant insect. "How dare you lay your hands on her? If I do not teach you a proper lesson today, you truly will not know your place." With that, Hu Fei raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps to Zhang Yaowu's face, the sound echoing through the streets. Zhang Yaowu's face instantly swelled, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Apologize to her," Hu Fei commanded coldly, though resentment boiled within him. Zhang Yaowu, recognizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, gritted his teeth and begrudgingly uttered, "I am sorry, Lu Yi." Lu Yi, her brows slightly furrowed, chose to ignore Zhang Yaowu, turning her gaze elsewhere. Seeing this, Hu Fei, still unsatisfied, delivered another forceful blow that sent Zhang Yaowu sprawling, admonishing, "Listen well. If you dare to harass Yi again, I will not hesitate to destroy you. I speak with utmost sincerity." Yes, big brother, I understand. I will never dare to offend Miss Yi again." Zhang Yaowu knelt on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, a few teeth broken, his face etched with terror as he trembled, his lips quivering. Just then, a luxurious car approached slowly, coming to a smooth stop at the company entrance. The door swung open, and Lin Shiryao, along with her father, Lin Jinan, stepped out, walking towards Hu Fei and the others. It became evident that this company was one of the enterprises under the Lin Group. Lin Shiryao beheld the chaotic scene before her face etched with confusion. Upon hearing the commotion, Hu Fei recounted in detail Zhang Yaowu's audacious attempt to forcibly take Lu Yi away. Lin Jinan's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Yaowu as he declared, "Zhang Yaowu, you are hereby dismissed. You are no longer an employee of this company." After uttering those words, he hung his head in despair and fled in disarray. At that moment, Lin Shuyao noticed Lu Yi, and observing the close proximity between Hu Fei and Lu Yi, a twinge of jealousy inexplicably stirred within her, causing her gaze to sharpen. Hu Fei, sensing Lin Shuyao's discomfort, hurriedly clarified, Shuyao, Lu Yi is not my girlfriend. She is merely a classmate from middle school with whom I recently reconnected. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyao's expression softened slightly, though a trace of skepticism lingered in her eyes. Hu Fei sighed, offering a wry smile as he said, Uncle, Shuyao, I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell. Lin Jinan nodded silently, remaining uncommunicative. Lin Shuyao flashed a radiant smile and waved, saying, all right, goodbye. With that, Hu Fei said no more, leading Lu Yi to the motorcycle. He mounted the bike first and gestured for Lu Yi to join him. Cautiously, she took her place on the rear seat, her hands gently clutching the hem of Hu Fei's shirt. With a roar, the motorcycle's engine came to life, and the two sped away like a streak of black lightning, disappearing down the street towards Lu Yi's home. Upon their arrival, as Hu Fei pushed the door open, a cacophony of shouts and the clatter of furniture reached their ears from within. A sense of foreboding gripped Hu Fei's heart, and he urgently pulled Lu Yi inside. The interior lay in disarray, with tables and chairs overturned, resembling a scene of a robbery. Lu Yi's father, Lu Hongye, huddled pitifully in a corner, his face marred with bruises, his clothing torn and tattered, a sight of utter desolation. Several burly men encircled him, one of whom, a leader with a brutish appearance and a thick gold chain around his neck, brandished a baseball bat and vociferously berated Lu Hongye. With each insult, he struck the nearby table with the bat, causing items to rattle and jump. Witnessing this, Lu Yi's eyes brimmed with tears. She forcefully broke free from Hu Fei's grasp and charged forward like a protective mother animal, positioning herself in front of Lu Hongye, crying out, what are you doing? Why are you hitting him? The leading thug's eyes glinted with a lecherous light upon seeing Lu Yi, and he smirked in a most unsavory manner. After a despicable laugh, he extended his filthy hand towards Lu Yi, saying, oh, isn't this Lu Yi? Quite a pretty sight, I must say. Your father owes our company money. If it's not repaid today, you'll serve as collateral. He leaned closer, a revolting expression on his face. Quick as lightning, Hu Fei seized the thug's wrist and twisted it with force. With a sudden crack, the burly man's wrist dislocated, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, causing the baseball bat in his hand to clatter to the ground. Observing this, Hu Fei let out a chilling smirk, his face radiating an eerie coldness, as if he could freeze one in their tracks. Who are you? Why do you torment an elderly man? You again, exclaimed another burly man, his eyes widening in fury as he tightened his grip on a steel pipe, resembling a raging bull intent on revenge. He charged recklessly at Hu Fei, panting heavily, each footfall thundering against the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. His muscles contorted with rage as he shouted incessantly, today, I will ensure you, insolent brat. Leave with your teeth scattered. The corners of Hu Fei's mouth curled into a sardonic smile, his demeanor calm and unhurried as he retorted, you think you can touch me? No sooner had he spoken than he lifted his leg with the swiftness of black lightning, delivering a precise kick to the man's abdomen. The burly figure was sent hurtling backward as if struck by artillery, crashing violently against the wall with a resounding thud. He then slumped to the ground, writhing in agony, emitting cries reminiscent of a slaughtered animal. It hurts so much. Chapter 31. The Shallow Master. Clutching his stomach tightly, his face drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, the other burly men were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling as terror and panic filled their eyes. They involuntarily trembled, retreating several steps, their weapons quivering in their grips. Some even found their legs giving way, barely able to stand, as if they might collapse at any moment. Despite the pain causing him to sweat profusely, the leading burly man gritted his teeth and growled, you have guts, brat, but do not rejoice too soon. Today, I have summoned 5 masters from the Shaolin Temple. No matter how formidable you are, you will find it difficult to escape their grasp. As he spoke, he trembled as he fumbled in his pocket for his phone, hands shaking from anger and pain, nearly dropping it. At long last, he dialed the number, urgently shouting into the device, hurry, come, quickly. The onlookers erupted into a flurry of chatter, their voices rising in excitement. Look, this kid may handle a few thugs, but the masters from Shaolin are all incredibly skilled and unfathomable. He is surely doomed. Indeed, I believe he was merely lucky earlier. Soon enough, he will suffer the consequences. A moment later, 5 monks clad in robes entered from outside. Each of these monks was robust and imposing, their expressions stern, radiating an intimidating aura that commanded respect. Standing before the crowd like towering mountains, exuding an undeniable majesty. At the forefront stood a venerable monk, hands clasped in reverence. His brow slightly furrowed as he fixed his gaze intently upon Hu Fei. Upon noticing the arrival of the monks, the imposing man at the helm felt a surge of vigor, boldly pointing at Hu Fei and exclaiming with arrogance, "Master, it is he who deserves a thorough beating." In response, the leading monk advanced a step, his demeanor cold and unwavering as he locked his eyes onto Hu Fei, his voice deep and authoritative, slowly articulating, "Young man, your actions are exceedingly ruthless, verging on the transgression of natural law." Enraged, the chief monk chastised, "Very well, lad, since you are asking for a thrashing, we shall impart a lesson upon you to make you aware of our prowess." With this declaration, the 5 monks exchanged glances, nodding in unison. They then began to advance towards Hu Fei, each step measured and resolute. Hu Fei, confronted by the 5 formidable monks, felt a slight tremor of trepidation within. The martial arts of Shaolin Temple are steeped in history and depth, consistently producing unparalleled masters. These 5 monks hailed from Shaolin, reputed as formidable practitioners, undoubtedly possessing exceptional skills. Yet, despite this, Hu Fei felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, he exuded an aura of unwavering determination and confidence. With this thought, Hu Fei bellowed, firmly grounding himself. Slightly crouching, fists clenched, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the monks, radiating an essence of fearlessness. Observing this, the leading monk joined his hands together and softly intoned, "Amitba." In an instant, his eyes snapped open, a fierce glint flashing within, and he swiftly moved forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Hu Fei's chest, bellowing, "Boy, feel the might of my Arhut fist." In response, Hu Fei deftly pivoted on his feet, employing the 8 trigram dragon steps to evade the fierce assault. Simultaneously, he thrust his left arm forward, veins bulging, striking at the leading monk's arm while vociferously asserting, "Is this all you possess? It is quite insufficient." Witnessing this, the other 4 monks, filled with righteous indignation, launched their attacks from various angles towards Hu Fei. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of whistling fists and flying legs, enveloping the entire room in an intense atmosphere of combat. Surrounded, Hu Fei adeptly utilized the 8 trigram dragon steps to dodge and weave, skillfully evading repeated strikes while counterattacking whenever possible. Seizing an opportune moment, he sprang high into the air, executing a swift turn and delivering rapid kicks towards 2 of the monks, exclaiming, "Prepare to receive my blows." The 2 monks hastily raised their arms to defend, but were met with a resounding thud as they were sent reeling backward, astonishment etched upon their faces. The crowd of onlookers erupted in fervor, exclamations of disbelief echoing, "No way, this young man is remarkably skilled. I had underestimated him." Indeed, it seems he is not merely boasting. He possesses genuine talent. Expressions of shock replaced previous disdain as the realization dawned upon them. However, the masters of Shaolin Temple are not easily vanquished. Once they stabilized their stances, they launched a fierce offensive against Hu Fei once more. The leading monk unleashed a formidable set of boxing techniques, each strike imbued with immense power, chanting the moves. Wei Tuo presents the pestle. The Buddha's light illuminates all. Hu Fei's expression grew grave. Confronted with this relentless assault, he slowly raised his hands, adopting the initial posture of Tai Chi with a graceful motion. He wielded his palms to dissipate the monk's vigorous force, employing softness to conquer hardness, deftly neutralizing their attacks. Meanwhile, Hu Fei evaded while seeking vulnerabilities in his opponents. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him as he discerned a brief opening beneath the leading monk's ribs during a punch. Without hesitation, he advanced, delivering a blow of tremendous force aimed at the monk's side, exclaiming, "The flaw lies here." The leading monk, caught off guard, was struck by the punch, staggering momentarily. Pain etched across his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observing the unfolding situation, the other monks intensified their assault, charging at Hu Fei with renewed vigor. In response, Hu Fei's gaze sharpened, a surge of determination igniting within him. He promptly executed a Tai Chi technique, skillfully neutralizing their combined efforts while launching indiscriminate counterattacks. In an instant, before they could comprehend the turn of events, they were sent flying by an overwhelming force, akin to kites severed from their strings. Crashing to the ground in disarray, cries of anguish escaping their lips, their power to fight completely extinguished, faces awash with terror. Who on earth is this young man? How can his martial prowess be so extraordinary? This is inconceivable. We are masters of Shaolin Temple. How could we be vanquished by a single strike? Emotionless, Hu Fei drew a sharp dagger from his waist, slowly advancing towards the leading burly man and the foremost monk. Looking down upon them as a dragon would regard an ant, a profound disdain swelling within him. Coldly, he inquired, "Speak, do you wish for death or for life?" Upon hearing this, the leading monk stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The other 4 monks exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness as they pleaded with Hu Fei. "Young hero, spare us. I am still young and do not wish to die. Indeed, we were foolish and did not recognize your greatness. We beg for your forgiveness." The burly men, their legs trembling, collapsed before Hu Fei, bowing 3 times in earnest supplication for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry. I understand now. Please spare me." "Yes. We shall never dare to offend you again." The monks, hesitating momentarily, eventually knelt as well. "Amitabha, young benefactor, we bear you no malice. We only wish to teach you a small lesson. Please do not resort to slaughter." Chapter 32. Preferring Wealth Over Poverty. A band of bullies. Hu Fei stood tall, surveying the faces of those before him, his voice rising in anger. "Let today serve as a lesson for you. Depart at once, and do not let me see you commit further misdeeds." The leading monk's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he trembled and uttered, "Yes. Esteemed one, I understand." Upon hearing this, the crowd silently lowered their heads, unable to meet Hu Fei's gaze, and sheepishly rose to their feet, supporting one another as they hastily exited the room. Watching their retreating figures, Hu Fei exhaled a sigh of relief, vigorously brushing off the dust that clung to him. He then turned to Lu Yi and Lu Hongye, saying, "Uncle, this matter has come to a close. From this day forth, they shall no longer dare to disturb you. As for myself, it is time for me to depart. Farewell." Upon witnessing this, Lu Yi's eyes brimmed with reluctance, her feet seeming to take root as she hurriedly caught up to Hu Fei, grasping his sleeve tightly, as though fearing that with a mere turn, he would vanish like mist. Urgently, she implored, "Hu Fei, are you truly leaving just like that? Please stay a little longer." Hu Fei sighed, halting his steps reluctantly, and with a faint smile, replied, "To be frank, I too wish to remain here, but I fear your uncle may not welcome me." After a moment's thought, Lu Hongye slowly rose to his feet, walking with steady steps towards Hu Fei. His expression bore sincerity, albeit with a hint of avoidance as he lowered his gaze. Unable to meet Hu Fei's eyes, he spoke, "Hu Fei, I admit my previous words were rather superficial. I hope you do not take them to heart. Over the past 2 days, you have come to our aid twice. If I do not invite you to share a meal, I would feel remiss." Upon hearing Lu Hongye's earnest tone, warmth surged within Hu Fei, and he chose to overlook the earlier rudeness, responding, "Very well, since Uncle Lu is so gracious. I shall graciously accept." At this, Lu Yi's face blossomed with joy as she seized Hu Fei's hand, exclaiming, "All right, then accompany me to the kitchen to prepare the meal." Hu Fei nodded, gently caressing Lu Yi's flowing hair, and replied tenderly, "Yes, of course." With that, Hu Fei followed Lu Yi into the kitchen, where one took charge of washing rice while the other washed vegetables and chopped meat, their camaraderie bustling with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Hongye sat on a sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, his face betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. His fingers danced across the screen, lost in a moment of contemplation. Although Hu Fei's skills had impressed him, deep down, he still believed his daughter should wed a wealthy youth or a scion of a prominent family, thus ensuring his family's glory and affluence. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock, his expression etched with disbelief as his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. His heartbeat quickened, breaths became shallow, and his chest heaved, as if he had just encountered a completely new and distinct Hu Fei. Upon this realization, he was filled with exhilaration akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Leaping from the sofa with exaggerated motions reminiscent of a child, and darting into the kitchen like a gust of wind, nearly losing his shoes in the process. He eagerly waved his hand at Lu Yi, who was busy cooking, his face contorted with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "Hey, take a look. Is this person in the video Hu Fei? If it is indeed him, that would be extraordinary." Lu Yi, puzzled, set down her spatula and stepped to the kitchen entrance, standing beside Lu Hongye. She took the phone and scrutinized it closely, Her eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, a joyful smile gracing her face as she exclaimed, "Indeed. It is him." At this thought, he quietly resolved not only to cease opposing the relationship between Hu Fei and Yi, but also to actively foster their affection. One must understand that finding a son-in-law as outstanding as Hu Fei is a rare endeavor. Hu Fei momentarily halted his spatula, then turned to gaze into Lu Yi's eyes, stating, "To be candid, I cannot guarantee it. However, if you truly believe in my abilities, I can certainly give it a try. Perhaps I might even cure your father's ailment." Lu Yi's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with joy and anticipation. As if she could already envision her father's recovery, an image she had long dreamed of. She said, "That would be wonderful. Once we finish dinner, I would appreciate your help in treating my father." Hu Fei furrowed his brow, an expression of helplessness crossing his face as he sighed softly, seemingly lamenting his inability to immediately apply his medical skills. "All right," he replied, "but I currently lack silver needles, alcohol, and medicinal herbs. I will need to visit the pharmacy and medical supply store shortly." Chapter 33, A Narrow Path for Rivals. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled as she heartily patted Hu Fei's arm, her enthusiasm seemingly channeling all her energy into him as she resolutely declared, "Absolutely. After dinner, I will accompany you to the pharmacy without delay." 10 minutes later, Hu Fei and Lu Yi walked side by side, slowly entering a nearby large pharmacy. At that moment, the afternoon sunlight danced like a playful group of children, skipping through the windows of the pharmacy, freely cascading upon the neatly arranged rows of medicine cabinets. The jars and bottles on the counter shimmered softly under the sunlight, resembling small chests hiding mysterious treasures. The air was rich with the scent of herbs, a unique fragrance woven from the essence of medicinal plants, spices, and the passage of time, akin to gentle hands that, when caressed, could instantly soothe the spirit. Various medicinal materials were meticulously categorized. Some lay quietly in transparent glass jars, showcasing their original forms, while others were sealed within ancient wooden boxes, exuding an air of mystique. The staff, clad in tidy uniforms, busily flitted about the counter like diligent bees, their faces reflecting focus and patience as they warmly addressed each customer's queries. As soon as Hu Fei stepped through the pharmacy's entrance, he immediately sensed a familiar gaze, akin to a keen-scented hound detecting a well-known presence. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiao Yindang seated on a nearby chair, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead, looking so frail that even a gentle breeze could topple him. Moments later, Su Xiaomei casually glanced around and instantly spotted Hu Fei and Lu Yi. Her gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she shouted with a piercing voice, "Oh, isn't this Hu Fei? And you've got yourself another companion. How impressive." Hu Fei remained calm, his expression as inscrutable as an unfathomable icy pool. He cast a cold glance at Su Xiaomei and retorted, "Su Xiaomei, shut your foul mouth. Whether I possess talent is not for you to judge. As for you, stop flaunting your power here. What if you can buy medicine? It's still one tea cure Xiao Yindang's ailment." Utterly futile. As he spoke, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly, clearly incensed by Su Xiaomei's words. Yet Su Xiaomei acted like a petulant child, refusing to let Hu Fei off the hook easily. Like an agitated monkey, she waved the prescription in her hand and shouted, "Look here, this is all the medicine Xiao paid for me." Unlike certain individuals, practically destitute, who probably can't even afford to cross the threshold of this pharmacy. After her outburst, Hu Fei remained expressionless, ignoring Su Xiaomei entirely as he strode purposefully to the counter, addressing the attendant, "Bring me several rare medicinal herbs, along with some silver needles and alcohol." The attendant promptly complied, and in no time, arranged the requested items neatly on the counter. In an instant, the herbs exuded a potent aroma, invigorating all who inhaled it. Hu Fei swiftly retrieved his wallet to pay, grasped the items, and turned to leave. His actions flowed seamlessly, executed with such confidence that onlookers were left astounded. This scene left Su Xiaomei wide-eyed and gaping, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. She could hardly fathom that the Hu Fei she once dismissed as a loser could effortlessly purchase such valuable medicinal herbs. Just then, the pharmacy owner emerged from the back room, instantly recognizing Hu Fei, his face lighting up with joy, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Divine Doctor, is it you? Please wait." Xiao Yindang scoffed at this remark, derisively declaring him a divine doctor. Ridiculous. Utterly ludicrous. As far as I know, he is merely a loser. A cuckold, once nothing more than a petty thief. How could he possibly be a divine doctor? Don't be deceived. The pharmacy owner shot Xiao Yindang a fierce glare and reprimanded, "Be silent. What do you know? This young friend is indeed the divine doctor I know. And he is the one I mentioned who could cure Miss Lin." This revelation left Xiao Yindang in disbelief, his face a canvas of alternating shades of white and red. He found it hard to accept that the person he had always looked down upon was, in fact, a divine doctor. Yet, the words of the pharmacy owner left no room for doubt. In an instant, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps Hu Fei truly possessed the ability to cure his ailment. Thus, mustering his courage, he approached Hu Fei and implored, "Hu Fei, oh no, esteemed physician, I regret my earlier ignorance. Please do not hold it against me. You see, my condition, might I trouble you to tend to it? The price is negotiable. I am willing to pay any amount, provided you can heal me." Hu Fei, regarding Xiao Yindang's hypocritical demeanor with disdain, coldly retorted, "Perhaps in your next life, when you are reincarnated as a pig, I may consider treating you." With that, he disregarded Xiao Yindang entirely and strode out of the pharmacy alongside Lu Yi. Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei remained rooted in place, their faces pale with fury, yet powerless to act. Su Xiaomei stamped her foot in frustration and seethed. "Hu Fei, we shall see." The young man clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with resentment. He vowed silently to find someone capable of curing his illness, determined to humiliate Hu Fei when the time came. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar woman in the living room. Dressed in a nurse's uniform, she sat on a black sofa, solemnly poring over a medical journal. Lu Yi's eyes brightened, and she rushed over to the stranger, warmly exclaiming, "Aunt, it has been ages. What brings you here?" With a gentle smile, she pulled Hu Fei forward and introduced, "Aunt, this is Hu Fei, my friend who has come to treat my father." "Hu Fei, this is my aunt. She is also a nurse with some knowledge of medicine." Chapter 34. The Art of Argumentation. Aunt stood up abruptly, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as she scrutinized Hu Fei's appearance and attire, as if examining a precious but dubious artifact. With a voice raised in skepticism, she queried, "Young man, are you truly capable of healing? I am well aware that medicine is no trifling matter. It requires years of rigorous study and extensive practical experience. You appear rather youthful. Can you truly manage?" Upon overhearing their exchange, Lu Hongye felt a stirring in his heart. He stepped forward, retrieving his phone from his waist and swiftly scrolling through the screen until he found a video of Hu Fei treating Lin Shiyao. He presented it to his aunt with the utmost respect, eyes brimming with anticipation and his tone tinged with urgency. "Sister, take a look at this. This is the video of Hu Fei treating the young lady from the Lin family. His medical skills are nothing short of extraordinary, akin to the legendary Hua Tuan." "Very well. If that is the case, I shall commence treatment for Uncle Lu." Hu Fei nodded slightly, moving to a nearby table where he meticulously arranged silver needles and a bottle of alcohol. He then carefully examined each medicinal ingredient, ensuring that the entire procedure would be flawless. Witnessing this, Lu Yi nervously tugged at the hem of her garment, while her aunt crossed her arms. Both women intently watching Hu Fei as the atmosphere in the living room thickened, almost suffocating. Once all preparations were complete, Hu Fei took a deep breath, slowly extending a hand to grasp a silver needle with steady precision. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze intently fixed on the acupoint of Lu Hongye, and with a gentle twist of his wrist, the needle penetrated the point with deliberate slowness. His technique was deft and composed, each insertion executed with impeccable accuracy, reminiscent of a seasoned artisan meticulously sculpting a rare treasure. Lu Hongye lay there, his eyes partially closed, though a flicker of anxiety coursed through him. The sight of Hu Fei's focused demeanor eased his taut nerves somewhat. As the silver needle continued its work, Lu Hongye's complexion gradually blossomed with a healthy flush, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Suddenly, he coughed violently a few times, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. Beside him, Lu Yi turned pale with fright, her eyes instantly reddening as she hurriedly grasped Hu Fei's arm, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. "Hu Fei, will my father be all right?" Hu Fei remained calm and unflustered, gently waving his hand as he spoke in a steady tone. This is a normal reaction. Uncle Lu's ailment has long been stagnant within him, causing a significant accumulation of blood stasis in his meridians. The purpose of my acupuncture was to unblock his channels, allowing this stasis to be released. Once he expels this dark blood, his condition will be effectively managed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's aunt furrowed her brow into a tight knot, a look of disdain flashing across her face as she coldly retorted, "Humph, that's mere sophistry. What kind of healing results in vomiting blood? I suspect you're merely floundering about. If anything were to happen to my brother, you wouldn't easily escape the consequences." At that moment, Lu Hongya suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features as he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Enough to fell a great water buffalo. With a slight exertion, he rose to his feet, exclaiming with exhilaration, "My legs, they have finally returned to normal. This is wonderful." Witnessing this, Lu Yi's aunt's face turned crimson, her mouth agape, yet she found herself speechless. Lu Yi, brimming with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, excitedly hugged Hu Fei's arm, exclaiming, "Hu Fei, you truly did it. You are remarkable." Lu Hongya, struggling to sit upright, supported himself easily with the edge of the bed. Looking at Hu Fei, his face was filled with gratitude and remorse. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "Hu Fei, thank you. I previously underestimated you. Please, do not hold it against me. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget." Hu Fei smiled warmly, a gentle expression gracing his features as he waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Lu, please do not say that. I'm truly delighted to have been able to restore your health." Before they knew it, half an hour had slipped by. Hu Fei glanced at his watch, realizing the hour was late. With a gentle smile, he turned to Lu Hongya, his aunt, and Lu Yi, saying, "Uncle Lu, Aunt, I must take my leave now. Farewell." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi immediately stood up, hurriedly stepping to Hu Fei's side, her voice soft as she offered, "Hu Fei, let me see you off." Hu Fei's eyes brightened as he nodded and said, "All right." With that, the two of them stepped out of the room and strolled leisurely forward. Along the way, Hu Fei slightly turned his body, gazing tenderly at Lu Yi's face, and spoke, "My jewelry store is set to open tomorrow morning. If Uncle Lu and you are free, would you be able to come by and join in the celebrations for my grand opening?" Lu Yi's eyes sparkled, and two faint dimples appeared on her cheeks as she smiled and replied, "Sure, tomorrow morning. I will take leave from work and arrive at the jewelry store on time with my dad." After saying this, Hu Fei waved goodbye to Lu Yi and briskly walked towards the roadside, effortlessly mounting a motorcycle. With a gentle twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, gradually vanishing into the night sky. The next morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gently illuminating the earth and draping the entire city in a dreamlike golden veil. After finishing breakfast, Hu Fei hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped outside. Suddenly, at that moment, Chen Yinshu rushed over in a flurry. He stumbled, his forehead etched with lines of anxiety, his eyes bloodshot, and he appeared utterly exhausted, as if all his vitality had been drained. Then, with a thud, he knelt before Hu Fei, gripping Hu Fei's thigh tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, and with a choked voice. He said, "Boss, I've run into serious trouble this time. You have to find a way to help me." Hu Fei bent slightly, supporting him with both hands, his expression filled with concern as a glimmer of worry flickered in his eyes. He asked, "Yinshu, what trouble? Please, get up and speak slowly." Gently patting Chen Yinshu's shoulder, he tried to calm him down. However, I later discovered that Huang Yu was actually a subordinate of the notorious gang member Sang Biao. She had grown weary of the violent lifestyle and longed to escape, hoping to live a normal life with me. As Chen Yinshu recounted this, his voice grew increasingly faint, as if he were revealing an unspeakably dreadful secret. He trembled involuntarily, his face filled with terror, and continued, "Ultimately, the truth cannot be hidden. Once Sang Biao learned of this, he immediately sent people to beat me up and demanded that I pay 100,000 yuan in compensation within 3 days. Otherwise, he would ruin my life." As he spoke, Chen Yinshu's emotions spiraled out of control, his hands gripping Hu Fei's arms like a vice. After Sang Biao couldn't find me, he resorted to threatening my girlfriend. He used her phone to contact me, saying she was kidnapped and abandoned factory. If I didn't bring 100,000 yuan today, they would violate her and sell her in the South Seas for scams and organ trafficking. After uttering these words, Chen Yinshu's face was filled with sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. His legs weakened, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, repeatedly banging his head against the ground, producing a dull, thudding sound. He desperately pleaded, "Boss, I truly have nowhere else to turn. I can only come to you for help." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei's brows instantly knitted together, a fierce blaze of anger igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out, seizing Chen Yinshu and stating resolutely, "Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. If Sang Biao dares to act so brazenly, he shall pay a heavy price. With that, the two of them hurried towards the abandoned factory. Before long, a derelict factory loomed before them. The vast building stood solitary in the barren wilderness, surrounded by rampant weeds. The factory's exterior was a patchwork of peeling paint, revealing dark, weathered bricks beneath, a testament to the ravages of time. Several window panes lay shattered, their hollow frames resembling vacant eyes silently surveying the desolation. The factory's entrance hung ajar, creaking ominously in the wind, adding an eerie aura to the scene. As dusk approached, the waning sunlight cast a golden hue over the factory ruins. Hu Fei's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any trace of movement. Even the flutter of a falling leaf would capture his attention. His steps were light yet steady, radiating an air of readiness for battle. Chun Inshu stood beside him, his face etched with concern for his girlfriend, trembling as he pointed towards the abandoned factory, whispering, "Boss, this is the place." Hu Fei nodded slightly, gesturing for Chun Inshu to take cover behind him. Taking a deep breath, he activated his arcane skills, his aura intensifying dramatically. Then, with a thunderous shout, he declared, "Come out, all of you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of menacing bikers surged forth from the factory shadows, encircling Hu Fei and Chun Inshu. Armed with steel pipes and machetes, their eyes gleamed with ferocity and brutality. At the forefront stood Sang Biao, a towering figure with bulging muscles and a prominent scar marring his face. Clutching a gleaming long knife, he coldly fixed his gaze on Hu Fei, filled with contempt and disdain, sneering, "You little brat, since you've come here today, don't think you'll leave alive." Hu Fei's lips curled into a confident and composed smile as he retorted, "Humph. With your ragtag bunch, you cannot hope to take my life. Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it." Sang Biao, utterly provoked by Hu Fei, roared as he lunged forward, brandishing his long knife. In a swift motion, Hu Fei evaded Sang Biao's attack effortlessly. Then, with the speed of lightning, he kicked out with his right foot, striking Sang Biao's wrist with a resounding crack. The long knife clattered to the ground as Sang Biao let out a pained scream, clutching a shattered wrist and retreating, shouting, "Brothers, attack! Kill him! Yes, Biao Ge! We obey!" The bikers echoed in unison, slightly bending their bodies in readiness. With that, their eyes glinted with ferocity as they charged forward, brandishing their weapons menacingly at Hu Fei. Unfazed and calm, Hu Fei moved like a flash of lightning among them, delivering precise punches and kicks, each strike finding its mark on the enemy's vital points. In a brief moment, under his fierce onslaught, the members of the motorcycle gang fell in disarray, their cries echoing in a cacophony of despair. Chun Inshu, hiding nearby, looked up at Hu Fei's agile figure, his eyes shimmering with veneration and awe. At that moment, Hu Fei had lost his patience, his mind set on swiftly concluding the battle. He let out a thunderous shout, channeling his extraordinary skills to their utmost potential. His hands swiftly formed intricate gestures, while he intoned an incantation, his voice deep and enigmatic. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from his hands, surging forth like a relentless tide towards the gang members. Wherever the light touched, they collapsed to the ground, utterly bereft of the will to resist, their faces etched with terror and despair. Sang Biao, aghast at the scene before him, could hardly believe Hu Fei's might, having vanquished so many of his subordinates with a single blow. His complexion paled, panic setting in, as he turned to flee. Noticing this, Hu Fei sprang into action, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as he swiftly intercepted Sang Biao, gripping his shoulders with hands like iron claws, an icy murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he intoned, "Humph, attempting to escape? It shall not be so easy." Sang Biao, his face ashen and legs trembling, immediately knelt before Hu Fei, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, "Brother, spare my life. I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Gazing at Sang Biao's wretched demeanor, Hu Fei was filled with disgust and fury. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Sang Biao, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? How is it that you now cower like a coward?" Sang Biao, trembling and drenched in sweat, whispered, "Boss, I apologize. I was blind to my own shortcomings. Please forgive me. Begone." Hu Fei's demeanor remained merciless, his wrath still simmering as he struck Sang Biao's face with a series of resounding slaps, the force so great that several of his teeth shattered, blood spilling from his mouth in a crimson cascade. In an instant, Sang Biao fell to the ground like a defeated turtle, his cheeks swollen, bearing 10 distinct fingerprints. The pain searing through him, rendering him utterly pathetic. Observing this, Hu Fei coldly snorted and delivered a forceful kick to Sang Biao, sending him tumbling away. Sang Biao crashed heavily to the ground, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After neutralizing Sang Biao and his accomplices, Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu ventured into the depths of the factory, searching the dim corners for Huang Yu. Before long, their perseverance bore fruit, and they finally located Huang Yu, bound and trembling. Her face was a portrait of fear and despair, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke weakly. Yinshu, you finally came. Chun Yinshu rushed over, deftly untying the ropes that bound her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, tears brimming in his eyes as he murmured, Huang Yu, I am late. I'm sorry for your suffering. Hu Fei, observing the tender reunion, felt immense relief and offered a gentle smile, saying, It's all right now. Let's depart. With that, the trio exited the abandoned factory, their figures gradually fading into the twilight. Chapter 36, Causes and Consequences. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, the sun poured down in brilliant rays, as if enveloping the world in a delicate layer of gold leaf. Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu accompanied Huang Yu to the entrance of a jewelry store, where the sign glimmered under the sunlight, dazzlingly bright, as though heralding a new beginning. To the right of the storefront stood the former owner, Yilan, her face etched with worry, brows furrowed in a deep frown, pacing back and forth at the entrance. Her footsteps heavy with anxiety and uncertainty. Observing her distress, Hu Fei hurried over, wearing a gentle and sincere smile, his concern palpable as he softly inquired, Sister Yi, why are you still here? He slightly bent forward, scrutinizing Yilan's demeanor, and continued, You seem troubled. Have you encountered some vexing issue? Upon seeing Hu Fei, Yilan's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning person seizing a life-saving straw. She quickly rose from her seat, joyfully exclaiming, Ah, Hu Fei, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Ever since I transferred the shop to you, my heart has felt as though it were harboring a restless rabbit, unable to find peace. Shaking her head in resignation, her face clouded with confusion, she added, I have pondered endlessly, unable to comprehend how my once thriving jewelry store has become entangled with some malevolent force. Business was flourishing, and this establishment has never been associated with any misfortune. It's impeccably clean. Hu Fei furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, his gaze deepened with insight, his fingers instinctively tapping his chin as he spoke steadily. In my opinion, perhaps you inadvertently attracted some unclean entity. For instance, during the acquisition of antique items, you might have fallen prey to someone's underhanded scheme, subjected to some peculiar sorcery that has disturbed the store's feng shui. Or perhaps you have unwittingly offended someone in the past, leading to covert retaliation. Yilan's complexion turned ashen, her lips pressed tightly together, hesitating momentarily as a flicker of anger surged within her. Recalling her tragic experiences, her chest ached with lingering pain. She reluctantly confessed, Indeed, I had dealings with the owner of the sorrowful gem jewelry store, Xiao Dingtian. Among those engaged in the antique business, my Yuyan jewelry store and the Xiao family's sorrowful gem store are the most renowned. As my business flourished, the Xiao family grew envious, sending someone to propose a high-priced acquisition of my store, which I naturally refused. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei's heart sank, as if grasping the crux of the matter. He stated decisively, It must be that statue of the Buddha harboring some secret. You must show it to me at once. Yilan's expression revealed hesitation, a complex interplay of reluctance and concern in her eyes, as she replied, Though this statue has brought me much misfortune, I have always regarded it as a talisman for protection. Since transferring the shop to you, I hastily packed it into my suitcase, intending to take it out for worship once I settled into my new home. With that, she gently bent down, cautiously opening her suitcase and carefully retrieving the statue. Hu Fei carefully took the Buddha statue into his hands, studying it intently. His expression turned grave as he remarked, Indeed, this statue is the source of the problem. During my second visit to the jewelry store, that malevolent spirit surged forth from this very statue, launching a fierce attack against me. Subsequently, I employed the Bagua diagram and the soul-extinguishing talisman to vanquish it. Upon hearing this, Yilan's face turned ashen, her heart filled with dread and indignation. How can this be? Why would that Daoist wish me harm? I have no enmity with him. Beside her, Chun Yinshu was equally astonished, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, Such a thing truly exists. This is utterly sinister. Boss, are you certain the issue lies with this statue? Yilan's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as she stepped forward, grasping Hu Fei's hand with fervor. Her voice trembled with deep anger and resentment, recalling the myriad tribulations she had endured. Hu Fei, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. This is indeed the work of the Shao family. They are utterly despicable. Nodding in appreciation, Yilan felt a wave of determination and resolve rise within her. It was evident that she was unwilling to let the Shao family off so easily. Hu Fei, since you have just taken over my jewelry store and are still unfamiliar with many matters, I could remain here for a while longer, until everything is resolved, or until you are all settled in. Moreover, I wish to contribute to the store and witness the Shao family receive their just punishment. Hu Fei's smile was warm and inviting, filling hearts with comfort. Sister Yi, should you have nowhere else to go, you are more than welcome to stay and work here. This shop will certainly need more hands in the future, and as for your salary, I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. Your knowledge of the jewelry store is invaluable to us. Yilan gazed at Hu Fei with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her heart overflowing with appreciation. She was resolute in her commitment to safeguard the jewelry store alongside Hu Fei. Thank you, Hu Fei. You're truly a wonderful person. From this moment forth, I am a part of this store, and I will dedicate myself to ensuring everything runs smoothly. Hu Fei waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing his features as if he could already envision the dawn of victory. Sister Yi, please do not be so formal. We are all family now. Together, we will undoubtedly breathe new life into the jewelry store and ensure the Shao family pays a heavy price for their misdeeds. Chapter 37. The grand opening of the new store, celebrations from all directions. The next day, gentle sunlight bathed the surroundings, and a soft breeze caressed the air as Hu Fei's jewelry store prepared for its momentous opening day. Prior to the inauguration, Hu Fei, with an eye towards the future, renamed the store Evil-Repelling and Spirit-Transforming Jewelry. He hoped that this dual-purpose sales approach would allow customers to purchase mystical talismans and other protective items while also selecting rare antique jewelry, thus preventing others from suffering the same fate as Yilan. From a distance, the entrance to the store appeared exquisitely arranged. A smooth red carpet stretched from the interior to the street, flanked by tall flower baskets that stood in orderly rows, their blossoms vibrant and fragrant. Colorful balloons floated above, swaying gently in the breeze. Above the entrance of the store, a colossal crimson banner exclaims the auspicious opening of the exorcising and calming jewelry store, with several gilded characters radiating a soft glow under the sun, naturally capturing the attention of passersby. The inauguration ceremony is poised to commence, and the atmosphere is charged with enthusiasm. Hu Fei, adorned in a simple yet elegant suit, his hair neatly combed and his expression serene, stands at the doorway, greeting each guest with a humble smile. Despite having achieved a measure of success, he retains a composed and unassuming demeanor, devoid of any ostentation. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd buzzes with conversation. This Hu Fei is remarkable, making a name for himself in the jewelry industry at such a young age, remarks an elderly gentleman with graying hair, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he whispers to his companion. I've heard he possesses a unique talent for gem appraisal. Treasures that are difficult to authenticate reveal their true nature in his hands. He is a man of integrity. A nearby individual nods in agreement, saying, indeed, he previously assisted Lin Shiyao, the heir of the Lin Group, in identifying a priceless high-grade jadeite. The appraisal was conducted quietly, yet when the results emerged, everyone was in awe. With this jewelry store opening, he is sure to establish a firm foothold in the industry. Moments later, the sound of jubilant drums fills the air as two golden lions emerge, dancing with agility and perfect coordination, their movements exquisite and spirited, igniting the audience's fervor with each precise and powerful gesture, eliciting waves of cheers. Amidst this vibrant atmosphere, praises for Hu Fei abound. This Hu Fei has built such a thriving enterprise through genuine skill and rapport, observes a middle-aged woman in business attire, her face reflecting admiration as she converses softly with her companion. The jewelry styles he selects are innovative and of superior quality, yet he never boasts about his achievements, simply working diligently in silence. This store's inauguration is bound to draw a substantial clientele, just as the crowd revels in the festive ambience. A somewhat worn motorcycle approaches the jewelry store with a slow grace. On the bike sits Lu Hongye, clad in a faded, outdated Zhongshan suit that, despite being pressed, still bears the marks of time and misfortune. His back slightly hunched, he grips the handlebars firmly, striving to maintain balance. Seated behind him, Lu Yi wears a simple yet suitable dress, her hair fluttering gently in the wind. Grasping her father's garment tightly, her eyes brim with anticipation. Undeterred by their modest mode of transport. Once the motorcycle comes to a stop, Lu Hongye dismounts first and turns to assist his daughter. Lu Yi gracefully hops off the bike, smoothing her skirt, her face aglow with a radiant smile. As Lu Hongye observes Hu Fei standing at the entrance, he hesitates, a complex expression flickering across his face. After a moment's contemplation, he strides forward, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he speaks with a quivering voice. Hu Fei, I apologize. In the past, I underestimated you due to my narrow vision. I'm truly sorry. I ask for your forgiveness. Lu Yi, upon hearing this, widens her beautiful eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that her father would utter such words publicly. In that moment, she instinctively glanced at Hu Fei, her heart fluttering with uncertainty about his reaction. Hu Fei gazed calmly at Lu Hongye, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke unhurriedly. Uncle Lu, the past is the past. Everyone has moments of misjudgment. What truly matters is the days to come. I am genuinely delighted that you could come today, and together, we shall endeavor to do well. As she linked her arm with Hu Fei's, her face radiated happiness and pride. I knew you were different from the rest. You are simply the best. Hu Fei patted Lu Yi's hand in a gesture of comfort. There's no need to worry. I have already forgotten those matters since you have chosen not to mention them. I am immensely pleased that you and your father could come to support me today. I would not dare harbor a single complaint. The onlookers were quick to commend Hu Fei's magnanimity with approving nods. Hu Fei graciously invited Lu Hongye, Lin Jintian, and other esteemed guests onto the stage. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit and a finely crafted tie, Lin Jintian looked vibrant and confident, wielding considerable influence in the business realm as the father of Lin Shiyao. Standing beside Hu Fei on the stage, Lu Hongye seemed to exude an air of distinction. His posture straightened slightly, each step echoing memories of past grandeur and aspirations for the future. The spark of youthful exuberance had faded from his eyes, replaced by profound fatigue and resignation. Yet, when his gaze fell upon his radiant daughter, Lu Yi, who seemed to descend from the heavens, as well as the composed and charismatic Hu Fei, a complex glimmer flickered in his eyes, an amalgamation of reluctance and the solace derived from his daughter's happiness. Lu Yi and Lin Shiyao, adorned in opulent gowns of immeasurable worth, stood aside, instantly becoming the center of attention. Lu Yi's sweet smile was imbued with admiration and affection for Hu Fei, as if he were her entire universe. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyao, exuding elegance and confidence, commanded the focus of the room, her presence making the atmosphere around them feel tender. Lin Fei, standing beside his sister, radiated youthful exuberance, his handsome face aglow with excitement for Hu Fei's opening, his smile seemingly proclaiming to the world the greatness of his friend. A hostess gracefully held a beautifully crafted tray, upon which lay golden scissors shimmering with prestige and a red silk ribbon symbolizing good fortune. The guests, beaming with smiles, grasped the scissors, and at Hu Fei's steady command of cut the ribbon, they simultaneously severed the ribbon. In an instant, applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue, as colorful confetti danced through the air, elevating the atmosphere of the opening ceremony to its zenith. "Congratulations to Boss who on a prosperous opening," exclaimed a friend from Hu Fei's past, beaming as he stepped forward to clasp Hu Fei's hand sincerely. "Hu Fei, your talents are evident to all. The jewelry industry will undoubtedly have a place for you." Another friend leaned in, speaking with admiration. Chapter 38. A reunion with Xiao Yin and Su Xiaomei. Hu Fei, with a humble demeanor, raised his hands in a traditional gesture of respect, bowing repeatedly, his voice resonating with sincerity. "I am deeply grateful for your support. In the future, my little shop will rely on your continued patronage to thrive." Upon finishing his words, he led a group of friends into the store with enthusiasm tempered by decorum, narrating with vivid detail the unique characteristics of the jewelry displayed within. Each piece's origin and distinctive features were articulated with such finesse that the guests listened intently, occasionally gasping in awe. Just then, an abrupt and discordant sound pierced through the atmosphere like a sharp knife, disrupting the moment. "Ah, isn't that Hu Fei?" someone exclaimed. "In just a few days, he's opened a jewelry store." The crowd turned to see Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei sauntering in, arm in arm, exuding an air of arrogance. Today, Xiao Yindang donned an expensive custom suit that, despite its cost, radiated the tackiness of a nouveau riche. A gaudy gold chain hung around his neck, glinting in the sunlight, while a haughty smile adorned his face, seemingly proclaiming his superficiality to the world. Su Xiaomei, clad in a low-cut, form-fitting dress and heavily made up, wore an expression of disdain, her nose almost tilted skyward as if she were the sovereign of this realm. Upon witnessing their arrival, Hu Fei's expression darkened momentarily, though it quickly returned to a mask of calm as he inquired, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, what brings you here? Xiao Yindang let out a cold scoff, his laughter sharp and grating, akin to an owl's cry, jarringly out of place in the celebratory atmosphere. What is the matter? As a fellow businessman, am I not allowed to join the festivities? He retorted, striding brazenly into the store with Su Xiaomei, as if they were entering their own backyard, carelessly rummaging through the jewelry on display. With each piece they examined, their disdain grew increasingly evident, embodying the archetype of self-proclaimed connoisseurs while inadvertently revealing their inherent ignorance. Their every action eliciting laughter. With such trinkets on display, do you dare to sell them? Xiao Yindang bellowed suddenly, his voice echoing throughout the store and capturing the attention of all present. The guests exchanged astonished glances and began to murmur among themselves. The previously harmonious atmosphere turned tense, as if a confrontation were imminent. Hu Fei felt a surge of anger rise within him, yet he restrained himself, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Xiao Yindang, refrain from spouting nonsense. Every piece of jewelry in my store has undergone rigorous authentication. They are all genuine. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite. Xiao Yindang, seemingly undeterred, persisted in his provocations, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were an invincible overlord. Oh, still defiant. Are we? If you claim these are authentic, how about a wager? If the jewelry here is fake, you owe me 100,000 and must close your shop. If it is real, not only will I pay you 100,000, but I will also purchase one piece at its original price of 200,000. A glint of cold light flashed in Hu Fei's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he confidently declared, very well, let us wager on this jade pendant. Upon speaking, he activated the enigmatic Hongmeng divine eye. In an instant, his gaze became piercing, as if capable of penetrating all illusions, focusing intently on the translucent, verdant jade pendant. At that moment, the internal structure and patterns of the pendant unfolded in his mind like a meticulously detailed map, revealing every nuance of the jade's green hues and subtle textural differences, all laid bare. In just a heartbeat, Hu Fei confirmed that this pendant was indeed a top-tier, genuine article, of exceptional quality and rare in the world. As I have asserted, this is an authentic piece, Hu Fei proclaimed with unwavering confidence, his tone reminiscent of stating a trivial fact, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as though he stood atop the pinnacle of the world. Everything within his grasp. Xiao Yindang scoffed dismissively, raising his voice in mockery. You, an appraiser? Spare us your pretense. You might just be spouting nonsense after a mere glance. At that moment, Su Xiaomei chimed in with a sharp voice. Hu Fei, stop posturing. What do you know about fine jewelry? Perhaps you only admire the pendant's color and consider it a treasure. Don't embarrass yourself here. Just as her words faded, the crowd was graced by the sound of elegant footsteps, revealing Lin Shiyao, who emerged with a graceful demeanor, clad in a splendid evening gown. Her elegance shone like the most brilliant star in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire space and capturing the gaze of the onlookers. Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, cease your unreasonable antics. Lin Shiyao's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, strikingly beautiful amidst the cacophony. With a gentle wave of her hand, a middle-aged man in a tailored black suit, exuding competence, stepped forth from the crowd. This is Zhou Qing, the premier appraiser under the Lin family. He is highly esteemed in the field of appraisal, with extensive experience. Would you not be convinced by his expertise? Upon hearing this, both Hu Fei and Xiao Yindang readily agreed. All right, I have no objections. Let us proceed with the appraisal without delay. As soon as the words were out, Zhou Qing nodded slightly, stepping forward to accept the jade pendant from Hu Fei's hands. He first produced a specially crafted magnifying glass, meticulously examining the pendant's surface, leaving no minute detail overlooked. His focused expression resembled one unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos, his eyes wide with intensity, as if wishing to see through the pendant itself. He then retrieved a compact instrument from his pocket, gently scanning the pendant as the faint light emitted by the device flickered and danced upon its surface, seemingly engaging in a silent dialogue with the secrets within the jade. After completing his analysis, Zhou Qing raised his head, his gaze resolute, and declared in a resonant voice, This jade pendant possesses a warm and delicate texture, with a naturally vibrant hue, and its internal patterns are clear and orderly, exhibiting no signs of forgery. It is undoubtedly a genuine article. Xiao Yindong's complexion shifted between shades of pale and crimson, his lips quivering slightly as he struggled to formulate a retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. He resembled a defeated rooster, utterly disheveled. The arrogance he once exuded had vanished without a trace. Su Xiaomei, standing nearby, wore an expression of palpable embarrassment, her gaze evasive. The sharp, caustic demeanor she had displayed moments ago had completely dissipated, as if she wished to vanish into the earth. At this juncture, she dared not utter a single word, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, silent and remorseful. Accept the wager and bear the consequences, Xiao Yindang. Prepare your funds, Hu Fei declared, a smirk playing upon his lips, exuding an air of triumph. His smile was laden with mockery and self-satisfaction, as though he were proclaiming the final outcome of their confrontation. Xiao Yindang clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with indignation and shame. However, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he could only muster the resolve to comply. His former bravado entirely dissipated, leaving him as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Subsequently, at Hu Fei's insistence, Xiao Yindang executed a mobile payment transfer of 300,000 yuan to Hu Fei's account. He then grasped the jade ornament, preparing to depart. Upon witnessing this, Hu Fei's smile vanished, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yindang, coldly inquiring, Xiao Yindang, did you not once instruct a Taoist priest to deceive her into purchasing a cursed Buddha statue, resulting in her continuous misfortunes and the ruin of her family? Xiao Yindang's face flickered between hues of blue and white, and he feigned composure as he retorted, do not slander me without proof. Do not think you can tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. Su Xiaomei chimed in from the sidelines, her voice shrill. Exactly. You are merely envious of young Master Zhao's thriving business and are fabricating lies to tarnish his name. At that moment, the crowd parted to create a pathway, and Yilan entered with a grave expression, her demeanor icy as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yindang. Xiao Yindang, cease your evasion. After the dispute between our Yi family and your Xiao family, calamities began befalling us, culminating in our business's decline and our family's ruin. If you are not responsible, then who could be? Dare you publicly swear to the heavens that you have no connection to this, or may lightning strike you down and grant you a wretched fate? Preposterous! You twist the truth and maliciously defame me. Xiao Yindang trembled in fear, his complexion turning ashen, terror etched across his features. He understood all too well that should the truth come to light, he would have no ground for defense. In his panic, he dare not linger. Swiftly grasping Su Xiaomei's hand, leaving without uttering a coherent word, hastily escaping the crowd. As he departed, Hu Fei's resentment surged like a tumultuous tide, roiling within him, refusing to subside. The trees lining the street shivered in the biting cold wind, producing a rustling sound, as if lamenting the world's sordidness. He was acutely aware that Xiao Yindang was no ordinary adversary and would not easily relent. In the days to come, he must remain vigilant, akin to a watchful leopard, with heightened senses prepared to evade the relentless revenge of that scoundrel. Meanwhile, he silently vowed within himself to act like a relentless hound clinging to its prey, determined to gather sufficient irrefutable evidence to expose the reprehensible crimes of Xiao Yindang to the world, compelling him to pay a grievous price for his misdeeds. After considerable contemplation, Hu Fei realized that the Taoist might very well be the key to unraveling the truth behind Yilan's tragedy, akin to a key that unlocks the door to revelation. It was imperative to locate him swiftly and obtain the necessary proof to thoroughly unveil Xiao Yindang's vile actions. With this in mind, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he devised a plan to secretly lead Chen Yinshu, Yilan, Lin Shuyao, Lu Yi, and others to the Taoist temple, where he would extract the evidence from the Taoist's own words. Upon learning of this plan, both Chen Yinshu and Yilan unhesitatingly agreed to Hu Fei's strategy. However, finding that Taoist was no trivial task, Yilan had only encountered him once and knew nothing of his background or identity. Moreover, in a vast sea of people, searching for the Taoist was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, this challenge did not daunt Hu Fei. After a moment of reflection, he conceived an excellent strategy to locate the Taoist, to have Yilan guide them to the place where she had first met him and inquire with the local residents whether they recognized the Taoist. After articulating this plan, the group nodded in agreement, unanimously endorsing Hu Fei's approach. Thus, that very afternoon, under Yilan's guidance, They hastily made their way to the location of her encounter with the Daoist. Their diligence bore fruit, and after a thorough investigation, they finally uncovered the Daoist's background and identity. It turned out that the Daoist was named Xianjinzi and was an ordinary priest at the Qingfeng Temple in the city. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Hu Fei and Chen Yinshu promptly set off for Qingfeng Temple. Before their departure, Hu Fei, apprehensive about potential dangers on the mountain path, purchased some protective gear, including daggers and insect repellent, from a nearby supermarket. At that moment, Lin Shuyao pulled out a smartphone, aimed the camera at the group, and began filming. Hu Fei, puzzled, looked at her intently and inquired, "Shuyao, what role are you playing here?" Lin Shuyao's lips curled into a playful smile as she replied, "Hu Fei, to be honest, I am an internet enthusiast. I have put in considerable effort to become a somewhat renowned online figure. I enjoy sharing intriguing experiences online. And today, I find Yilan's situation exceedingly mysterious, so I thought it would be worthwhile to document our quest for the truth and share it with my followers. Who knows, we might even gain useful clues from them." Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Yi interjected, "But won't this be dangerous? What if we are discovered by malicious individuals?" Lin Shuyao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to fear? We just need to be cautious. Besides, with Hu Fei by our side, who would dare to lay a finger on us?" Hu Fei, finding merit in her reasoning, chose not to voice any further opposition. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Yi stepped forward, expressing her desire to accompany Hu Fei and the others to Qingfeng Temple. She gazed at Hu Fei with eyes filled with concern and care, fearing that he might venture into danger alone. Eager to stay by his side and lend a helping hand, Hu Fei, upon seeing the unwavering determination in her eyes, felt as if a warm current gently swept through him, stirring ripples in his heart. He understood that this young woman sincerely cared for him and was willing to face the challenges ahead together. Thus, Hu Fei, Lin Shuyao, Lu Yi, Chen Yinshu, and Huang Yu, like a band of valiant warriors poised to enter battle, strode purposefully toward the temple on the outskirts. As they journeyed, the fierce wind howled, bending the wild grasses along the roadside, while the sky loomed with dark clouds, ominously heralding an impending crisis. Hu Fei's spirits weighed heavily, akin to a colossal stone pressing upon him. Visions of Yilan's desperate and helpless gaze, along with the myriad suffering she endured, flooded his mind, and the hatred within him flared like a fire doused with oil. He silently vowed once more to ensure that Xiao Yindang would pay dearly for his transgressions. At that moment, Lin Shuyao, recording with her phone, engaged in light-hearted banter with Hu Fei and the others, striving to dissipate the oppressive atmosphere. Occasionally, her playful remarks would elicit hearty laughter, momentarily easing the tension that had been thick enough to cut. However, every move made by Hu Fei and his companions was keenly observed by the spies planted by Xiao Yindang. Meanwhile, in Xiao Yindang's dimly lit office, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Upon receiving the report from his informants, his face turned an ashen shade, and he slammed his palm onto the desk with such force that the teacups trembled. He seethed, "How outrageous! Hu Fei dares to investigate me. He truly knows no bounds." Beside him, Su Xiaomei wore an anxious expression, exclaiming, "We must devise a plan quickly. We cannot allow them to expose what we've done." As fear gripped them, their faces turned pale as paper, their hearts racing like a startled rabbit. They dreaded the revelation of their previous scheme, wherein they had manipulated the Daoist to deceive Yilan into purchasing a cursed statue, bringing her misfortune and ruin. Thus, they secretly withdrew large sums of cash to bribe the notorious local gang leader, Long Batian, urging him to swiftly infiltrate Qingfeng Temple with his men and eliminate the Daoist before Hu Fei and Chen Yinshu could arrive. Long Batian, infamous for his ruthless nature, wasted no time upon receiving the task. He rallied his subordinates with palpable ferocity, charging toward Qingfeng Temple. Chapter 40. The Temple's Unexpected Turn, the Truth Shrouded in Dust, and the Path to Redemption. Time slipped by unnoticed until Long Batian and his men reached Qingfeng Temple, entering the courtyard without hindrance. After a thorough search, they discovered the whereabouts of Xianjinzi in the rear garden. At that moment, Xianjinzi was resting under a tree, occasionally emitting soft sounds of slumber. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Batian and his companions revealed a glimmer of coldness in their eyes, eagerly rubbing their hands together as they slowly approached the position of Xuanzenzi. Xuanzenzi, sensing a disturbance, abruptly sprang from his chair, his eyes wide with shock as he questioned, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Long Batian, his face contorted with malice, advanced step by step towards Zhuan Zenzi, sneering, Zhuan Zenzi, cease your pretense. Do you truly believe no one is aware of your dealings with Yilan? Zhuan Zenzi was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Yet he feigned calmness, retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you're talking about. One of Long Baitian's cohort scoffed and stepped forward menacingly, declaring, even now you dare to deny it? With Yilan dead, you are the only one privy to those secrets. Zhuan Zenzi trembled, instinctively retreating a few steps, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he feigned composure, saying, I truly do not understand what you are saying. This is Qing Feng Temple. Do not act recklessly. The consequences will be yours to bear. Long Baitian raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning as frigid as ice, as he suddenly drew a sharp blade from his waist, its cold glint flashing menacingly. You foul coward, you stand on the brink of death, yet you still dare to threaten me. Prepare to meet your end. Zhuan Zenzi's pupils constricted in fear as he pleaded, please, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I assure you I will never divulge a word about my dealings with Yilan to anyone. Unmoved by his pleas, Long Baitian, with a heart of stone, retorted through clenched teeth, do not attempt to deceive me. I adhere to a singular truth. Only the dead remain silent. With that, Long Baitian waved his hand, leading his gang of axe-wielders to pounce upon Zhuan Zenzi like famished tigers, mercilessly hacking at him. In an instant, Zhuan Zenzi, caught unawares, fell victim to their frenzied assault. After the deed was done, Long Baitian erupted into a maniacal laugh, leading his band of followers away from the scene of the crime. Not long after, when Hu Fei and Lu Yi arrived at Qing Feng Temple, they were struck by an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. With curiosity and trepidation, they cautiously entered the temple, surveying the surroundings in search of Zhuan Zenzi's whereabouts. Yet, despite turning the temple upside down, they could not find any sign of him. Suddenly, their expressions shifted, and they hurriedly followed the scent of blood. In a courtyard not far away, they discovered Zhuan Zenzi's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, crimson blood flowing like a stream, staining the earth. Upon seeing this, Hu Fei and the others stood frozen, unable to fathom that Zhuan Zenzi lay dead before them. In an instant, Lu Yi's face turned pale with fright, her hands gripping Hu Fei's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh as she trembled. What has happened? Lin Shuyao was thoroughly startled by the scene before her. Her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Covering her mouth in shock, disbelief filled her eyes as she exclaimed, this is all too sudden. How could Zhuan Zenzi have been killed? Who could have done this? Chen Yinshu widened his eyes, his face a mask of confusion, and trembled as he spoke. Before we arrived at this temple, we heard that Zhuan Zenzi was alive and well. How could he be dead all of a sudden? Could it be the work of Xiao Yindang? Huang Yu was equally terrified, hiding behind Lu Yi, whispering, surely not. How could he dare to kill so brazenly? Hu Fei furrowed his brow, his gaze stern. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, regardless of who is responsible, this matter is undoubtedly linked to Xiao Yindang. It appears they were afraid Zhuan Zenzi would reveal the truth, prompting them to silence him. Yilan's expression turned grave as she nodded and asserted, Hu Fei, you are correct. We must find a way to uncover the truth. We cannot allow the murderer to evade justice. No sooner had she spoken than a throng of Daoists surged from the temple, indiscriminately pointing at Hu Fei and the others, shouting at the top of their lungs. This group of men and women killed Zhuan Zenzi. Call the police. Seeing this, Hu Fei stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, you are speaking nonsense. We have only just arrived. How can we possibly commit murder? A sharp-faced Taoist sprang forward, his voice laced with venom. Young man, do not try to wriggle out of this. I saw you all sneaking towards the backyard. Who else could it be if not you? Lin Shuyao's face flushed with anger as she retorted. We came to inquire about Zhuan Zenzi. How could we have known we would arrive to such a horrific scene? Do not slander us. Another stout Taoist crossed his arms, sneering. Huh, how convenient. This temple is usually inhabited only by us and Zhuan Zenzi. You arrive and a death occurs. If it wasn't you, then was it a ghost? Chen Yinshu, exasperated, stamped his foot and shouted, you all must have been bribed. That is why you are framing us. In an instant, the two sides were embroiled in a heated argument. At that moment, a diminutive Taoist discreetly retreated into the crowd, hiding behind a nearby tree, where he stealthily retrieved a mobile phone and dialed the police. Before long, the district police received the Taoist report and hurried to Qing Feng Temple with utmost urgency. The sharp-faced Taoist rushed over, pointing at Hu Fei and the others, declaring, Officer, I made the call. They are the ones who killed our master Zhuan Zhenzi. Hu Fei endeavored to regain his composure, stating, "Officer, we came here to investigate leads regarding Yilan's murder and sought Zhuan Zhenzi for information. Yet, upon our arrival, we discovered he had been murdered. However, these individuals are falsely accusing us." The officer raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Investigating leads? What qualifications do you young people have to be involved in this matter?" Lin Shuriao quickly stepped forward, saying, "Officer, I am a social media influencer. Suspecting Zhuan Zhenzi's connection to a murder case, I organized a team to enter Qingfeng Temple to investigate." The officer regarded Lin Shuriao with a hint of skepticism, then turned to Lu Yi and Huang Yu, inquiring, "And you two young ladies are also here to investigate?" Lu Yi nodded and said, "Indeed. We are all friends of Hu Fei and Yilan, which is why we have come along to investigate the case." Chun Yinshu furrowed his brow and added, "Instructor, the circumstances surrounding Yilan are exceedingly suspicious. We merely seek the truth and have no intentions of committing murder." The instructor crossed his arms and stated sternly, "However, these Daoists at the scene have identified you as the murderers. How do you explain that?" Hu Fei remained calm as still water and replied, "Instructor, these Daoists have been bribed by Xiao Yindang. He is the true mastermind behind the murder of Xianzhenzi." The instructor scoffed and retorted, "Such claims lack evidence. Do not speak recklessly." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuriao hurriedly picked up her phone and said, "Instructor, we are not speaking without basis. Just before entering Qingfeng Temple, I conducted a live broadcast. The fans in the stream can attest to this." Chapter 41. The Midnight Spy of the Soul-Consuming Jewelry Store. The instructor's expression grew serious as he looked down at the video evidence provided by Lin Shuriao, realizing he had wronged Hu Fei and the others. He gestured for everyone to wait a moment, stating, "We will verify this matter immediately." Following the instructor's request, the police contacted the fans of Lin Shuriao's livestream, confirming the authenticity of the video and live record, which ultimately vindicated Hu Fei and his companions. Subsequently, the police launched an investigation into the matter and released Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, and the others on the spot. Shortly thereafter, Hu Fei, Lin Shuriao, Lu Yi, Chen Yinshu, and Yilan departed from Qingfeng Temple together. The group then split into several vehicles, speeding ahead with great haste. Along the way, various vehicles streamed past, occasionally interrupted by the blaring of horns. Before long, several cars arrived at the entrance of the soul-consuming jewelry store. Upon exiting the vehicle, Hu Fei's mind began to churn with plans as he glanced at the faces of Chun Yinshu and Yilan, saying, "Yinshu, Yilan, how about this? Tonight, the three of us will conduct a night investigation of the soul-consuming jewelry store to examine the entry and exit records of the murderous Buddha. If we can prove that the murderous Buddha emerged from the store, it will confirm that Xiao Yindang is the mastermind behind the deliberate harm to Yilan's family." Upon hearing this, Chun Yinshu and Yilan bowed slightly, responding in unison, "All right, we shall follow your lead." With that, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, and Yilan entered a room within the jewelry store, convening around a table to strategize their nocturnal investigation. Hu Fei's expression turned solemn as he retrieved a design sketch of the soul-consuming jewelry store from his pocket and gently spread it across the table. This sketch had been acquired from someone who had previously worked at the store, costing him merely 100 yuan. Yingyu, Yilan, behold. This blueprint outlines the general layout of the soul-consuming jewelry store. Tonight, we shall enter from here. Hu Fei indicated the location of the back door on the sketch to Chen Yinshu and Yilan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinshu scratched his head, wearing a troubled expression, and said with a wry smile, "Boss, the surveillance and security of this jewelry store are quite formidable." Hu Fei's lips curled into a confident smile as he spoke in a low voice, "Do not rush. I possess a means to perceive movements within a certain range and can detect the security personnel's positions in advance. Besides, I am well-versed in Wing Chun and Tai Chi, ancient martial arts that will enable me to handle those guards with ease if we encounter them." Yilan exhaled deeply before continuing, regarding the surveillance. "I once had an acquaintance who can procure a short-term jamming device that could incapacitate the cameras for approximately 10 minutes. Hu Fei's eyes brightened, and he nodded, "Excellent. 10 minutes will be ample time for me to slip into the office." After uttering this, he slightly squinted, snapped his fingers, and added, "Here's the plan. Insu, you take the jamming device and activate it immediately when we proceed. Yilan, you are familiar with the terrain. You will lead the way." Chen Insu patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, boss, I will handle the task of jamming the surveillance." A glimmer of determination flashed in Hu Fei's eyes as he retrieved several specially crafted lock-picking tools, examining them meticulously before turning to Yilan. Yilan, do you recall the type of lock on the office door? Hu Fei's smile widened, confidence radiating from him as he remarked, no problem. This is merely a trivial matter for me. Subsequently, the trio meticulously mapped out their escape route and devised strategies for unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, outside the window, the sky grew increasingly dark, signaling the imminent commencement of their adventure. The night was profound, enveloping the city in an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant hum of an automobile engine. Hu Fei, accompanied by Chun In-Su and Yilan, stealthily made their way toward the Xianhun jewelry store. Along the journey, Hu Fei's gaze remained sharp, while Chun In-Su and Yilan followed closely behind, their nerves palpable. It wasn't long before they arrived at the alley behind the jewelry store. This place was dim and damp, permeated by a foul odor. In the corner, a rat scurried past, emitting a faint squeak. Hu Fei cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring they had not been detected, then unfastened his tool pouch from his waist, selecting a lock-picking tool to insert into the keyhole. With a gentle twist, a soft click resonated as the lock disengaged. Elated, Hu Fei carefully pushed open the back door and bent down to enter the jewelry store, with Chun In-Su and Yilan closely following. The trio held their breath, slowly advancing forward. Yilan leaned closer to Hu Fei and whispered, the office should be just ahead on the left. Chun In-Su also lowered his voice, stating, boss, we must exercise caution. Otherwise, if we are discovered, we will be in dire straits. With that, the three moved forward with utmost stealth. As they progressed, their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, allowing them to discern the layout of the store. After a while, Hu Fei utilized his unique abilities to sense the ambient movements, calculating the security guards' patrol routes and timings. He then bent down and hastily made his way towards the office, each step taken with meticulous care. Suddenly, they heard a faint snore. It turned out that a security guard was on duty. Observing this, Hu Fei and Chun In-Su swiftly took refuge behind a display case. The security guard seemed to have heard a faint sound, gradually awakening from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he picked up his baton and stood up, peering in the direction of the noise while muttering, how strange, was there something just now? I hope nothing goes awry. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei and the others, hidden behind the display case, remained silent, closely monitoring the guard's every move. Chapter 42. Ingenious Strategy Unveiled. Hu Fei bravely ventures into peril to obtain concrete evidence. Hu Fei's heart raced to his throat. If the guard sensed anything amiss, he would have to act immediately. Beside him, Chun In-Su furrowed his brow into a tight knot and whispered, boss, we cannot afford any mistakes with this guard. Despite his words, to ensure absolute certainty, Hu Fei resolved to neutralize the guard first. He retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing a specially concocted sedative. With utmost care, he uncapped the bottle and poured the drug onto a handkerchief, then crouched low, stealthily approaching the guard. As he neared the security guard, Hu Fei's heartbeat quickened, as if it might burst from his chest. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he abruptly pressed the handkerchief over the guard's mouth and nose. The guard struggled briefly before falling silent, collapsing to the ground. Sighing in relief, Hu Fei looked down at the fallen guard and murmured, I'm sorry, brother, but for the greater good, I must impose upon you. He then hurried toward the office, with Chun In-Su and Yilan closely trailing behind. Yilan, visible anxious, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Hu Fei, we must complete this quickly. Otherwise, I am quite unsettled. With that, he approached the office door, testing it with a gentle push and discovering it unlocked. Elated, he quietly opened the door. Inside, the room was cluttered with files and documents, and in the corner stood a massive safe. Hu Fei was convinced that the evidence was likely hidden within that safe. He began searching the office for the safe's key, but after a lengthy search, he found nothing. Desperation gripped him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him. He suddenly recalled the peculiar arts he had studied, particularly the soul-searching technique, which could extract information from another's mind. With determination, he resolved to take the risk. Thus, he instructed Chun In-Su and Yilan, you two stay here and keep watch. I will visit Su Xiaomei's office. They nodded, their expressions vigilant as they guarded the entrance. A moment later, Hu Fei arrived at Su Xiaomei's office to find her slumped over her desk in slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Fei felt a surge of triumph as he stealthily approached her, employing his peculiar arts to gently infiltrate her consciousness. Instantly, Su Xiaomei's mind was a haze, and Hu Fei struggled to seek out the clue to the safe's key. At long last, he discovered it. The key was hidden within the drawer of Su Xiaomei's desk. Overcome with joy, Hu Fei hurried to the desk and opened the drawer. Upon seeing the key, he could not help but whisper in triumph, "I found it." With great urgency, he grasped the key and strode purposefully towards the safe, inserting the key into the lock and turning it gently. With a crisp click, the safe slowly creaked open. Hu Fei eagerly rummaged through its contents until, at long last, he discovered the ancient artifact transaction records. His heart soared with joy as he opened the file and meticulously examined its contents. As anticipated, he swiftly located the page detailing the ominous Buddha, which clearly recorded its origin and sale history. Elated, Hu Fei clutched the file tightly, murmuring to himself, "At last, my efforts were not in vain. This is crucial evidence." However, just as he turned around, a sudden sound of footsteps pierced the air. Alarmed, he realized that someone must have noticed the security anomaly and was coming to investigate. Consequently, Hu Fei, Chun Yinshu, and Yilan swiftly concealed themselves in the shadows, daring not to breathe. Outside, the howling wind lashed against the glass, as if echoing the tension of the impending crisis. Moments later, Xiao Yindang stormed into the office with an imposing presence. As the proprietor of the soulful jewel store, he was acutely attuned to even the slightest disturbances. Kicking open the office door, his previously confident stride came to an abrupt halt upon seeing the safe wide open. His pupils dilated in shock, as if trying to absorb the horrifying sight before him. His hands trembled involuntarily, veins bulging on his forehead like sinuous serpents. And his breath grew ragged and heavy, his chest heaving like a wild beast on the verge of losing control. In that moment, his mind was engulfed in chaos. A torrent of terrifying thoughts racing through. Had the precious jewelry transaction records and commercial secrets fallen into the hands of others? If this information were to leak, competitors would seize the opportunity to strike, potentially leading to the catastrophic downfall of his cherished jewelry store. At this realization, his heart constricted painfully, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. This was bad. Someone had been here. Quick, search the place. He bellowed hoarsely, his voice strained with tension and fury, echoing throughout the office. Hu Fei felt despair wash over him, acutely aware of the dire predicament he found himself in. Gripping the file tightly, he silently vowed he must not allow them to discover the evidence, for all his efforts would be in vain. At that moment, Chun Yinshu and Yilan also sensed the imminent danger, exchanging a knowing glance, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Hu Fei suddenly recalled the arcane techniques he possessed. With a flicker of thought, 3 invisibility talismans materialized in his hand. He swiftly handed 2 of the talismans to Chun Yinshu and Yilan, chanting incantations as the 3 talismans radiated an extraordinary glow. In an instant, the trio vanished from sight. Xiao Yindang and his subordinates searched frantically within the office, yet found nothing. Confusion etched on their faces. They exchanged bewildered glances. Where did they go? Did they simply vanish into thin air? One of the subordinates could not help but voice. Xiao Yindang's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed one could wring water from it. The joy that had once filled the air evaporated in an instant. He bellowed, "Search meticulously. Not a single fly must escape." As Xiao Yindang and his companions scoured the vicinity, Hu Fei executed his aerial technique, palms flipped, summoning a powerful gust of air that securely lifted Chun Yinshu and Yilan. Subsequently, he recited an incantation once more, conjuring a mist that enveloped the 3 individuals. The mist swirled around them as they drifted towards the window, soon vanishing into the nocturnal shadows beyond. Meanwhile, within the office, Xiao Yindang and his associates continued their frantic search, yet failed to uncover any trace of Hu Fei and his companions. Meanwhile, Hu Fei and the others, having successfully evaded capture, landed gently amid the mist. Chun Yinshu exhaled deeply, remarking, "Boss, that was perilously close. We owe you our gratitude." Yilan, still trembling from the ordeal, added in a hushed tone, "Indeed, if it weren't for you, Hu Fei, we would be in serious trouble." With a slight nod, Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. With me around, you shall not face any harm." Although this encounter was somewhat fraught with danger, we have secured crucial evidence. Chapter 43. The Auction Frenzy. Hu Fei's strategy unfolds. Turbulence in the antiques world. The following day, as the sun rose and the mist dissipated, Hu Fei resolved to unearth Xiao Yindang's misdeeds by gathering as much incriminating evidence as possible. he decided to host a uniquely private auction event. Once Xiao Yindang and his confidants arrived at the auction venue, their nefarious deeds would gradually come to light. Without delay, after meticulous planning, a grand private auction finally commenced. Before long, a queue formed at the entrance, with philanthropists and antique enthusiasts arriving in droves. Clad in splendid attire, each held a bidding paddle, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire for the treasures on offer. The hall was alive with a cacophony of voices, illuminated as if in broad daylight by a colossal crystal chandelier. The exquisite paintings and calligraphy adorning the walls harmonized beautifully with the antique displays, enriching the cultural ambience of the venue. As the auctioneer struck the opening gavel, announcing the debut of the first antique, a chorus of bidding erupted from the audience. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as participants vied fiercely for the prize. A middle-aged man in a suit, his eyes wide as saucers fixated on the item, shouted 500,000. No one dares compete with me. No sooner had he spoken than a robust woman seated in the front row, refusing to be outdone, raised her paddle. 600,000. The excitement in the room reached a fever pitch. Among the numerous items for auction, the introduction of a batch of jade raw stones sent the atmosphere soaring to unprecedented heights. Each stone, with its unique form and enigmatic surface patterns, seemed to silently narrate the potential treasures hidden within. We are now auctioning this batch of jade raw stones from Myanmar. Each piece holds the possibility of yielding top-quality jade. Do not let this opportunity slip away. The auctioneer stood tall and spiritedly introduced the items on offer. As his words echoed, the buyers in the audience erupted with excitement, the already fervent atmosphere escalating to a fervor. A fashionably dressed young tycoon, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, was the first to bid. I am interested in this collection of rough stones. I offer 1 million for the 10. No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man, leaning on a cane, boomed, "Young man, too hasty. I bid 1,500,000 for 5 of them." Following this, a flamboyantly dressed lady chimed in. "I offer 2 million. I want to select 3 pieces as I relish the thrill of cutting the raw stone myself." In an instant, the bidding intensified, the price soaring higher and higher. As the auction progressed, several pieces of jade rough were successfully sold. One was acquired by a seasoned collector, who trembled slightly as he held the stone, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if he could already envision the lush green jade within. Then, a rare icy jade pendant made its appearance. Its texture was immaculate, boasting exceptional transparency, with vibrant green flecks dancing inside, resembling a natural ink wash painting. This is an icy jade pendant with green flecks, crafted to perfection and of unparalleled quality, truly rare in the world, the auctioneer excitedly proclaimed. After his announcement, bidding erupted once more, the price swiftly surpassing 5 million. Ultimately, the pendant was claimed by a mysterious buyer for the astounding price of 8 million. Moments later, a ruby necklace took the stage. Upon closer inspection, the ruby displayed a rich hue and fiery brilliance, surrounded by dazzling diamonds. This ruby, hailing from Myanmar's Mogok, was an exquisite pigeon blood red, coupled with top-tier diamonds, embodying sheer luxury. The auctioneer elaborated. A young actress's eyes sparkled with delight as she was instantly captivated by the necklace, and she bid 3 million without hesitation. However, within mere seconds, a business magnate entered the fray, driving the price up to 5 million. In the end, the necklace was sold for 6,500,000. Hu Fei stood on stage, clad in a sharp black tuxedo, exuding an air of solemnity and seriousness. His piercing gaze swept over the audience, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He understood that this auction was of paramount importance to him, potentially a crucial step in unveiling the crimes of Shaoyin. Not far off, the auctioneer continued to host, as antique pieces were introduced one after another, each inciting fierce competition among the buyers, the bids escalating dramatically. Yet Hu Fei's thoughts were not on these ordinary antiques. He was patiently awaiting the perfect moment to present the fearsome Buddha statue. As the auction reached its midpoint, Hu Fei discreetly signaled to an assistant. The assistant nodded and carefully brought forth an exquisite box, making his way to the display stage. Upon seeing this, Hu Fei took the box, gently opening it. In that instant, the statue emanating a sinister aura appeared before the crowd. With a grave expression, Hu Fei raised his hands, his gaze sweeping across the audience below, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the antique we are about to auction is known as the Fierce Buddha. It is said to have originated as a funerary artifact from a certain dynasty. imbued with an aura of mysterious power. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment, a chorus of gasps and exclamations filling the air. Many craned their necks, their eyes wide with curiosity, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within. Some wore expressions of intrigue, while others were gripped by fear, as if the malevolent energy of the fierce Buddha had cast a spell upon them. At that moment, the auctioneer announced the starting bid. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening price for this fierce Buddha is 5 million, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 500,000. Upon hearing this, a few bold bidders tentatively raised their paddles, and the price swiftly soared to 8 million. However, as the bidding continued to escalate, hesitation began to creep in amongst the crowd. A collector who had been actively participating furrowed his brow, shook his head, and relinquished his paddle, muttering, "Alas, this price is simply too high." While the fierce Buddha is indeed enigmatic, the risks are considerable. Another buyer, his expression grim, stroked his beard and echoed, "Indeed, if we keep raising the bid, what if the price of the fierce Buddha is inflated, a mere facade? Our investment would be in vain." Gradually, the number of paddles raised in the room dwindled, and the price stagnated at 12 million. Just then, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a sprightly demeanor slowly stood up. His name was Shun Wansi, a seasoned collector in the realm of antiques, with years of experience and a wealth of knowledge, having handled countless rare artifacts. At this moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the fierce Buddha, his face a tapestry of astonishment and curiosity, as if the artifact concealed the most profound secrets of the world. Hu Fei, keenly observant, instantly sensed Shun Wansi's unusual demeanor, his heart racing with the thought that the elder must possess some knowledge about the fierce Buddha. He approached Shun Wansi and inquired, "Sir, may I ask your name?" With a kind expression, Shun Wansi replied, "Hello, my name is Shun Wansi, a seasoned collector in the antique world." Hu Fei felt a flicker of hope, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness, and pressed on, "Mr. Shun, your earlier reaction suggests you have a deep interest in this item." Hearing this, Hu Fei's heart surged with excitement, akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey, and he eagerly asked, "Mr. Shun, could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding this artifact? It is of utmost importance to me, tied to the unveiling of a great secret." In response, Shun Wansi fell into deep contemplation. Furrowing his brow, he spoke solemnly, "I cannot vouch for the accuracy of my words. However, having navigated the antique world for many years, I have heard whispers regarding the soul-consuming jewelry store. Some claim their antiques have dubious origins, possibly linked to tomb raiders aiding in the disposal of stolen goods. Of course, this is merely hearsay, lacking concrete evidence, and is but a collection of speculative tales." Hu Fei lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then gazed sincerely at Old Shun and said, "Old Shun, I owe you a debt of gratitude for providing these clues. If you would be willing to share some significant information to assist in our investigation, perhaps I could offer you a discount of 10% on the acquisition of this sinister Buddha." In an instant, a glimmer of light flickered in Old Shun's eyes, akin to witnessing brilliant stars amidst the darkness. His previously hesitant demeanor transformed into one of resolute determination, and he promptly replied, "Ah, Hu Fei, your words are truly enticing. Although this sinister Buddha possesses an ominous aura, to me as an antique connoisseur, it is a rare and extraordinary artifact, one that is hard to find even with a lantern. Very well, I shall divulge everything I know and fully cooperate with your investigation, without any reservations," he declared, patting his chest with an air of solemn promise. Hu Fei nodded, secretly vowing to uncover the secrets of the soul-consuming jewelry store, to expose the transgressions of Xiao Yindang, and to bring the truth to light for all to see. With this in mind, he expressed his gratitude to Old Shun and resumed his role in presiding over the auction. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere intensified, and the fervor of the crowd was ignited, with the transaction amounts continually escalating, the figures dancing in a way that stirred one's very blood. When the final item was sold, the room erupted into a thunderous applause. As Hu Fei stepped down from the stage, Chenin Shilan and Lu Yi quickly surrounded him, akin to stars gathering around the moon. Yilan, her face alight with excitement and her eyes sparkling like twinkling stars in the night sky, exclaimed, "Hu Fei, this auction was simply magnificent." Lu Yi nodded enthusiastically beside her, echoing, "Indeed, I never anticipated such a fervent response. Hu Fei, you are truly a genius. You are a dazzling new star in the world of antiques, destined for greatness." Meanwhile, Lin Shuyao stood a short distance away, quietly observing Hu Fei, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Following the successful conclusion of the auction, Hu Fei's reputation swiftly spread throughout the industry, rippling outward like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Before long, a throng of admirers converged upon him, reminiscent of bees drawn to nectar. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, clad in a well-tailored suit and sporting a robust figure, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he extended his hand toward Hu Fei. "Mr. Hu, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Wang Hong, the owner of Hongxing Antique Trading Company. Your auction was executed flawlessly, a true feast for the senses. My company is in need of someone with your exceptional talents. If you would consider joining us as our chief appraisal specialist, I assure you that your salary would be negotiable to your satisfaction." Hu Fei smiled politely, shaking the man's hand, and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Wang. However, my current focus is entirely devoted to my own exorcising evil jewelry store, and I simply cannot divert my attention at this time. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your invitation." Wang Hong maintained his warm smile and continued, "Mr. Hu, please reconsider. Our company boasts extensive connections and abundant resources in the industry. Collaborating with us would undoubtedly be beneficial for the growth of your jewelry store. Let us consider this. A mutual collaboration between us could prove beneficial. The exquisite antiques from your jewelry store can be sold through our company's channels, and you shall determine the profit sharing." Chapter 45, Evasive and Unforeseen. A radiant smile spread across Wang Hong's face, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds agreeable. I am always available for discussion whenever you find the time." At that moment, an elderly gentleman, bespectacled and possessing an air of refined elegance, approached and introduced himself. "Mr. Hu, I am Zhao Kong, the vice president of the Antiques Association. Our organization is dedicated to promoting authentic antique culture. I have heard of your unique insights into antiques, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to serve as our consultant, overseeing some of our significant events. What do you think?" Hu Fei inclined slightly, responding, "Mr. Zhao, I must confess, it is an honor to receive recognition from you and the association. However, I am accustomed to a life of freedom and cannot bear the responsibilities of a consultant. Nonetheless, should the association ever require my assistance in any capacity within my abilities, I shall not hesitate to oblige." Subsequently, several business owners and industry experts gravitated towards Hu Fei, each extending olive branches. Some invited him to join their companies with generous salaries, while others proposed collaborations to establish grand antique exhibitions, painting visions of prosperous futures. Additionally, some sought to engage him as an exclusive appraiser, promising substantial compensation. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's father, Lu Hongye, stood aside, observing the unfolding scene with a heart full of regret, as if his insides were twisted with remorse. Had he supported Hu Fei earlier, perhaps he could now share in this glory and create new achievements together. He had underestimated Hu Fei, viewing him merely as an obscure and impoverished individual, never imagining that he would stir such waves in the antique realm. Seizing the moment while others engaged with Hu Fei, he discreetly pulled Lu Yi aside and urged, "Yi, I must admit my earlier misjudgment. Hu Fei is anything but ordinary. He will undoubtedly emerge as a dragon among men. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity and forge a good relationship with him. This could lead to tremendous opportunities for our family." A blush instantly crept across Lu Yi's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she gently nodded in acknowledgement. However, her father's words ignited within her a newfound sense of anticipation regarding her future interactions with Hu Fei. Simultaneously, Lin Shuriao's father, Lin Jinan, was intently observing Hu Fei as well. Witnessing Hu Fei's poised demeanor amidst the crowd, he could not help but silently commend him. Upon returning home, Lin Jinan promptly summoned Lin Shuriao and earnestly advised Shuriao, at such a young age, Hu Fei has already achieved remarkable success. He undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. Given how well you two get along, I believe you should take the initiative to grow closer to him. Should your marriage be established, and he becomes our son-in-law, it would elevate the status of our family to new heights. Father, you need not say anything. I know exactly what to do." Upon hearing her father's words, Lin Shuriao's cheeks flushed with warmth, a mixture of shyness and sweetness enveloping her heart, as the image of Hu Fei lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Old Shan, Hu Fei intensified the investigation into the Xianhun jewelry store, Shaoyindang. The group scoured for clues as if on a treasure hunt, interviewing everyone in the antique industry they could find. Yet, as they delved deeper into the investigation, Challenges surged like relentless tides, one after another. Nevertheless, Hu Fei stood resolute, determined to confront these difficulties head-on. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent. After thorough inquiry, the group unanimously agreed to adopt Hu Fei's proposal to infiltrate the lair of Xiao Yindang and employ a brilliant strategy to compel them to confess their numerous crimes. Days later, on a moonless night when the winds howled, dark clouds swirled in the sky like spilled ink, obscuring the once radiant moonlight completely. The Xiao family mansion lay concealed in this thick darkness, resembling a lurking, ominous beast, quietly exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The architectural style of the mansion exuded an eerie atmosphere, with towering spires piercing the heavens as if to puncture the night sky itself. The walls were entwined with dark green vines, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound akin to whispered secrets shared in the shadows. Hu Fei, Lin Shiyao, Lu Yi, Chun Yinshu, and Huang Yu donned black cloaks, resembling ethereal phantoms, silently infiltrating the mansion's rear courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even a falling leaf could be heard. Under the moonlight, they cautiously approached Xiao Yindang's room, skillfully evading several patrolling bodyguards as if playing hide and seek. However, just as they were nearing the room, an unexpected incident occurred. A vigilant bodyguard, noticing Lu Yi's clothing corner peeking out, exclaimed, "Who is there?" Heightened alertness surged through him as he swiftly gathered a few companions to converge on their direction. Chapter 46, The Extraordinary Evidence Gathering, the opening battle between Hu Fei and the Xiao family. Observing the situation, Hu Fei promptly declared, "Everyone, remain calm and follow my lead." With that, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning towards the bodyguards, executing a series of unparalleled martial arts moves as he charged at them with fierce aggression. In an instant, the bodyguards, caught off guard, were sent sprawling to the ground, rendered incapable of resistance. With swift hand gestures and incantations, a chaotic energy emanated from him, and a mysterious, formidable power began to seep forth from his being. Then, as the light flickered from his fingertips, a gentle glow enveloped the fallen bodyguards. As the radiant light flickered, the expressions of the bodyguard became increasingly dazed, their memories of the recent altercation quietly erased by Hu Fei's mystical arts. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and followed closely behind Hu Fei, continuing towards the chamber of Xiao Yindan. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived outside the window of Xiao Yindan's room. Hu Fei gently pushed the window open, and a pungent aroma of alcohol assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow, internally lamenting that Xiao Yindan was thoroughly intoxicated once more. With this thought, he swiftly executed a graceful leap into the room, with the others following suit, their movements as fluid and precise as those of seasoned operatives. Inside the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a small bedside lamp that emitted a feeble glow, Xiao Yindan lay sprawled on the bed, snoring thunderously, blissfully asleep, with a trickle of drool at the corner of his mouth and a foolish grin upon his face, lost in a dream of untroubled delight. Observing this, Hu Fei promptly resolved to seize the moment and employed his arcane techniques. He settled on the floor, eyes tightly shut, hands forming intricate seals and toning softly. His aura began to swirl chaotically, and a mysterious, formidable power slowly emanated from within him, suffusing the room and manifesting as visible vortices of energy. With determination, Hu Fei fully engaged the art of Qimeng, and in an instant, his spirit transcended his corporeal form, swiftly transporting the consciousness of Yilan, Chun Yinshu, Lin Shiyao, Lu Yi, and others into Xiao Yindan's dreamscape. Meanwhile, Huang Yu remained in the tangible world, swiftly retrieving a mobile phone, decisively activating the recording and filming functions, steadying the camera to capture every movement of Xiao Yindan, continually adjusting angles to ensure clarity. On the other side, as the group's consciousness entered Xiao Yindan's realm of dreams, they found themselves enveloped in a chaotic fog, unable to discern any direction. Drawing upon his profound mastery of Qimeng, Hu Fei radiated a powerful beam of light from his being, instantly dispelling the surrounding mist. At that moment, Xiao Yindan found himself in a desolate wilderness cloaked in darkness, buffeted by howling winds and swirling debris. He ran frantically, desperately seeking refuge from the storm. Yet no matter how he sprinted, he remained trapped in place. Hu Fei and his companions swiftly closed in on Xiao Yindan, encircling him with precision. Lin Shiyao promptly donned a mask resembling Yilan's mother, while Lu Yi, clad in a flowing white robe and wielding a white silk ribbon, emanated an eerie presence. Yilan and Chen Yinshu had also prepared themselves, standing ready to assist Hu Fei in unveiling Xiao Yindan's transgressions. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Yindan trembled violently, fearfully inquiring, "Who are you? How did you come be here?" Hu Fei let out a cold snort and replied icily, "We are here to eradicate vile scoundrels like you." Terrified, Xiao Yindan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, stammering, "How can you be here? This is impossible. It must be a dream." Lin Shuyao let out a chilling laugh and intoned, "Indeed, this is your dream, and we have come to confront you with your misdeeds." With that, Hu Fei, with a stoic expression, delivered a forceful kick that sent Xiao Yindan sprawling, demanding, "Did you instruct Xian Jinzi to deceive Yi Lan into purchasing the malevolent Buddha?" Xiao Yindan trembled in fear, repeatedly murmuring, "No, it wasn't me. Please do not pursue me." Hu Fei glared furiously, exclaiming, "If it isn't you, then who? You have brought ruin to the Yi family, and today is the day you shall atone for your sins." Witnessing this, Yi Lan and the others, filled with righteous indignation, began to interrogate Xiao Yindan relentlessly. The mental defenses of Xiao Yindan crumbled entirely, leading him to incoherently confess his crimes. "It was I who orchestrated it. I was envious of the success of Yilan's jewelry store, and thus I incited a priest to persuade her into hiring a hitman. However, I never anticipated the extent of the devastation it would cause her." Hu Fei pressed on without relent, demanding, "Why did you order the priest's murder?" With a mournful expression, Xiao Yindan replied, "I feared he would reveal the truth, so I had Long Batian eliminate him. I was wrong. I wish to atone." Having gathered sufficient evidence, Hu Fei and the others ceased their interrogation and solemnly informed Xiao Yindan, "Your crimes are well documented. Prepare to face legal consequences." Huang Yu swiftly approached, displaying the recorded audio and video to everyone, exclaiming with excitement, "We captured everything, it's all very clear, and the audio is included." Hu Fei took the phone, scrutinizing it before nodding, "Excellent, we should depart from here." With that, Hu Fei and his companions hastily packed their belongings and exited Xiao Yindan's villa. Immediately afterwards, Hu Fei dialed the officer assigned to the case, speaking urgently, "Officer, we possess irrefutable evidence of Xiao Yindan's crimes and require assistance." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei promptly provided the address and a brief overview of the situation. Moments later, several police cars arrived at the scene. As the officers disembarked, armed and imposing, they swiftly surrounded the Xiao family mansion. The lead officer approached Hu Fei and the others, asking sternly, "Where is the evidence? Show it to me." Hu Fei, maintaining a stoic expression, promptly handed over his phone, stating, "The evidence is all contained within." After reviewing the materials, the officer declared gravely, "If all this evidence proves to be legitimate, the police will ensure that Xiao Yindan and his accomplices are brought to justice. However, I have a question. How did you acquire this evidence?" In response, Hu Fei and the others recounted in detail their infiltration of the Xiao family mansion and the utilization of extraordinary methods to gather evidence from the dream realm. The officer, upon hearing this, remarked, "The arts of Qi Men are profoundly mysterious. As long as the evidence is lawful and valid, it may indeed play a pivotal role in this case." Following this, under the director's command, the police decisively arrested Xiao Yindan and Su Xiaomei. However, it wasn't too long before the Xiao family, leveraging their influence and connections, covertly manipulated circumstances, leading to significant obstacles in the case's progression. The police investigation faced hindrances. Key witnesses mysteriously vanished, and crucial leads were abruptly severed. Consequently, Hu Fei resolutely decided to hire a top-tier attorney to investigate the matter. Determined to act, he spent the following days tirelessly seeking a lawyer skilled in navigating complex cases. Chapter 47. Insufficient Evidence, Acquitted. Within 3 days, he visited numerous law firms, engaging with many seasoned attorneys to thoroughly recount the case's intricate details. Yet, upon learning of the formidable Xiao family's stature, many lawyers declined his requests. Subsequently, Hu Fei learned of a lawyer named Jiang Chuan, renowned for his unwavering integrity and audacity in challenging the powerful. Thus, he promptly visited Jiang Chuan's law firm, sincerely seeking his assistance. Jiang Chuan was moved by Hu Fei's tenacity and sense of justice, and he developed a keen interest in this daunting case. However, he was acutely aware of the difficulties ahead and candidly remarked, "Hu Fei, the complexity of this case exceeds imagination. The Xiao family will surely deploy every resource at their disposal to counter us. If I take on this case, the fees will be substantial, and we will face numerous risks throughout the process. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's expression grew solemn. He snapped his fingers and declared, "Very well, in that case. I shall accept this case." They devised multiple strategies to counter the potential defenses that the Shao family might employ. Finally, 3 days later, the case was set to be heard in court. The courtroom was filled to capacity, the atmosphere charged with tension, akin to the stillness before an impending storm. Hu Fei and Jiang Chuan sat resolutely at the plaintiff's bench, while on the defendant's side, Xiao Yindang and his team of lawyers appeared unfazed, exuding an air of confidence as though victory were assured. As the proceedings commenced, Jiang Chuan was the first to speak, articulately outlining the facts of the case. He detailed how Xiao Yindang had allegedly instructed a Taoist to deceive Yi Lan into purchasing a cursed Buddha, leading to her family's devastation, and how he subsequently murdered the Taoist to conceal his crimes. He presented the evidence they had gathered, including videos and recordings captured by Huang Yu. With a mocking laugh, Xiao Yindang's lawyer stood up to refute, addressing the judge and jury. "Your Honor, esteemed members of the jury, these so-called pieces of evidence are riddled with flaws. Firstly, regarding this cursed Buddha case, there is no direct evidence indicating a directive relationship between my client and the Taoist. These are merely coincidental associations. Secondly, the origins of this recording and video are questionable and may very well have been maliciously fabricated by the plaintiff to incriminate my client." Thus ensued a fierce debate between both parties over the validity of the evidence and the credibility of witnesses. The courtroom was alive with back-and-forth exchanges, the atmosphere tense as if on the brink of conflict. During the debate, Xiao Yindang suddenly rose, brazenly pointing at Hu Fei, and proclaimed, "Hu Fei, do you think that hiring a formidable lawyer will change your fate? You are naive. My Xiao family is deeply entrenched in this city. You cannot compete with me." Upon hearing the exchange between Hu Fei and Xiao Yindang, a judge, with a serious expression, struck the gavel, intoning, "Both the plaintiff and the defendant are to maintain silence and adhere to the order of the court." As soon as the words left his lips, both Hu Fei and Xiao Yindang fell silent, exchanging only covert glances in defiance. As the trial progressed, the confrontations intensified. Each argument and counterargument unfolded like a silent war. Hu Fei's heart remained in turmoil, fully aware that the outcome of this trial would not only determine whether Xiao Yindang would face justice, but also whether righteousness would prevail. However, just when everyone anticipated a verdict, the judge unexpectedly announced, due to numerous ambiguities in the evidence and the absence of certain witnesses, this court will reconvene at a later date. This outcome left Hu Fei profoundly disheartened, yet he did not surrender. He understood that this confrontation with the Xiao family was merely in its infancy. Days later, the court convened to deliberate the case against Xiao Yindang for conspiracy to commit murder and intentional homicide. The atmosphere in the courtroom was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if the very air had solidified. All eyes were fixed on the defendant's seat like searchlights. Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei bowed their heads, their faces etched with fear and despair. The arrogance they once exuded had vanished, leaving them akin to two defeated roosters. However, with the judge's pronouncement, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, after thorough deliberation, this case is dismissed due to insufficient evidence, and the defendants Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei are hereby acquitted." The word struck Hu Fei and his companions like a heavy hammer to the heart. Hu Fei's attorney, Jiang Chuan, sprang to his feet, his expression one of shock and confusion, urgently questioning, "Your Honor, what is the reasoning behind this?" "The evidence we submitted clearly." The judge, maintaining a calm demeanor, methodically explained, "Firstly, in the case of the death of Daoist Xianjinzi, it has been verified that Xiao Yindang possessed irrefutable alibi evidence at the time of the incident, thus that charge is invalid. Secondly, regarding the murder case involving the Buddha, while it originated from the Xianghuan jewelry store, there is currently no concrete evidence linking Xiao Yindang to it. Lastly, the so-called evidence obtained from the villa, namely the audio and video recordings where Xiao Yindang purportedly confessed to being the mastermind, were acquired during his dream state and not during a conscious confession. Under relevant legal provisions, such evidence is deemed inadmissible. As the court session concluded, Xiao Yindang shed his previous disarray, donning an excessively arrogant smile as he strode confidently towards Hu Fei. Towering over him, he proclaimed, "Kid, you're far too inexperienced to challenge me. You should consider your own capabilities before attempting to bring me down." With that, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, the sound reverberating as though it might shatter the courtroom ceiling. After his laughter subsided, he provocatively raised a middle finger at Hu Fei, then wrapped his arm around Su Xiaomei's waist and sauntered out. Watching Xiao Yindong's retreating figure, Hu Fei felt a surge of resentment. At that moment, he recognized that he had indeed underestimated the power of the Xiao family. The machinations behind this clan were far more intricate and formidable than he had ever imagined. Moments later, Hu Fei gathered with Yilan, Chen Yinxiu, and others in the corridor outside the courtroom. Yilan, her eyes glistening with tears, spoke with a quivering voice. Hu Fei, how could this happen? We clearly found evidence. Why is Xiao Yindang allowed to roam free? Chen Yinxiu's eyes bulged, veins protruding on his forehead, and with a resounding thud, he slammed his fist against the wall, shouting, "The power of the Xiao family is utterly abhorrent. How dare they treat the law as a mere plaything, manipulating it at their whim? Despicable." Hu Fei's expression remained grave, his heart steady as he snapped his fingers to rally the group, saying, "Let us not succumb to despair. This is merely a temporary setback. Given the current situation, we have already torn open the veil of their wickedness, and undoubtedly, we will unearth more irrefutable evidence that will leave them with no place to hide." His words shone like a beacon in the darkness, instantly invigorating everyone with the strength to forge ahead. Although we lost this lawsuit, the flame of justice in our hearts has not dimmed. Rather, it burns even more fiercely. Xiao Yindang, with a spirited demeanor and eyes narrowed into slits, turned to Xiao Dingtian and exclaimed, "Father, I owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, I would have faced a tremendous setback." Xiao Dingtian's expression darkened as he said sternly, "Yindang, do not rejoice too soon. This was merely a stroke of luck. Hu Fei will undoubtedly seek to trouble us again, and we must devise a permanent solution to eliminate him completely." Su Xiaomei nodded, her eyes glinting with malice as she sharply declared, "Indeed, we cannot allow him to disrupt our affairs any longer." Xiao Dingtian frowned, disappointment evident as he gazed at Xiao Yindang, his expression one of frustration, and remarked, "Yindang, why must you be so foolish? Why wait for Hu Fei to strike before considering a counterattack? Do you not know the value of taking the initiative?" Xiao Yindang, bewildered and scratching his head, replied, "Father, I too wish to take the initiative and deal Hu Fei a severe blow, but he has never engaged in any illegal activities, making it impossible for me to grasp any incriminating evidence against him." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Dingtian's eyes narrowed, glinting with a hint of cunning. As he stated, "I have heard that Hu Fei recently took over a jewelry store on a bustling street in our city, renaming it the Exorcising Evil and Dispelling Calamities Jewelry Store. Is this true?" Without hesitation, Xiao Yindang nodded and replied, "Indeed." The former owner of that jewelry store was Yilan, who was driven to ruin by the malevolent Buddha, and the business was on the brink of collapse due to poor management, ultimately leading to a low-price transfer. Strangely, the shop had been unable to find a buyer until Hu Fei appeared and took it over. Pausing for a moment, he scoffed disdainfully and continued, "What is infuriating is that shortly after taking over the store, Hu Fei organized a private auction, showcasing the very Buddha statue that Zhuan Zhenzi had duped Yilan into purchasing, which is now regarded as the store's prized possession. On that day, Xiaomei and I drove to the scene, secretly hiding in the car, while we sent a driver disguised as an antique enthusiast to gather intelligence at Hu Fei's private auction." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dingtian inquired curiously, "Oh, what information did you manage to uncover?" Seeing the opportunity, Su Xiaomei quickly interjected, "Father, according to the driver, at the end of the private auction, Hu Fei presented that malevolent Buddha as the highest auction item, with the price soaring to 12 million yuan, but ultimately, no one dared to bid due to the exorbitance." Xiao Dingtian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? 12 million yuan? How can this be? We had conspired to sell that malevolent Buddha to Yilan for merely 1,000 yuan." Xiao Yindang took a deep drag from his cigarette, filled with regret and indignation, stamping his foot in frustration as he bitterly remarked, "Indeed, it is a price of 12 million. Beside her, Su Xiaomei was filled with regret, gently patting her swollen chest, lamenting, "Had I known that the fierce Buddha was so valuable, I would have never consented to sell it to Yilan at such a low price." Xiao Yindang, her face flushed with rage, shouted, "Damn it, that 12 million fierce Buddha has fallen into Hu Fei's hands just like that. I truly wish I could slap myself to death." A glint of malice flashed in Xiao Yindang's eyes as a cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. With a fierce tone, she declared, "All right, Dad, I understand. Tonight, I will arrange for the Axe Gang's leader, Long Batian, to stealthily infiltrate that exorcising evil jewelry store and steal the fierce Buddha without anyone knowing. If Hu Fei and his crew dare to intervene, then we shall take decisive action and eliminate them all. Ha ha ha." Xiao Dingtian's lips curled into a smile as he snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Excellent. What a brilliant idea. Truly, you're my son, Xiao Dingtian, ha ha ha." Su Xiaomei was taken aback, her face reflecting sheer terror, her voice trembling as she interjected. "Yindang, you can steal it, but is it necessary to resort to murder to silence them?" Xiao Yindang shot her an impatient glare and retorted fiercely, "What do you know? Woman? Only the dead cannot speak." Just then, Xiao Yindang's mother, Sun Wanqing, entered the room and inquired, "What are you all discussing?" Xiao Yindang immediately donned a cheerful expression, linking her arm with Sun Wanqing's, and cheerfully replied, "Mom, to be honest, we are negotiating a significant business deal." Chapter 49. The Xiao family's conspiracy and the strategy to break the jewelry store's impasse. Xiao Dingtian, brimming with self-satisfaction, spoke leisurely, "Indeed, there's a major deal in the works. Once it is finalized, our Xiao family will be rolling in wealth, ha ha ha, in Luoyan City, at the exorcising evil jewelry store." Ever since today's lawsuit ended in defeat, everyone had gathered in the store's hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yilan, arms crossed, her eyes ablaze with fury, declared, "We must devise a plan. We cannot allow the Xiao family to continue their rampant behavior." Lu Yi furrowed her brow, anxiously pondering. "But what should we do? They must be well prepared." After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu raised her head, her expression resolute, stating, "Regardless, we must retaliate. We cannot just sit idly by." Hu Fei's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea as he spoke. "I have a plan. When I hosted the private auction last time, Shen Wanzi mentioned that the Xiao family's antiques have dubious origins, possibly colluding with tomb raiding groups to facilitate the sale of stolen goods. We will investigate the sourcing channels of the Xiao family's jewelry, seeking to uncover the origins of their antiques and the relevant suppliers, to determine if they're indeed engaged in illegal activities." Upon finishing, he slightly lifted his chin, his gaze unwavering, as though he could already envision the moment the Xiao family scheme would be unveiled. Hearing this, the others felt that the plan was indeed feasible. Chun Yinshu slammed the table with excitement, exclaiming, "Yes, let us proceed with this. As long as we can grasp incriminating evidence against the Xiao family, let us see how they continue to revel in their success." Yilan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, this is an excellent opportunity. Perhaps we can completely topple the Xiao family." In a moment, everyone engaged in spirited discussions, reigniting their fervor and determination. Hu Fei observed the crowd, his heart brimming with confidence. He understood that as long as they united in purpose, they could ensure that the Xiao family would pay a severe price for their transgressions. After meticulous planning, they resolved to execute the plan the following day. Simultaneously, to prevent the theft of the Bijiao Huasha jewelry store, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Yilan, Lu Yi, and Huang Yu decided to stay overnight at the store. Meanwhile, outside the Axe Gang stronghold, Xiao Yindang took a deep breath, striving to compose himself before stepping inside. At that moment, Long Batian lounged on a sofa in the hall, casually smoking a cigar with his legs crossed. Upon noticing Xiao Yindang's entrance, a familiar smirk crossed his face as he remarked, "Ah, young Master Xiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Yindang approached Long Batian with quick strides, his expression serious. Lowering his voice, he stated, "Gang leader Long, I have a lucrative proposition for you." Long Batian raised an eyebrow, flicking off the ash from his cigar. Intrigued, "Oh, young Master Xiao, what kind of business do you have in mind?" Chapter 50. The Struggle of the Fierce Buddha, Xiao Yindang's Revenge and Adventure. Xiao Yindang furtively scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was in earshot before leaning closer to Long Batian, speaking deliberately. "I need you to take a group to the Bijiao Huasha jewelry store tonight." "Young Master, what do you want me to do there?" Long Batian asked. Confusion etched on his face. Xiao Yindang's eyes glimmered with a cold intensity as he replied, "There's a fierce Buddha statue in the store. I need you to steal it and deal with Hu Fei and his companions." At the mention of Hu Fei, Long Batian's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, his expression freezing, and even his hand holding the cigar trembled uncontrollably, ash cascading down. Memories of his last encounter with Hu Fei flooded his mind. "Young Master, I'm afraid I cannot undertake this task," he stammered, instinctively drawing back, desperate to distance himself from Hu Fei. Xiao Yindang furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he coldly retorted, "Oh, and why is that?" "Long Batian, do not feign ignorance. If you accomplish this, there will certainly be rewards for you." As he spoke, he stepped forward, arms crossed, gazing down at Long Batian with an imposing presence. "Young Master, it's not that I do not wish to assist you. It's simply Long Batian struggled to swallow, his voice trembling with fear and panic. His lips quivering as he confessed, "Hu Fei is my nemesis. He nearly beat me to death last time. I lay in bed for months recovering. Just thinking of him sends chills through my bones." As he spoke, he instinctively touched the bruised spots from their previous encounter, his pained expression growing more pronounced. Hearing this, Xiao Yindang perceived Long Batian as attempting to drive up the price. Though anger simmered within, he restrained himself, gritting his teeth as he proposed, "If you can help me with this, I will reward you with 200,000. What do you say?" Upon finishing his words, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed his face. As he spoke, his tone was resolute, yet his eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, making it evident to anyone that he was genuinely terrified of Hu Fei. "You worthless fool!" Xiao Yindang could no longer contain himself. A surge of anger erupted within him as he pointed an accusatory finger at Long Batian, unleashing a torrent of scornful words. "I held you in such high regard, seeking your counsel on this matter, only to discover you are a cowardly, spineless wretch. You have utterly disappointed me." As soon as the words left his lips, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and he looked as if he might leap forward and deliver a beating to Long Batian. Xiao, feel free to berate me." Long Batian sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. "I am indeed terrified of Hu Fei and have no intention of provoking him again. However, considering our past collaboration, I advise you to seek someone more capable." With that, he lowered his gaze, unable to meet the fiery glare emanating from Xiao Yindang. Yet Xiao Yindang remained undeterred, his eyes glinting with avarice as he attempted to persuade Long Batian once more. "Long Batian, are you truly willing to forego such a lucrative opportunity? If we can subdue Hu Fei, that formidable figure will be ours, and the profits will far exceed our expectations. It is not that I lack desire, but rather that I lack the courage to seize it," Long Batian insisted, shaking his head repeatedly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I would dare to confront anyone but him. He instills a genuine fear in me. The last time we crossed paths, he nearly left me broken, and the mere recollection sends shivers down my spine." As he spoke, his body involuntarily trembled. "Very well, since you are so cowardly, I shall not press you further," Xiao Yindang coldly retorted, turning on his heel and striding away. His silhouette was imbued with anger and disappointment. Secretly contemplating the necessity of finding someone capable of dealing with Hu Fei, after departing from the Axe Gang, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei entered their vehicle. The interior was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the low, rumbling sound of the engine. "Is that how it ends?" Su Xiaomei broke the silence, glancing at Xiao Yindang with a hint of concern and discontent. "Of course it cannot end this way." Xiao Yindang gritted his teeth, a fierce determination emanating from his eyes as he spat out the words. "I refuse to believe that in this vast expanse, there isn't someone who can handle Hu Fei." As he drove, he fervently searched his mind for potential allies. Suddenly, he recalled the grave-robbing gang hidden within the abandoned hospital. Though this gang was notoriously enigmatic and exuded an air of strangeness, for the sake of that formidable figure, he resolved to take a risk and test his luck. Thus, the vehicle sped through the night, heading towards the remote, abandoned hospital. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yindang's emotions oscillated between impatience and anticipation. On one hand, he was eager to find assistance and acquire that formidable figure, while on the other hand, he was hopeful that this grave-robbing gang would possess a means to confront Hu Fei, allowing him to vent his pent-up frustration. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Xiaomei observed Xiao Yindang's focused yet somewhat sinister profile, a wave of worry washing over her heart. She was acutely aware that Xiao Yindang had become somewhat obsessed with the fearsome Buddha, yet she understood that any words spoken at this moment would be futile. They could only accompany Xiao Yindang and proceed step by step. Time passed unmeasured, and the vehicle came to a steady halt outside an abandoned hospital. This place harbored a chilling nexus for international artifact trafficking and tomb raiding. The leader, known as Pangolin, commanded a cadre of dozens, each a paragon of the grave-robbing profession, ruthless and highly skilled. It was said that this faction operated with remarkable secrecy, their movements elusive. Upon the discovery of a potential job, they would emerge en masse, racing to ancient burial sites to plunder historical treasures. The spoils of their illicit endeavors were cleverly distributed, with the majority funneled through the seemingly glamorous Soul Jewelry Store, a subsidiary of the Xiao Group, quietly infiltrating the market, while a smaller portion slipped through clandestine smuggling routes to destinations abroad. In the absence of work, these individuals adeptly transformed into models of civility. By day, They assumed roles as grease-laden motorcycle mechanics, swift delivery personnel, taxi drivers weaving through bustling streets, or even loquacious tour guides. However, as night fell, their true selves emerged, plunging into the vibrant nightlife where excess and opulence reigned, indulging in a life of lavish extravagance and moral decay. Xiao Yindang inhaled deeply, stepping out of the vehicle alongside Su Xiaomei. Gazing at the foreboding visage of the abandoned hospital, an inexplicable sense of trepidation welled within him. Chapter 51. Deceit and Deception. He was uncertain of the outcome of this meeting, yet at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He could only steel himself and proceed. Inside the dimly lit hall of the forsaken hospital, the flickering lights danced like will-o'-the-wisps. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and alcohol, inducing a fit of coughing. A throng of individuals congregated, the table before them littered with empty bottles and remnants of meals, creating a scene of utter disarray. Voices boomed as some shouted boisterously while playing cards, laughter erupting intermittently. Others, cigarette in mouth, exhaled clouds of smoke that swirled overhead, rendering the space increasingly nebulous, akin to a hellish purgatory. Meanwhile, others were engrossed in their mobile devices, fingers tapping rapidly on screens, while expletives occasionally escaped their lips. It turned out that today marked the birthday of the Tomb raiding gang leader, Pangolin, and the gathering was reveling in celebration. Guided by one of Pangolin's subordinates, Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei navigated through the raucous hall into a relatively quiet room. This chamber contained a dilapidated table and a few rickety chairs, the walls peeling to reveal patchy cement beneath, exuding an air of decay. Seated in one of the chairs was a burly man named Pangolin. Upon noticing Xiao Yindang's entrance, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a mask of calm demeanor. In response, Pangolin rose from his seat, his face alight with a smile, and warmly inquired, "Young Master Xiao, what brings you to this humble abode today?" Xiao Yindang did not mince words and directly conveyed his intentions. "Chuan Lao, duh. I have come to request your assistance with a matter." Chuan Shanjia raised an eyebrow, leisurely leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of calm confidence as he replied, "Oh, what sort of task are we discussing? You know well that our line of work is solely grave robbing. Other matters may not be within our expertise." Xiao Yindang then elaborated in detail on his plan to deal with Hu Fei and steal the fierce Buddha. Upon hearing this, Chuan Shanjia furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time before speaking. Xiao, why not seek out Long Batian from the Axe Gang for such a violent endeavor? Isn't he quite adept at these affairs?" Xiao Yindang's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted vehemently, "Pa, do not mention that coward." At the mere mention of Hu Fei's name, he trembles in fear, as if he has seen a ghost, and refuses to take on this task. Chuan Shanjia, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, what is the reason behind that? Long Batian appears rather formidable in daily life." Xiao Yindang explained, "It is precisely because Hu Fei is a martial arts master who previously dealt Long Batian a severe beating. Now, Long Batian likely harbors a psychological scar and dares not provoke him." Chuan Shanjia nodded thoughtfully, stating, "If even Long Batian cannot handle it, I may not be able to succeed either. Furthermore, you are well aware that my skills lie in grave robbing. I am not particularly skilled in other matters. If I were to confront Hu Fei, I might only end up ruining everything." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yindang grew anxious and exclaimed, "Nonsense. With my backing, what do you have to fear? As long as you help me succeed in this endeavor, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards." Yet, Chuan Shanjia remained unmoved, responding slowly, Xiao, while we were once under the Xiao family's command, some matters require careful consideration. Murder and robbery are no trifles. Should anything go awry, we would both face dire consequences." Xiao Yindang, intrigued, pressed eagerly, "Oh, what do you propose? Speak quickly." Chuan Shanjia revealed a mysterious smile, leaned forward, and lowered his voice to Xiao Yindang, saying, "It's quite simple. Just 8 words. Confuse the genuine with the counterfeit, and deceive the heavens to cross the sea." He then proceeded to outline his plan in detail. It turned out that he intended to assume the alias of Feng Yejusher, masquerading as a wealthy young heir while fabricating a tale about his grandfather's upcoming grand birthday celebration. His grandfather had a deep passion for antiques, and for this occasion, he wished to present a remarkable antique as a gift to both honor and win his grandfather's favor. He had heard that Hu Fei's exorcising evil and calming spirits jewelry shop possessed a rare fierce Buddha, which perfectly suited his needs. Thus, he planned to offer a high price for the statue. If Hu Fei refused to part with it, he would present a seemingly genuine antique. convincing Hu Fei that it was a relic from a certain dynasty belonging to a revered emperor, worth an astounding 15 million in the market. Subsequently, he intended to exchange this counterfeit antique with Hu Fei for the menacing Buddhist statue, boldly asserting that once the deal was struck, Hu Fei could amass a fortune overnight. Xiao Yindang listened, his eyes widening in astonishment, his face alight with delight. As soon as the pangolin concluded, he could not restrain himself from applauding, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! This scheme is impeccable. I am convinced." With a gleam of pride in his eyes, he envisioned the scenario where Hu Fei fell victim to their deception. The sinister Buddha statue firmly in his grasp, and continued, "Brother Chuan, let us proceed with this plan. I am counting on you entirely. Once the matter is settled, I assure you, you shall not be slighted." The pangolin nodded and replied, "Rest assured, young Xiao, I shall exert my utmost effort. However, this plan requires some preparatory work. We must procure an antique that closely resembles the genuine article and ensure our subordinates are well organized for a smooth operation." Xiao Yindang patted his chest and declared, "None of this poses a problem. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall cooperate fully." Thereafter, the pangolin commenced preparations for the scheme. Initially selecting an antique from Xiao Yindang's enchanting jewelry store, one that appeared to be quite aged. Although it was a replica, its exquisite craftsmanship made it challenging for the untrained eye to discern its authenticity. Next, he meticulously delegated tasks to his subordinates, ensuring that each person was clear about their responsibilities. Once everything was in place, that very night, the pangolin, accompanied by several subordinates, transformed into the persona of the refined gentleman and hurriedly entered the Pai Xiehua Sha jewelry store. As dusk fell and the lights began to illuminate the surroundings, the store was enveloped in silence, with only the soft glow of a night lamp in the corner. Hu Fei and his companions were preparing to rest when suddenly, the store door was forcefully flung open, and a gust of cold wind ushered in an air of arrogance. Chapter 52. The scheme backfires. Hu Fei's wits against the refined gentleman. A man clad in an opulent suit strode in with great confidence, his hair gleaming as if meticulously styled, each strand seemingly showcasing his nobility. His countenance bore an unmistakable air of arrogance, his chin slightly raised, his gaze filled with disdain for everything around him. This individual was none other than the pangolin, masquerading as the refined gentleman, followed by several burly subordinates who strutted into the store as if it were their own domain. "Where's the owner? Get out here immediately!" the refined gentleman bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the store, shattering the tranquility. As he shouted, he carelessly rummaged through the jewelry displayed on the counter, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Hearing the commotion, Hu Fei and the others hurriedly emerged from the back room. Upon witnessing the refined gentleman's brazen behavior, Hu Fei furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. He discreetly positioned himself behind the counter to obstruct the refined gentleman's advance, coldly inquiring, "May I ask what you need, sir? We were just about to close for the night." The refined gentleman cast a sidelong glance at Hu Fei, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Closing? I think not. I indeed have a significant business proposition to discuss with you, though I fear you may lack the audacity to accept it." With that, the refined gentleman retrieved a cigar from his pocket, elegantly placing it between his lips with a playful smirk. He then ignited it with a lighter, inhaling deeply before exhaling a large smoke ring that lazily ascended in the light, accentuating his brazen demeanor, as if he were impervious to the world around him. Standing beside Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu felt a surge of indignation at the gentleman's arrogance. He took a bold step forward, poised to unleash a tirade, but was halted by a mere glance from Hu Fei. Meanwhile, Yilan and Lu Yi, positioned behind Hu Fei, remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the gentleman and his entourage, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Huang Yu quietly circled to the side, concealing her hand behind her, prepared to activate the alarm at a moment's notice. The gentleman appeared oblivious to the mounting tension, his nostrils flaring as he boasted, "I have heard that you possess a fearsome Buddha statue, and I am exceedingly intrigued. My grandfather's birthday banquet is approaching, and I intend to acquire it as a gift for him." As he spoke, he impatiently tapped the counter with his finger, producing a rhythmic sound that suggested the world should revolve around him, a display of sheer audacity. A chill ran down Hu Fei's spine, as he instantly realized that this individual was likely a hired hand of Xiao Yindang. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I'm afraid that statue is not for sale." His gaze unwavering, he met the gentleman's eyes without a hint of retreat. Upon hearing this, the gentleman's expression darkened momentarily, but it was swiftly replaced by an arrogant smirk as he retorted, "Not for sale? I suspect you merely deem the price too low. Should you choose to sell, the price is hardly an obstacle." With a subtle gesture to his subordinates, one of them promptly produced an exquisite box. Upon opening it, they revealed an antique that appeared to be of considerable age, a Tang dynasty artifact, worth an astronomical sum. By current market standards, it could fetch no less than 15 million yuan. The gentleman toyed with the antique in his hands, a look of smug satisfaction on his face as he continued. "I could offer this in exchange for your fearsome Buddha. Should the transaction succeed, you would stand to gain immensely, even perhaps becoming overnight millionaires." His eyes gleamed with avarice, as if he could already envision Hu Fei and the others swayed by his generous proposal. Hu Fei, suppressing a cold smile, activated his divine vision, instantly discerning that the antique was a counterfeit. However, he chose not to expose it immediately, instead contemplating a counter-strategy. "Very well, since you wish to deceive me, I shall play along and entertain this charade." With that thought, he feigned hesitation, scrutinizing the artifact with exaggerated seriousness, all the while devising his next move. Indeed, this antique does appear rather impressive. Hu Fei's face was as calm as still water, his heart devoid of any tumult. He deliberately elongated his tone as he spoke. "However, I do possess a modicum of knowledge regarding antiques, and I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Are you certain this is genuine?" As he uttered these words, he fixed his gaze intently on Fengya, the gentleman of elegance. Upon hearing this, Fengya's heart skipped a beat, yet he feigned composure, scoffing, "Humph. What do you know? I purchased this at a considerable price from a collector. It is undoubtedly authentic. If you lack discernment, then so be it." A secret delight surged within Hu Fei, for he knew his intuition was correct. He continued his charade, feigning interest. "Very well, since you seem so sincere, I shall contemplate it. However, I believe the price of this antique is somewhat lacking. Perhaps you could transfer an additional 300,000, or allow me to select a few of your adornments as collateral. What say you?" As he spoke, a glimmer of greed shone in his eyes, as if he were truly captivated by the counterfeit artifact. Fengya felt a pang of agony at this proposition. At that moment, he could scarcely fathom that Hu Fei would make such a demand, yet his desire to conclude the transaction swiftly prevailed. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Very well. Let be as you wish." No sooner had the words left his lips than Hu Fei activated his celestial vision once more, confirming that the gold necklace and jade bracelet adorning Fengya were indeed authentic. He pointed and declared, "I shall take these too." Fengya's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, and he shot a fierce glare at Hu Fei. Yet, he found himself powerless, grudgingly removing the gold necklace and jade bracelet, slowly extending them towards Hu Fei. After handing them over, his hands trembled slightly, filled with anger and resentment, yet he dared not unleash it in that moment. Once the transaction was complete, Fengya believed he had outwitted Hu Fei, his heart swelling with joy as he hurriedly clutched the counterfeit fierce Buddha and departed the jewelry store with several subordinates. They quickly jumped into a luxurious car, revving the engine and kicking up dust as they sped away, watching Fengya and his entourage disappear into the distance. A strange smile curled at the corners of Hu Fei's lips. Perhaps Fengya remained oblivious to the fact that he had not only failed to gain any advantage, but had unwittingly surrendered two valuable authentic items to Hu Fei. Should he eventually realize he had been deceived, it would likely infuriate him to no end. Chapter 53. The eve of the antique competition, prelude to the showdown at Zhengyi Jewelry Store. As evening descended, the night enveloped Lulan's city like a thick, inky substance, casting a heavy shroud over the entire metropolis. A sleek black car sped through the streets like a specter, emitting a piercing whistle, before coming to a halt with a creak at the entrance of the bewitching jewelry store. The car door swung open with a forceful bang, and Fengya, the notorious pangolin, emerged in a state of agitation, clutching a box tightly in his hands as if it were a vice. Inside that box lay the counterfeit fierce Buddha. Stumbling slightly, he rushed into the store. The moment Xiao Yindang caught sight of the pangolin, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, charging towards it like a ravenous wolf. With an eager shout, he exclaimed, "Well, did you manage to get it?" The pangolin, panting heavily as if it had just completed a marathon, forcefully placed a box on the counter. With a dramatic flourish, it opened the box to reveal the fearsome Buddha, who, with a hint of pride in its breath, declared, "I have fulfilled my mission. It is acquired." Xiao Yindang fixated on the fearsome Buddha, his face blossoming with ecstatic delight, his smile twisted like that of a triumphant demon. He exclaimed, "Excellent! Wonderful! With this fearsome Buddha, I shall undoubtedly have all eyes on me at tomorrow's antique competition and treasure auction, ensuring I emerge as the most radiant presence." As he clutched the Buddha as if it were a priceless treasure, his eyes glazed over in fervor. Envisioning himself standing at the center of the stage, receiving the adoration of the masses. At that moment, his father, the formidable and notorious Xiang Xiao, descended the stairs with deliberate steps. Xiao Yindang smirked, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, his nose almost elevated toward the heavens, as he boasted, "Naturally. Do you not see who I am? There is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish." With a puffed chest and unwavering confidence, he declared loudly, "Rest assured, Father, this time I will ensure everyone takes notice of me. Those so-called rivals are merely ants before me." Meanwhile, within the auspicious and lively confines of the Pai Xie Hua Sha jewelry store, an entirely different atmosphere of jubilation unfolded. Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Yilan, Lu Yi, and Huang Yu sat together, each face radiating with brilliant smiles, their laughter echoing as if it might burst through the roof. Chen Yinshu strode forward, his robust frame akin to a small mountain, and with a hearty slap on Hu Fei's shoulder, so forceful it nearly toppled him, his jovial laughter made the glass in the store tremble. Hu Fei, where did you conjure such clever ideas? This exquisite scheme has truly left me in awe," he exclaimed. "With this strategy, our store will undoubtedly make a resounding impact in the antique scene of Lulan City. Who would dare to underestimate us again?" Yilan approached Hu Fei with a graceful smile, her steps light and filled with admiration. "Hu Fei, we owe this success to you. Your calmness and intellect were decisive throughout the process, securing us a substantial reward while effectively quelling the arrogance of the Xinhao jewelry store. I believe they will think twice about their actions in the future." Huang Yu hurried over, his eyes gleaming with excitement and pride, resembling a loyal acolyte as he said, "Brother Hu Fei, spare us the modesty. Everyone knows you are the backbone of this operation. Without you, we would never have devised such a brilliant plan. Wherever you point, I will follow, without hesitation." In a moment, voices filled the air with praises and laughter, intertwining harmoniously, as the entire jewelry store was enveloped in a sea of joy and delight. Within this modest space, there existed not only the elation of success, but also the profound camaraderie and unwavering trust among the team members. These bonds would serve as a solid foundation for everyone to confront various formidable challenges in the future. The following day, at 9 in the morning sunlight, akin to golden threads, gently cascaded upon the sign of the Pai Xie Hua Sha jewelry store, casting a delicate halo. Inside, Hu Fei was diligently organizing the counter in preparation for the day's business. Clad in a simple black shirt with slightly rolled-up sleeves that revealed his strong forearms, he exuded an aura of calmness in every gesture. Just then, Li Ming, the president of the Antique Association, rushed into the store like a gust of wind. His figure appeared somewhat portly, and anxiety etched across his face, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly indicating he had hurried over. The once pristine suit he wore now bore slight wrinkles, giving him an unkempt appearance. "Hu Fei, you must assist me with this," Li Ming exclaimed as he entered, diving straight into the matter with a tone of urgency and desperation, as though clinging to a final lifeline. Chapter 54, Lulan City, Antique Competition and Treasure Auction Event. Li Ming took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and declared loudly, "At 10 o'clock this morning, Lulan City will host an antique competition and a treasure auction, and the scene will undoubtedly be bustling with excitement, teeming with treasures. My heart is already restless. I wish to join in the festivities and perhaps uncover some remarkable items. Thus, I seek your assistance to discern the valuable pieces and perhaps find some hidden gems." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision those rare treasures beckoning to him. Hu Fei slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. The task of antique appraisal bore both risks and opportunities. A moment's inattention could lead to grave oversights. In such a scenario, not only would his reputation suffer, but Li Ming might also face substantial losses. Yet, he recognized that this event could present a rare opportunity for both himself and the Pai Xie Hua Sha jewelry store. Should he assist Li Ming in procuring valuable treasures, he would not only receive generous compensation, but also gain further renown in the antique community. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Hu Fei met Li Ming's gaze with confidence and replied, Presently, I cannot assist you without due compensation. Li Ming Eajarli Nudda. His face adorned with a sycophantic grin, assuring him, rest assured, should you succeed, I will ensure you are well rewarded. As long as you help me select fine items, your remuneration will be more than adequate. At that moment, the sound of crisp high heels echoed from outside the store. Everyone turned to look, and there appeared Lin Shuyao, hurrying in with a middle-aged steward and an assistant in tow, dressed in a light blue dress. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying gently with her steps, resembling a beautiful painting unfolding before their eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Fei and the others trembled slightly, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. Lin Shuyao stepped forward, her brow furrowed with urgency. The wisps of hair at her forehead swayed gently with the rapid breaths, and a sincere glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she approached Hu Fei, slightly panting, and inquired, Hu Fei, will you be attending the television station's event at 10 a.m.? Hu Fei paused momentarily, a trace of confusion washing over him, yet he politely nodded and replied, yes, I will be there. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuriao's eyes sparkled with delight, and she continued, that is splendid. In fact, our Lin family intends to auction some items at the event, but we are uncertain about the authenticity of certain antiques. Therefore, prior to the auction, I would like to seek your assistance in appraising them. With that, she signaled to the middle-aged butler behind her. The butler promptly understood. Carefully placing several exquisite wooden boxes, he held onto a nearby table and gently opening them to reveal the antiques inside. Rest assured, should this matter be resolved successfully, our Lin family will certainly not neglect your contributions, Lin Shuriao added, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. As Hu Fei gazed upon the antiques on the table, he pondered quietly. Each piece appeared to hold considerable value. The responsibility of their appraisal weighed heavily upon him. Yet it also presented a splendid opportunity to showcase his own expertise. With this thought in mind, he lifted his gaze to meet Lin Shuriao's eyes and nodded earnestly. Very well, I shall agree to assist you. At that moment, Lin Shuriao noticed Li Ming standing nearby and instantly comprehended the situation. Ah, so you're already aware of this matter. I presume President Li has sought your assistance as well? She remarked. Hu Fei nodded, affirming, indeed. President Li wishes for me to lend my expertise during the event to see if I can unearth any treasures of good value. Li Ming stepped forward with a smile. Greeting Lin Shuriao, Miss Lin, it has been quite some time. I did not expect to encounter you here. It seems everyone is eagerly anticipating today's event. The group exchanged pleasantries for a while before they made their way into the parking lot, each entering their respective luxury vehicles, embarking upon a wide and smooth road. Speeding away. Chapter 55. Hu Fei faces obstacles at the television station. Supercars stir up a storm half an hour later, at the television station in Lulan City. The parking lot. Hu Fei, Li Ming, and Lin Shuriao disembarked from their vehicles, slowly approaching the television station building. However, just as they were about to cross the threshold, a burly security captain suddenly appeared, blocking their path with a dismissive tone. Halt. This place is not open to just anyone. Do you have an invitation? Hu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Crossing his arms over his chest, his expression calm, he replied unhurriedly, no, what of it? The security captain's beady eyes darted up and down, scrutinizing Hu Fei, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth as he bellowed, since you don't, then be off. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Hu Fei's eyes, and an inexplicable fury surged within him. He coldly remarked, this security guard clad in uniform should be upholding order, yet he looks down upon others with such disdain. Do you truly believe someone of your caliber is fit to guard this entrance? If I do not teach you a proper lesson today, you may never grasp the meaning of respect. As his words fell, Hu Fei moved like lightning, raising his right hand high, accompanied by a gust of wind. With a resounding slap, he struck the security captain's face. The force of the blow sent the captain reeling like a kite cut from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood instantly oozing from the corner of his mouth, along with several teeth. After a moment, the captain struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with anger and indignation. With a sweeping gesture, he bellowed, brothers, come over here. This brat dares to strike me. We must teach him a severe lesson. I fear nothing, even if it leads to death. No sooner had he spoken than a group of burly security guards rushed from all directions, standing resolutely beside their captain, chanting in unison, yes, captain, we shall obey your command. With menacing expressions and fierce gazes, they encircled Hu Fei, rolling up their sleeves, clearly intent on delivering a harsh reprimand. One particularly sharp-faced guard stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, You've met your match today, kid. Daring to strike our captain. We'll make sure you're unrecognizable to your own parents. Another stout guard chimed in, flexing his wrists while shouting, indeed, soon you shall learn our might. We will break every bone in your body for your audacity. Suddenly, as tensions escalated, Li Ming and Lin Shuyao stepped forward. Li Ming, with a stern expression, advanced a pace, locking eyes with the security captain, and stated, "Hold on, do you realize who you are opposing?" With a proud stance, he proclaimed, "I am the president of the Antique Association, and this brother, Hu Fei, is my friend." Following suit, Lin Shuyao elegantly stepped forward, her chin slightly raised as she declared, "I am Lin Shuyao, the heiress of the Lin Group, and Hu Fei is also my friend." Upon hearing this, the security captain's face drained of color, his one straight posture faltering as he stuttered, "What? So, you're both his friends? This cannot be." At that moment, he could scarcely comprehend that the seemingly ordinary Hu Fei possessed such remarkable connections. Lin Shuyao, with her brows furrowed and eyes wide, coldly asserted, "Security guard, your previous rudeness demands an apology to Hu Fei." Terrified, the captain's legs quivered as he bowed slightly to Hu Fei, hands clasped before him, and respectfully uttered, "Brother, I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive my ignorance, and do not stoop to my level." Hu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as he coldly replied, "Humph, this matter today shall not be easily dismissed. As a security personnel, you are expected to uphold your duties diligently. However, you have audaciously abused your power, berating guests with utter disregard for professional ethics. Should you be let off lightly today, it is likely that you will continue to wield your influence, perpetrating wrongdoing and bullying others in the future." Witnessing Hu Fei's relentless determination, the head of security felt a wave of panic wash over him. With a thud, he knelt down, pleading, "Brother, I have an elderly parent and young children to support. This job is of utmost importance to me. Please show mercy and spare me this time. I promise to behave properly from now on and never dare to transgress again." Hu Fei's gaze remained icy, unmoved by the head of security's desperate pleas. He turned to the director beside him and spoke in a grave tone. "This individual has no right to continue in his position. His actions have severely tarnished the image of the television station, and he must be dismissed." The director's expression turned troubled. He had initially intended to mediate the situation, but, upon seeing Hu Fei's unwavering gaze, could only nod in resignation. "Captain, it has come to this. I am unable to assist further. Effective immediately, you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave at once." The head of security's face transformed from desperation to resentment as he slowly rose, hissing in a voice only Hu Fei could hear, "You just wait, boy. I will surely repay this grievance tenfold." With that, he shot Hu Fei a venomous glare and turned to leave. "Bring it on. I am ready to face whatever comes." Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, not allowing the threat to disturb him, and proceeded with Li Ming, Lin Shuyao, and others towards the exhibition hall. Along the way, their steps were light, and their spirits lifted due to the resolution of the minor altercation. However, just as they had taken a few steps, a cacophony of noise erupted behind them. Turning back, they beheld a Koenigsegg hypercar resembling a bolt of black lightning, racing towards them at breakneck speed. The car barreled forward, creating a gust of wind that sent nearby people scrambling for safety. Then, with a resounding crash, the vehicle collided with the ceremonial platform at the entrance of the exhibition hall. Instantly, the exquisitely arranged champagne tower on the platform began to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a young woman named Zhou Huanxue, standing not far away, found herself paralyzed with fear. Her complexion drained of color as if struck by a spell, unable to move. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, resembling a flock of startled birds, hastily fleeing in all directions. Simultaneously, the sports car screeched to a halt beside the ceremonial platform. The door swung open, and Zhao Yuxuan emerged, casting a glance at the upturned platform without a hint of remorse, disdainfully snorting. His expression seemed to convey that the incident was nothing more than a trivial matter, unworthy of such alarm. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yuxuan strode forward, unconcerned, making his way into the exhibition hall. At that moment, as Lu Yi witnessed the champagne tower teetering precariously, her heart raced with anxiety. She turned to Hu Fei and exclaimed, "Hu Fei, that woman is my close friend. Zhou Hanxue, she is standing there frozen. You must hurry and pull her away." "All right, I'm on my way." Hu Fei nodded and, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed forward, swiftly pulling Zhou Hanxue to safety. Just then, Lu Yi rushed over, gripping Zhou Hanxue's hand tightly, her voice trembling with concern as she asked, "Hanshua, are you all right? You scare me to death." Zhou Hanshua lifted her gaze, remnants of fear lingering in her eyes as she forced a smile and replied, I'm fine. Thanks to your friend's quick reaction." Lu Yi sighed with relief, her hand pressed against her chest as she said, "Thank heavens. If anything had happened to you, how would I face uncle and aunt?" Zhou Hanshua looked at Hu Fei with gratitude, placing her hands on her abdomen, and smiled, "Sir, thank you for saving me and for helping me catch my breath." Hu Fei waved his hand with a gentle smile, replying, "No need for thanks. Anyone in such a situation would have acted. However, Zhao Yuxuan has gone too far. Someone needs to put him in his place." Lu Yi frowned, expressing her disdain. "This guy has always been so arrogant. I really don't understand where he gets his confidence." "Hanshua, you weren't too frightened, were you?" Zhou Hanshua shook her head, still shaken as she said, "I was truly terrified. My mind went blank, and I didn't know what to do." Lu Yi embraced Zhou Hanshua, offering comfort. "Don't be afraid. It's all over now. In the future, be cautious when you go out and steer clear of such lunatics." Zhou Hanshua leaned against Lu Yi's shoulder, softly responding, "Yes, I'm grateful to have you both here today." No sooner had she spoken than Zhao Yuxuan's piercing voice cut through the air. "Hey, little girl, why can't you run? Why are you just standing there? Did you tire yourself out with your husband last night?" At these words, Hu Fei's anger flared instantly. He turned to face Zhao Yuxuan, declaring with righteous indignation, "Do you possess no sense of decency? Driving recklessly, toppling the ceremony stage, nearly injuring others. And not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also spew nonsense. Who do you think you are?" "Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you." "Hu Fei." Zhao Yuxuan sneered, his expression darkening as he recognized Hu Fei. Previously, at a gambling venue in the ghost market, he had wagered against Hu Fei and lost heavily, not only incurring a substantial financial loss, but also suffering a blow to his pride. He had harbored resentment towards Hu Fei ever since. In this moment of confrontation, his animosity flared, and he continued with a venomous tone, "Kid, you'd best stay out of this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Hu Fei retorted with a cold laugh, "Nonsense, I must intervene. Apologize to this young lady immediately, or you shall face the consequences." Zhao Yuxuan's face flushed with rage, his eyes darting as a malicious grin spread across his face. He bellowed derisively, "Kid, what are you pretending for? You were nothing but a complete loser before. Su Xiaomei has long since lost interest in you, and has even put several green hats on you. Such a worthless wretch as you, daring to meddle in my affairs, is truly laughable." These words struck like a sharp blade, igniting a furious blaze within Hu Fei's heart. In an instant, his eyes bulged with rage, seemingly ready to unleash fire, veins protruding from his forehead, his entire body trembling with indignation as he bellowed, "You scoundrel, seeking death." Before the echoes of his words faded, his right hand shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by a gust of wind, landing a resounding slap across Zhao Yuxuan's face. The impact was so forceful that it lifted Zhao's feet off the ground, sending him soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the ground, emitting a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig. Subsequently, he writhed in agony on the ground, hands clutching his swollen, purpling face, crying out in despair, "You brat, you've nearly killed me. How dare you strike me? You are finished." Hu Fei's gaze remained icy, as if he were observing a repulsive insect, utterly indifferent to Zhao's cries. He swiftly approached Zhao Yuxuan, grasped his collar, and delivered several more slaps, leaving the latter dazed and seeing stars. Noticing this, Hu Fei snorted disdainfully and kicked Zhao Yuxuan away, admonishing Zhao, "I ask you this once. Do you submit? If not, I shall knock you down until you do." Witnessing Hu Fei's formidable stance, a wave of fear surged through Zhao Yuxuan, compelling him to crawl and kneel before Hu Fei, repeatedly knocking his head against the ground, pleading, "Hu Fei, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please, spare me this once. I shall never dare again." With a cold grunt, Hu Fei spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Get lost." "All right, I shall leave at once," Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to his feet and fleeing the exhibition hall, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Seeing this, Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief, gently patting Han Shue's shoulder, saying, "Han Shue, it's all over now. That fellow will likely think twice before behaving so audaciously again." Han Shue nodded, still shaken, and smiled. "I owe it all to Hu Fei today, otherwise I truly wouldn't know what to do. By the way, Yi, where did you find such a reliable friend?" Lu Yi's lips curled into a proud smile as she replied, "To be frank, Han Shue, Hu Fei is actually my middle school classmate. He may seem ordinary, but he is anything but when it matters. With him around, no one will dare to bully us, haha. Chapter 57, The Antique Turmoil. Hu Fei outwits the counterfeit scheme. Zhao Yuxuan's humiliation. Moments later, Hu Fei and his companions filed into the lobby of the television station. As they casually observed their surroundings, engaging in light-hearted conversation, bursts of laughter occasionally erupted. At that moment, outside the entrance, Zhao Yuxuan entered with 4 bodyguards. He appeared disheveled and fatigued, evidently still reeling from the earlier confrontation with Hu Fei. Upon witnessing Hu Fei engaging in jovial conversation with others, Zhao Yuxuan was immediately consumed by rage. With a sweeping gesture towards his 4 bodyguards, he hastily approached Hu Fei, sneering coldly. Ah, Hu Fei, I never imagined that a destitute and nameless individual like yourself would dare to attend such a prestigious event. Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your own insignificance. Internally, he mused, this time, with 4 bodyguards by my side, should you dare to act out again, you shall regret it. The onlookers, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards Hu Fei. Though Hu Fei's expression shifted momentarily, he quickly regained his composure and responded nonchalantly. What is this, Zhao? Do you look down upon me? Zhao Yuxuan scoffed derisively, his face contorted in disdain, retorting, of course. Last time, at the gambling venue in the Ghost Market, you merely got lucky and defeated me once. You possess neither true skill nor knowledge. After a brief pause, he added, and when it comes to antiques, you are utterly clueless. Furrowing his brows, Hu Fei retorted vehemently. Nonsense. If I am ignorant of antiques, then what of you? Zhao Yuxuan perked up instantly, raising his wrist adorned with a gold-encased watch, boasting, I certainly do. Take this watch of mine, a limited edition antique, worth hundreds of thousands in the market. Someone like you, a pauper, could never afford such a luxury. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei's expression remained stoic as he activated his vision of the primordial universe to scan the watch. His gaze sharpened, meticulously inspecting everything from the dial's intricacies to the strap's material. It did not take long for him to ascertain that it was a counterfeit. Although the engravings on the dial appeared finely crafted, the smoothness of the lines bore subtle, yet discernible differences from that of an authentic piece. Moreover, the metallic sheen of the strap, under the scrutiny of his divine sight, revealed a stark contrast to the patina of genuine antiques. With a cold snort and a look of disdain, he mocked, this Rolex of yours is merely a replica from a small workshop. What is there to flaunt before me? It is utterly laughable. In that moment, Zhao Yuxuan found it hard to accept that the watch was fake. His mind was tumultuous, akin to a raging tide, filled with conflict. It was a piece he had procured at great expense through special channels, with the seller assuring him of its authenticity and providing a plethora of so-called authentication certificates. Struggling to maintain his composure, he defiantly exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. How could this watch possibly be fake? I have proof of purchase and an authentication report. Meanwhile, the crowd, upon hearing Hu Fei's remarks, exhibited expressions of astonishment, whispering and pointing at Zhao Yuxuan, expressing their disdain and mockery of his actions. After all, in an environment that placed great emphasis on status and identity, wearing a counterfeit watch was indeed a source of embarrassment. Standing nearby, Hu Fei crossed his arms, casting a frosty glare at Zhao Yuxuan while leisurely stating, Whether your claims are true or false, you are well aware. The exterior of this watch may resemble an authentic piece, but the materials and craftsmanship fall woefully short. A closer inspection reveals the flaws. Observe the numerals on the dial. The edges of the genuine article are smooth and rounded, whereas the edges of yours are marred by minute burrs, indicative of crude workmanship from a small workshop. Furthermore, the connections of the strap on the authentic piece are seamless, while yours exhibits conspicuous gaps. Upon hearing Hu Fei's analysis, Zhao Yuxuan felt a flicker of doubt seep into his convictions. Reluctantly, he lifted his watch to his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede in front of the assembled crowd, and with forced bravado, he declared, Very well, just you wait. After uttering these words, he was consumed by shame and frustration, yet unable to present any evidence to substantiate the authenticity of his watch. He silently swallowed his indignation and turned to leave in defeat. Observing Zhao Yuxuan's retreating figure, Hu Fei smirked, raised a middle finger towards him, and scoffed, Zhao, no matter what tricks you employ, you shall never surpass me. Just wait and see. The contestants were eager with anticipation, and the atmosphere in the exhibition hall was charged with tension as the audience brimmed with expectation. Unbeknownst to them, the showdown had commenced. A delicate blue and white porcelain vase was placed on the display stand by the staff. From a distance, the vase appeared exquisite, adorned with a traditional landscape painting that boasted a meticulous composition and profound artistic conception. Noticing this, the other contestants gathered around to closely examine the porcelain's exterior. However, after a thorough inspection, they all shook their heads, indicating their inability to make a judgment. At this juncture, Zhao Yuxuan stepped forward with an air of triumph and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for further examination. This blue and white porcelain is undoubtedly authentic." He couldn't resist casting a provocative glance at Hu Fei. Unfazed by Zhao Yuxuan, Hu Fei stepped to the front of the display, activated his extraordinary vision, and unleashed two invisible beams of light to scrutinize the vase. Moments later, he was jolted, his eyes gleaming with astonishment as he exclaimed, "How? Is this possible?" Zhao Yuxuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of pride and taunted, "What is the matter? Realizing your ignorance, are we? You're not even close to competing with me." Hu Fei remained unperturbed, gently placing the vase down, snapping his fingers, and surveying the numerous contestants present. He declared with a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after my thorough examination, I have determined that this piece of blue and white porcelain is a counterfeit, and moreover, it has been specially treated." As his words echoed in the hall, a wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. Everyone exchanged dubious glances, struggling to reconcile the vase's pristine condition with the label of a counterfeit, and many began to murmur, questioning whether Hu Fei might have erred in his judgment. Observing this, a few curious onlookers chimed in, one thin-faced man sneering provocatively, "Hey, do you even know what you're talking about? This vase looks exquisite. How could it possibly be fake? Stop stirring the pot and misleading everyone." Another rotund man with a crooked mouth echoed, "Exactly. He is probably just seeking attention, spouting outrageous claims. Don't fall for his nonsense." Meanwhile, Zhao Yuxuan was laughing uproariously, his mouth nearly splitting into a grin that reached his eyebrows, and with a face full of derision, he jeered, "Hu Fei, you claim this is a counterfeit. Where's your evidence? If you can't produce it, then spare us your ridiculous rants. You truly are a joke." Hu Fei stood before the exhibition platform, unhurried and composed, his arms crossed firmly over his chest, exuding an air of calm authority that was undeniable. After speaking, he disregarded the provocations of the crowd and promptly activated the Hongmeng Divine Eye. In an instant, his gaze became as sharp as a piercing blade, penetrating the porcelain vase and revealing its flaws with crystal clarity. Pausing momentarily, he curled his lip and continued, from the painting style on the vase. The brushwork appears rigid and unyielding, lacking the vibrant charm found in genuine artifacts. Moreover, the quality of the clay is overly refined, starkly contrasting with the authentic material. As for the inscription on the base, the traces of imitation are glaringly apparent, easily discernible at a glance. Upon hearing Hu Fei's well-reasoned analysis, the astonishment on the faces of the onlookers deepened. Some began to whisper among themselves, questioning the accuracy of Hu Fei's judgment, while others nodded in quiet admiration, secretly impressed by Hu Fei's discerning eye, thinking to themselves, "This young man truly possesses remarkable skills." Amidst the murmurs, Li Ming's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible mix of surprise and appreciation, and he could not help but nod slightly, exclaiming, "Hu Fei, I truly did not misjudge you. You must understand, I have navigated the antique world for many years and was nearly deceived by this vase myself, yet you saw through it at a glance. Truly, you are a force to be reckoned with." Zhao Yuxuan, upon hearing this, appeared increasingly displeased and hastily addressed Li Ming, saying, "President Li, do not be swayed by him. He may simply be guessing blindly." Li Ming cast a glance at Zhao Yuxuan and replied coolly, "I believe the matter is not so straightforward. Since Hu Fei dares to speak thus, he must have his reasons." At these words, Zhao Yuxuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression darkening as though he could weep. The bodyguards beside him exchanged glances, not daring to breathe a word. After a brief silence, Zhao Yuxuan gritted his teeth and muttered, "Humph. This lad merely stumbled upon good fortune, like a blind cat finding a dead mouse." Xiao Yindang, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Perhaps he already knew the answer beforehand, and is merely putting on an act to create a spectacle." In the face of Zhao Yuxuan and Xiao Yindang's mockery and slander, Hu Fei maintained an air of nonchalance, slowly extending his arms outward and countering casually, "Zhao Xiao, and you Su Xiaomei, is there a hint of sourness in your words? If you are truly capable, why can't you discern the authenticity of this porcelain vase?" "Humph, Even if you win this time, what does it matter? Zhao Yuxuan snorted disdainfully, attempting to salvage his pride, and retorted begrudgingly, "This is merely a porcelain vase. What can it prove? There are still numerous treasures awaiting appraisal. So do not rejoice too early." Hu Fei's lips curled into a confident smile, his gaze unwavering as he met Zhao Yuxuan's eyes, speaking deliberately. "Zhao Yuxuan, you're only capable of boasting verbally. In the forthcoming evaluations, I shall not only ensure your complete defeat, but also make you acutely aware that in the realm of antique appraisal, the chasm between us is as vast as the heavens and earth, utterly insurmountable." As time progressed, the appraisal competition unfolded in an orderly manner, with one precious antique after another presented on stage. Utilizing the extraordinary insight of the Hongmeng Divine Eye, Hu Fei skillfully navigated through the challenges, consistently identifying numerous treasures with remarkable accuracy. His astonishing performance left the audience in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. The exhibition hall resonated with waves of admiration and applause, a testament to the sheer brilliance of his skills, prompting heartfelt exclamations from the crowd. Truly, he was a master of his craft. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, simply phenomenal. In the presence of Hu Fei, Zhao Xiao and Xiao Xiao paled in comparison, eliciting laughter from the spectators. Amidst the accolades, Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, his expression as tranquil as water, unaffected by the praise, as he prepared for the next antique appraisal. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this exquisite Tang Dynasty 3-color camel figurine," he articulated clearly, pointing to the vibrant piece on the display. Its lifelike form and vivid colors render it a rare gem. The craftsmanship is evident in the camel's shape and the meticulous details, showcasing the artisan's exceptional skill. Furthermore, the quality of the clay and glaze perfectly align with the characteristics of Tang Dynasty tricolor pottery. As he spoke, his detailed and professional explanation deepened the audience's understanding of the artifact, captivating them utterly. Suddenly, Xiao Yindan leaped from the crowd, his face flushed with indignation, vehemently refuting, "Nonsense. Just because you claim it's genuine doesn't make it so. Where's your proof? Don't try to fool us." Su Xiaomei chimed in with a shrill voice. "Exactly. You present no evidence, yet speak with such certainty. How do we know you're not simply fabricating tales?" Nearby, Zhao Yuxuan scoffed, his eyes brimming with jealousy and disdain, sneering, "Indeed, he is merely a young novice, lacking substantial capability. Perhaps he is being guided by someone more knowledgeable, emboldened to spout such nonsense in an attempt to deceive us." Chapter 59, The Battle of Authenticity, the Contest of Antiques. Unperturbed, Hu Fei wore a subtle smile. Dismissing Zhao Yuxuan's outburst, he swiftly retrieved a high-powered magnifying glass from a nearby table and approached the 3-color camel figurine, scrutinizing its feet with care. "Ladies and gentlemen, observe the camel figurine's foot. The texture is loose yet resilient, exhibiting distinct characteristics of Tang Dynasty tricolor pottery. Upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny air holes, remnants of the firing process from that era, which modern techniques cannot replicate." After his explanation, he exuded an aura of confidence, standing firm as if like a mountain, ready to delve deeper into the analysis of the camel figurine. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yindan, brimming with disdain, forcibly pushed through the crowd. As the manager of the enchanting jewelry store and the heir of the Xiao group, he was accustomed to a life of privilege and could not tolerate anyone overshadowing him. With a sarcastic smile playing on his lips, he mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, look at you, a mere boy, daring to strut about claiming authenticity. Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" Upon concluding his words, he let out a disdainful snort, reflecting on how Hu Fei was merely an upstart, a wild youth emerging from nowhere, audacious enough to flaunt himself in his territory. Truly a laughable spectacle. The few lackeys who usually obeyed Xiao Yindan's every command joined in the mockery. One of them, with a voice reminiscent of a quacking duck, shouted, "Hey kid, don't embarrass yourself here. Do you even know what Tang Dynasty Sankai is? How dare you prattle on?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. You should weigh your own worth before posing as an expert. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself?" The derisive remarks continued. Xiao Yindang, "You lot feign knowledge. You will forever remain useless." Faced with the incessant taunts from Xiao Yindang and his entourage, Hu Fei could no longer contain his irritation and retorted coolly. Following that, his expression transformed into one of intense focus as he steadily positioned a magnifying glass over the glaze of the camel figurine. He spoke slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, observe this glaze closely. It flows naturally and transitions smoothly in color, a feat unattainable by modern chemical pigments. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of Tang Dynasty Sankai involved artisans mixing lead into the glaze, creating a distinctive fluidity during firing, a characteristic evident in this camel figurine surface. Upon hearing his words, the audience, initially swayed by Xiao Yindong's antics, fell silent in astonishment, then began to nod in agreement, their faces reflecting newfound understanding. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with graying hair could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "This young man speaks wisely. I have seen numerous Tang Dynasty Sankai pieces in museums, and the glaze on this camel figurine indeed possesses that essence." Nearby, a young woman nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, "Indeed, listening to him, it feels as if this camel figurine has come alive. He truly is a professional." Others in the crowd shouted, "Impressive. This is genuine skill, far superior to those who merely shout nonsense." However, not everyone was swayed. Zhao Yuxuan, the young heir of the Zhao group, had been watching from the sidelines, seething with jealousy. His family's enterprise faced considerable competition in the cultural relic market, and seeing Hu Fei bask in the limelight filled him with concern for his family's business. Thus, he secretly plotted to find an opportunity to undermine Hu Fei severely. At that moment, several staff members cautiously approached, cradling a glass box containing a Song Dynasty Ru Kiln porcelain piece. Xiao Yindong's eyes flickered with a cunning idea as he rushed forward, positioning himself in front of the porcelain and projecting an air of expertise as he proclaimed, "This Song Dynasty Ru Kiln porcelain is exquisitely shaped with a warm glaze. It is undoubtedly genuine." He thought to himself, this time, Hu Fei must not overshadow him again. After all, he was the manager of a jewelry store, and with Su Xiaomei watching, he could not afford to lose face. Standing nearby, Su Xiaomei gazed at Hu Fei with a complex expression, then glanced at Xiao Yindang. Memories of her past with Hu Fei flashed through her mind, but now, with her changed status, she could only silently remain behind Xiao Yindang. Hu Fei frowned, dismissing Xiao Yindang's appraisal with scorn. A sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes as he activated the Hongmeng Divine Eye, his gaze penetrating time itself, instantly capturing every detail of the porcelain piece before him. In but a fleeting moment, a confident, almost audacious smile graced his lips. "Umph, do you dare to make such bold assertions?" Hu Fei spoke without mercy, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the onlookers. This piece of porcelain is evidently a modern imitation. Judging by the glaze, authentic Song Dynasty Ru was characterized by the serene blue reminiscent of clear skies following a rain, pure and elegant. Yet this piece exhibits a gaudy and vulgar hue. Furthermore, the body of Ru wears refined and presents a smoky gray, while this specimen is coarse and murky in color. As for the crackle, genuine Ru ware features a natural and fluid crackle that exudes an ancient charm, whereas this one displays an artificial, rigid, and clumsy imitation. Xiao Yindong's expression darkened, unwilling to accept being undermined by Hu Fei. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, he called out loudly, "Everyone, do not heed his nonsense. I am a manager of the Xianghuan jewelry store, seasoned in this industry for many years. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere novice? He is clearly envious of me and is deliberately tarnishing the reputation of this treasure." As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate, understanding the cue, immediately shouted, "Indeed, this brat is undoubtedly envious of Xiao Xiao. He might even be a half-wit himself, trying to mislead us all." At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire emerged from the crowd. His penetrating gaze emanated an aura of authority without the need for anger. Clearing his throat, he said, "I am quite intrigued by this porcelain piece. Young friend, you claim it is a counterfeit. Do you possess more conclusive evidence?" It turned out that this elder was Lin Hetong, a highly respected collector in the antique realm, who seldom made public appearances. Today, he happened to pass by and was drawn in by the commotion. Hu Fei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an expert to suddenly appear. However, he quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and said, "Mr. Lin, please take a look." With utmost care, he lifted the porcelain and pointed to an exceedingly minute mark at the base. This is a trace left by modern imitation techniques. Authentic Song Dynasty Ru would never exhibit such a flaw during production. Moreover, with my discerning eye, I can perceive that the material structure within this porcelain does not align with the characteristics of genuine Song Dynasty Ru ware. Upon hearing this, Lin Hetong accepted the porcelain and scrutinized it closely, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. After a brief interval, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yindang, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Xiao Xiao, this young friend is correct. This porcelain is indeed a counterfeit. Xiao Yindong's complexion fluctuated between white and red, never having imagined that his meticulously crafted scheme would be thwarted by Hu Fei, and in front of so many witnesses, no less. Angrily, he glared at Hu Fei, thinking to himself, "You wait, young man. I will settle this score with you eventually." Meanwhile, the audience began to murmur among themselves. Wow, Hu Fei is truly remarkable. Even Mr. Lin has validated his appraisal. Indeed, his keen eye and professional knowledge deserve our utmost admiration. Moments latte, Ria Fei, Shen Yinshu, Li Ming, Linisha, Lui, Huang Yu, Yilan, and Zhou Hanyue entered an open-air stone gambling arena in single file. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely upon the venue, and the air was thick with a palpable sense of tension and anticipation. Hu Fei and Li Ming walked side by side into this realm brimming with both opportunity and peril. As they gazed around, they were met with a cacophony of voices and mounds of raw stones piled high. Hu Fei, take a look at this raw stone. The surface exhibits remarkable patterns of serpentine lines and mottled hues. I sense it likely contains high-quality jade, Li Ming remarked, his eyes sparkling with hope as he sought Hu Fei's counsel. Hu Fei nodded slightly, activating his ethereal vision. Two invisible beams of light pierced the stone, revealing its intricate structure and texture with clarity. Instantly, his expression shifted subtly as he let out a quiet sigh. "President, this raw stone appears promising, yet in truth, it is riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, and the jade quality is quite mediocre. It is not worth purchasing." Hu Fei spoke softly, his tone laced with regret and certainty. No sooner had he finished speaking than their conversation was overheard by Zhao Yuxuan, Xiao Yindang, and Su Xiaomei, who were nearby. Zhao Yuxuan immediately donned a mocking smile, his lips curling disdainfully. Who do you think you are to issue commands here? Do you really believe a novice like you can grasp the intricacies of stone gambling?" Xiao Yindang hastily chimed in, rolling his eyes with exaggerated disdain. Exactly. President Li, do not be swayed by his nonsense. What does he know about stone gambling? He is merely here to bask in the excitement. Su Xiaomei crossed her arms, her eyes filled with contempt for Hu Fei. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "Some individuals, lacking in ability, still relish in pretending to be knowledgeable. They fail to recognize their own station and dare to criticize President Li." Li Ming's expression darkened as he glanced between Hu Fei and the trio of Zhao Yuxuan, his mind swirling with doubt. He was aware of Hu Fei's extraordinary insight, yet the words of Zhao Yuxuan and his companions began to shake his confidence. "Hu Fei, are you certain you haven't misjudged? This is a rare find indeed," Li Ming implored again, his tone tinged with hope, yearning for Hu Fei to provide reassurance. Hu Fei's demeanor grew serious as he met Li Ming's gaze and solemnly stated, "President, I stake my reputation on it. This raw stone is truly unworthy of our gamble. Trust me, let us seek out other options." Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Zhao Yuxuan and his companions erupted into even louder laughter, their mirth nearly threatening to lift the roof. Zhao Yuxuan laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, his mockery spilling forth. Ha! Reputation? What reputation do you possess? Truly laughable. Indeed, spare us the embarrassment and make yourself scarce, Xiao Yindang added, unable to conceal his arrogance. Faced with their derision, Hu Fei's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that engaging in a quarrel with Xiao Yindang and Zhao Yuxuan at this juncture would only diminish his own standing, a futile endeavor that would yield no benefit. After contemplating for a moment, he took a deep breath and retorted, "Very well, since this is the case, I propose a wager with you. If this raw stone indeed lacks any green, then you shall crawl beneath my legs and address me as grandfather. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan's smile instantly froze, replaced by a face full of fury as he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are to propose such a bet with us?" Xiao Yindong's eyes widened, as if she had heard the most absurd joke in the world, and she shouted, "Preposterous! You think we would crawl beneath you? Have you lost your senses?" Su Xiaomei crossed her arms, disdain evident on her face as she coldly snorted, "Humph, if you lose. What do you intend to offer us as compensation?" Hu Fei maintained his composure, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, "If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. How's that sound?" At this declaration, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter, each person weighing in on the audacity of this young man to wager against them. This fellow truly has some nerve. He dares to gamble with them. True, but judging by the appearance of the raw stone, it might indeed possess green. This lad may end up losing everything. Let us not jump to conclusions. This young man seems self-assured. Perhaps he possesses some hidden talents. In an instant, the atmosphere in the gambling arena grew palpably tense, as if the very air was ready to ignite. Chapter 61. The Wager on the Raw Stone. Hu Fei skillfully turns the tide, the brash ones left humiliated. The crowd closed in, encircling the contentious raw stone and Hu Fei and his companions. Witnessing this scene, the stone master wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly approached the cold stone-cutting machine, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted the apparatus. Suddenly, a sharp electric sound shattered the silence, slicing through the crowd's nerves like a razor. Simultaneously, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, each person secretly speculating on the fate of the raw stone. I can see that this stone must have green. Just look at its surface, it's so obvious. That fellow named Hu Fei is merely spouting nonsense, a stout man shouted, his face flushed with excitement. Let us not make premature judgments. Perhaps, just as Hu Fei claims, this stone will not reveal any green at all, an elder replied gravely while stroking his beard. Xiao Yindang stood among the crowd, a smug smile on her face, as though she could already envision Hu Fei kneeling before her in desperation. Turning to Su Xiaomei, she smirked and whispered, "You see, Hu Fei is truly overestimating himself. He will have quite the spectacle to face shortly." Su Xiaomei joined her laughter, her eyes gleaming with mockery. Indeed, with his demeanor, how dare he challenge us? He is utterly unaware of his own limitations. Zhao Yuxuan crossed his arms and scoffed. "Humph, soon he shall learn the consequences of crossing me." In stark contrast, Hu Fei remained unflustered, as if oblivious to the surrounding commotion. He stood quietly, his gaze steadily fixed on the stone master, occasionally nodding slightly, as if to convey a sense of assurance. Chen Yinshu, Yilan, Lu Yi, and Lin Shiyao stood beside Hu Fei, though anxiety lingered in their hearts. They found solace in Hu Fei's remarkable composure. "I trust Hu Fei. His judgment cannot be mistaken," Lin Shiyao whispered, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Lu Yi chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with Hu Fei's prowess, this stone must be as he claims. At that moment, the sharp sound of the stone-cutting machine pierced the air, sparks flying as a pungent scent of stone dust filled the atmosphere. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the slowly rotating blade. Xiao Yindong's triumphant grin appeared frozen, gradually hardening as the blade delved deeper. With a sharp crack, the raw stone was cleaved in two. The stone cutter delicately lifted one half, revealing it to the crowd. Inside, the stone was a dull gray, devoid of any trace of green, with cracks resembling a spider's web sprawling throughout. The onlookers trembled, astonished expressions etched on their faces. "Look, this stone truly has no green. How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yindong's smile vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. His mouth gaped wide, his eyes bulging as if witnessing the unimaginable. Su Xiaomei's complexion turned pale, her body trembling, filled with fear and despair. Zhao Yuxuan stood frozen, his hands hanging limply at his sides, the mockery on his face replaced by incredulity. On the other side, Chen Yinshu, Yilan, Lu Yi, and Lin Shiyao erupted into excited cheers. The atmosphere in the gambling stone venue shifted dramatically, and admiring glances were cast towards Hu Fei. Those who had mocked him moments ago now bowed their heads in shame, silenced. Hu Fei stood there, calm and composed, turning to Xiao Yindang and the others, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Xiao, it is now your turn to honor your promise." Su Xiaomei's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Her eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation, biting her pink lower lip until it nearly bled, her hands clutching her clothing tightly, wrinkling the fabric. "Yes, Xiao is right. You merely stumbled upon good fortune." Zhao Yuxuan's face was a mask of disbelief and fury, his eyes wide as if he intended to devour Hu Fei whole. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he growled, "Impossible. This cannot be. There must be some mistake." However, the surrounding crowd paid no heed to their protests, voicing their demands for accountability. "A wager is a wager. Do not act dishonorably. Indeed, admit your loss and kneel, calling him grandfather." In an instant, the voices of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, drowning out Xiao Yindang and his companions. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Xiao Yindong's legs felt as if weighed down by lead, moving slowly towards Hu Fei with each step, as if each movement drained him of all remaining strength. As he approached Hu Fei, his body trembled violently, and the muscles in his face twitched incessantly. Gradually, he bent his knees and with a dull thud, knelt before Hu Fei, the sound heavy with humiliation. Upon witnessing this, Su Xiaomei and Zhao Yuxuan could only grit their teeth, reluctantly kneeling beside Xiao Yindang. The three of them bowed their heads low, too ashamed to glance around, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide. "Grandfather, grandfather!" Xiao Yindang's voice was deep and hoarse, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Su Xiaomei and Zhao Yuxuan echoed weakly, "Grandfather," their voices barely rising above a whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Hu Fei stood tall, arms crossed, looking down upon the three kneeling before him with a gaze filled with derision and disdain. "What is the matter? Can't you handle it? This is merely a small lesson for you. Do not be so arrogant in the future." Chapter 62. The turbulent stone gambling, entwined grievances. As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd seemed to part as if moved by an invisible force, allowing two elegantly dressed individuals to enter. The gentleman was named Murong Cho, the owner of the Ju Baozhai in Lulan City. With his astute business acumen, he had turned the establishment into a thriving success, gaining a modest reputation within the antique community. More significantly, he was the son of the district chief, having grown up in an affluent environment, possessing extensive connections and considerable wealth, making him a figure whom few dared to provoke in Lulan City. Beside him stood a woman named Liao Guiji, a renowned courtesan from the nightlife scene, whose enchanting smile and graceful figure captivated countless men. Liao Guiji had once been born into an ordinary working-class family, with both parents employed in state-owned enterprises. Though her family was not wealthy, her beauty shone through from a young age, fueling her restless spirit. Currently, she was lavishly supported by Murong Cho, leading a life free from financial worries. Upon seeing Murong Cho and Liao Guiji, Hu Fei's brow furrowed slightly, memories flooding his mind with startling clarity, as if they had transpired just yesterday. More than a decade ago, when Hu Fei was still a middle school student in Lulan City, he witnessed Murong Cho bullying a beautiful female classmate. Impulsively and driven by youthful bravado, he intervened and confronted Murong Cho, leading to a rivalry that would forever mark their relationship, with Murong Cho harboring resentment ever since. Moreover, Liao Guiji had once been Hu Fei's classmate, sitting directly behind him. At that time, she would often strike up conversations with him, occasionally even playfully touching him. One day, when few students were present in the classroom, Liao Guiji seized a rare opportunity to express her feelings. "Hu Fei, you are handsome and elegant. I really like you. Shall we date?" However, Hu Fei did not reciprocate her romantic feelings, viewing her merely as a younger sister. He gently declined, saying, "Guiji, it brings me joy to be liked by you, but I have always regarded you as a sister. Please understand." This scene was witnessed by several classmates around them, provoking a wave of teasing laughter. Since then, Liao Guiji had become increasingly taciturn, her resentment towards Hu Fei growing day by day, transforming from a simple affection into a profound hatred. At that moment, Murong Cho observed the somewhat disheveled Xiao Yindang and Zhao Yuxuan, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he inquired, "What are you doing here, looking so disheveled?" Xiao Yindang, his face flushed with embarrassment, scratched his head and replied with a wry smile, "Young Master Murong, we encountered a master. We wagered stones with Hu Fei and ended up losing terribly. We just admitted defeat." Zhao Yuxuan chimed in, his frustration palpable. "Indeed, young Master Murong, Hu Fei's skill in stone gambling is formidable. None of us are his match." Liao Guiji, standing beside Murong Cho, wore a cold, mocking smile as she scrutinized Hu Fei, her gaze akin to that of someone regarding a mere inconsequential figure. She provocatively remarked, "Oh, isn't this Hu Fei? I heard your parents used to dig for treasures. What brings you to gamble with stones now? Do you realize that this field values status and taste, and not just anyone can meddle in it?" After speaking, she deliberately covered her mouth, letting out a shrill laugh. Pausing briefly, she arched an eyebrow and continued, "Moreover, do you understand that gambling with stones relies on skill, not the so-called status and taste you boast of? It seems you have become blinded by this vain lifestyle, forgetting even the most basic respect." Hu Fei's voice, though soft, was crisp and clear, prompting those around him to nod in quiet agreement. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Liao Guiji's expression darkened. Memories of her rejection when she confessed to Hu Fei in middle school flooding back, igniting her resentment like a powder keg. As she spoke, she twisted her waist, her demeanor steeped in contempt. Before Hu Fei could respond, Lin Shuyao stepped forward, slightly raising her chin, an imperious authority glinting in her eyes as she coolly declared, "I perceive you are envious. I am Lin Shuyao, the daughter of the Lin Group. You would do well to watch your tongue, or you may find yourself in more trouble than just with Hu Fei." Lu Yi, refusing to be outdone, linked her arm with Hu Fei's and took a step forward, a confident smile adorning her face as she asserted, "Exactly. If your heart is dark, do not project that onto others. Hu Fei and I are above board, unlike some who only hide behind men to make snide remarks." At this moment, Zhou Hanyue joined Lu Yi's side, sharing a knowing glance with her, their camaraderie palpable. Zhou Hanyue then crossed her arms, disdainfully gazing at Liao Guizhi, stating, "If you have the leisure to mock others, you might as well take a good look in the mirror at your own detestable visage." Meanwhile, Murong Cho observed the two beauties flanking Hu Fei, one exuding elegance, the other vibrant charm, each possessing more allure than Liao Guizhi. A surge of intense jealousy surged within him, and he silently vowed, "What right does Hu Fei have to be surrounded by such stunning women? I must ensure he suffers embarrassment before them, to make him aware of my prowess." Upon this realization, Murong Chao's eyes glinted with a spark of cunning. As he perceived his extensive experience in the art of stone gambling, he was convinced he could undoubtedly outmaneuver Hu Fei in this arena. Thus, he stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest, a sly smile gracing his features as he declared, "Hu Fei, I have heard whispers of your remarkable skills in stone gambling. Do you dare to engage in a wager with me? Let us allow the spectators to discern who the true master of this craft is." Chapter 63. The Suspense of the Raw Stone. Can Hu Fei overcome mockery and create a miracle? Upon hearing these words, curious gazes from the onlookers turned toward the unfolding drama. Hu Fei, upon receiving this challenge, smirked with a devilish charm, stepping forward with a cold gaze fixed upon Murong Cho, disdain dripping from his words. "Humph, what is there to fear? A gamble is a gamble. Who is afraid of whom?" At that moment, the president of the Antique Association, Li Ming, darted forward like a nimble raccoon, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Hu Fei," he proposed, "allow me to purchase the raw stone, and you shall select. If it yields jade, the emerald shall be mine. What say you?" "Agreed. It is settled," Hu Fei replied with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. He then activated his Hongmeng Divine Eye, unleashing beams of invisible light from his gaze, which swept through the myriad of raw stones, resembling slumbering behemoths. These stones, some with surfaces as smooth as glass, akin to exquisitely polished jade, while others were marred with moss and cracks, telling tales like the weathered face of an ancient elder. To the ordinary observer, they appeared as mere commonplace stones. Yet under the scrutiny of Hu Fei's divine sight, each stone's internal structure was laid bare, stripped of its outer layers. In the next moment, Hu Fei's gaze, drawn like a magnet, settled upon an inconspicuous stone. Its surface was rough, akin to sandpaper, with a color so dark it bordered on black, adorned with peculiar markings resembling ancient, mysterious symbols, whispering untold stories. Calm as still water, Hu Fei's lips curled into a confident smile as he snapped his fingers and turned to Li Ming, stating, "President, this stone shall be the one. I sense a high probability of it yielding jade." Li Ming, thumping his chest, exclaimed, "Excellent, this is the one." He promptly retrieved a bulging wallet from his pocket and deftly procured the stone. Witnessing this scene, Murong Cho erupted into laughter, pointing at the stone while mockingly exclaiming, "This wretched stone? Even a child of 3 could see that it harbors no potential for jade. You dare assert its probability of yielding jade is high? It is nothing short of laughable." Liao Guizhi chimed in with a sardonic tone. "Hu Fei, what are you playing at? Surely you aren't simply picking a stone at random to feign expertise? In my view, you have no understanding of stone gambling and are merely guessing." Simultaneously, the melodious notes of the flute echoed as Su Xiaomei and Zhao Yuxuan, among others, joined in the cacophony, declaring, "Murong is absolutely right. This stone lacks any semblance of jade potential. Hu Fei, it seems you are destined for a resounding defeat." In the face of the scornful taunts from Murong Cho and Liao Guizhi, Hu Fei maintained his composure, slightly hunched, his right hand resting against his nose. He cast a sidelong glance at Murong Cho and inquired, "Murong Cho, spare the trivialities and tell me, what are the terms of the wager?" A sly smile flickered across Murong Cho's face as he replied, "Should I emerge victorious, you shall owe me 1 million. And you must publicly kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Additionally, there is a rule. The stone cutter may only slice the raw stone twice. If neither cut reveals jade, you lose. What say you?" Hu Fei curled his lips, a sardonic smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Very well, I have no objections. However, if I win, you owe me 1.5 million, and you too must kneel and bark like a dog 3 times in public." Upon hearing this, Liao Guizhi leapt up, exclaiming, "No, no, that is unfair." Hu Fei regarded her with disdain. coldly retorting, Liao Guiji, cease your outcry. If you do not wish to wager, then so be it. Morong Cho shot Liao Guiji a fierce glare, raised his right hand high, and commanded, Guiji, be silent. I consent. With that, Morong Cho glanced at the stone selected by Hu Fei, unwilling to be outdone. He strode confidently toward the pile of raw stones, his gaze sweeping over them before resting on a stone with a slightly greenish surface, appearing quite smooth. He seized the stone with a triumphant expression, declaring, Humph. Behold this one. Its surface shows signs of green. The likelihood of jade far surpasses that of your wretched stone. Hu Fei, looking at the stone in Morong Cho's grasp, could not suppress a mocking laugh. Morong Cho, do not be surprised when your hopes come to naught. That stone of yours may only appear promising. Once cut, it may yield nothing. Morong Cho's face flushed crimson with anger as he retorted, What do you know? Experts would vouch for the quality of my stone, unlike yours, which is as black as coal, clearly a piece of rubbish. Hu Fei scoffed disdainfully. We shall see whose stone reveals jade. With his head held high, Morong Cho arrogantly proclaimed, There is no need to speculate. My stone is bound to yield. Hu Fei rolled his eyes and said gravely, Enough of this banter. Let us commence. With that, the stage was set for their fierce contest over the stones. All present held their breath, as if time itself had ceased, their eyes fixated upon the two stones that would determine the outcome, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the final result of this wager. Soon, Li Ming hurriedly summoned the stonecutter. The stonecutter, a burly man with a weathered face, clearly a veteran of the trade, first took Morong Cho's stone, scrutinizing both Morong Cho and Hu Fei before asking in a deep voice, Gentlemen, which stone shall we cut first? Morong Cho, impatient, replied, Master, let us begin with mine, so you may witness what true jade looks like. Very well, young Master Morong. The stonecutter inhaled deeply, slowly extending his right hand to activate the stone-cutting machine. Instantly, the machine emitted a piercing roar, akin to a wailing specter, reverberating throughout the auction hall. Everyone was on edge, their eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the stone held by the master gem cutter. In that moment, the atmosphere within the auction hall seemed to freeze, the silence only broken by the jarring roar of the cutting machine and the anxious breaths of the crowd. Finally, as time progressed, the first cut was made, and the crowd surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves. When they beheld the surface, devoid of any trace of green and shrouded in a dull gray, a wave of laughter erupted among them. Morong Cho's face turned ashen. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at the severed stone. Beside her, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, and Zhao Yuxuan all lowered their heads, their expressions heavy with disappointment. Gritting her teeth, Morong Cho insisted, One more cut, it must reveal green. Upon hearing this, the master cutter activated the machine once more, and the second cut was made, revealing yet again a barren gray. Morong Cho and her companions were left utterly dumbfounded. She sank weakly to the ground, a faint look of despair crossing her face. Observing this, Hu Fei chuckled softly, snapping his fingers and directing his gaze towards the master cutter. All right, master cutter, since Morong Cho's stone has been fully cut, let us proceed with mine. The master cutter bowed slightly, responding with respect, Yes, sir. He then took the stone from Hu Fei, placing it carefully onto the cutting machine. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyao furrowed her brows, biting her lip as she looked at Hu Fei, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Hu Fei, are you certain this stone will yield green? Chapter 64. The Emergence of Jade, from Mockery to Astonishment. Lui clenched her fists and shouted, Hu Fei, I believe in you. There will be another opportunity to cut stones. With that, he stepped forward leisurely, picking up a piece of chalk, and confidently drew a line on the stone. After finishing, Hu Fei straightened up and said to the master cutter, Cut along this line and continue outward. The master cutter glanced at Hu Fei and then at the line on the stone, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall follow your instructions. He then restarted the cutting machine. The crowd watched Hu Fei's series of actions with expressions of confusion. Morong Cho displayed blatant disdain, scoffing as she said, Even now, you're still putting on an act. Do you really think a simple line will cause the stone to yield green? It's utterly ludicrous. Liao Guiji joined in with a mocking laugh. Hu Fei, just admit your defeat and spare yourself the embarrassment. The master cutter swallowed hard, gripping the cutting knife firmly, and began to cut slowly along the line drawn by Hu Fei. The pace was excruciatingly slow, each millimeter seemingly bearing the weight of the crowd's anticipation and tension. The atmosphere in the cutting area grew eerily quiet. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the cutting point, not daring to make a sound. Murong Cho laughed so heartily that he nearly doubled over, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Yet he did not refrain from further mocking. Hu Fei, spare yourself the futile struggle. This worthless rock is utterly incapable of yielding any jade. You might as well prepare 1,000,000 and learn to bark like a dog. As he laughed, he pounded his thigh with exaggerated gestures, as if proclaiming his assured victory in this wager to everyone present. Liao Guizhi crossed her arms, twisting her waist, and declared in a piercing voice, "Indeed, Hu Fei, have you no sense of your own limitations? How dare you compete against young Master Murong in this gamble? Such audacity is laughable." Xiao Jindan, Su Xiaomei, and Zhao Yuxuan joined in the ridicule, their faces alight with malicious glee. Hu Fei, it appears you are utterly defeated this time. Do not resort to trickery later. They taunted, relishing the spectacle. With young Master Murong's involvement, victory was beyond Hu Fei's reach. The outcome of this gamble was already a foregone conclusion. Yet, Hu Fei remained composed, arms crossed and a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with confidence as he silently observed the stonecutter at work, seemingly unfazed by the derisive comments surrounding him. At that moment, he harbored not a shred of doubt, for he was unwavering in his judgment. How could the Hongmeng divine I be mistaken? This stone undoubtedly concealed precious jade. Nearby, Chenin Xiu, Lin Shiyao, and Lu Yi were inwardly anxious. Yet Hu Fei's calm demeanor was infectious. Lin Shiyao bit her lip, her hands clenched tightly as she silently prayed for Hu Fei's success. Lu Yi grasped Hu Fei's arm, her palm already slick with sweat, her voice resolute. "Hu Fei, I believe in you. You can do it." Chenin Xiu stood nearby, a hint of tension flickering across his face, but he chose to place his trust in Hu Fei. As the cutting blade of the stone-slicing machine gradually sank into the stone, the piercing sound reverberated through the audience, striking at their nerves with relentless intensity. All eyes were fixed on the stone in the stonecutter's hands, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The auction hall fell silent, save for the roar of the machine and the anxious breaths of the onlookers. Suddenly, a dazzling green light burst forth from the cut, illuminating the darkness like a lamp ignited in the night, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Green! It's green!" Someone in the crowd was the first to react, shouting at the top of their lungs. That exclamation resonated like thunder, shattering the stillness of the hall and igniting a surge of emotions among the crowd. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted. People craned their necks, eager to witness the unfolding scene, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Could it really be? This stone possessed jade? It was astonishing. In an instant, gasps of shock and incredulity filled the air, echoing one after another. Murong Chao's once triumphant smile instantaneously froze upon her visage, her eyes widening like brass bells, fixated upon that stone as if it were a monstrous apparition. The expression on her face was nothing short of spectacular, a blend of astonishment and confusion, her mouth agape yet rendered utterly speechless. Liao Guizhi, too, was struck dumb, her body trembling involuntarily, the mockery that once adorned her countenance vanishing without a trace, replaced by sheer astonishment. At that moment, she could scarcely fathom that the stone she had derided as worthless would indeed yield emerald. Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, and Zhao Yuxuan, along with others, were similarly rendered motionless by the scene before them. Chapter 65. The Discerning Eye for Jade. Hu Fei's gambling wins millions, Murong Chao's reputation in ruins. Opposite them, the stonecutter steadied his nerves, his hands trembling slightly, yet resolutely guiding the cutting tool. As the blade delved deeper, the expanse of emerald blossomed, the vibrant green intensifying and becoming increasingly radiant. Is this green not utterly exquisite? Someone in the crowd could not help but exclaim. Indeed, look at the clarity and quality. This is undoubtedly top-tier emerald. Another chimed in eagerly. When the emerald fully revealed its true form, the auction house erupted in a chorus of gasps. This stone was a deep verdant hue, its color uniformly exquisite, as if meticulously crafted into a painting, with a warm, delicate texture that felt alive to the touch. Under the gentle caress of the lighting, its lustrous surface seemed almost capable of shedding droplets, boasting remarkable transparency, with internal patterns clear and natural, reminiscent of a masterful ink wash painting, free from any impurities or cracks. "This is Zhengyang green," a seasoned jade expert exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Such high-quality Zhengyang green emerald, while not as rare as imperial green, is still immensely valuable, a true treasure. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast glances filled with envy and admiration. Who could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable stone concealed such a precious Zhengyang green emerald? In an instant, the atmosphere ignited with fervent discussions, extolling Hu Fei's extraordinary gambling prowess. Hu Fei is truly remarkable, selecting this Zhengyang green from such a multitude of raw stones with mere instinct. His insight and luck are nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, he is the chosen one of the gambling world, destined to make waves in this realm. The accolades surged like a tidal wave, and Hu Fei became the undisputed star of the event. Murong Cho found it utterly unbearable to accept that she had been bested by Hu Fei, whom she once deemed beneath her. A tumult of regret and fury swirled within her, lamenting her impulsive wager and fuming at having underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous individual. Liao Guizhi had anticipated witnessing Hu Fei's public humiliation, only to find herself and Murong Cho in a most embarrassing predicament. Jealousy ignited within her, fueled by resentment over her own misfortunes. Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, and Zhao Yuxuan, who had previously mocked Hu Fei, were now confronted with a harsh reality, their cheeks burning with shame. In an instant, the entire scene of the Gambling Stone event erupted in uproar, with all eyes fixed on Murong Cho, eagerly awaiting his next move. Murong Cho, acknowledging the stakes of the wager, understood it was time to fulfill his promise. Hu Fei stepped forward with purpose, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing intently on Murong Cho, his voice chilling enough to conjure frost. A tempest of resentment surged within Murong Cho, yet he recognized the imperative of maintaining his dignity. To act dishonorably would render him a pariah in Lulan City. With a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and reluctantly managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Very well, I concede." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Murong Cho slowly knelt, unwillingly mimicking the bark of a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Instantly, the audience erupted into a cacophony of laughter and chatter. A middle-aged lady clad in an exquisite qipao covered her mouth in amusement, remarking to her companion, "Look at this young master of the Murong family. He usually holds himself in such high regard, yet now he has truly stumbled." Her companion nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, this young man is far too arrogant. He has now learned that there are always greater forces at play." Not far off, several young men doubled over in laughter, one of them exclaiming, "This wager is simply delightful. Murong Cho has become the biggest joke of the day." The collective mirth resonated like thunder, shaking the very rafters. Standing aside, Xiao Yindong's face alternated between white and red, his fists clenching unconsciously as he lamented inwardly, "Why did I follow Murong Cho into this folly? Now I've lost all face." He glanced at the equally embarrassed Su Xiaomei and Zhao Yuxuan, heaving a heavy sigh and muttering, "What a foolish endeavor. Had I known Hu Fei was this formidable, I would have steered clear of this affair." Su Xiaomei, unable to contain her frustration, stamped her foot repeatedly, her eyes filled with regret and dismay, murmuring, "It's all my fault for listening to Xiao Yindang and mocking him. Now I've become a laughingstock myself." Zhao Yuxuan kept his head down, avoiding the gaze of the crowd, calculating in his mind, "This is disastrous. I'll be the subject of ridicule in this circle for quite some time, all because of my lack of foresight." Meanwhile, Liao Guizhi observed Murong Cho's disheveled state, her own face burning with embarrassment. With gritted teeth, Murong Cho shot a fierce glare at the surrounding crowd, then withdrew a check from his pocket and handed it to Hu Fei. Upon receiving the check, Hu Fei glanced at it and replied coolly, "Murong Cho, I advise you not to provoke me again in the future. If you do, the next loss will be even more severe." At this remark, Murong Cho clenched his fists in silence, his heart bleeding with indignation. After Murong Cho honored his wager, Li Ming approached Hu Fei with earnest sincerity, stating, "Hu Fei, this jade was identified with your expertise. Therefore, I cannot take it all for myself. I propose we split it 50-50, each taking half." Hu Fei raised an eyebrow, quickly shaking his head in refusal. "President Li, this is too generous of you. I cannot accept." Li Ming, however, displayed unwavering determination, firmly grasping Hu Fei's hands and sincerely imploring, "Hu Fei, please do not decline. Without you, this treasure would not exist, and it must be shared this way." Faced with Li Ming's resolute stance, Hu Fei found it difficult to refuse the generous offer and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Following this, Li Ming promptly instructed the gem cutter to divide the jade into 2 portions. The gem cutter proceeded with utmost care, and soon, 2 similarly sized pieces of jade lay before them. Once the distribution was complete, Li Ming retrieved 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the gem cutter, smiling as he said, "Master, you have worked hard. This small token is merely a gesture of appreciation." The gem cutter's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he trembled while accepting the money, tears of appreciation welling up in his eyes. He bowed slightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Boss Li, thank you." Witnessing this, the crowd gathered around, casting admiring glances at Hu Fei, their congratulatory remarks ringing out in chorus. Hu Fei graciously acknowledged everyone, feeling a tremendous sense of accomplishment. This gamble had not only earned him 800,000 from Murong Cho, but also half a piece of exquisite Xingyang green jade, rendering him immensely profitable, an extraordinary double victory that was simply exhilarating. Chapter 66, The Auction's Cloud of Doubt, the authenticity debate of the Ming Dynasty Chicken Cup. At 2 in the afternoon, within the opulent exhibition center of Lulan City, the grand event of the antique competition and treasure auction commenced. The atmosphere was electric, filled with luminaries and enthusiasts from all corners, eagerly anticipating this rare century event. After an indeterminate interval, the first auction began punctually. Lin Shiyao presented a precious antique, the Ming Dynasty Changhua Doutsai Chicken Cup, delicately placing it upon the display stand in preparation for bidding. The cup's elegant form and vibrant colors, adorned with lifelike depictions of roosters, hens, and chicks, seemed to narrate tales from that era. Its appearance caused an uproar, drawing gasps of admiration from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this Ming Dynasty Changhua Doutsai Chicken Cup is a treasured heirloom of our family, and today we present it for auction, hoping to find a true connoisseur, Lin Shiyao declared, standing tall with her hands raised high. The host, smiling broadly, stepped beside Lin Shiyao and proclaimed everyone to ensure the authenticity and value of this item. We have specially invited Mr. Hu Fei to provide his assessment. Mr. Hu Fei's esteemed reputation in the antique world is well known, and we trust his judgment will assure everyone. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei confidently approached the platform. Activating his discerning eye to scrutinize the chicken cup meticulously, he stated with conviction, "Ladies and gentlemen, after my thorough evaluation, I confirm that this Ming Dynasty Changhua Doutsai Chicken Cup is indeed genuine. Its body quality, glaze color, painting style, and markings all align with the characteristics of the Changhua period. Moreover, this cup is in pristine condition, truly a masterpiece among treasures." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yin sprang forth, sneering, "Humph, can your mere words prove its authenticity? Who do you think you are? Perhaps your intention in flattering Lin Shiyao is to curry favor." Zhao Yuxuan concurred, asserting such a high-caliber antique cannot simply be appraised by a cursory glance. "I believe you are merely spouting nonsense. This chicken cup may very well be a forgery, and yet you deliberately assert its authenticity, misleading everyone in a bid for personal gain." Su Xiaomei let out a cold snort, her eyes brimming with envy and resentment, exclaiming, "Hu Fei, you stole the limelight at the last stone gambling competition. Do not think to succeed again this time." Although Murong Cho remained silent, he subtly nodded in agreement, his face betraying a facade of indifference and animosity. In his mind, Hu Fei represented the most formidable obstacle to his advancement in the antique realm. Liao Guizhi, observing the descent against Hu Fei, muttered softly, "Indeed, it seems rather dubious." Concurrently, several elites and experts from the antique community began to whisper among themselves, casting doubt on Hu Fei's appraisal. This is a Ming Dynasty Changhua Doutsai Chicken Cup. Such a precious artifact cannot be deemed authentic with merely a superficial inspection. "I find that hard to believe," one expert remarked with furrowed brows. "Indeed, I share the sentiment that his evaluation is overly hasty. Antiques of this caliber warrant more rigorous examination and study to ascertain their authenticity," another expert chimed in. Confronted by the skepticism and mockery of the crowd, Hu Fei's countenance darkened, and he replied coldly, "If you hold differing opinions, present your evidence. Otherwise, refrain from making baseless assertions here." Zhao Yuxuan furrowed his brow, unwilling to concede to Hu Fei's rebuttal, and turned to a seasoned appraiser, saying, "Master Qi, you are an authority in the antique field. Please enlighten us on the authenticity of this chicken cup." At this, the audience erupted in murmurs of surprise. Many began to voice their doubts regarding the cup's authenticity. If Master Qi declares it a forgery, it appears that this chicken cup indeed harbors issues. Yes, Master Qi's expertise is evident. He immediately identified the problem. Hearing Master Qi's words, Hu Fei could not suppress a cold smirk. Master Qi must have been bribed by Zhao Yuxuan and others, hence his deliberate distortion of truth. After a moment of contemplation, he smirked, addressing Master Qi. Master Qi, you assert that this chicken cup is a forgery. Do you possess any evidence? Furthermore, your comments regarding the glaze color and painting style are merely subjective judgments and cannot be deemed conclusive evidence. Moreover, you have only examined the surface and failed to delve into its body quality and markings. Therefore, I can confidently declare that this chicken cup is indeed authentic. Chapter 67. The Apparition of the True and False Buddha. The auction turmoil begins. Master Qi found himself at a loss for words in the face of Hu Fei's counterarguments, his expression turning quite grim. He understood that Hu Fei's appraisal skills surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of refuting Hu Fei's assertions. However, having accepted benefits from Zhao Yuxuan and others, he could not simply concede. Thus, he mustered his resolve, stubbornly retorting, "You are merely a brash youth. What do you comprehend? I have navigated the antique world for decades. Do you think I am inferior to you? If I declare a forgery, then it is a forgery." Hu Fei gazed at Master Qi with a heart brimming with disdain, contemplating that further debate with him would serve no purpose, merely prolonging this farcical spectacle. After a moment's reflection, he turned to the host, stating, "Host, I propose that we engage a professional appraisal agency to authenticate this chicken cup, thereby revealing its true nature. I am confident that the truth will ultimately come to light." The host nodded in agreement, responding, "Mr. Hu Fei's suggestion is commendable. We shall promptly arrange for a professional agency to assess the authenticity of the chicken cup. Until the results are available, the auction for this item will be temporarily postponed." At the hostess' words, Hu Fei and Lin Shuyao exchanged a glance, both filled with renewed confidence. They firmly believed that this chicken cup was indeed genuine, and no amount of disruption from Zhao Yuxuan and his associates could alter this reality. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuxuan and Xiao Yindang wore dark expressions, taken aback that Hu Fei would propose such a suggestion, which had effectively thwarted their plans. As the auction continued, another mysterious item was cautiously brought onto the stage by the staff. When the red silk cloth was slowly unveiled, an ancient and solemn Buddha statue appeared before the audience. This statue, known as the Fierce Buddha, was the prized possession prepared for auction by the Shao family, rumored to possess mysterious powers capable of bestowing endless wealth and fortune upon its owner, albeit accompanied by a dreadful curse. Upon seeing this fierce Buddha, Hu Fei's heart jolted as he instantly recognized it as the very statue he had previously traded for a counterfeit antique while masquerading as a literati using a pangolin disguise. At this realization, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly, mocking Xiao Yindang for being such a fool, believing he could profit from his counterfeit fierce Buddha at the auction. Little did he know, he had already fallen into the trap Hu Fei had meticulously set. In a flash, the events of that earlier scheme replayed in his mind, where he had already seen through the opponent's petty tricks. It was amusing to note that Xiao Yindang and his companions remained blissfully unaware, still deceiving themselves. Just then, Xiao Yindang, with a proud smile, sauntered to the front of the exhibit, scanning the audience with his gaze. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this fierce Buddha is a treasured heirloom of the Shao family, having endured centuries. In support of this auction, we have decided to part with it, albeit with great reluctance. The starting bid is 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention converged on the fierce Buddha, evoking a complex array of emotions akin to Columbus discovering a new world. Some were filled with curiosity regarding the statue's mysterious powers, their eyes gleaming with avarice, while others expressed skepticism about its authenticity, frowning and whispering amongst themselves. Observing this scene, Hu Fei immediately rose, raising his right hand and declaring loudly, "Hold on. This fierce Buddha is a fake." His words instantly ignited a wave of uproar within the hall. Xiao Yindang's countenance turned ashen, glaring fiercely at Hu Fei as he retorted, "Hu Fei, don't spout nonsense. On what grounds do you claim this fierce Buddha is fake? What evidence do you possess?" Hu Fei let out a cold laugh and said, "Evidence? Allow me to present it to you." As he ascended the platform, he pointed at the eyes of the so-called fierce Buddha and declared, "Behold, while the eyes of this statue appear spirited, they lack true essence. A genuine fierce Buddha should possess eyes that are profound and animated, as if they can see into the depths of one's soul. This counterfeit, however, is merely superficial, devoid of any substance." His explanation was detailed and professional, enlightening those present regarding the authenticity of the fierce Buddha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yindang's expression soured, and gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Humph. that is merely your opinion. How do we know you are not deliberately causing a ruckus? Perhaps you seek to elevate your own status by disparaging our Xiao family. Hu Fei ignored Xiao Yindang's provocation and signaled to Chen Yinshu to open the portable case. He then retrieved a small Buddha statue, proclaiming, "Look, this is the true, fierce Buddha." As soon as he spoke, the crowd's gaze turned toward the fierce Buddha in Hu Fei's hand. Though diminutive, it exuded an aura of mystery. Xiao Yindang and his companions were taken aback and exclaimed, "You claim this is real, but who knows if you simply picked a random statue to pass off as authentic? We need a professional appraiser to verify it." Hu Fei smiled slightly and replied, "Very well, let us invite President Li for an appraisal. I trust his discerning eye." Xiao Yindang, feeling indignant, shouted, "You two are clearly in cahoots, birds of a feather. Do not think I am unaware." Su Xiaomei chimed in, "Yes, if we allow President Li to appraise it. He might favor Hu Fei and declare this fierce Buddha genuine." At this moment, Zhao Yuxuan also chimed in, "How about we invite Master Qi Qianshi to conduct the appraisal?" Xiao Yindang was elated and quickly agreed, "Yes, let us have Master Qi authenticated." Hearing this, Master Qi stepped out from the crowd. In response, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Lin Shiyao, Lu Yi, Yilan, Huang Yu, and Zhou Hanxue all expressed their dissent. Who does not know that Master Qi is one of your own? It is likely he has already received some benefit from someone and cannot be trusted. We will not accept his appraisal. In no time, both parties were embroiled in a heated dispute, unwilling to concede. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, some exclaiming, "Look at Hu Fei's fierce Buddha. It truly seems extraordinary. Entirely different from the one on stage." Others questioned, but could it also be fake, deliberately intended to confuse? There were whispers of anticipation. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Let us see who can produce true evidence. Murong Chou and Liao Guizhi, witnessing the commotion, also cast doubt on the authenticity of Hu Fei's fierce Buddha. "Fake! Fake! You present a piece of junk and claim it is a genuine fierce Buddha. Who will believe you?" Hu Fei shouted angrily, "Nonsense! It is absolutely genuine, without a doubt." As the words fell, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, raising both hands and declaring in a commanding voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, since it has come to this, allow me to authenticate 2 pieces of the Buddha statue. When the time comes, I shall discern the truth." With that, the crowd erupted once more. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Shen Wansi, the luminary of the antique world in Kangming province? What brings him here?" With Shen's esteemed presence, the authenticity of the items would surely be established. Indeed, Shen's reputation was illustrious, and his evaluations were beyond reproach. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Shen Wansi paid no heed, striding directly to Hu Fei and saying, "Young friend, we meet again. I previously concealed my true identity in your jewelry store to avoid causing a stir." Shen stood tall, a grave expression gracing his countenance, his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly as he continued, "I am here to authenticate. Does anyone dare to oppose?" Hu Fei and the others trembled slightly, responding in unison, "We fully accept Shen's assessment." Hearing this, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, Zhao Yuxuan, Murong Chou, and Liao Guizhi, all well aware of Shen's renowned reputation, dared not offend him and echoed, "If Shen is authenticating, how could we possibly disagree?" Chapter 68. The true countenance of the Buddha emerges, turmoil in the auction house. Having spoken, Shen Wansi ascended the platform with deliberate steps, slowly retrieving a finely crafted high-powered magnifying glass from his pocket. Under the brilliant lights, the cold metallic sheen of the glass gleamed dazzlingly. He then cautiously accepted the Buddha statue from Hu Fei, bringing the magnifying glass close to the statue, meticulously examining it inch by inch. His gaze traced the intricate patterns of the statue, occasionally furrowing his brow or nodding slightly, leaving no detail overlooked. After a considerable time, he set down the statue, removed the magnifying glass, cleared his throat gravely, and proclaimed, "Upon my evaluation, the Buddha statue in Hu Fei's possession is genuine, while the one on the platform is a counterfeit." As Shen Wansi's verdict resounded, the audience was immediately thrown into uproar. Whispers and accusations filled the air. The Xiao family has gone too far, attempting to deceive us with a fake. Indeed, this was nothing short of a betrayal to the buyers. Xiao Yindang's complexion shifted between white and red. Furious and humiliated, he struck the leader of the Tomb Raiders, Pang Zhan, twice across the face, scolding, "Incompetent fool. This is your doing." After the blows, Xiao Yindang feigned composure, addressing the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, This error stems from our mismanagement at the Shao family, and we sincerely apologize. However, as soon as he finished speaking, laughter and ridicule erupted from the crowd. Mismanagement? What a feeble excuse, scoffed a middle-aged collector. This is clearly intentional fraud. What good are such words now? Chimed in a young investor. The crowd buzzed with voices of doubt and reproach, leaving Xiao Yindang standing on stage, awkward and at a loss, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Beside him, Pang Zhan, having been struck, swayed unsteadily. His face instantly swollen and bruised, his head bowed in silence. On this occasion, he unfortunately fell victim to Hu Fei's scheme, causing a great calamity, and was filled with anxiety over potential retaliation from the Shao family. Hu Fei, observing the disarray of Xiao Yindang and his companions, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Moments ago, he not only unveiled the Shao family's conspiracy, but also safeguarded the true relic, preventing it from falling into the hands of wrongdoers. The auction, now rendered even more riveting by his revelation, was destined to become a topic of conversation for all. At that moment, Lin Shuyao suddenly recalled something, her heart racing with anticipation and trepidation. She carefully retrieved a chicken cup from her bag and approached Shen Wansi, saying, "Greetings, Senior Shun. I am Lin Shuyao from the Lin Group, and I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Might you be willing to assist me in authenticating this chicken cup?" After speaking, she furrowed her brows, sighed, and fell into deep contemplation. Previously, Xiao Yindang, Zhao Yuxuan, and Murong Chou had secretly bribed Master Qi to falsely declare this chicken cup a counterfeit, leading to her public humiliation. Thus, seizing this rare opportunity, she intended to leverage Shun Wansi's expertise to ascertain the cup's authenticity, hoping to bring shame upon those who had mocked her and Hu Fei. Shen Wansi received the chicken cup, gently rotating it in his hands to catch the light, and the exquisite porcelain instantly shimmered with a soft glow. After a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze and declared firmly, "Miss Lin, after careful examination, I can confirm that this chicken cup is indeed genuine." At this pronouncement, the audience erupted in astonishment, while the faces of Xiao Yindang, Zhao Yuxuan, and Murong Chou turned ashen. They had never anticipated that their plot would be so effortlessly dismantled by Shen Wansi. With the chicken cup authenticated as genuine, the auctioneer quickly recognized the potential for a thrilling bidding war. He hastened to the stage, his face alight with excitement, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now auction this Ming Dynasty chicken cup, recently confirmed as a genuine treasure. The starting bid is 1 million. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited, and numerous collectors raised their paddles to bid. Zhao Yuxuan, unwilling to concede, stood up and shouted, 3 million. Lin Shuyao, anxiously gripping the hem of her garment, whispered, "Hu Fei, do you think this auction will proceed without incident?" Hu Fei, standing beside her, gently reassured Lin Shuyao, saying, "Do not worry. This treasure belongs to you, and it will surely find a worthy home." Just then, a seasoned collector who had traveled from afar entered the fray, bidding 4 million, which sent the auction price soaring. Murong Chou felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead and glanced at Xiao Yindang. They exchanged looks that conveyed both resignation and reluctance. As the bidding escalated, when the price reached 6 million, the competition narrowed down to the bald-headed proprietor, Murong Chou, and the out-of-town collector. The bald-headed owner took a deep breath and shouted, 6,500,000. Murong Chou clenched her fists, hesitating for a moment before finally calling out a minimum bid, 7 million. Seeing this, the out-of-town collector contemplated briefly, then raised his hand high, exclaiming, 8 million. On the stage, the auctioneer exuberantly proclaimed, 8 million once, 8 million twice, 8 million thrice. Sold. As the gavel came down with a resounding thud, Lin Shuyao was overwhelmed with excitement, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Hu Fei, Cheninshu Lu Yi, Yilan, and the others wore expressions of unrestrained joy, genuinely pleased by the success of her auction item. Subsequently, amidst the gasps and discussions of the crowd, the auction continued. Hu Fei's collection of calligraphy, paintings, jadeite, and antiques made their appearances one after another, each piece inciting a sensation throughout the hall. The emerald, salvaged from a ghost market, was of exquisite quality, its texture smooth and delicate, its vibrant hue dripping with allure. Akin to a gemstone infused with the essence of heaven and earth, radiating a captivating brilliance. Its unique verdant color and superb craftsmanship left the jewelers and collectors present utterly enamored. "This emerald is truly the finest of the finest," a seasoned jeweler exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice and yearning. Indeed, I have never encountered such a high-quality emerald before, another collector chimed in, his face alight with excitement. The bidding reached a fever pitch, the atmosphere electric. As soon as the auctioneer announced the starting price of 300,000, a flamboyantly dressed female collector eagerly raised her paddle, exclaiming, 500,000. Not to be outdone, a burly middle-aged man immediately escalated the bid by 100,000, 600,000. At that moment, a bespectacled collector with an air of refinement furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly raising his paddle, 700,000. Chapter 69. The auction concludes, turmoil resurfaces. Murong Cho, ignited by the fervent bidding atmosphere, called out robustly, 800,000. A collector from out of town fixated his gaze on the jadeite, his eyes reflecting great interest, and amidst the chorus of bids, he raised his paddle once more, 1 million. This declaration momentarily silenced the venue. However, the seasoned jeweler was not so easily deterred. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he took a deep breath and boldly declared, 2 million. Instantly, the room erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps, everyone stunned by the soaring prices. Just when the audience anticipated further escalation, a collector who had been sitting quietly in the corner stood up, slowly raising his paddle, 3 million. This bid detonated like a bombshell, igniting the entire venue with fervor. All eyes turned towards him, filled with astonishment and curiosity. The out-of-town collector furrowed his brow, hesitating for a long while before ultimately shaking his head, relinquishing his bid. The other collectors exchanged glances, opting for silence in the face of such an astonishing price. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, called out, 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million thrice. Sold. As the gavel fell with a decisive thud, the hall erupted into a fervent round of applause and cheers. The unassuming collector ascended the stage, carefully accepting the emerald, his eyes alight with joy and fulfillment. Hu Fei and Lin Shiyao, along with others, were profoundly astonished by the fervent auction, feeling a mix of surprise at the high price fetched by the emerald and a deeper understanding of the fervor and allure of the collecting world. Beyond the emerald, the other antiques brought by Hu Fei also garnered significant attention. Notably, the fierce Buddha acquired from the enchanting jewelry store became the focal point of interest, especially after the exposure of the Shao family's counterfeit. Its enigmatic aura and unique charm filled onlookers with curiosity and reverence. Observing the situation, Hu Fei urgently communicated with the auction organizers, deciding to include the authentic fierce Buddha in the auction. Moments later, the auctioneer took the stage and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to unveil a mysterious and precious artifact. This item has just unveiled a monumental deception. It is the authentic fierce Buddha in Mr. Hu Fei's possession. The bidding commences now, starting at 2 million. Upon this announcement, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with fervor as bids came pouring in. 2,500,000, shouted a middle-aged man in a suit. 3 million, a plump lady countered. 4 million. A bespectacled collector from the corner escalated the price to an astonishing figure. The bidding resonated with fervent calls, creating a cacophony in the venue. As the price soared to 10 million, the competition narrowed to Shenwansi and a locally influential antique collector. Shenwansi took a deep breath and declared, 15 million. Instantly, the room fell silent. The local collector hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, choosing to forego further bidding. The auctioneer excitedly announced, 15 million once, 15 million twice, 15 million thrice. Sold. With the gavel's decisive strike, Shenwansi successfully secured the fierce Buddha for 15 million yuan. With a smile, he cradled the Buddha and approached Hu Fei once more, saying, Hu Fei, your expertise in antique appraisal and stone gambling is truly admirable. Besides bidding for this fierce Buddha, I wish to take you as my apprentice. What do you think? If you are willing, this fierce Buddha could serve as a testament to our bond. Hu Fei, taken aback by Shenwansi's proposal, felt astonished at the unexpected offer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a sense of resignation, saying, Senior Shun, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. However, I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom and solitude, and I fear I cannot accept your generous offer. His eyes brightening, Hu Fei quickly replied, Absolutely. It will be the greatest honor of my life to befriend Senior Shun. Ha ha ha. In the ensuing auction, the antiques and jade brought by Hu Fei continued to shine brightly, each piece fetching an impressive price. Through his talent and courage, he garnered the respect and admiration of many, becoming the center of attention. Half an hour later, the auction concluded. Hu Fei and his companions entered a lounge area, settling themselves onto a row of chairs, sipping fragrant and delectable tea while surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a figure caught Hu Fei's attention. It was a diminutive man, his eyes flickering with suspicion, engaging in a furtive conversation with a staff member. He clutched a black cloth bag tightly in his hand, as if it contained something of great value. Hu Fei's intuition stirred, sensing something amiss about this individual. Quietly, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Yinshu, and the two discreetly followed the man. Sensing their pursuit, the man quickened his pace, soon vanishing into the throng of people. Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu shared a glance, their keen observational skills guiding them as they sought traces of the man amidst the crowd. At last, in a secluded corridor, they discovered the gaunt figure, who was just about to open a door. Upon spotting Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu, his complexion drained of color. In response, Hu Fei began to photograph the scene with his phone while slowly advancing towards the thin man. The man stumbled back a few steps, nervously inquiring, "Who are you? What do you want?" Hu Fei offered a slight smile, reassuring him, "There is no need to be alarmed. We are merely curious about the contents of your bag." The man instinctively tightened his grip on the cloth bag, insisting, "It's nothing, just some ordinary items." With a penetrating gaze, Hu Fei activated his divine vision, instantly discerning the items within the bag, and declared in a grave tone, "Ordinary items? I think not. What you possess are stolen artifacts. It would be wise to reveal their origins." The gaunt man, taken aback, stammered, "Who exactly are you?" Hu Fei stepped closer, gripping the man's collar and fabricating a lie, coolly stating, "I am the captain of the National Artifact Recovery Team. If you are sensible, you will disclose the source of these artifacts, or you will soon find yourself in prison." Upon hearing this, the man's face blanched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled, stuttering, all right. I will tell you. I acquired these artifacts from a tomb raiding gang. They recently excavated an ancient imperial tomb and made off with numerous precious relics. I merely acted as an intermediary, helping them sell the stolen goods." Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu exchanged another astonished look, utterly shocked that a tomb raiding gang was entangled in this antique competition and treasure auction. After a brief silence, Hu Fei's voice turned stern as he kicked the gaunt man to the ground, demanding, "Speak. Where's this tomb raiding gang? Who is their leader? And how many members do they have?" The man cried out in pain, scrambling to his feet and shaking his head, "I don't know. They're extremely cautious, conducting every transaction through intermediaries. All I know is their leader goes by the name of Pangolin, a formidable figure." Hu Fei furrowed his brow, coldly warning, "You had better divulge everything you know, or you shall not see the moon tonight." The emaciated man, visibly intimidated by Hu Fei's imposing presence, hastily uttered, "I truly possess limited knowledge. All I know is that they seem to have connections with the Shao family group, but the specifics elude me." Hu Fei's body trembled slightly, and he exclaimed, "What? The Shao family group? Could this matter be related to Shao Yindang?" Chapter 70, Following the Clues. The emaciated man shuddered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body quaking as he dared not meet Hu Fei's gaze. In a hushed tone, he replied, "It seems so. I recall one day, as I was about to engage in a transaction with the Pangolin gang, I happened upon Shao Yindang conversing with them beside a luxury car. They appeared to be discussing something. As his words fell, Lu Yi, Yilan, Lin Shuyao, Zhou Hanyue, Li Ming, and Shun Wanzi arrived at the scene. Upon spotting Hu Fei and Chun Yinshu confronting a stranger, puzzled expressions graced their faces, and they hastily approached the duo. Yilan, perplexed, directed her gaze at the emaciated man and inquired, "Hu Fei, who is this person?" Hu Fei's expression darkened, his right hand resting beneath his nose as he addressed Yilan. "Yilan, this individual is a criminal. Just moments ago, he was holding a sack, seemingly preparing to sell antiques here." Pausing briefly, he surveyed the vicinity, relieved to find no one nearby, and continued, "Moreover, from his words, I have learned that the tomb raiding gang is colluding with the Shao family group, engaging in activities detrimental to national interests." Upon hearing this, Louis gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "Could it be that the soul-devouring jewelry store under the Shao family group serves as a channel for the tomb raiding gang to peddle their plunder?" "Indeed, I share that belief," Hu Fei replied, his demeanor solemn, yet his heart unperturbed. He then added, "Furthermore, I suspect this man is the key to exposing the collusion between the Shao family group and the tomb raiding gang. With the evidence he provides, we could simultaneously dismantle Shao Yindang's soul-devouring jewelry store and the power of his family behind it." Beside them, Yilan trembled slightly, a spark of inspiration igniting in her mind as she joyfully remarked, "Yes, Hu Fei. Besides this, I believe that if we can uncover the clues surrounding Xiao Yindang's involvement in the murder of Xianzhenzi, it might also substantiate that Xiao Yindang deliberately invoked the vengeful spirit, leading to our family's misfortunes and eventual ruin. Hu Fei's eyes brightened, and he gently patted his shoulder, excitedly stating, "Indeed, that is also a viable approach. However, our immediate priority is to expose the collusion between Xiao Yindang and the tomb raiding gang. Once that is revealed, we can then investigate Xiao Yindang's hiring of an assassin to murder Xianzhenzi, thereby adding to his list of crimes. At that point, with multiple charges, even if Xiao Yindang escapes death, he will certainly face a lengthy imprisonment." Upon concluding his statement, he turned to Chen Yinshu and said, "Yinshu, let us first detain this emaciated man, escort him away from the television station, and find a secluded spot. Then we shall call the authorities to investigate this matter." Upon hearing those words, Chen Yinshu was filled with immense joy. He snapped his fingers and proclaimed, "Very well, my leader, I shall heed your every arrangement." Beside him, the emaciated man turned pale, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the ground, flailing his arms while exclaiming, "No, no, I am innocent. I do not wish to be apprehended by the police." The man's face resembled that of the grave, as fear gripped his heart. Helplessly, he sank to the ground. Visions of betrayal in court for serious crimes and a life confined behind bars swirling in his mind. His body trembled violently as he stammered, "All right, I have long grown weary of this clandestine existence. It would be better to comply with your plan, surrender myself, and seek a chance for redemption to mitigate my punishment." Hu Fei nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he patted the emaciated man's shoulder, saying, "Young man, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Today, you have chosen to confess and surrender. Perhaps there will still be a chance for you to reform in the future." The emaciated man's brow relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping him as he smiled. "Captain, once we reach the police station, I kindly ask you to speak a few good words on my behalf." Hu Fei smirked, a hollow smile crossing his lips as he replied in a solemn tone, "Rest assured, as long as you are forthright during the interrogation, you may yet receive leniency from the law. Now let us proceed." With that, Chen Yinshu stepped forward, firmly grasping the emaciated man's arms to prevent any sudden attempt at escape. Subsequently, Hu Fei approached Shen Wansi and announced loudly, "Old Shen, there is one more matter that may require your assistance." Shen Wansi paused slightly, a glimmer of curiosity crossing his eyes as he inquired, "Oh, what is it?" Hu Fei stood tall, arms crossed over his chest, and spoke meaningfully. "It is thus, shortly, we may uncover leads on Xiao Yindang's deliberate hiring of a hitman to assassinate Xianzhenzi, which would directly prove that Xiao Yindang employed the malevolent Buddha to orchestrate the demise of the Yilan family. Consequently, Xiao Yindang would face the full force of the law. Therefore, the malevolent Buddha you purchased at the recent treasure auction is a crucial piece of evidence in this case. Should the police require it, I implore you to assist in their investigation." Upon hearing this, Shen Wansi placed a hand on his chest, a resolute light shining in his eyes. He snapped his fingers and vowed earnestly, "Hu Fei, rest assured, should the police require the malevolent Buddha as evidence, I shall cooperate fully." After this declaration, he retrieved a pristine business card from his pocket and presented it to Hu Fei for future correspondence. Hu Fei smiled gently, accepting the card and placing it within his wallet, then snapped his fingers and declared, "Thank you, Old Shen." Shen Wansi shook his head lightly, responding, "No need for gratitude. Punishing criminals and upholding justice is the duty of every citizen." With that, he waved farewell to Hu Fei and the others before turning to depart. 10 minutes later, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Lin Shiyao, Lu Yi, Yilan, and others gathered in a concealed corner beside the television station, using their mobile phones to dial the emergency hotline. Chapter 71. How high? Truly high. Moments later, a gentle yet serious voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello. This is the emergency hotline for the Jingxiang District Police Station in Lulan City. How may I assist you?" Beside her, Chen Yinshu quickly raised the phone to Hu Fei's mouth. Hu Fei spoke rapidly into the receiver. "Operator, there are criminals near the television station assisting a tomb raiding gang in selling stolen goods. We have them under control. Please dispatch officers immediately." After finishing, she swiftly hung up the phone and reported the matter to the station chief. Upon learning of this, the chief took it very seriously and promptly dispatched the head of the criminal investigation team, Fan Xianxian, instructing her to rush to the vicinity of the television station. Upon receiving the assignment, Fan Xianxian quickly gathered several colleagues, who then hopped into 2G police vehicles and sped towards the television station. Before long, The two police cars arrived at the location. At this point, Hu Fei and Chen Yinshu had grown somewhat impatient and were about to dial the emergency number again to urge a response. Just as Chen Yinshu was about to make the call, Fan Xianxian and several officers approached from a distance. Upon seeing this, Hu Fei's eyes sparkled with surprise as she immediately led Chen Yinshu and the others to greet them. However, just a few steps into the crowd, a sudden gasp echoed. Lin Shuyao swiftly moved past Hu Fei, directly rushing to Fan Xianxian, her face beaming with delight as she grasped Fan Xuanxuan's hands tightly, exclaiming, "Oh, Xianxian, is that really you?" It turned out that Fan Xianxian was her inseparable friend from university. The two had shared an unbreakable bond, attending classes, dining, and even sleeping together, to the point where others had speculated about a romantic relationship. Yet they alone understood that their connection was purely that of close allies and confidants. After a moment, Fan Xianxian composed herself, turning to Hu Fei and the others, and inquired, "May I ask who reported the incident?" Hu Fei raised her right hand with a slight smile, saying, "That would be me." With a look of helplessness, she spread her hands and explained, "Officer, this is truly a misunderstanding. I merely assumed the role of leader to stabilize the situation and extract information about the mastermind behind this. Look, the criminals have already been apprehended. How could I possibly be associated with a tomb raiding gang?" However, Fan Xianxian remained unmoved, responding coldly. "When I spoke with Shuyao earlier, she mentioned your exceptional martial arts skills, claiming you were unbeatable, which I initially found hard to believe. Since our paths have crossed today, why not engage in a friendly spar? If you manage to defeat me, I shall reconsider my decision to have you investigated at the police station." After a moment's contemplation, Hu Fei readily agreed. "All right, no problem." No sooner had she spoken than Fan Xianxian took the initiative, launching herself forward in a swift motion. Her right fist aimed directly at Hu Fei's face. Unfazed, Hu Fei sidestepped effortlessly, while simultaneously striking towards Fan Xuanxuan's wrist with her left palm. Reacting swiftly, Fan Xianxian twisted her wrist, transforming her fist into a gripping hold, attempting to lock Hu Fei's arm. Hu Fei seized the opportunity, using the momentum to pivot and skillfully break free, delivering a kick aimed at Fan Xuanxuan's lower body. Fan Xianxian quickly retreated a few steps to regain her balance. At last, he seized the opportunity and executed a sweeping kick. Fan Xianxian, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground. Observing this, Hu Fei promptly extended a hand to assist her, saying, "I concede." With a face full of reluctance, Fan Xianxian gritted her teeth, silently vowing, "This time, consider yourself fortunate. Next time, I shall certainly find a chance to rectify this." However, in the presence of the crowd, she could not afford to show her anger and could only let out a resigned sigh. She turned to a police officer and commanded, "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Sun, follow my orders and apprehend Wang Ergu immediately." "Yes, Captain." The two officers stepped forward and swiftly cuffed Wang Ergu. Subsequently, Fan Xianxian inquired, "What is your name?" Her expression serious, she instructed the two officers, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Sun, escort him to the vehicle. The officers slightly bowed, responding in unison, "Understood, we shall comply." They then led Wang Ergu toward the police car and pushed him inside. Hu Fei maintained a stoic expression and waved at Wang Ergu. "Wang Ergu, I know what to do. You can rest assured." Upon hearing the exchange, Fan Xianxian appeared contemplative, her beautiful eyes gazing curiously at Hu Fei as she asked, "Oh, Captain Hu?" Hu Fei chuckled and clarified, "This title of captain is one I have temporarily bestowed upon myself, solely to stabilize the situation and extract the hidden secrets." The crowd, upon hearing this, could not suppress their laughter. Nearby, Fan Xianxian also broke into a smile. Thereafter, with a serious demeanor, she addressed Hu Fei. "Hu Fei, should any new leads arise during the interrogation, I will reach out to you." Hu Fei nodded and replied with a smile, "Very well. I shall certainly assist the police in the investigation." After exchanging contact information, Fan Xianxian turned and approached Lin Shuyao, engaging in pleasant conversation filled with laughter. Watching her graceful silhouette, Hu Fei furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. Although the female officer had initially misjudged him, she had proven to be diligent. If she were to pursue this case with full commitment, the crimes of Xiao Yindang would undoubtedly soon come alight. With this thought, Hu Fei's lips curved upward, as if he could already envision the scene of Xiao Yindang and his sinister forces being brought to justice. Fan Xianxian then turned to Lin Shuyao and added, "Shuyao, let us find time to gather at a nearby CAF soon." Chapter 72. Hu Fei, aren't you quite impressive? Why are you riding a domestic motorcycle? Lin Shuyao said with a playful smile, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked at Fan Xianxian and softly replied, "All right, Xianxian." Hu Fei and Lin Shuyao exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison, "Okay, goodbye." Under the gaze of the onlookers, Fan Xianxian moved gracefully, her posture reminiscent of a commanding officer. She then led the two officers steadily to a police jeep, deftly opened the door, and seated herself inside. One of the officers started the engine, and the police car sped along the broad, smooth road, gradually disappearing from view. As they watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Lu Yi, Lin Shuyao, and Yilan all exhaled a sigh of relief. In light of recent events, it appears that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the malevolent machinations of Xiao Yindang against the Yilan family, in collusion with the tomb raiding gang, will soon be unveiled, and the truth will come to light. Subsequently, the group engaged in hushed conversations, earnestly reminding one another to keep the recent occurrences confidential before they collectively proceeded towards the parking lot of the television station. As they reached the entrance of the parking lot, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, Zhao Yuxuan, Murong Chou, and Liao Guji, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, leisurely drove out of the parking structure. Upon spotting Hu Fei and Chen Yinshu, they immediately began to whisper amongst themselves, exchanging furtive comments. A smirk of derision graced Xiao Yindang's lips as he languidly remarked to Murong Chou, "Murong, did you know? When we arrived at the television station, we saw Hu Fei riding in on a domestic motorcycle. Shall we take the opportunity to mock him?" Murong Chou's expression remained stern as he snapped his fingers. Nodding in agreement, "Very well, let it be as you suggest." Meanwhile, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, Zhao Yuxuan, Murong Chou, and their entourage erupted into a sinister laughter, as if envisioning Hu Fei, humiliated by their jeers, fleeing on his motorcycle in disgrace. Not long after, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Lin Shuyao, and Lu Yi entered the parking lot. Each of them rode motorcycles of varying ages, while Lin Shuyao and Li Ming drove luxury sedans. Once they were in their vehicles, they slowly maneuvered out of the parking lot. Observing this, Xiao Yindang, Zhao Yuxuan, and Murong Chou hastily drove their luxury cars closer, reveling in their perceived superiority. In a frenzy, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, Zhao Yuxuan, and Murong Chou began to shout at Hu Fei. Could it be that he is so deep in debt that he cannot even afford a sedan? In my view, despite his ostensible glory at events, he is merely a lackey of the Lin family. Indeed, no matter how impressive he might seem, he remains nothing more than a lowly worker, unworthy of comparison with the likes of Xiao and Murong. A person of such humble origins in the underworld will forever languish at the bottom of society, unable to experience the opulence of our lives. Listening to the scornful remarks of Xiao Yindang and his cohort, Hu Fei felt a twinge of disgust. Though he remained largely unfazed, having worked diligently, he had amassed significant wealth, with a fortune of at least 10 million. Yet, he had always prided himself on his humility, preferring not to engage in comparisons with others. Initially, he intended to disregard their taunts. However, upon reflection, he realized that he could not afford to lose face, especially in front of Su Xiaomei, a woman he found particularly loathsome. In this contemplative state, an idea struck him, and he resolved to employ a form of advanced martial arts known as the mosquito sound transmission technique. This extraordinary skill allowed only the intended recipient to hear the message, rendering it imperceptible to bystanders. Continuing, Hu Fei's lips moved slightly, emitting invisible sound waves as he conveyed to Lin Shuyao, "Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, and Murong Chou intend to humiliate me by borrowing my motorcycle. I would like you to cooperate with me in staging a performance. In a moment, you should publicly mention that, in gratitude for my assistance to the Lin Group during the event, you will generously gift me your luxury car." Lin Shuyao understood immediately, a smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "I understand." Next, Hu Fei utilized a discreet tone to communicate with Chen Yinshu. "Yinshu, after Miss Lin finishes speaking, you will step forward to take possession of her vehicle, open the door, and invite me to enter." Chen Yinshu chuckled slyly, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he nodded in agreement. "Sure thing, boss." Once everything was arranged, Hu Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shuyao. With her eyes sparkling with delight, she promptly opened the car door and gracefully approached Hu Fei, lowering her voice intentionally as she earnestly declared, "Hu Fei, your substantial contributions to the Lin Group during the event have been invaluable. As a token of my appreciation, I have decided to gift you this limited edition brand new Mercedes-Benz. Please accept it." A subtle smile touched Hu Fei's lips, humility evident in his demeanor as he nodded and responded, "Sure Yao." Since you are so insistent on bestowing this luxury vehicle upon me, I shall graciously accept it. With that, he waved casually at Chen Yinshu, who promptly understood the cue and swiftly approached the gleaming Mercedes. Upon closer inspection, the car's sleek lines shimmered under the sunlight, radiating an unmistakable aura of luxury. Chen Yinshu slightly hunched over, gesturing invitingly with his hand while deliberately raising his voice to exclaim, "Young master Hu, please step inside." His voice rang out loudly, ensuring that everyone present could hear. At that moment, Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, Zhao Yuxuan, Morongqiu, Liao Guizhi, and a group of bodyguards stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 73. How is this possible? Xiao Yindang exclaimed, his previously arrogant expression now a mask of incredulity as he muttered, "How could he acquire such an expensive car?" Zhao Yuxuan, equally astounded, scratched his head and stammered, I don't know either. He seems so ordinary. How could he suddenly? Morongqiu furrowed her brow, jealousy and resentment flickering in her eyes as she scoffed. Humph, perhaps he just got lucky. Or this car has dubious origins. Liao Guizhi stood beside them, her eyes wide as saucers, her handbag slipping from her grasp as she gasped, "This is unbelievable. When did Hu Fei become so capable?" Nearby, the bodyguards exchanged whispers, their faces reflecting astonishment. Observing their reactions, Hu Fei smiled nonchalantly, entirely disregarding the presence of Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei, and waved his hand at Chen Yinshu. "Yinshu, drive over to Xiao Yindang and Su Xiaomei. Today, I intend to give this lot a proper reprimand." "Understood, boss." Chen Yinshu nodded, a trace of joy curving his lips. Having spoken, he ignited the engine of his car and slowly approached the vehicles of Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, and Morongqiu. As his car passed by the others, Hu Fei pressed a button, causing a window to descend gradually. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he exhaled a cloud of smoke that dispersed into the air, seemingly manifesting his current arrogance. He proclaimed loudly, "Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, Morongqiu, do not forget, I'm the proprietor of the Bixia Huasha jewelry store. Not one of you pampered heirs who rely on your father's influence to flaunt your power." Su Xiaomei was equally defiant, crossing her arms and retorting sharply, "Indeed. Who knows how you acquired that car? It could very well have dubious origins. Don't think you're impressive just because you own a vehicle. To me, you remain that worthless poor boy." As she spoke, she deliberately rolled her eyes, her face a mask of disdain. Morongqiu frowned, letting out a cold snort as he remarked, "What if you have a car? Do you think that puts you on par with us? You're merely fortunate. Let us compare true abilities instead of engaging in this verbal sparring." He retreated a step, seemingly intimidated by Hu Fei's presence, yet unwilling to show it. He then provocatively glanced at Xiao Yindang. "And you too, Su Xiaomei." Hu Fei's gaze shifted to her, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "What else can you do besides wield that sharp tongue? You claim my car has dubious origins. Do present your evidence, or kindly silence yourself." Su Xiaomei felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks, opening her mouth yet finding no words to utter. Finally, Hu Fei turned to Morongqiu, sneering, "Morongqiu, you speak of true abilities. Pray tell, what are yours? Are you merely coasting on your father's connections at the company, or do you only seek to impress women?" Morongqiu's face turned ashen, fists clenched, yet he refrained from exploding in anger. For he was indeed a playboy, just as Hu Fei had pointed out, relying on his father's influence to bolster his facade. Noticing the situation, Hu Fei disregarded Xiao Yindang and the other pretenders, instead beaming at Lin Shiyao, his eyes carrying a hint of warmth and invitation. "Shiyao, may I offer you a ride?" Understanding his intent, Lin Shiyao smiled enchantingly, responding, "Certainly." With elegance, she glided towards the Mercedes-Benz, her movements light and graceful, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight. At that moment, Yilan, Lu Yi, Huang Yu, and Zhou Hanxue arrived on several motorcycles, racing like the wind. Shortly after, they parked their motorcycles beside the Mercedes, perfectly aligned, akin to a cadre of disciplined knights. Huang Yu reached for the key with swift precision, slightly bowing and stating, "Yes, boss." With that, she turned and hurried into the parking lot, leaping onto her motorcycle, skillfully starting the engine, which roared to life as she sped away like an arrow released from its bow. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Yinshu also activated his Mercedes-Benz, slowly following behind Huang Yu. Subsequently, Yilan, Lu Yi, and Zhou Hanxue each started their vehicles, closely tailing Hu Fei's Mercedes. Instantly, the procession resembled an unstoppable torrent, majestically departing from the parking lot. Xiao Yindang, Su Xiaomei, and others remained rooted in place, watching the retreating figures of Hu Fei and his entourage, seething with indignation. Xiao Yindang stamped his foot in frustration, his face contorted with rage, declaring vehemently, "Brat, I cannot swallow this grievance. Just wait. One day, I shall make you regret this." Chapter 74. The Might of Fists. Hu Fei's intellect triumphs over the deceitful driver. Su Xiaomei, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing as if ready to unleash flames, shouted, "Humph, Hu Fei, do not rejoice too soon. We shall see who prevails." Yet, despite their deep-seated resentment, they could do nothing to Hu Fei, silently vowing to seek revenge and make him understand the reason behind the allure of flowers. On the highway, vehicles flowed incessantly. Several cars advanced smoothly, emitting billowing clouds of smoke from their exhausts. After an undetermined duration, they arrived at Lin Shuriao's residence. Exiting the vehicle, Hu Fei expressed his gratitude for Lin Shuriao's assistance and returned the Mercedes to her. Lin Shuriao waved her hand, exchanged a few words with Hu Fei, then entered her car and sped away. At that moment, Yilan and Huang Yu also arrived. Chun Yinshu and the others nodded, their faces displaying a respectful demeanor. "Yes, boss. Understood, boss." They then ignited their engines, heading towards the Pai Hua Sha jewelry store. Thus, he made a decisive choice to immediately visit a luxury car dealership to procure a top-tier vehicle, intending to elevate his status and standing. With this thought in mind, he opened his phone, located the nearest car dealership through a map, then hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, "Sir, please take me to the largest car dealership nearby." "Certainly, sir," the driver replied, glancing at Hu Fei through the rearview mirror. Noticing his plain attire, the driver began to entertain dubious thoughts. Not long after setting off, before reaching the destination, the driver pulled over and turned to Hu Fei, saying, "Kid, we're here. Time to pay and exit." Hu Fei was taken aback. Glancing out the window and questioned, "Driver, this isn't the dealership I wanted to go to. Did you take a wrong turn?" The driver scoffed, impatiently replying, "Am I deceiving you? Just around the corner, you'll find it. It's closer to walk from here. Hurry up and settle the fare. I have another passenger to pick up." Hu Fei was not easily swayed, glaring at the driver's back, and replied in a cold tone, "Sir, this is not acceptable. I hired a taxi to take me directly to the car dealership. There is no reason to disembark midway. You must adhere to the rules and deliver me to my destination. Otherwise, I shall not exit the vehicle." The driver, witnessing Hu Fei's steadfastness, darkened his expression and snarled, "Enough of your nonsense. Today, you will get out, whether you like it or not. Quickly hand over the money, or you'll regret it." With that, he brandished a dagger from his waist, violently flung open the car door, leaped out, and stood by the vehicle, waving the gleaming blade that sparkled ominously in the sunlight, attempting to intimidate Hu Fei into submission. Unfazed, Hu Fei swiftly opened the car door and stepped out, undaunted by the driver's menacing display. Instead, a glimmer of anger flickered in his eyes as he coldly rebuked, "Impudent fool. How dare a mere driver threaten me? Do you believe I won't break your legs, rendering you a cripple for life? Fine, you insolent brat. If you seek death, I shall oblige." Enraged, the driver, fueled by a fiery wrath, lunged at Hu Fei, brandishing the dagger with reckless abandon. Remaining calm, Hu Fei took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with resolve. He moved with agility reminiscent of a specter in the night, swiftly sidestepping the driver's assault. Then he executed the grasp, the sparrow's tail technique from Tai Chi, his hands moving as if cradling an invisible sphere, gliding gracefully yet concealing a torrent of force within. Each thrust of the driver's dagger was deftly neutralized by Hu Fei's skill, as if the driver were mired in quicksand, unable to find purchase. Seeing this, the driver became increasingly frantic, his attacks growing more desperate as he lunged forward, wildly swinging the dagger, the air whistling around him. Hu Fei's lips curled into a slight, derisive smile as he seized the perfect moment to counterattack, suddenly unleashing the wild horse parts, its main technique. In a flash, his arm cleaved through the driver's onslaught like a fierce battle axe, seizing the driver's wrist with a powerful twist. The driver felt a searing pain surge through his wrist, as if his bones were about to snap, and the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Observing this, Hu Fei let out a cold snort, gripping the driver by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. He raised his right hand, delivering a series of resounding slaps across the driver's face, each strike imbued with immense force. In an instant, the driver's cheek became swollen and bruised, his face a portrait of agony as stars danced before his eyes, leaving him utterly incapacitated as he collapsed to the ground, howling, "Ah, it hurts. I'm dying from the pain." Hu Fei, with a stoic expression, left a fleeting shadow in his wake. Rapidly advancing towards the driver and delivering a powerful kick to his knee, exerting a considerable fraction of his strength. The driver fell to his knees with a thud. Grimacing in pain, the arrogance on his face evaporating, replaced by sheer terror and regret as he pitifully pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, show mercy and spare me this once." Upon finishing his words, he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling incessantly, sweat beads adorning his forehead like pearls. His eyes filled with terror and despair. With hands clasped together, he continuously bowed to Hu Fei. Hu Fei, looking down upon him from a position of superiority, regarded him with an icy gaze, devoid of any semblance of pity, and coldly remarked, "Now you know fear? It is too late. Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. How have you become such a coward now?" As he spoke, his fury unabated, he delivered several forceful kicks to the driver, each blow landing with resounding impact. The driver rolled on the ground, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Hu Fei's face was as cold as frost, his eyes nearly ablaze as he barked, "You, hurry and drive me to the car dealership. Should you dare to pull any tricks along the way, I will ensure you arrive at the hospital on a stretcher." Hu Fei smirked, a grin devoid of warmth, and warned with measured words, "Remember, I am a figure of divine presence. Your every action cannot escape my scrutiny. If you doubt this, feel free to test me." The driver trembled, drenched in sweat, his lips quivering as he murmured, "Great One, your might is undeniable. I would never dare to act recklessly before you. Please rest assured." With that, he started the engine and sped away. Throughout the journey, the driver remained utterly silent, as still as a statue, scarcely daring to breathe, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fearful of provoking Hu Fei with even the slightest misstep. Unbeknownst to him, they soon arrived at the entrance of a luxury car dealership, one that specialized in the sale of Rolls-Royce vehicles, catering primarily to the elite of society. Hu Fei did not spare the driver a glance as he promptly exited the vehicle. Seeing this, the driver hastily quickened his pace to follow, a mournful expression on his face as he lamented, "Great One, you have yet to pay me for the fare." Hu Fei halted, turning sharply to glare at the driver with intense fury, rebuking, "What? You dare to demand fare? Given your earlier actions, the fact that I have not sought compensation for my emotional distress is already a favor." With that, Hu Fei raised his foot and kicked the driver, sending him stumbling backward. The driver fell to the ground, watching helplessly as Hu Fei strode into the dealership, a deep resentment igniting within him, silently vowing, "This grievance shall not go unpunished. I swear to avenge it." Chapter 75. The turmoil of the car dealership, the driver's revenge, and the discreet tycoon's challenge to purchase a vehicle. Contemplating, he gritted his teeth in anger, a fierce desire for vengeance swelling within him. He swiftly jumped back into the taxi, flooring the accelerator as he sped towards the headquarters of the Axe Gang. The car careened wildly through the streets, stirring up a cloud of dust. Finally, it screeched to a halt in front of the dilapidated courtyard that housed the Axe Gang's headquarters. The driver, disregarding his disheveled hair from the rush, hurriedly stepped into the courtyard. Inside, a group of muscular men were busy polishing their axes, casting puzzled looks at the driver upon his entrance. At that moment, a burly man with a face full of flesh emerged from the building. He was not only the leader of the Axe Gang, but also the driver's cousin. At that moment, the leader noticed the driver's distressed demeanor and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What's wrong? Why the panic?" The driver hurriedly approached the leader, gesticulating as he recounted his ordeal, embellishing the tale. "Cousin, you must stand up for me. Just now, a young man got into my car. Not only did he refuse to pay, but he also gave me a thorough beating. I saw him enter the car dealership, so he must be affluent, deliberately seeking to humiliate me." Upon hearing this, the leader's expression darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest. He slammed his fist onto a nearby table, causing the teacups to rattle. "How dare he to bully my cousin on my territory? Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me to the car dealership. Let us teach that boy a lesson, so he understands why the flowers bloom so red." The robust men slightly bent forward, responding in unison, "Yes, leader. We shall obey your command." In a short while, a group of brawny men armed with axes piled into a van. The engine roared to life, echoing thunderously, as they sped off towards the car dealership. Meanwhile, inside the dealership, Hu Fei glanced up at the grand sign and adjusted his attire before striding in confidently. Today, he donned a slightly faded coarse linen shirt, paired with ordinary black trousers and worn but impeccably clean canvas shoes. His hair was neatly styled, and his eyes radiated a sense of confidence and composure. Upon entering, a female salesperson, elegantly made up and clad in a professional suit, approached him with a formulaic smile, saying, "Sir, may I assist you in purchasing a vehicle?" As she scrutinized Hu Fei's appearance, a fleeting look of disdain crossed her face, her lips curling downward slightly before she re-established her smile, albeit with an air of condescension. "Given your attire, you might consider a more economical model. Over there is a budget-friendly car, a domestic brand, priced at $80,000. It offers great value and is quite suitable for you." She gestured towards a corner of the showroom, her tone imbued with an undeniable certainty, as if in her eyes, Hu Fei was only worthy of such a vehicle. Hu Fei, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly and replied calmly, "That's not suitable. I require a high-end model." The salesperson's smile froze at his words, her expression morphing into one of skepticism and disdain. With a slight huff, she remarked, her voice tinged with impatience, "Sir, I'm not trying to discourage you, but looking at you, you hardly seem like someone who can afford a luxury car. Can you really manage it?" As she spoke, she rolled her eyes subtly, crossing her arms and leaning back slightly, adopting a superior posture. Observing this exchange, two other customers nearby began to whisper among themselves. A middle-aged man in a suit turned to his companion and said, "Look at that salesperson. She's so elitist. Just because someone is dressed modestly, she assumes they can't afford a luxury vehicle." At this moment, Hu Fei did not allow himself to be angered by the demeanor of the female salesperson. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a bank card from his pocket, gently waving it in his hand as he remarked, "Spare me the trivialities. I possess nothing but an abundance of cash. Kindly escort me to the premium section at once." Upon catching sight of the bank card, the expression on the female salesperson's face instantly froze, a flicker of panic illuminating her eyes. In that moment, she was taken aback by the realization that this seemingly inconspicuous individual truly had the means to purchase a high-end model. After a brief spell of astonishment, she hastily retracted her previous disdainful attitude, her countenance now adorned with a sycophantic smile, even more fervent than before, tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. "Sir, I apologize. I underestimated you," she said, gesturing respectfully and inclining her body slightly forward, her posture exuding humility. "Very well, let us proceed." Hu Fei nodded in approval, quite pleased with the transformation in her demeanor, feeling as though he had swiftly transitioned from a figure of contempt to one of revered status. With that, he strode confidently alongside the female salesperson toward the premium section. Meanwhile, the gazes of other customers and sales staff in the showroom turned towards them. Observing Hu Fei's unpretentious attire and recalling the earlier exchange, they could not help but express their astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. A young salesperson leaned toward a colleague, exclaiming, "Wow, I actually guessed correctly. This person is indeed a hidden gem. Look at how the salesperson's face is flushed with realization." The colleague beside him stifled a laugh, replying, "Indeed, she will likely think twice before judging by appearances in the future." Before long, Hu Fei followed the female salesperson into the premium section, his gaze quickly captivated by the array of luxurious vehicles on display. Each car radiated a unique allure, their sleek lines and lustrous finishes resembling exquisite works of art. Hu Fei strolled leisurely, scrutinizing each vehicle with a discerning eye that revealed his relentless pursuit of quality and performance. After a thorough examination, he paused before a BMW, gently caressing its body to appreciate the exquisite texture. The female salesperson, noticing his interest, promptly approached to provide a professional introduction. "Sir, this is the latest model from BMW, equipped with a high-performance engine, delivering robust power and exceptional handling. Its interior features top-grade leather, complemented by an intelligent driving system that offers not only comfort, but also a remarkable sense of technology." With that, she slightly bowed and opened the car door, inviting Hu Fei to experience it firsthand. As he settled into the vehicle, savoring the comfort of the seats and testing the feel of the steering wheel, he eventually shook his head and calmly stated, "The power and comfort are commendable, yet it falls short of my expectations. It lacks a certain distinctive charm." With those words, he exited the car and continued to wander through the showroom. Chapter 76. Do not pretend to be wealthy when you are not. Do not inflate your image. Moments latte. The two arrived beside a brand new Mercedes sedan. The female sales representative moved gracefully, slightly bending at the waist as her right hand gently extended outward, her face radiating a professional and enthusiastic smile. "Sir," she began, "Mercedes-Benz has always been renowned for its unparalleled luxury and comfort. and this vehicle is a quintessential example. Moreover, the brand boasts a rich history and profound heritage, embodying immense brand value that undeniably signifies a noble status. Hu Fei, with his arms crossed, paced slowly around the car, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "Miss," he replied, "the reputation of Mercedes-Benz is indeed illustrious, yet its style is excessively traditional and conservative, which does not resonate with my personality. What I seek is a vehicle that not only embodies status, but also exudes individuality and passion, one that captivates the gaze." With that, he turned and continued deeper into the showroom. Witnessing this exchange, the surrounding salespeople whispered among themselves, and even some customers began to murmur quietly. A middle-aged female customer, linking arms with her husband, softly remarked, "This person seems rather ordinary. I didn't expect him to have such high demands for a car." Her husband, frowning, agreed, "Indeed, I wonder if he has the means to afford such luxury vehicles." Hu Fei, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs around him, maintained his focus as he searched the showroom. At last, a sleek black Ferrari caught his eye. The vehicle's smooth lines and striking design exuded an irresistible allure. A glimmer of delight flashed in Hu Fei's eyes as he thought, "Perfect, this is the model I have always yearned for. Only it can truly reflect my noble identity." After a moment's contemplation, he pointed at the Ferrari and calmly inquired of the female sales representative beside him, "What is the price of this car?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Fei decisively stated, "All right, I will take it." Just then, Long Liangshan entered the showroom with his girlfriend, Jean Qiming. Upon spotting the Ferrari, Jean Qiming's eyes lit up with excitement as she tugged at Long Liangshan's arm, playfully exclaiming, "Long Xiao, look at that black Ferrari. It's absolutely stunning. I adore it. Will you buy it for me?" Hu Fei furrowed his brow slightly and stepped forward, saying, "Excuse me, but I have already reserved this vehicle and am in the process of completing the purchase." Long Liangshan cast a disdainful glance at Hu Fei, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "Though you have reserved it, you have yet to make a formal payment. So I still have the opportunity to compete for this car." He then turned to the female sales representative and asked, "What is the price of this vehicle?" With a confident grin, Long Liangshan declared, "I will add 500,000 to the price. Sell it to me." He then provocatively glanced at Hu Fei, as if asserting his undeniable advantage. In that instant, the atmosphere in the showroom grew tense, igniting a fierce bidding war between Hu Fei and Long Liangshan. As time progressed, the bidding price skyrocketed, initially increasing by 500,000 and eventually reaching astonishing heights. Long Liangshan, filled with rage and humiliation, shouted, 5 million, as he called out. He cast a sideways glance at Hu Fei, attempting to intimidate him with a mere look. Hu Fei maintained a composed demeanor, regarding Long Liangshan with indifference. He spoke slowly and deliberately. 5 million. Long Liangshan's expression soured significantly. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, forcing out the words, 6 million. Hu Fei, with unwavering resolve, fixed his gaze upon the Ferrari and raised the bid, 7 million. In the crowd, a young man excitedly remarked to his companion, "Wow, this bidding is exhilarating. I've never witnessed such an intense car auction." Long Liangshan's body trembled slightly, his glare directed fiercely at Hu Fei, as the fury within him threatened to consume him. He shouted, 5 million, observing Long Liangshan's increasingly frantic demeanor. Hu Fei contemplated the merits and demerits of this auction. Though he held a deep affection for the car, he had no intention of engaging in such an absurd escalation of prices. After a moment of reflection, he inhaled deeply and ultimately chose to withdraw from the bidding. "Very well, if you are foolishly affluent, I shall not contest you any further." Seeing Hu Fei cease his bidding, Long Liangshan's face broke into a triumphant smile as he eagerly handed his bank card to the female salesperson. Jean Qiming, too, adopted a haughty demeanor, addressing Hu Fei. "Competing with young Master Long? You are still quite inexperienced." Hu Fei, unfazed, retorted with a cold laugh. "What arrogance! Spending exorbitant sums on a mere car to flaunt before me, unaware of the folly of your actions. How utterly laughable." No sooner had he spoken than an attractive, well-endowed salesperson hurried over, announcing, "Sir, that car has been purchased by young Master Long. Do you wish to consider other models?" Hu Fei smiled faintly, surveying the myriad of vehicles in the showroom, ultimately resting his gaze upon a top-tier model, inquiring, "What brand is this?" The salesperson enthusiastically replied, "This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Quite pricey in the market, generally starting from 8 million, with variations depending on configuration." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei shrugged slightly and decisively declared, "Very well. I shall purchase it." His words elicited an immediate uproar, with onlookers, including Long Lianqun and Jin Qiming, exchanging scornful remarks about Hu Fei's audacity to consider Rolls-Royce. As if he could afford such an extravagant model. How ridiculous. However, at that moment, Hu Fei calmly produced a bank card, waving it nonchalantly. "Beautiful lady. Pay them no mind. Please proceed with the purchase formalities at once." Long Lianqun, witnessing Hu Fei's confident stance, felt his competitive spirit reignited. Vowing not to allow Hu Fei to overshadow him, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "I'll buy another one, adding 1 million. With that, he brandished his bank card, casting a provocative glance at Hu Fei. Hu Fei, seeing this, shook his head in resignation, choosing to forego further contention. "Very well, if you are so affluent and foolish. I shall concede once more." Long Lianqun, filled with hubris, lifted his chin arrogantly and declared, "Humph. You lack the qualification to compete with me." Yet, just as he reveled in his moment of pride, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. As the voluptuous beauty prepared to swipe her card for Long Lianqun, she discovered that the balance was insufficient. Turning her head, she waved towards Long Lianqun, saying, "Young Master Long, there are insufficient funds on the card." Upon hearing this, Long Lianqun's face drained of color, and his previously triumphant demeanor vanished without a trace. His mind went blank as he lamented inwardly, "Oh no, I only had 5 million in my account, and after purchasing the Ferrari, 7 million was deducted, leaving me with a mere 500,000. This is utterly humiliating." A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and he instinctively bit his lip, forcing a semblance of calm as he insisted, "Impossible. There must be a malfunction with the machine. Please try again." With a furrowed brow, the voluptuous beauty inserted the card into the machine once more. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Observing this, Jin Qiming's previously excited expression froze instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Young Master Long, didn't you say you were certain you could afford it? How can you not even manage this amount? Are you toying with me?" The moment those words left her lips, the gazes of those around them turned towards her. Jin Qiming's face was a mixture of anger and disappointment as she forcefully withdrew her hand from Long Lianqun's grasp. Hu Fei nodded and, without hesitation, handed over his own bank card, declaring, "Of course, I will purchase it." The voluptuous beauty's countenance brightened, and she promptly accepted the card, turning to stride toward the cashier. As she sauntered away, Hu Fei smirked, a hint of derision dancing on his lips, and remarked to Long Lianqun, "Oh, young Master Long, what has transpired? Just a moment ago, you were so assertive, vowing to fight me to the end, yet now you can't even manage a simple card transaction?" Pausing briefly, he scoffed, his smile devoid of warmth, and continued to mock, "Some people should know their limits. If you lack the funds, don't pretend to be something you're not. Otherwise, you'll only end up embarrassing yourself." The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, realizing that young Master Long was merely a fade of strength, having been mistaken for someone of great capability. One casually dressed young man chuckled to his companion. "Who would have thought this guy was so hollow? He was so arrogant just moments ago, and now he's made a fool of himself." His friend chimed in, "Exactly, he was so boastful. Now he's lost all dignity." An older woman shook her head, commenting, "This young fellow looks rather ordinary, yet he truly has substance. It's young Master Long who has become the laughingstock." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Humiliated, Long Lianqun seethed with anger, vowing silently, "Once we exit the dealership, I will make you regret ever crossing me." With that thought, he disregarded Jin Qiming's complaints, grasped her arm, and hurriedly made his exit. Outside, Long Lianqun retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Moments later, a deep voice answered. "Hello?" Long Lianqun, his voice quivering, cried out, "Dad's Lianqun. I was humiliated at the dealership today by a guy named Hu Fei. You must help me." On the other end of the line was the formidable leader of the Axe Gang, Long Batian. Upon hearing that his son was being humiliated, his voice immediately turned icy. "How dare they lay a hand on my son? Just wait, I will send someone to deal with him." With that, Long Batian hung up the phone and promptly called one of his subordinates, a hall master, conveying a few terse instructions. This hall master was none other than the cousin of the driver from earlier. Upon receiving Long Batian's command, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he calculated how to deliver a painful lesson to Hu Fei. Chapter 77. The Terror of Purchasing a Car, the Black Card as Counterattack, and the Revenge of Enemies. Inside the showroom, warm sunlight streamed through the giant floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled and radiant patterns upon the mirror-like floor. Hu Fei lounged comfortably on a plush sofa, leisurely holding a cigarette between his long fingers, the curling smoke rising like his whimsical and content thoughts. Suddenly, a hurried footstep approached from afar. A flustered saleswoman, accompanied by a portly manager, rushed in, their expressions a mix of displeasure and anger, arms crossed in a stance that suggested they were there to demand answers. In an instant, the saleswoman reached Hu Fei, slightly out of breath, and questioned, "Sir, your bank card balance is 0. What exactly is going on?" The manager stepped forward, scrutinizing Hu Fei with a cold gaze, and said, "Kid, are you intentionally mocking us? If that's the case, you owe us 10,000 yuan for the inconvenience. Otherwise, we'll see you in court." Hu Fei paused momentarily, a touch of well-timed contrition appearing on his face as he explained, "I apologize, I mistakenly used the wrong card." At this remark, the originally indifferent bystanders erupted into a flurry of speculation, as if ignited by a powder keg. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses furrowed his brow in disbelief and remarked, "What a coincidence. It seems likely he is here to cause trouble." Several young women nearby nodded in agreement, one with a ponytail scoffing, "Right? Who buys a luxury car and uses the wrong card? That's just absurd." However, Hu Fei remained unperturbed, calmly retrieving a black card from his inner pocket. In that instant, the air around seemed to be sucked away, and all eyes were drawn to the card as if by an irresistible magnet. The card, with its unique and exquisite texture, emanated a dazzling luster in the light, exuding an aura of nobility and distinction, silently narrating the mystery and power of its owner. Yet, Hu Fei did not immediately present the card for payment. Instead, he reclined leisurely on the sofa, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he surveyed the visibly uncomfortable saleswoman and manager. They exchanged a glance, their faces oscillating between pale and flushed, appearing exceedingly ill at ease. The saleswoman trembled slightly, quickly bending forward, a sycophantic smile creeping onto her lips as she eagerly said, "Indeed, sir, we were blind to your greatness. Please, show mercy and do not hold this against us." Hu Fei observed the two individuals in silence for a considerable time before finally speaking. "All right, I shall make the payment." With that, he presented his black card to the manager before him. The manager received it with both hands, his face adorned with a respectful smile. His movements far more cautious than before, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. He hastily approached the cash register, his hands trembling slightly as he inserted the card into the machine slot. Instantly, the machine emitted a crisp and melodious tone, signaling the successful transaction. Witnessing this, the manager's smile blossomed radiantly, akin to a flower in full bloom, as he congratulated Hu Fei while deftly preparing the necessary documents. Shortly thereafter, Hu Fei drove the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom out of the dealership. The car's engine roared with a deep, powerful rumble, reminiscent of a long-dormant beast awakening, drawing the attention of passers-by. However, this moment of glory was fleeting. As Hu Fei navigated the streets, he remained blissfully unaware of an impending crisis, lurking like a venomous serpent poised to strike. The driver whom Hu Fei had previously assaulted harbored a deep-seated grudge, a smoldering resentment that had never extinguished. Upon seeing Hu Fei depart from the dealership, he hastily retrieved his phone to contact Zhao Meng, the notorious leader of the Axe Gang at Storm Hall. Zhao Meng was infamous within the gang for his ferocity and combative nature, towering and robust, with a face marred by excess flesh and a menacing scar that traversed his forehead to his cheek like an ugly centipede. He instilled fear in all who beheld him. At that moment, the driver trailed behind Zhao Meng, alongside Long Liangchun, who had been lurking near the dealership, as they approached with an air of menacing intent. The palpable aura of malice emanating from the trio seemed to freeze the very air around them. Upon exiting the vehicle, Long Liangchun immediately spotted Hu Fei, his eyes lighting up as he shouted, "You little brat, we've finally found you. Let us see where you can run today." With a mocking smirk plastered across his face, his eyes gleamed with malevolence, as if Hu Fei were merely a helpless fish on his chopping board, ready for slaughter. Zhao Meng stood to the side, arms crossed, his icy gaze fixed on Hu Fei, his eyes cold as a blade capable of freezing a man in place. The driver, cowering behind Zhao Meng, cautiously revealed half his face, a venomous expression marring his features as he exclaimed, "Cousin, it's him. This brat nearly beat me to death. You must avenge me." Zhao Meng, standing tall with a fierce glint in his eyes, clapped the driver on the shoulder with a heavy hand and arrogantly proclaimed, "Fear not, cousin. I shall ensure justice is served today and teach this brat a lesson he one forget." Not far off, Hu Fei's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of deep disdain washing over him. Yet his expression remained calm and composed. He slowly extended his hand, gently lowering the car window, casting a disdainful glance at Long Liangchen, his eyes brimming with contempt and scorn, as if Long Liangchen were nothing more than an inconsequential clown, unworthy of his words. Long Liangchen mistakenly believed that Hu Fei was intimidated, his heart swelling with arrogant delight. He rushed forward, pounding on Hu Fei's car window with all his might, cursing. "What's the matter? Afraid to speak? Get out of the car and apologize to me, or you'll regret it." As these words escaped his lips, bystanders flocked around like sharks sensing blood, pointing and whispering among themselves. In the crowd, some wore expressions of eager excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the spectacle that was about to unfold. "You're nothing but trash. Who do you think you are? Get lost." A glint of cold light flashed in Hu Fei's eyes as he suddenly pressed the accelerator, the car lunging forward like an arrow, exhaust fumes engulfing Long Liangchen. Coughing violently, Long Liangchen's face contorted with a mix of rage and astonishment. Quickly regaining his composure, he pointed a finger at Hu Fei's vehicle, shouting, "You wait. Don't think this is over." Through the rearview mirror, Hu Fei observed the disheveled Long Liangchen, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, contemplating. "You fool. Do you think a bit of money and power gives you the right to act recklessly? Truly foolish." Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a van roared to life around the street corner, tires screeching against the pavement, akin to a wild stallion set free, racing at high speed towards Hu Fei's car. Inside the van, several burly men wore ferocious expressions, resembling demons. Among them, Zhao Meng, the leader with a scarred face, had bloodshot eyes, growling fiercely. "You all pursue that kid immediately. Drag him out of the car and beat him to a pulp. He must learn the consequences of offending young Master Long and the Axe Gang today." Upon hearing this, the other gang members responded with loud shouts, brandishing their clubs, their eyes glistening with a thirst for blood. The van was engulfed in an intense atmosphere of impending violence, causing nearby vehicles and pedestrians to scatter in fear. Chapter 78. The ancient martial arts display their power. Hu Fei overpowers the Axe Gang, forcing their leader to kneel in plea for mercy. Seeing Zhao Meng and Long Liangchen's vehicles relentlessly pursuing him in a rearview mirror, Hu Fei felt a slight heaviness in his heart. This newly acquired Rolls-Royce Phantom was worth a fortune. If it were to be damaged in this frenzied chase, he would face substantial financial loss. Contemplating this, he maneuvered the car at breakneck speed while rapidly devising a plan to escape. Unintentionally, he noticed a concealed alleyway beside the road, cluttered with various debris, seldom frequented by anyone. Resolute, Hu Fei sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a perfect drift as the car plunged into the alley. He promptly parked the vehicle and began to gather discarded wooden planks, carefully concealing the car to ensure not a trace could be seen from the outside. Having completed all this, he took a deep breath, stretched his limbs, and leaped from his hiding place to confront the approaching members of the Axe Gang, including their leader Zhao Meng, the driver, and Long Liangchen. Upon spotting Hu Fei, Zhao Meng's face contorted into a sinister grin as he brandished the iron rod in his hand, growling menacingly, "Boy, let us see where you can run this time." With a disdainful snort, he gestured grandly to his followers behind him, commanding, "Brothers, attack. Teach this brat a harsh lesson." The gang members slightly bent forward, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Placing their hands at their waists in unison, they replied, "Yes, leader, we obey your command." No sooner had the words left their mouths than a glint of malice flickered in their eyes as they drew iron rods from their waists, lunging at Hu Fei like ravenous wolves. Unperturbed, Hu Fei deftly executed the ancient martial art of Tai Chi. His arms flowed gracefully, resembling the natural movement of clouds and water, and though his motions appeared gentle, they concealed remarkable strength. The foremost gang members were sent sprawling backward with a mere push, crashing heavily to the ground and groaning in pain. Witnessing this, the remaining gang members felt a flicker of fear, yet under Zhao Meng's intimidation, they steeled themselves to continue their assault. Meanwhile, Hu Fei moved with agility, weaving through the throng, each strike landing precisely on a gang member's vital points. In a matter of moments, all the gang members lay incapacitated on the ground. Observing this dire situation, Zhao Meng let out a furious roar, his expression darkening as he personally charged at Hu Fei, swinging his iron rod wildly. Hu Fei's gaze sharpened as he met Zhao Meng head-on, igniting an intense battle between the two. Zhao Meng's attacks were fierce and powerful, each strike accompanied by a howling wind. Yet Hu Fei, utilizing the intricate finesse of Tai Chi, skillfully neutralized Zhao Meng's onslaught. Seizing the opportune moment, Hu Fei executed a calculated maneuver, delivering a precise kick to Zhao Meng's abdomen. With a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Zhao Meng was sent hurtling uncontrollably against the wall, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Hu Fei dusted off his hands, casting a cold gaze over the driver, Zhao Meng, and Long Liangshun. He commanded sternly, "If you wish to preserve your lives today, summon the leader of the Axe Gang here immediately and kneel before me in public, begging for mercy. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." Long Liangshun, pale with terror, his legs trembling, shakily retrieved his phone and hastily dialed Long Batian. Once the call connected, he cried out with a quivering voice, "Dad, come quickly." We encountered tough opposition. This person is too formidable. Even Zhao Meng has been defeated. After hanging up, he rushed with a group of loyal followers towards the scene, brimming with aggression. However, when Long Batian arrived and recognized that it was Hu Fei confronting his son, his face turned ashen and his body trembled uncontrollably. Previously, Long Batian had crossed paths with Hu Fei, suffering a crushing defeat that left him utterly powerless. That harrowing experience instilled in him a deep-seated fear of Hu Fei, whom he regarded as his fated nemesis. Upon seeing Hu Fei's face at this moment, the flames of his anger were instantly extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming dread. At this juncture, Long Liangshun, witnessing his father's arrival, who was already as frightened as a quail, suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of indignation. Emboldened by rage, he straightened his spine and rushed to Long Batian's side, exclaiming loudly, "Father, you have finally arrived. Please, uphold justice for me. This scoundrel is far too arrogant. Break his limbs and avenge my grievances." Beside them, the driver echoed the sentiment, shouting, "Boss, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. If we do not deal with him, how can our Axe Gang continue to survive in this realm?" On the ground, Zhao Meng, though weak and powerless, called out, "Boss, I implore you to stand up for the brothers." Other gang members joined in the clamor, voices rising in a cacophony. "This fellow is far too insolent, disregarding our Axe Gang." "Boss, take it down," shouted a burly member with a face full of flesh. Another with a sharp visage chimed in, "Indeed, boss. Just give the command, and we will risk our lives to deal with this scoundrel. Otherwise, how can our Axe Gang maintain a foothold here?" Others jumped up, cursing and shouting, "This brat has ruined our good fortune. He must pay dearly for it. Boss, do not waste words with him. Just attack." Unexpectedly, Long Batian was gripped by terror, beads of sweat like pearls forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably as he gasped in fear. The traumatic memories of his previous encounter with Hu Fei flooding his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned and struck Long Liangshun, sending him flying, reprimanding impudence. "Do you even know who he is?" Dazed from the blow, Long Liangshun covered his swollen face with his hands, bewildered. "Father, why did you hit me? He is merely an insignificant nobody." Long Batian glared at his son, a mix of anger and urgency in his eyes. "Ignorant fool. He is Hu Fei, the one who previously left me utterly defenseless. If it were not for his mercy today, we would all be dead." Upon hearing this, Long Liangshun felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion paling even further as he collapsed to the ground, speechless. Hu Fei, observing Long Batian, smirked coldly and declared, "Long Batian, it seems you have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Your subordinates are rather fragile. Now, it is your turn." Long Batian's legs trembled, yet he feigned composure, forcing a smile as he stammered, Hu Shao, this is all a grave misunderstanding. My son and my men were ignorant and have offended you. Please show mercy and spare their lives." Stepping forward, Hu Fei brandished a glimmering dagger, coldly stating, "A misunderstanding? You weren't so amicable before. Today, you must kneel and beg for mercy publicly, offering a formal apology. Otherwise, I shall ensure your Axe Gang is erased from existence." Upon hearing these words, Long Batian was taken aback, staggering backward a few steps, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes filled with struggle and terror. As the crowd looked on, he suddenly weakened, collapsing to his knees before Hu Fei, trembling lips uttering, "Young master Hu, I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature and inadvertently offended you. I beseech you to show mercy and spare us." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in astonished chatter. "Wow, the leader of the Axe Gang is actually kneeling," they exclaimed. "This young man is incredible, completely undermining the Axe Gang's authority." The driver's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "The leader, what are we to do?" Lying on the ground, Zhao Meng's face revealed a hint of shame, internally cursing his own ignorance for provoking such a formidable foe. The other gang members bowed their heads, hardly daring to breathe, some displaying embarrassment, while others were filled with regret. Hu Fei wore a satisfied smile, waving his hand dismissively, declaring Long Batian, Long Lianshan driver. And that home master whose name escapes me. I trust one shan't cross paths with you again. If I do, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Long Batian and Long Lianshan trembled in fear, voices quaking as they chorused, Yes, yes, we understand. Thank you, young Master Hu, for sparing our wretched lives. Hu Fei's expression turned serious, his hands clasped behind his back as he cast a stern gaze over Long Batian and Zhao Meng, admonishing, Enough. You have 1 minute to vacate. Otherwise, I may reconsider my leniency. Upon hearing this, Long Batian and Zhao Meng felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to their feet and retreating with their disheveled subordinates, resembling a pack of stray dogs fleeing in disarray. Hu Fei watched their retreating figures, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The surrounding crowd erupted in fervent cheers, enthusiastically giving Hu Fei a thumbs up. Adjusting his attire, he strode with poise towards his hidden Rolls-Royce Phantom in the alley, departing slowly and leaving behind an elegant silhouette, forever etched as a legend in the hearts of the onlookers. Chapter 79, Long Batian's Fiery Vengeance and Hu Fei's Joyous New Car. Half an hour later, the headquarters of the Axe Gang lay shrouded in silence. Dim, flickering lights cast shadows over the dilapidated beams, enveloping the room in a stifling gloom. Long Batian sat in the worn-out grand chair at the head of the table, leaning slightly forward, weariness and helplessness evident in his gaze. His fingers absently tapped on the weathered surface of the table as he addressed his advisor below. Advisor, what are your thoughts on the recent incident? The advisor furrowed his brow, hastening to Long Batian's side, gesticulating passionately, exclaiming, Leader, kneeling to that boy today. If word of this spreads, how shall the Axe Gang maintain its standing in the underworld? The brothers are seething with indignation. They cannot simply swallow this humiliation. Upon hearing this, the other gang members nodded in agreement. Observing the chaotic scene, Long Batian felt his agitation reach a boiling point. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle, and roared, Silence. Instantly, his outburst quelled the room, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing echoing in the stillness. The advisor leaned in closer to Long Batian, lowering his voice with a hint of flattery and calculation, and whispered, Leader, do not forget that our Axe Gang is a subsidiary of the Dongxing Society. After the humiliation you have suffered, the Dongxing Society will surely not stand idly by. They will definitely come to our aid. At that moment, the impetuous Long Liangshan jumped forward, his face flushed, and shouted, Indeed, if the Dongxing Society does not intervene, we shall sever ties and establish our own faction. Listening to their words, Long Batian found himself in a state of deep inner conflict. His gaze drifted into the distance, where the formidable figure of Hu Fei loomed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Should he rashly seek revenge and fail again, the Axe Gang could face utter ruin, with years of hard work obliterated in an instant. Yet, the memory of kneeling before Hu Fei and the blow to the Axe Gang's reputation ignited a fierce anger within him. His hands clenched involuntarily as he muttered to himself, Must I, Long Batian, swallow this humiliation? He repeated the question in his mind, the memories of his past struggles in the martial world flashing vividly before him. Once, he had feared neither heaven nor earth. When had he ever endured such disgrace? Ultimately, fury triumphed over fear. Long Batian slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, Very well, this shall not go unanswered. I will contact the incense master of the Dongxing Society and seek their counsel, no matter what. Hu Fei must pay a painful price. With that, he swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers gliding across the screen to dial the number of a master from the Dongxing Society. Seconds later, the call connected, and Long Batian's previously volatile tone transformed into one of humility as he respectfully said, Hello, is this Master Zhang? I am Long Batian of the Axe Gang. On the other end, Zhang Wudao of the Dongxing Society crossed his arms and replied coolly, Yes, I am Master Zhang of the Dongxing Society. Please continue. Hearing this, Long Batian recounted the grievances between himself and Hu Fei in full detail, occasionally sighing, his tone laced with indignation and resentment. After a moment of silence, Master Zhang responded, Leader Long, I have taken note of your concerns. I will report this to my superiors, and once I have further instructions, I will reach out to you. The thought of Hu Fei made Zhang's teeth grind together in frustration, and his mind envisioned the Dongxing society trampling Hu Fei underfoot. No longer the proud figure he once was, reduced to pleading desperately beneath their fists, his former arrogance extinguished. A twisted smile crept upon his lips as a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Meanwhile, Hu Fei sat comfortably in his newly purchased luxury car, the spacious interior adorned with leather seats that exuded a subtle fragrance. He relaxed against the seat, idly toying with the car keys, their metallic embellishments glinting in the sunlight. After a short while, Hu Fei furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he thought, "There are no parking facilities near the rental apartment, and the area is crowded. I fear someone might take a jealous turn and damage my car. It seems I must hasten the purchase of an opulent villa to accommodate this vehicle and secure a more comfortable dwelling for myself." As he was lost in thought, the sudden ringing of his mobile phone shattered the tranquility within the car. Hu Fei glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Chen Yinshu. No sooner had he pressed the answer button than Chen's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, boss. Lu Yi has just resigned from her job and intends to join the Pai Xiehua Sha jewelry store. Please arrange a suitable position for her. Additionally, Captain Fan Xianxian from the criminal investigation team has arrived, claiming there are important matters to discuss with you." With that, he started the car, accelerating with a swift motion, the vehicle darting towards the jewelry store like an arrow released from its bow. "Whose car is this? It's so impressive, clearly belonging to a wealthy individual." Chen Yinshu exclaimed, his mouth agape, eyes filled with envy. "It must be some big boss arriving," Lu Yi speculated, her curiosity piqued. Amidst the chatter, Hu Fei opened the car door and stepped out, exuding an air of authority. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, no need for speculation. It is I." Upon hearing this, everyone froze momentarily before the atmosphere erupted into lively chatter, whispers echoing around. Chen Yinshu, astonished, hurried to Hu Fei and exclaimed, "Ah, boss, it's you." Lu Yi, wide-eyed, shouted, "I can't believe it. You bought a new car, and it's a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. How impressive." Chapter 80, Hotel Turmoil. Harvard graduate's misdiagnosis. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Hu Fei saves the day, observing the astonished expressions on their faces. Hu Fei felt a swell of pride, his face breaking into a radiant smile as he declared, "Everyone, to celebrate my new acquisition and to express my gratitude for your support, I have decided to treat you all to a sumptuous meal and drinks at a nearby 5-star hotel." At this announcement, the atmosphere turned jubilant. "Boss, you're incredible. This is true generosity. Today I intend to indulge myself, ha." With that, everyone raised their thumbs in admiration, their faces alight with excitement and joy. Soon, under Hu Fei's guidance, they eagerly piled into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Fan Xianxian and several police officers, warmly invited by Hu Fei, also agreed to join this celebratory feast. Before long, they arrived at the renowned Summer Mint Grand Hotel. The entrance was marked by imposing Roman columns and solid wooden doors adorned with metallic accents. Towering floor-to-ceiling windows were set into the building's facade, their crystal-clear glass subtly revealing the opulence within, reflecting dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, harmonizing with the azure sky. The hotel's sign, perched atop, was crafted with three-dimensional metallic letters, meticulously polished to gleam in the sunlight, proclaiming Summer Mint Grand Hotel in bold and dignified strokes, showcasing the establishment as high-end luxury. Witnessing this, the group laughed and chatted merrily as they approached the hotel lobby. Along the way, Hu Fei instructed Chen Yinshu and Lu Yi, "Yinshu, please call Lin Shuyao to join us. Yi, invite your friend Zhou Hanxue as well. Let's enjoy ourselves today." Chen Yinshu nodded eagerly and replied, "All right, boss, I will call Miss Lin immediately. She will surely be delighted to come." With that, both of them took out their phones and dialed Lin Shuyao and Zhou Hanxue respectively. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Shuyao and Zhou Hanxue hurriedly boarded a vehicle, racing toward the hotel. Subsequently, the group continued their way toward the hotel lobby. However, just as they stepped into the hall, a sudden gasp echoed from the front. Upon looking, they saw an elderly man collapsed on the floor, his face contorted in agony, frothing at the mouth as if a grave ailment was manifesting. Hu Fei quickly approached, squatting down to observe the old man's complexion and breathing, preparing to take his pulse. Unexpectedly, a figure rushed over and obstructed him. The newcomer, named Dongfang Jing, was clad in a well-tailored suit, with neatly combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of confidence and arrogance. Upon seeing Hu Fei attempting to check the old man's pulse, Dongfang Jing shot him a disdainful glance and proclaimed loudly, I am a distinguished graduate of Harvard Medical School, with extensive experience handling countless cases. Leave this to me, and do not complicate matters. Hearing this, Dongfang Jing smirked derisively, mocking traditional Chinese medicine. Such practices lack scientific basis. Nowadays, we rely on scientific instruments and precise diagnostics. Only Western medicine can swiftly resolve the issue. Do you understand? Meanwhile, several family members of the elderly man anxiously scrutinized Hu Fei with skepticism, murmuring among themselves. A young man whispered, "This person doesn't look like a doctor. Can he handle it?" A middle-aged woman beside him chimed in, "Young man, do not delay my father's treatment." Nearby, four bystanders shook their heads in agreement. One hat-clad onlooker remarked, "Let's allow someone more professional to take the lead." Another passerby in a shirt nodded, adding, "Indeed, this self-proclaimed Chinese medicine practitioner seems unreliable." Upon hearing the conversations around him, Hu Fei felt helpless. He sighed deeply and quietly stepped aside. Nevertheless, he knew in his heart that the elderly man was suffering from a myocardial infarction, and without proper diagnosis and treatment, the consequences could be dire. Observing this, Dongfang Jing reveled in his superiority, giving Hu Fei a thumbs up before confidently retrieving various instruments from his medical kit. He first placed a stethoscope against the old man's chest, listening intently to his heartbeat, then used a sphygmomanometer to measure blood pressure, his gaze fixed on the readings. Following that, he lifted the old man's eyelids to assess pupil response, occasionally pressing on the man's abdomen to conduct a series of professional examinations. After completing his checks, Dongfang Jing stood up and announced loudly, "Based on my examination and analysis, this patient is diagnosed with heart disease." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Heart disease? Surely, you must be mistaken." Dongfang Jing nodded, patting his chest, and retorted, "Nonsense. How could I be wrong? Do not chatter on, lest you disturb my focus." Hu Fei furrowed his brows, realizing that Dongfang Jing had misdiagnosed the situation, yet he refrained from engaging in further argument, merely waiting to see how the latter would embarrass himself. Observing Hu Fei's silence, Dongfang Jing felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. He promptly retrieved a syringe and medication, deftly administering several doses to the elderly man in an attempt to cure his ailment. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the old man suddenly emitted a painful groan, his expression contorting further as his body began to convulse violently, the situation becoming exceedingly dire. How could this happen? How could this happen? Dongfang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he frantically rummaged through the medical kit, muttering incessantly, yet utterly powerless to remedy the crisis. Witnessing this scene, the elderly man's family members were instantly thrown into a state of panic. A middle-aged woman, her eyes reddened, pointed an accusatory finger at Dongfang Jing with a quivering voice, exclaiming, "Didn't you claim you could save my father? Is this your treatment? Do you even possess any skill?" As she spoke, she knelt beside the old man, gripping his hand tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The bystanders and customers around them were equally astonished, murmuring among themselves, "Look, this Harvard graduate isn't all that impressive. Indeed, what good is a high degree? Kid, pretending to understand when you clearly do not, you'll always be useless. Step aside." In an instant, the crowd's trust in Dongfang Jing crumbled. Amidst the chaos, Hu Fei calmly stepped forward, having already formed a judgment in his mind. He kicked Dongfang Jing aside, rebuking him loudly, "You have no understanding of medicine. What nonsense are you creating here? The old man is suffering from a myocardial infarction, and you failed to diagnose it, yet you dared to misuse medication, nearly resulting in his demise. This is outrageous." Dongfang Jing, having been knocked to the ground, clumsily rose, his face a mix of pale and flushed, defiantly retorting, "Even if you were to take over, what difference would it make? You might not fare any better than I. On what grounds do you criticize me?" He spoke as he straightened his disheveled hair and clothing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Shuyao and Zhou Huanxue hurriedly arrived at the scene. Lin Shuyao, her brows slightly knitted, strode purposefully to Hu Fei's side and declared loudly, "Everyone, Hu Fei once cured my chronic ailment and saved my life. I believe he can heal this elderly man." Upon hearing this, Chun Yinshu, Yilan, Lu Yi, Huang Yu, and others quickly echoed their agreement. "Indeed, our leader's medical skills are extraordinary. We have all witnessed it. Yes, trust Hu Fei. He will surely succeed." In that moment, the voices of the crowd converged, providing Hu Fei with unwavering support. Among the throng, Fan Xinxian, upon hearing their words, was taken aback, pondering what? Hu Fei can actually practice medicine? How is that possible? Until now, I only knew of his abilities in jewelry management and criminal investigation. I never imagined he possessed such skills. This is truly astonishing. Chapter 81. The Divine Doctor Hu Fei Works Wonders. Overcoming Doubts to Save the Elderly Man. The patient's family members, captivated by the exchange between Lin Shiyao and Chen Yinxiu, were instantly drawn to Lin Shiyao, scrutinizing her closely amidst the crowd. A middle-aged man trembled violently, his eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. His face alight with surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He abruptly slapped his thigh, excitedly exclaiming to the middle-aged woman beside him, "Wife, look over there. Is that not Miss Lin Shiyao, the heiress of the Lin Group?" I distinctly remember how Lin Jinan searched all over the city for a cure to her ailment, causing quite the commotion. The woman followed his gaze, a flicker of joy crossing her face as she exclaimed, "Indeed, it is her." At that time, Lin Jinan spared no expense in seeking renowned doctors, and the incident stirred the entire city. I still recall it vividly. At this moment, the crowd could hardly fathom that the woman, who claimed to have been cured by Hu Fei, was none other than Lin Shiyao herself. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Hu Fei. Meanwhile, several relatives of the elderly man, gazing down at him as he lay on the ground in dire condition, were frantic and restless, resembling ants on a hot skillet. They could only regard Hu Fei as their last hope. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man, his face etched with anxiety and sincerity, hurried to Hu Fei, clasping his hands together in a near plea. "Young man, since you were able to heal Miss Lin, I earnestly implore you to show compassion and save my father." Hu Fei nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He snapped his fingers and proclaimed, "Very well, I shall assist. It is my duty to heal and save lives, and I will attend to the old gentleman right away." With that, he stood tall, walking steadily toward the elderly man. Not far away, Dongfang Jing witnessed this scene and became instantly incensed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He rushed forward, blocking Hu Fei's path, exaggeratedly waving his hands as he bellowed, "Everyone, do not be deceived by him. He is merely a charlatan, lacking any genuine skill." As he shouted, he cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Hu Fei, as if to say, "Look, Hu Fei is just an insignificant figure." Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, the crowd recalled Dongfang Jing's previous failure in treatment, and their ire turned toward him. Indeed, how can he prevent others from attempting to heal when he himself could not? Such arrogance. He nearly cost a life just now and still dares to chatter on, his audacity thicker than the walls. This quack should not disgrace himself further. In an instant, voices of reproach surged like a tide. Dongfang Jing's face shifted between pallor and crimson, his lips quivering as he sought to retort, only to find himself at a loss for words. He retreated like a defeated rooster, his head bowed in silence. Meanwhile, a security captain, accompanied by several staff members, hurriedly arrived on the scene. Hearing the commotion, a concerned bystander stepped forward to recount the events in detail. After listening, the security captain glanced at Hu Fei, then at the elderly man on the ground, and after a moment's hesitation, spoke earnestly, "Sir, are you certain you can heal him? If there is any doubt, we should promptly call for an ambulance. We must not squander the critical window for treatment." Hu Fei did not raise his head, his hand firmly resting on the old man's wrist as he focused intently on taking his pulse. With unwavering confidence, he asserted, "Captain, grant me a few more minutes. I am certain I can stabilize his condition." Observing this, Hu Fei pursed his lips, wholly engrossed in listening to the old man's pulse, as if the entire world had shrunk to just him and the elderly figure before him. The earlier failure of Dongfang Jing to treat the old man had cast a heavy stone upon everyone's hearts, leaving them with no hope but to rely entirely on Hu Fei. The old man's family members were tear-streaked, their eyes brimming with anticipation and hope, fixating on Hu Fei's every movement. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, his brow furrowed with worry, clutched his wife's hand tightly, reassuring her, "Do not fret, my dear. The old man is resilient. Having weathered so many storms, he will surely pull through this time as well." This utterance sparked curiosity among the crowd regarding the old man's identity. Just as Hu Fei prepared to insert the needle, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a small tattoo peeking from the old man's wrist. The design resembled a mysterious military insignia, stirring a whisper of doubt within Hu Fei. Yet, time was of the essence, and the old man's life hung precariously in the balance. He wasted no time, retrieving an old box from his pocket and gently opening it to reveal several silver needles of varying lengths. Skillfully, he selected one, meticulously disinfecting it with alcohol. his gaze unwavering as he pinpointed the acupuncture point before deftly inserting it into the old man's body. As the needle pierced the skin, the old man's previously convulsing form seemed to relax slightly. Noticing this, Hu Fei continued to insert the needle while observing the old man's complexion and breathing. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in his healing task. The onlookers watched with rapt attention. Although most were unversed in medicine, Hu Fei's composed and confident demeanor gradually ignited a flicker of hope within them. However, just as they believed progress was being made, the old man's body abruptly reacted with renewed turmoil. His briefly calmed form began to tremble violently once more, his complexion turning a ghastly pale, lips turning purple, breathing becoming erratic, and strange sounds emanating from his throat. In an instant, this unforeseen shift tightened the hearts of those present, extinguishing the flickering hope. Observing this, Dongfang Jing's face broke into a triumphant smile, suffused with derision and disdain, as he proclaimed loudly, "See, I told you he was a fraud, utterly devoid of medical knowledge. Look at the state he has left the patient in. Let us see how he extricates himself from this." As his words echoed, the old man's family became frantic, their emotions spiraling out of control. Simultaneously, bystanders began to point and murmur about Hu Fei, with comments like, "I said traditional Chinese medicine is unreliable. Look what has transpired. And this fellow is nothing but a quack deliberately wasting time and risking the patient's life. It is truly disgraceful." A cacophony of scornful voices filled the air. In the face of the crowd's skepticism and reproach, Hu Fei remained calm and unperturbed, stating with poise, "Please, everyone, do not panic. This is merely a phase in the patient's recovery process. Improvements will manifest shortly, so I kindly ask you to remain patient." However, at that moment, no one believed Hu Fei's words, thinking he was merely making excuses. Don't spout nonsense here. How can a treatment result in such a state? You are nothing but a fraud. Indeed, pretending to understand when one does not is always a sign of incompetence. Just a moment ago, seeing your spirited demeanor, I thought you were an extraordinary healer. But who would have known it would come to this? Boy, I warn you, if anything happens to the old gentleman, you will have to bear the consequences. Chapter 82. The Eastern Brothers Provoking Trouble. Conflict at the hotel on the brink of eruption. Just as the argument escalated, something utterly unexpected occurred. The old man's trembling ceased miraculously, his complexion began to flush, and his breathing became steadier. Subsequently, he slowly opened his eyes, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he sat up and gradually stood, his face radiant and his spirit invigorated. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded, and a profound silence enveloped the area as they struggled to believe their own eyes. The old man's family was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, rushing to his side, tears of joy streaming down their faces. A middle-aged woman dashed forward, grasping the old man's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Dad, you are all right? This is wonderful." Around them, gasps of astonishment arose, and the onlookers directed admiring glances at Hu Fei. How extraordinary! It turns out this young man truly possesses remarkable skills. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed powerful. We were blind to its greatness. In an instant, the crowd's attitude underwent a significant transformation as they showered praises upon Hu Fei. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jing's expression darkened, akin to having swallowed a fly, as he never anticipated that Hu Fei would actually heal the old man. Grinding his teeth in frustration and fury, yet feeling helpless, he could only turn and leave in disgrace. Before long, the distant sound of an ambulance approached. The head of security quickly directed the staff to clear a path for the ambulance to enter. Hu Fei and the old man's family assisted in lifting him onto the ambulance. At that moment, the old man suddenly broke free from their support, stood firmly, raised his arm, and pointed directly at Hu Fei, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, there is no need for further assistance. This esteemed healer has cured my ailment. He is my savior. Were it not for him, I would not be alive today." Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a stunned silence once more. The medical personnel in the ambulance were equally astonished, approaching to conduct a quick examination, discovering that his vital signs were indeed stable, and his health was in good condition, nothing like a man who had just been on the brink of death. Seeing this, the old man's family expressed their immense gratitude towards Hu Fei, their faces filled with admiration and reverence. A middle-aged man grasped Hu Fei's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "Esteemed healer, your great kindness will be remembered by our family for a lifetime. Should you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us." Upon finishing his words, he turned and swiftly retrieved a stack of receipts from his bag, extracting one, upon which he made a few strokes with a pen before handing it to Hu Fei. Divine Doctor, this is a transfer check of 500,000. It is a small token from our family. Please accept it as a fee for your treatment. The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement, repeatedly urging, yes, please accept it. This is the reward you deserve. Hu Fei smiled gently, waving his hand with a resolute yet soft tone. Brother, sister, I cannot accept this money. It is a doctor's duty to heal and save lives. Seeing the elder's family recover brings me genuine joy, which is far more precious than any monetary compensation. The middle-aged man grasped Hu Fei's hand firmly, shaking it vigorously as he declared, Benefactor, not only are you skilled in your art, but your character is impeccable. Our family will forever remember your kindness. The elder, adjusting his clothing, smiled at Hu Fei and said, Young man, today I owe you a great favor. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Hu Fei shrugged lightly, spreading his arms wide, and replied, Elder, there is no need. Saving lives and alleviating suffering is my greatest aspiration in life. With that, the elder smiled faintly, ceased his speech, waved goodbye to Hu Fei, and then made his way with his family toward the private room on the second floor of the hotel, their figures gradually vanishing around the staircase, leaving the onlookers to speculate about the elder's identity. Once the elder and his family had disappeared from sight, Hu Fei let out a deep sigh of relief. Turning to Chun Inshu, Lu Yi, and the others, his face adorned with a smile as he said, All right, let us not linger here. Let us find a place to eat something. After all this, I am quite hungry. Everyone nodded in agreement and collectively sought out a clean table to sit at. The restaurant's waitress promptly approached, slightly hunched over, presenting Hu Fei with a menu. Hu Fei casually flipped through it, ordering a few home-style dishes. However, Chun Inshu, feeling peckish, insisted on adding several more delectable options. Huang Yu, standing nearby, teased him, saying he was only interested in food. In no time, the atmosphere at the table grew relaxed, as if the earlier tension of healing and conflict had merely been a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongfang Jing stormed out of the hotel, his fury not only unresolved but ignited further. He could hardly contain himself as he hastily called his brother, Dongfang Yi, embellishing the incident with fervor, particularly emphasizing how Hu Fei had kicked him and humiliated him during the treatment. As the general manager of a real estate group, Dongfang Yi was affluent and had connections in both legitimate and illicit circles, and he was particularly fond of his younger brother. Upon hearing the grievances his brother had endured, he erupted in anger, shouting over the phone, How dare they touch my brother? They must have the audacity of a bear. Just wait, I'll make them pay. Upon entering the lobby, Dongfang Jing spotted Hu Fei and the others, feeling as though he had found the perfect outlet for his frustrations. He rushed to Dongfang Yi's side, pointing at Hu Fei's location, exclaiming loudly, Brother, it's that kid in the white shirt. Not only did he kick me, but he also humiliated me in front of everyone. You must seek justice for me. Dongfang Yi wore a grim expression, his eyes piercing like daggers directed at Hu Fei. With a cold snort, he declared, You have quite the audacity, young man, to lay hands on my brother. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave this hotel. Unfazed and composed, Hu Fei crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, It is rather peculiar that you seek an explanation when it is evidently your brother's lack of medical skill that has brought him disgrace. Who else is to blame? Furious and humiliated, Dongfang Yi pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Fei, his voice low and menacing. Very well, if that is your stance, then you shall wait. After this proclamation, Dongfang Yi refrained from immediately confronting Hu Fei. Instead, he summoned the floor manager under the pretext of an impending real estate memorial event, imperiously stating, Manager Zheng, I wish to reserve the entire first floor hall. Immediately remove these irrelevant individuals. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei and Chun Inshu were instantly incensed. Chun Inshu stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, On what grounds? This hotel is not your private property. You cannot simply order us to leave. Lu Yi's face flushed with anger, her eyes practically blazing with fury. What do you mean? Are we not allowed to have our meal? Yilan furrowed her brows, retorting, Humph. If you wish to expel me, you must first inquire whether my esteemed leader consents. Dongfang Yi cast a disdainful glance at Chun Inshu and the others, asserting, Listen well. I will pay double the price to reserve this place. You impoverished wretches should vacate immediately. Hu Fei stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Dongfang Yi's eyes, coolly stating, This is nothing short of unreasonable. We arrived first. Why should we yield? Moreover, your brother's incompetence nearly cost a life. and he shows no remorse. Yet you come here with such demands. This is utterly outrageous. Dongfang Yi's expression darkened, and his bodyguards edged closer, adopting a menacing stance. The atmosphere in the hall became charged with tension, a confrontation imminent. The hotel security, sensing the escalating situation, quickly surrounded the area. However, in the face of Dongfang Yi's wealth and influence, they appeared uncertain, merely standing by with caution. Hu Fei's companions, including Chun Yinshu and Yilan, positioned themselves behind him. Despite knowing the adversaries were ill-intentioned, they chose to stand united with Hu Fei, driven by trust and camaraderie. In an instant, the once lively restaurant fell silent. Other diners pausing in their actions, eyes wide with trepidation, uncertain of what would transpire next. Chapter 83, Beyond the Mountains, Beyond the People. After a brief silence, witnessing Hu Fei's unwavering demeanor, Dongfang Yi could no longer contain his fury. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face pale with rage. With a sudden, forceful gesture, he bellowed, "Seize him! Teach this arrogant boy a harsh lesson. Yes, young Master Dongfang, watch how we deal with him." The lead bodyguard, his face brutish, cracked his neck with a series of audible pops and responded in a deep, menacing voice. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he envisioned Hu Fei sprawled on the ground before them, daring to act unruly in front of the Eastern youth. This lad must be weary of life. "Brothers, charge!" Another, slightly leaner bodyguard, with a sinister gaze, eagerly echoed, "Let this brat taste our prowess." Humph. A brawny bodyguard, as formidable as a mountain, swung his robust arm vigorously, bellowing loudly. With that, several bodyguards cracked their knuckles, their eyes gleaming with malice, and like ravenous wolves. They rapidly pounced towards Hu Fei and his companions. Each of these bodyguards was stoutly built, muscles bulging, their faces bearing fierce expressions, clearly trained thugs. The corners of Hu Fei's mouth curled into a disdainful smirk. He remained unperturbed, merely loosening his wrist before facing the leading bodyguard. In an instant, he moved like lightning, evading the heavy punches of several bodyguards with remarkable agility. Simultaneously, his elbow struck like a sharp dagger, crashing into the abdomen of one bodyguard. The man let out a muffled groan, flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the ground, rolling in agony. Unable to rise for quite some time. With just these two moves, do they dare to confront me? Hu Fei sneered coldly, nonchalantly placing his hand on his nose and scoffing at the fallen bodyguard. The other bodyguards, witnessing this, did not retreat. Instead, they charged at Hu Fei with even more fervor. However, before Hu Fei, their attempts were as feeble as children's play. He weaved effortlessly through the throng, each strike precise and lethal, targeting the vulnerabilities of the bodyguards. In the blink of an eye, those once mighty bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, emitting pained groans, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. How was this possible? Eastern Mirror murmured in disbelief, gazing at the fallen bodyguards. Upon witnessing his guards so easily defeated by Hu Fei, Eastern Yi was engulfed in fury, his eyes nearly ablaze, grinding his teeth as he threatened, "You have guts, kid." In 2 or 3 minutes, the chief of the Lulan City Public Security Bureau will arrive to attend the Property Foundation celebration I am hosting. If you know what is good for you, you better kneel and beg for mercy, compensating me for my economic losses and medical expenses, or else bear the consequences. Hu Fei, undaunted, shrugged his shoulders, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he replied nonchalantly, "Even if the King of Heaven arrives today, I shall not yield. Soon, I shall see what you can do to me." Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted at the hotel entrance. A tall, middle-aged man clad in a police uniform strode into the hotel lobby with purpose. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, emanating an imposing aura, accompanied by several serious-looking officers, exuding an air of authority. This man was none other than Niu Jinwu, the chief of the Lulan City Public Security Bureau. Upon spotting Niu Jinwu, Eastern Yi rushed towards him as if seeing a savior, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, embellishing his words as he exclaimed, "Director Niu, you finally arrived. It is this individual who not only injured my bodyguard, but is also causing chaos here, completely disregarding the law. You must advocate for me." As he spoke, he gestured towards the fallen bodyguards. "Director Niu, you must provide our Eastern family with an explanation. This rascal is far too arrogant." Dongfang Jing hurriedly stepped forward and added. Upon hearing Brother Dongfang Yi's words, Niu Jinwu's expression darkened. He turned to glance at Hu Fei, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes, and proclaimed loudly, "Humph, daring to be so brazen on my territory? Do you have no regard for the law? Kulme. Seize him. Several officers bowed slightly, their hands respectfully placed on their abdomens, and in unison, they replied, "Yes, Director, we shall obey your command." As they spoke, the officers retrieved handcuffs and slowly approached Hu Fei. At this critical juncture, Fan Xianxian stepped forward, fearlessly positioning herself in front of Hu Fei, and admonished, "Halt! Who dares to act rashly? I shall not let you go unpunished." Instantly, her admonition reverberated like thunder, startling everyone present. Hearing Fan Xuanquan's words, Niu Jinwu paused his actions and turned to face her, his gaze filled with bewilderment. He scrutinized her from head to toe, inwardly pondering, "Who is this seemingly delicate woman, daring to obstruct me in the execution of my duties?" Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Who are you to impede law enforcement? You possess quite the audacity." Fan Xianxian slightly lifted her chin, a trace of pride gracing her features as she declared, "I am the daughter of the chief of the Kangmang Province Patrol. Should you dare to lay a finger on Hu Fei, I shall ensure you suffer the consequences." "What? You are Fan Xianxian, the daughter of the chief of the Kangmang Province Patrol?" Niu Jinwu's expression stiffened instantly, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. "Indeed, you would not dare to act recklessly." Fan Xianxian stood tall, meeting Niu Jinwu's gaze unwaveringly, and replied solemnly. Niu Jinwu, half convinced, fixed his eyes on her and questioned, "You claim to be Fan Xianxian. Do you have any proof?" Fan Xianxian furrowed her delicate brows and promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket. She opened her album, found a photo of herself with her father, and extended it towards Niu Jinwu. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Chief Fan in the photograph, Niu Jinwu was taken aback, a jolt of realization coursing through him as he exclaimed, "Ah, so you truly are the daughter of Chief Fan, Fan Xianxian." With that, his expression transformed into a complex mix of emotions, his mind racing with images of the chief's authoritative visage and formidable influence. At that moment, he understood the chief's esteemed position within the police force and the vast network he commanded. He could not afford to offend him. If he were to alienate the chief's daughter over such a trivial matter, it would spell the end of his career. With this thought, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his previously resolute gaze now flickered uncertainly as he stammered, What should we do now?" The brothers Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Jing were immediately taken aback upon learning about Fan Xuanquan's identity. They had never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous woman, who had always stood beside Hu Fei, possessed such a formidable background. In an instant, Dongfang Yi's expression darkened, his teeth clenched tightly, filled with resentment and fury. Yet he dared not unleash his wrath in that moment. It was evident that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. "Brother, we are in deep trouble now," Dongfang Jing murmured quietly, his face etched with disappointment and frustration. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly silent, as he was acutely aware that if today's affair were not handled adeptly, he would face considerable repercussions. Meanwhile, the Dongfang brothers appeared as dejected as wilted eggplants, standing disheartened, their hearts heavy with regret and remorse. They could hardly fathom how what seemed to be a straightforward act of revenge had devolved into such a predicament. Nonetheless, although Niu Jinwu had recoiled, the tension in the hall remained as taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the scene, uncertain of what would transpire next. Hu Fei remained rooted in place, his demeanor calm, a glint of disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes, as if deriding Dongfang Yi and the others for their overestimation of their own capabilities. He then turned to Niu Jinwu, his expression stern and resolute, stating, "Niu Jinwu, the Dongfang brothers are here to provoke trouble, severely disrupting the peace of this establishment. As the person in charge of this area, it is your duty to expel them forthwith, restoring a tranquil dining environment for us. Indeed, we intended to enjoy our meal without being harassed by these bothersome flies." Chen Yinshu interjected, casting a disdainful glance at the Dongfang brothers. Lu Yi crossed her arms and declared loudly, "That's right, get rid of them swiftly. They're quite the eyesore." Lin Shuyao frowned slightly, coldly remarking, "We gathered here to dine, not to encounter such troublesome matters. Director Niu, it is up to you to resolve this." Fan Xianxian echoed, "Exactly, this swarm of flies is severely dampening my appetite. They must vanish from my sight at once, or I shall be quite displeased, and the consequences will be dire." As the dialogue unfolded among the group, the flames of Dongfang Yi's indignation blazed even hotter, and he snarled, "Humph, Don't think you're impressive just because you have the daughter of the precinct chief backing you. My cousin will be arriving shortly. He is a border defense commander in Huaxia, renowned as the god of war in the Northern Territories. When he arrives, you shall see. Oh, spare us your bluster. The so-called god of war in the Northern Territories sounds like just an ordinary officer to me. Chenin Shu scoffed derisively beside Hu Fei. With that, he hastily dialed a number, urgently stating, "Cousin, hurry. I am being bullied at the Summer Mint Hotel. You must stand up for me." "All right, cousin. Hold on for a moment. I shall be there shortly." Upon finishing, Dongfang Yi, in a fit of arrogance, raised his middle finger at Hu Fei and the others. However, Hu Fei and the others merely regarded Dongfang Yi as a jester, unperturbed by his antics. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the hotel. Among the crowd, a passerby could not help but exclaim, "Wow, just look at this commotion. The arrivals must be extraordinary." No sooner had the words left his lips than a towering figure strode into the hotel. This man was none other than the formidable cousin of Dongfang Yi, the border defense commander, Xiao Pejun. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Pejun's gaze swept over the crowd like a flash of lightning, ultimately landing on Hu Fei. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "So it is you, brat, who dares to bully my cousin. Today, you shall learn that those who offend Xiao Pejun meet with dire consequences." Before Hu Fei could respond, Lu Yi stepped forward, her voice ringing out defiantly. "What? Just because your cousin has a loose tongue, we must bear the brunt of it? He instigated this, so he has no one to blame but himself." Xiao Pejun's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Lu Yi. "Who is this little girl to speak here?" he retorted. At his words, Lu Yi was taken aback, retreating a few steps to hide behind Hu Fei, too intimidated to speak. Undeterred, Hu Fei met Xiao Pejun's gaze with unwavering confidence, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "Xiao, no matter who you are, I fear you not. If you have the courage, come at me. Very well. Then I shall make you my first target." Xiao Pejun, incensed by Hu Fei's defiance, roared like an enraged lion and lunged at him with ferocious speed. His fist soared through the air like a cannonball, a fierce wind swirling in its wake, imbued with tremendous force aimed directly at Hu Fei's face. Onlookers gasped in unison, some whispering, "Goodness, if that punch lands, he might be shattered to pieces." In that instant, astonishment washed over the crowd. Yet, Hu Fei remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm and confidence. Just as Xiao Pejun's fist was about to connect, Hu Fei deftly sidestepped, artfully evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, his hand sliced toward Xiao Pejun's wrist like a keen blade. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Pejun's wrist, causing his fist to veer off course involuntarily. Steadying himself, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You have some skill, but this is where it ends." Xiao Pejun, infuriated and humiliated, escalated his assault, determined to overpower Hu Fei swiftly. However, Hu Fei moved like a nimble dancer, weaving effortlessly through Xiao Pejun's onslaught. His movements were light and fluid, each strike perfectly timed to deflect Xiao Pejun's attacks while delivering powerful counterblows. Gasps of admiration erupted from the spectators. A young man shouted, "This is incredible. It seems both of them are martial arts masters." An elderly woman chimed in, "This young man, though seemingly inexperienced, possesses astonishing agility." Meanwhile, Dongfang Yi, perceiving the unfavorable turn of events, anxiously called out to Xiao Pejun, "Cousin, quickly deal with him. Why are you still being suppressed by him?" At this moment, Xiao Pejun was breathless, yet he still spoke fiercely. "Silence. I know my own limits." Chapter 85. When soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers. When water flows, it shall be met with earth. With that, he raised an eyebrow and advanced, unleashing a fierce assault with his signature move against Hu Fei. Observing this, Hu Fei moved lightly on his feet, as swift as lightning, skillfully neutralizing Xiao Pejun's relentless attacks. As the battle wore on, Xiao Pejun gradually felt his strength waning, his blows losing their vigor, and his breathing becoming increasingly labored. In stark contrast, Hu Fei maintained his composure, his movements agile, as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Finally, in one last intense clash, Hu Fei seized upon a flaw in Xiao Pejun's defense, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. With a cry of anguish, Xiao Pejun was sent sprawling like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Grimacing in pain, he struggled to rise, but the agony in his chest rendered him utterly immobile. Hu Fei let out a cold snort, looking down from his elevated position at Xiao Pejun, and disdainfully remarked, "Is this the so-called dragon young master of the border?" Fuming with humiliation, Xiao Pejun's temples throbbed, and he growled menacingly. You arrogant brat, just wait. Once I summon the Dragon King, you'll see what happens. Unfazed, Hu Fei casually placed his hand over his nose and replied nonchalantly, even if the Dragon King comes, I shall stand my ground. Who's afraid of whom? Upon hearing this, Xiao Pejun's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, nearly bursting with rage. Yu. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Among the crowd, whispers began to circulate. Who is this Hu Fei? He actually defeated the Border's dragon commander, Xiao Pejun. Indeed, it's simply unbelievable. We must remember that Xiao Pejun is no ordinary individual. At that moment, none could fathom that the formidable Border dragon commander had been so easily vanquished by Hu Fei. A moment later, consumed by anger and disbelief, Xiao Pejun, never expecting to find himself so humiliated before mere nobody, struggled to his feet. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, shouting, "This is Xiao Pejun. I've encountered trouble at the Summer Mint Hotel. My opponent is exceptionally strong, and I can't handle him. Bring the Dragon King immediately. I want him to know the consequences of crossing me." On the other end, a hoarse and deep voice responded, "Understood, Dragon Commander. Your subordinate will comply." With that, Xiao Pejun ended the call and glared menacingly at Hu Fei, cursing, "Just wait until my master arrives. You'll regret this." Shortly after Xiao Pejun hung up, a flurry of hurried footsteps and loud shouts echoed from outside the hotel. Moments later, a troop of armed soldiers burst into the hotel lobby, their movements synchronized, exuding a commanding presence. The figure leading them was none other than Chu Lei-Ting, the Border Dragon King, and also Xiao Pejun's master and adoptive father. The bond they shared, forged on the battlefield, was as profound as that of father and son. As Chu Lei-Ting entered the hall, his gaze swiftly swept across the room, ultimately resting upon Xiao Pejun. Observing Zhao's disheveled state, he strode over with concern, inquiring, "Pejun, how are you? Who has done this to you?" Gritting his teeth, Xiao pointed at Hu Fei, exclaiming with indignation, "Master, it's this brat. He is unbearably arrogant, completely disregarding us. You must stand up for me and teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Chu Lei-Ting followed Zhao's, scrutinizing Hu Fei from head to toe. At that moment, he could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such formidable strength, having bested his beloved disciple. After a thorough examination, he snorted coldly and declared, "You, young man, have quite the audacity to injure my student. Today, I shall ascertain your true capabilities." With that, he stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming presence, akin to a towering mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Hu Fei, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Chu Lei-Ting, felt a tightening in his chest. He recognized that this man was anything but ordinary. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. However, having weathered many storms, Hu's heart remained unperturbed as he replied impassively, "Humph. Feel free to display your abilities. I am eager to see just how capable this so-called Border Dragon King truly is." Chu Lei-Ting, incensed by Hu Fei's defiance, bellowed, "Very well. Since you are so reckless, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he forcefully waved his hand, prompting the soldiers behind him to raise their rifles and encircle Hu Fei and his companions, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at the group. At a mere command from Chu Lei-Ting, they would not hesitate to open fire. Witnessing this, Chen Inshu nervously swallowed and whispered to Hu Fei, "Boss, there are too many of them, and everyone is armed. What shall we do?" Hu Fei remained as calm as still water, his heart undisturbed. He placed a reassuring hand on Chen Inshu's shoulder and softly replied, "Do not panic. I have my methods." In an instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Hu Fei and his companions, their hearts brimming with anxiety and dread. They all understood that a life-and-death struggle was on the verge of erupting, and Hu Fei and his companions were facing a grave crisis. Meanwhile, Lu Yilan, Lin Shiyao, and the others wore expressions of deep concern, their bodies trembling slightly, their hearts filled with trepidation. Although they had faith in Hu Fei's strength, the presence of such a powerful enemy filled them with fear. As a result, they began to subtly inch closer to Hu Fei, seeking a semblance of security. Beside them, Fan Xianxian exhibited worry on her face, acutely aware of Hu Fei's perilous situation, which could cost him his life at any moment. Earlier, she had contemplated stepping forward to assist Hu Fei, but she also understood that her strength was negligible against such formidable soldiers. Thus, she could not help but softly utter, "Hu Fei, you must be careful. No matter, let the soldiers meet their foes and the waters cover the earth. Let everything unfold naturally. Hu Fei stood still, his expression serene, his eyes surveying the surrounding soldiers as his mind swiftly devised countermeasures. He understood that at this juncture, he must remain composed. Otherwise, their camp would descend into greater peril. With this thought, he took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his state of mind in preparation for the impending battle. In that moment of utmost tension, hurried footsteps echoed from the hotel staircase. Everyone turned their heads to see an elderly man, flanked by several bodyguards, descending the stairs with haste. This elder was none other than the mysterious old man who Fei had previously rescued. His identity was far from simple, for he was none other than the military district chief, Lu Lingxiao, a figure of immense stature and prestige within the military hierarchy of Huaxia. However, at that moment, Hu Fei was unaware of the elder's true identity, merely assuming he was a high-ranking military official. Lu Lingxiao's countenance was grim, exuding an air of anger and discontent as his gaze swept across the scene, ultimately landing on Chu Leitang, whom he admonished. Chu Leitang, how dare you act so recklessly here? Put down your weapon at once. Instantly, his commanding voice resonated like thunder, startling everyone present. Upon hearing Lu Lingxiao's words, Chu Leitang trembled visibly. Shock and fear etched on his face as he stammered. Ah, you are the chief of the Huaxia military district? As soon as the words left his lips, he stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a profound sense of dread and reverence enveloped him. He had never anticipated Lu Lingxiao's presence here. At this moment, he realized that Lu Lingxiao's ranks surpassed his own and that his authority was far greater. He could not afford to offend him. If he were to incur Lu Lingxiao's wrath over such a trivial matter, his future would be irrevocably ruined. With this in mind, Chu Leitang's complexion darkened, his hands clenched tightly, and he involuntarily gasped in trepidation, helplessly raising his hand and calling out to the soldiers, "Lower your weapons." The soldiers slightly bent forward, their faces reflecting respect as they spoke in unison. "Yes, your majesty the Dragon King." Meanwhile, upon learning Lu Lingxiao's true identity, Hu Fei, Chen Yinshu, Lu Yi, Lin Shiyao, and Yilan could not suppress their astonishment. None of them had imagined that the elderly man Hu Fei had once aided would turn out to be the chief of the Huaxia military district. At the same time, witnessing Chu Leitang relinquish his weapon, Lu Lingxiao's face broke into a satisfied smile as he strode towards Hu Fei, gratitude evident in his demeanor. "Young man, I owe you my life today. Your great kindness shall not be forgotten by me, Lu Lingxiao," he declared, firmly grasping Hu Fei's hand, his expression imbued with sincerity and respect. Hu Fei smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. "Chief, there is no need for such courtesy. It is the duty of a healer to save lives. Anyone would have acted thus." Lu Lingxiao regarded Hu Fei with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Young man, your medical skills are not only remarkable, but your character is also commendable. You truly are a rare talent." Hu Fei shrugged, spreading his arms, and replied nonchalantly, "Chief, you flatter me. There is no need for modesty, young man. Once I resolve this matter, I shall continue our conversation," Lu Lingxiao said with a faint smile, raising his right hand towards Hu Fei before turning to face Chu Leitang. His expression darkened as he spoke sternly. "Chu Leitang, as the Border Dragon King, it is your duty to protect the homeland and maintain peace. Yet today, without understanding the situation, you sought to harm my savior. Do you not regard me, your military district commander? Is there no law left?" Upon hearing Lu Lingxiao's rebuke, Chu Leitang's countenance fell, and he instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Lingxiao's gaze. He mumbled, "Chief, I was wrong. I should not have acted on hearsay and attacked Mr. Hu Fei. I am willing to accept any punishment." Lu Lingxiao snorted coldly, stating, "It is good that you recognize your mistake. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Jing truly are as Mr. Hu Fei described, lacking in medical prowess, provoking trouble, and bullying others, I will not let them off lightly." Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Jing turned pale at Lu Lingxiao's words, their legs trembling. They had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. It was clear now that they had not only offended Hu Fei, but also the military district commander, Lu Lingxiao, which spelled great trouble for them. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yi stammered, "This is a disaster, brother. We're in big trouble now." Dongfang Jing lamented, "Brother, it is my fault for insisting on showing off. Now I have implicated you as well." The atmosphere shifted dramatically, transforming from one of aggression to one of dejection. The once formidable Chu Leitang, Xiao Bojan, and others now resembled wilted flowers, standing silently with their heads down. At that moment, Hu Fei stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Jing, pointing at their foreheads as he intoned gravely, "You two have caused quite a commotion today. Now, leave this place immediately, and do not let me see you again." Exchanging a look of shame, Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Jing dared not utter another word, bowing their heads as they hastily exited. Hu Fei then turned his attention to Xiao Bojan and Chu Leitang, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "You two are no exception. Consider today's events a minor lesson. Do not overstep your bounds in the future, or you shall bear the consequences." Xiao Bojan clenched his teeth, his face a mask of resentment, yet he dared not voice his displeasure, casting a fierce glare at Hu Fei before turning to leave. Chu Leitang slightly cupped his fists and quietly murmured, "Mr. Hu, I apologize for our rashness. Today's events will be etched in my memory." With that, he followed behind Xiao Bojan and exited the scene. As the crowd began to disperse, Niu Jinwu intended to follow suit, but was promptly halted by Fan Xianxian. "Director Niu, please stay for a moment." Niu paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Fan Xianxian. "Officer Fan, is there something else?" With a serious demeanor, Fan Xianxian replied, "Director Niu, there are still numerous onlookers outside the hotel, and the situation is somewhat chaotic. Please ensure that your team maintains order at the entrance to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Upon hearing this, a look of resignation appeared on Yo's face. Though reluctant, he felt it inappropriate to decline, and with a wry smile, he conceded, "Very well, Officer Fan. Since you've requested it, I shall remain." At that moment, Chen Yinshu, Lu Yi, Lin Shuyao, Yilan, and others gathered around Hu Fei, all expressing their admiration with thumbs up and beaming faces. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxiao observed Hu Fei and found his admiration for him growing. He mused to himself, "This young man possesses remarkable strength and humility, understanding the value of gratitude. He is truly a rare talent. If we could enlist him in the military district, he would undoubtedly bolster our strength." With this thought, he smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on Hu Fei. "Young man, I see you possess exceptional skills and a righteous heart. Would you be interested in joining our military district to serve the nation and its people?" Upon hearing Lu Lingxiao's invitation, Hu Fei felt a stir of emotion. He had always wished to contribute to his country and its citizens, and joining the military was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. However, he was reminded of his ongoing commitments, such as continuing his jewelry business and assisting Fan Xianxian in solving more cases. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately shook his head, politely declining, "Chief, I appreciate your invitation. I genuinely wish to join the military district to serve our nation and its people, but I currently have some matters to attend to and cannot accept your offer at this time." Grateful, Hu Fei looked at Lu Lingxiao and expressed, "Thank you for your understanding and support. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly join the military district and contribute my strength to our country." Shortly thereafter, the atmosphere in the lobby of the Summer Mint Hotel had transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy. The earlier tension and conflict seemed to have dissipated, and everyone was rejoicing in Hu Fei's victory. Chapter 87. The confrontation of good and evil, schemes afoot. Before long, within the Summer Mint Hotel, an extravagant banquet was in full swing. The dazzling crystal chandeliers cast brilliant light, illuminating the faces of every guest. Lu Yi sat beside Hu Fei, gently sipping her juice, yet a persistent melancholy shrouded her features, her eyes glimmering with anxiety. Unconsciously, her slender fingers fidgeted with the cutlery as she softly spoke. "Hu Fei, I recently resigned from my job and have been troubled about finding a new one. Could you assist me in securing a position?" Hearing this, Hu Fei set down a triangular silver cup, gazing earnestly at Lu Yi. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "How about this? Why not work in my anti-evil jewelry store? I can arrange for you to be the purchasing manager. What do you think?" Lu Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, her surprise evident in her expression as she excitedly exclaimed, "All right, I am willing." Upon uttering these words, Hu Fei and the assembled guests raised their glasses in a convivial toast, laughter echoing around them. After the feast, Fan Xianxian, her demeanor suddenly serious, gently tapped the table a few times, producing a series of soft sounds. She then addressed Hu Fei. "Are you aware that the police have recently obtained a crucial lead on Wang Ergu through real-time surveillance?" Hu Fei paused, a look of puzzlement crossing his face as he queried, "Oh, what lead? Please tell me." Fan Xianxian raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glint of insight as she continued. According to the intelligence, in 3 days, a tomb raiding gang led by the pangolin will convene at an abandoned castle for a transaction involving burial artifacts with Wang Ergu and other agents. This undoubtedly presents an excellent opportunity to strike against the tomb raiders. After conveying this information, she furrowed her brow, her voice imbued with indignation towards the acts of tomb raiding. She added, "These grave robbers, driven by selfish interests, recklessly destroy national relics and tarnish our cultural heritage. They must face the full weight of the law. The police will launch a surprise assault at that time, and I hope you can assist in their efforts to prevent any criminals from escaping capture." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei stood tall, his eyes alight with a righteous fire as he declared resolutely, "Absolutely no problem. Officer Fan, combating tomb raiders and protecting cultural relics is my undeniable duty. These grave robbers are utterly despicable. Their actions are an affront to history and culture. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to assist the police and ensure that not a single tomb raider escapes justice." In a surge of anger, Hu Fei's eyes ignited with fury, his hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth, stating, "Humph, should I encounter Long Batian next time, I will certainly capture him and hand him over to the police without delay. Such villains must not be allowed to roam free." Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongfang Jing and his companions, having suffered humiliation at the banquet, left the Summer Mint Hotel in a dejected manner. However, their hearts brimmed with resentment and fury, akin to a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. They found themselves hidden in a dark corner, plotting their next move. Dongfangyi, his face contorted with rage and veins bulging on his forehead, slammed his fist onto the table, causing it to shudder with a dull thud. He furiously proclaimed, "That Hu Fei is utterly detestable. To humiliate us before so many people is unforgivable. We must seek revenge at the first opportunity, so he knows our might." Dongfang Jing mirrored his brother's fierce countenance, a blazing fire of anger burning within him as he concurred, "Indeed, brother, we have suffered a significant loss this time and cannot let it go unpunished. We must devise a comprehensive plan to teach him a proper lesson." As he spoke, he waved his fist, a twisted expression gracing his face, his eyes glinting with malice as he envisioned Hu Fei suffering miserably at their hands. Beside him, Xiao Pejun furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before stating solemnly, however, that Hu Fei possesses extraordinary skills and is supported by numerous allies. We must not act recklessly. It is imperative that we deliberate carefully and await an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, the three engaged in hushed discussions in the dimly lit corner, devising what they believed to be an impeccable plan for revenge. They occasionally whispered to one another, their gestures animated, as an ominous atmosphere seemed to herald an impending tempest. Chapter 88, Mastery in Medicine, a Graceful Revival. Half an hour later, Hu Fei and Lu Yi emerged from the Summer Mint Hotel, walking side by side. At the entrance, the blazing sunlight poured unfiltered onto the polished marble floor, casting blinding reflections that made it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, akin to a slumbering beast of the night, quietly awaited nearby. Its sleek lines exuded a subtle yet undeniable aura of opulence, drawing the attention of passers-by. Previously, parking at jewelry stores or other locations proved exceedingly inconvenient, and it always left him anxious about being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. With the villa, not only would he resolve the parking dilemma, but he could also create a comfortable and pleasant living environment for both of them. At that moment, Chenin Su, Huang Yu Yilan, Zhouhan Shui, Lin Shi Yao, and Fan Xianxian, among others, approached their respective vehicles, the sounds of engines revving echoing as they departed in succession. Observing this, Hu Fei approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom, elegantly opening the door and allowing Lu Yi to enter first before swiftly taking his place in the driver's seat. Just as he prepared to start the engine, his peripheral vision caught sight of the chief of police, Niujin Wu, patrolling at the hotel entrance. Niujin Wu, initially engrossed in his rounds, inadvertently raised his gaze and was met with the sight of the luxurious vehicle beside Hu Fei. His eyes widening in astonishment as he halted abruptly, the walkie-talkie in his hand slipping slightly. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young Hu Fei, possessing such a magnificent car, exhibited remarkable medical skills and maintained close ties with influential figures like Lin Shi Yao and Lu Ling Xiao. Undoubtedly had a background shrouded in mystery. The prospect of befriending Hu Fei could greatly benefit his career advancement and the smooth execution of his duties. With this thought in mind, He felt a surge of determination and swiftly approached Hu Fei's vehicle, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Bowing slightly, he spoke with an air of apology. "Mr. Hu, I sincerely regret any offense I may have caused in the past. I hope you can forgive my indiscretions." Hu Fei's lips curled into a gentle smile as he graciously waved his hand. "Director Niu, let's not dwell on past matters. They are behind us now." Niu Jingwu collected himself and tentatively inquired, "Mr. Hu, I have heard of your exceptional medical prowess and your talent for healing the ailing." Hu Fei nodded modestly, responding, "Yes, I possess a modest understanding of it." Upon hearing this, Niu Jingwu's tone grew urgent. "To be candid, my wife is afflicted with a severe illness, and despite seeking treatment from many renowned doctors, all have been left helpless. I earnestly hope you can extend your assistance. Should you succeed in healing her, I, Niu Jingwu, will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Even if you ultimately cannot cure her, I shall still present you with a generous gift as a token of my gratitude." Hu Fei cast a glance at Niu Jingwu's anxious countenance, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." With that, at Hu Fei's invitation, Niu Jingwu entered the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Observing this, Hu Fei offered a faint smile, ignited the engine, and smoothly drove along a broad, well-lit road. As they journeyed, golden sunlight filtered through the car windows, gently illuminating the occupants. Lu Yi, seated in the back, curiously gazed out at the streets, her eyes brimming with wonder and excitement. Before long, the trio arrived at Niu Jingwu's residence. Although the house was spacious and bright, adorned with a warm and comfortable decor, a subtle sense of oppression lingered in the atmosphere. Niu Jingwu's wife, Lin Wanqing, reclined against the headboard, her complexion as pale as parchment, her gaze weak and bewildered. Beside her stood an elderly gentleman named Su Banxian, clad in a tattered robe, his chin adorned with a tuft of goat-like beard. He wore an expression of perplexity as he intently observed the entrance. Upon seeing Niu Jingwu enter with Hu Fei and Lu Yi, Lin Wanqing softly inquired, "Jingwu, who are these two?" Su Banxian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hu Fei, and asked in a peculiar tone, "Director Niu, who is this young man?" He then turned to the others in the room, deliberately raising his voice. "Everyone, listen well. Mr. Hu is no ordinary individual. He possesses profound knowledge in the medical arts. So do not underestimate him." The crowd reacted with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Su Banxian scoffed disdainfully, "Director Niu, do not be deceived by this young lad. I have traversed the realm of medicine for decades and have yet to encounter a mere youth with such abilities. Healing is no trivial matter. Should something go awry, who shall take responsibility?" Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, meeting Su Banxian's gaze, and replied with measured poise, "Sir, the proficiency in medicine is not dictated by age. Should any complications arise during my treatment, I shall bear full responsibility." Niu Jingwu promptly nodded, his tone resolute. "I have faith in Mr. Hu's capabilities. He has cured even the most stubborn ailments of high-ranking officials. My wife's condition is trivial in comparison." Su Banxian attempted to counter, but Niu Jingwu raised his hand to halt him. "Enough, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion." Hearing this, Su Banxian conceded, recognizing the futility of further argument, and respectfully stepped aside. Observing the situation, Hu Fei dismissed the surrounding doubts and approached Lin Wanqing's bedside. He gently crouched down and delicately grasped her wrist, commencing his pulse examination. In that moment, the room fell silent, with only the ticking of the clock audible. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently upon Hu Fei. After a brief interval, Hu Fei had formed a judgment. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Subsequently, he opened his medicine box, retrieved several herbs and silver needles, and with practiced skill and confidence, deftly inserted the needles into various acupoints. As his treatment progressed, Lin Wanqing's pallid complexion gradually took on a hint of color, and her breathing stabilized significantly. The furrowed brows began to relax, and she slightly opened her eyes, which were filled with gratitude and joy. Witnessing this scene, Su Banxian's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Remarkable. Dr. Hu truly lives up to his reputation. The relatives of Niu Jingwu also expressed their astonishment in unison. Chapter 89. The Eerie Rockery and Feng Shui Resolution. Subsequently, Niu Jingwu, with reddened eyes, grasped Hu Fei's hand tightly and joyfully proclaimed, "Mr. Hu, your immense kindness is something I, Niu Jingwu, will never forget. From now on, should you require anything, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation." With that, He retrieved a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, amounting to an impressive 50 to 60,000 yuan, and eagerly presented it to Hu Fei. Hu Fei feigned reluctance, but ultimately accepted the stack of cash, stating, Director Niu, a physician's heart is akin to that of a parent. This is my duty, and you need not be so formal. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Jinwu's wife's cousin, Gao Baifeng, hurriedly approached, her expression a blend of urgency and anticipation. Dr. Hu, I have been experiencing dizziness and a series of misfortunes lately, and even the specialists at the hospital cannot ascertain the cause. Could you assist me? Upon finishing her plea, she frowned deeply, her hands instinctively twisting together. Hu Fei smirked slightly, observing Gao Baifeng's countenance carefully before replying, Of course, but as this is our first meeting, may I inquire your name? With her head held high, she brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear and gently replied, Dr. Hu, my name is Gao Baifeng, a cousin of Wanqing, Jinwu's wife. You may call me Baifeng or A Feng. Very well, Miss Baifeng, I understand, Hu Fei acknowledged with a smile, snapping his fingers to signal the commencement of a thorough pulse diagnosis. His demeanor shifted to one of intense concentration as he slightly furrowed his brow, delving into contemplation, his fingers delicately resting on her pulse to discern its fluctuations. The room fell silent once more, with everyone holding their breath, anxiously fixated on Hu Fei. After a moment, he lifted his gaze confidently and remarked, Based on the pulse, your heart pulse appears normal. However, the area between your brows seems dark. I suspect your ailment may be related to feng shui. Thus, I must examine your home's layout to identify the underlying cause. Gao Baifeng hesitated briefly, yet ultimately reason prevailed over her apprehension, and she nodded in agreement. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Hu. The onlookers, upon hearing that Hu Fei also possessed knowledge of feng shui, cast admiring glances in his direction, whispering about his extraordinary capabilities. I never expected that Dr. Hu, besides his exceptional medical skills, is also well-versed in feng shui. Truly impressive. In the entirety of Luolan City, talents like Dr. Hu are exceedingly rare. Today, we are fortunate that Jinwu invited him. Otherwise, Wanqing's illness might still remain untreated. Before long, Hu Fei, accompanied by Lu Yi, followed Gao Baifeng to her residence. Upon stepping through the doorway, Hu Fei astutely sensed an unusual aura, instinctively furrowing his brow. At that moment, in the living room of Gao Baifeng's home, Gao Xiaofeng was engaged in casual conversation with her friends Li Ting and Zhang Ye. Gao Xiaofeng, the younger sister of Gao Baifeng, is around 27 or 28 years of age, possessing a sweet appearance and a graceful figure, akin to her sister. Both are regarded as the most beautiful women in the Gao family. Upon seeing Gao Baifeng enter with Hu Fei and Lu Yi, Gao Xiaofeng wore a perplexed expression and inquired, Sister, who are these two? Hearing this, Li Ting and Zhang Ye also showed confusion, casting curious glances at Hu Fei. Gao Baifeng hurriedly introduced, Xiaofeng, this handsome gentleman is a renowned physician named Hu Fei. His medical skills are exceptional. He has just cured the ailment of Niu Jinwu's wife. He believes my illness may be related to the feng shui of our home, which is why I brought him here for a consultation. And this Miss Lu Yi is a friend of Dr. Hu. Hu Fei smiled gently, raising his right hand in greeting to the two women, saying hello. Lu Yi stood silently beside him. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaofeng's face flashed with a hint of derision as she remarked to Gao Baifeng, Sister, you've invited this young man to examine the feng shui? Don't be ridiculous. There are plenty of con artists these days. Li Ting crossed her arms in agreement, asserting, exactly, nowadays, tricksters specifically target people like you who are desperate for a cure. Baifeng, don't be fooled. Zhang Ye stifled a laugh, chiming in, indeed. He might just know a few rudimentary tricks to swindle money. Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor and patiently explained, Ladies, to be frank, I observed that Miss Gao has a darkened forehead, indicating that the feng shui at home is likely problematic and closely linked to her ailments. That is why I have come. Otherwise, I could easily have chosen to ignore it. Gao Xiaofeng scoffed, Feng shui? What era are we in? Who still believes in such superstitions? Li Ting, with a stern face, added, Having worked in the hospital for so many years, I trust only in science. I have never heard of feng shui curing illnesses. You may deceive others, but not me. Hu Fei raised an eyebrow and rebutted, Miss. There are countless matters that science cannot explain. The study of feng shui has been passed down for millennia and possesses its own rationale. If any issues arise during the adjustment of the feng shui, I will take full responsibility. Gao Xiaofeng was poised to argue, but Gao Baifeng interjected, Xiaofeng, let Dr. Hu give it a try. Perhaps he truly can help. Reluctantly, Gao Xiaofeng acquiesced to her sister's suggestion, yet she remained skeptical, suspecting Hu Fei to be nothing more than a charlatan. In the corner of the living room stood an oddly shaped artificial mountain, behind which hung an old mirror facing Gao Baifeng's bedroom. Noticing this, Hu Fei pointed out, the problem lies here. The artificial mountain emits heavy yin energy, and the mirror reflects this energy into the bedroom. Over time, it adversely affects the occupant's fortune and health. If we merely relocate the mountain and remove the mirror, coupled with some adjustments in the feng shui arrangements, improvement should follow. Gao Xiaofeng, with a face full of disdain, retorted, easier said than done. What if it doesn't work? With a confident smile, Hu Fei replied, if it proves ineffective, I shall provide Miss Gao with an explanation. Gao Baifeng bit her lip and declared, very well, we shall heed Dr. Hu's advice. With that, everyone began to follow Hu Fei's instructions, moving the artificial mountain and removing the mirror. Continuing, Hu Fei retrieved some vermilion powder and peachwood branches from his bag, meticulously arranging them at crucial spots within the room, while softly reciting incantations. As Hu Fei set his arrangements in motion, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated, and Gao Baifeng felt her mind clear considerably, the fatigue that had enveloped her also alleviating. Observing this, Gao Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. This is truly miraculous. Dr. Hu, you're nothing short of extraordinary. Li Ting and Zhanya also expressed their admiration. In that moment, any doubts the two women had harbored towards Hu Fei vanished entirely, replaced by profound respect and reverence. Meanwhile, Gao Baifeng pondered for a moment before pulling out a substantial stack of cash from her bag, respectfully placing it before Hu Fei, and gently stating, Dr. Hu, this is a medical fee of 500,000 yuan. Please accept it. Chapter 90, Deep Affection and Hidden Conspiracy. Hu Fei, currently in need of funds, readily accepted the 500,000 yuan and entrusted it to Lu Yi for safekeeping, expressing his gratitude with a bow. Thank you very much. After a brief pause, he surveyed the surroundings, and a thought struck him, prompting him to add, if you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall certainly assist you in resolving your troubles. Understood, Dr. Hu. Gao Baifeng nodded, promptly retrieving her phone to exchange contact information with Hu Fei. With a relaxed demeanor, Hu Fei, gripping the steering wheel, remarked, shortly, I plan to visit the sales center with the intention of purchasing a luxurious villa. Why don't you accompany me for some advice? Upon finishing his statement, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yi, filled with yearning and anticipation. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands clasped over her chest as she exclaimed, wow, you're buying a house. That is wonderful. Finally, a grand home of your own. However, buying a villa is quite an investment. You must consider it carefully. With a radiant smile, she continued, if that is the case, I will join you at the sales center. However, I do have a question that I wonder if I should pose to you. Hu Fei shrugged, discreetly glancing at Lu Yi from the corner of his eye, replying, oh, what question do you have? Please go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Hu Fei placed a hand gently on Lu Yi's delicate shoulder, speaking softly. You see, ever since I acquired this luxury vehicle, I felt uneasy leaving it either at the jewelry store or in a rental property. There is always a lingering fear that it may be damaged by envious individuals. Thus, I intend to purchase a villa to resolve the parking dilemma and enhance our living conditions in the future. Lu Yi shivered slightly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with longing and anticipation as she cheerfully responded, ah, I see now, I understand. However, unbeknownst to Hu Fei and Lu Yi, a meticulously planned scheme of revenge was quietly brewing in the shadows. Days prior, following the Axe Gang's decision to retaliate against Hu Fei, they had discreetly dispatched several members to track his movements. With that, one member fixed their gaze intently on Hu Fei's car, a sinister expression creeping onto their face. The members of the Ma Lian gang slightly bent their waists and promptly replied, Boss, rest assured, we will follow him closely and ensure he does not escape. After saying this, Long Batian snorted, hung up the phone, and turned to enter a dimly lit room, addressing a steward in front of him. Steward, the subordinates report that they have discovered Hu Fei's whereabouts. What should be our next course of action? The steward's expression turned grave as he stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with cunning light. In a sinister tone, he replied, Leader, this young man possesses formidable skills that are beyond our comprehension. Should we rashly retaliate against him, we risk not only failing in our vengeance, but also facing his counterattack. Thus, it is imperative that we devise a comprehensive strategy. At that moment, several gang members standing nearby began to chatter among themselves. Indeed, boss, Hu Fei is utterly oblivious to the situation. If we don't deal with him swiftly, who would dare to disrespect the Axe Gang in the future? Declared a burly gang member with a fierce expression. Another sharp-faced member chimed in, exactly. Look at his smug demeanor. He merely has a few coins and has opened a jewelry store. What is so remarkable about that? With a stomp of our feet, his little shop would tremble. After a brief discussion, Long Batian intended to inform Zhang Wudao of the East Star Association about this matter. However, at that very moment, Zhang Wudao rushed into the Axe Gang headquarters with a group of elite members. Zhang Wudao entered with an air of triumph, boldly declaring before he had even settled. Long Batian, through our investigation, we discovered that this Hu Fei was previously involved in archaeological work for the national team, resulting in no accomplishments. And he was even cuckolded by his girlfriend, Su Xiaomei. Would you not consider him a pitiful wretch? Clearly, he is a nameless nobody, not to be feared. Now, we must act swiftly and teach him a lesson, making him aware that the East Star Association is not to be trifled with. Long Batian quickly rose to greet him, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, and clasped his hands in greeting. Zhang Xiangzhu, you have finally arrived. I was just intending to seek you out. This Hu Fei has been infuriating me for quite some time. I have long wished to deal with him. To us, he is merely child's play. With your assistance, that Hu Fei will surely find himself in dire straits. Zhang Wudao patted Long Batian on the shoulder, chuckling naturally in the presence of the East Star Association. This Hu Fei is but a minuscule ant, easily crushed. Long Batian, upon hearing this, erupted into a bout of arrogant laughter, excitedly proclaiming, excellent. If that is the case, let us act together and show this brat a lesson. With that, Long Batian and Zhang Wudao began to fervently prepare their revenge plan. As a new crisis loomed over Hu Fei. Meanwhile, Hu Fei was en route to the sales center in his Rolls-Royce Phantom when he halted at a traffic light. Suddenly, the rearview mirror of his car was illuminated by the headlights of a vehicle behind him, prompting Hu Fei to glance back and discover several members of the Axe Gang. Among them were a scarred-faced man and a blonde, both sneakingly fixated on his luxurious vehicle. Noticing this, Hu Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before discerning a clue. He cautiously addressed Lu Yi, stating, we are being followed. I shall drive the car to the outskirts, eliminate the pursuers, and then proceed with our plans. Lu Yi's expression stiffened, though a hint of disappointment flickered within her. She maintained a semblance of smile and softly replied, all right, I will follow your lead. With that, a cold, determined smile crept onto Hu Fei's lips as he deliberately steered the vehicle towards the outskirts. Instantly, the roar of the engine shattered the tranquil night sky. An impending confrontation seemed inevitable. Chapter 91. Ambushed in the wilderness, Hu Fei's desperate counterattack against the Axe Gang. As the car sped along the winding mountain roads, the trees flitted past like fleeting shadows. Hu Fei intently gazed into the rearview mirror, noticing that the van continued its relentless pursuit. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, how persistent you are. He then sharply turned the steering wheel, directing the car towards a secluded graveyard in the outskirts. This desolate place, overgrown with wild grass and strewn with jagged rocks, emanated an ominous atmosphere, a perfect locale for resolving troubles. Soon, Hu Fei concealed the car within a hidden hollow, dense thickets effectively shrouding the luxurious vehicle. Lu Yi furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she nodded. All right, I trust you, but please, do be careful. Don't worry, Yi, I will be fine, Hu Fei replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. After gently ruffling her hair, he opened the car door and strode to the center of the road, quietly awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. At that moment, the night breeze rustled through his black coat, creating a haunting sound. Before long, the sound of an engine approached rapidly. A van came hurtling towards them. One of the subordinates in the back seat gasped, exclaiming, Scarface Blondie, it's bad. Hu Fei seems to have noticed us. Sitting in the front passenger seat, the blonde's eyes glinted with malice as he snarled, this brat is incredibly arrogant, daring to block the road in the middle of the highway. He must be tired of living. Scarface's eyes glimmered with cold light, a fierce, killing intent swelling within him as he gritted his teeth, declaring, yes, this brat has ruined our plans at the Axe Gang. We cannot let him escape easily. It would be best to run him down. With that, Scarface accelerated the van, charging directly at Hu Fei. As the van bore down upon him, Hu Fei remained unfazed, a confident smile playing on his lips. He unleashed a remarkable display of agility, evading the van's collision with the swiftness of a shooting star and instantly reappeared beside the road. Simultaneously, a thunderous crash erupted as the van collided head-on with a mountain wall. The van's front crumpled, shards of glass scattering in all directions, painting a scene of carnage. Inside the vehicle, Scarface and the blonde were left dazed and reeling from the impact, their heads spinning, nearly consumed by the aftermath of the crash. Coughing, the scarred-faced man crawled out of the vehicle, his visage a mask of terror and fury, muttering to himself, "How is this possible?" The blonde-haired thug tumbled out of the car in a state of disarray, gazing at the unscathed Hu Fei in the distance, a deep sense of dread surging within him. Yet he feigned composure and shouted, "You, don't be so pleased with yourself. Today marks your demise." Upon hearing this, the scarred man gritted his teeth, rage igniting from within, and with a swift motion, drew a sharp axe from his waist, brandishing it in the air, snarling, "Boy, if you have the guts, don't you dare run." The blonde, filled with humiliation and fury, veins bulging on his forehead, bellowed, "Hu Fei, how dare you oppose us, the Axe Gang? You must be tired of living." As he spoke, he too brandished his axe, adopting a stance ready to fight Hu Fei to the death. Hu Fei remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips as he scoffed. "You think a bunch of you can kill me? That's nothing but a delusion. Very well, since you refuse to recognize your limits, I shall oblige you." Infuriated by Hu Fei's demeanor, the scarred man lunged forward first, swinging his axe with a menacing whoosh aimed at Hu Fei's head. In response, Hu Fei evaded the fierce strike with effortless grace. The scarred man, overextending himself, stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde launched a surprise attack from the side, swinging his axe towards Hu Fei's waist. Hu Fei subtly shifted his body, grasping the blonde's wrist with a deft motion, twisting it gently. Instantly, the blonde cried out in sharp pain, the axe slipping from his grasp. Witnessing this, Hu Fei's expression remained impassive as he darted forward like a gust of wind, delivering a powerful kick that sent the blonde flying. The remaining gang members, sensing the tide turning, hastily converged towards Hu Fei, launching a fierce onslaught. Hu Fei, unfazed, regarded the disorganized mob with disdain, promptly unleashing an ancient martial arts technique. Snow without trace, weaving through them with blinding speed. "A bunch of deluded fools," he scoffed, then executed Tai Chi, delivering indiscriminate strikes against the gang members. His movements appeared gentle and slow, yet concealed an inexhaustible force. Each punch deftly neutralized an opponent's attack, followed by a swift counter. As this unfolded, the scarred man charged again, gripping his axe tightly, swinging it violently towards Hu Fei's chest. Without flinching, Hu Fei raised his right hand, accurately seizing the scarred man's arm and spinning him around effortlessly. Suddenly, the scarred man felt an overwhelming force surging through him, his body involuntarily rotating. Next, Hu Fei's left fist connected solidly with the scarred man's abdomen, rendering him pale, frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in agony, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. "Ah, oh my, this is unbearable." Hu Fei furrowed his brow, a fierce anger igniting within him as he slowly approached the scar-faced man and the yellow-haired accomplice, looking down upon them from his elevated stance. His eyes radiated an icy coldness. He slightly bent forward, seizing the scar-faced man's hair and lifting his head with an unwavering grip, coldly stating, "Scarface, weren't you quite audacious just now? Why does it seem you have lost your bravado?" The scar-faced man, his complexion paling in fear, stammered, "Be brother, please spare us. We did not recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I beg you to show mercy and forgive us this once." With a disdainful snort, Hu Fei delivered several resounding slaps to the scar-faced man's cheeks, each strike echoing sharply in the stillness of the night, eliciting cries of agony akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Spare you? It is not that simple." With that, Hu Fei raised his hand and sent the scar-faced man flying. He then strode toward the yellow-haired man and his companions, without uttering a word, delivering 10 sharp slaps to each of them. The crisp sound of his actions reverberated through the quiet night. The scar-faced man and the yellow-haired accomplices screamed in distress, their faces instantly adorned with 10 vivid handprints, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their hair disheveled like a nest of chickens, leaving them in an utterly pitiful state. "Oh, the pain. Please, no more. If this continues, I shall be disfigured." After their desperate cries, the scar-faced man and his companions lay on the ground, their cheeks swollen and red, resembling boiled pig heads. Trembling in fear, they gazed up at Hu Fei with terror and trepidation in their eyes. Seeing their plight, Hu Fei, with an expression devoid of emotion, approached the group and drew a sharp dagger from his waist. Wielding it in the air, he spoke with a fierce tone. Scarface, yellow hair, tell me, why would you provoke me voluntarily? Are you seeking death? Today, I shall act as the heaven's hand, eradicating you social vermin and delivering the people from harm. The Scarface man, nearly paralyzed with fear, frantically waved his hands at Hu Fei, his voice laced with despair. Be brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. The yellow hair man, shrinking back with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, dared not meet Hu Fei's gaze, trembling as he uttered, Yes, brother, we shall never dare again. I implore you to show mercy and grant us our lives. As he spoke, he knelt with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head to Hu Fei, the sound echoing as he begged for forgiveness. Hu Fei regarded the scar-faced man and the yellow-haired accomplices with cold, unyielding eyes, devoid of any compassion. He looked down upon them as a sovereign would upon disloyal subjects, arms crossed over his chest, and remarked, You wish to live? That is not entirely impossible, but... He deliberately drew out his words, pausing momentarily, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, upon hearing that there might be a chance for mercy. The scar-faced man and the yellow-haired accomplice felt a flicker of hope ignite within them, hastily responding, Brother, as long as you spare our lives, we will do anything you ask. Hu Fei's gaze was piercing, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Here is the plan. You will immediately call the Axe Gang's leader, Long Batian, and inform him that I am watching the sunset on the hillside with my girlfriend, completely unaware of your presence. This is the perfect opportunity to deal with me, so urge the leader to send someone over at once. Remember, if I discover any tricks on your part, the consequences will be yours to bear. Scarface and the yellow-haired one exchanged glances, their hearts filled with tension and fear. Yet they understood this was their only chance for survival. They quickly responded in unison, Rest assured, boss, we will comply and not dare to play any tricks. With trembling hands, Scarface retrieved his phone from his pocket and swiftly dialed Long Batian's number. Once the call connected, he feigned calmness and said, Boss, it's me, Scarface. We have tracked Hu Fei to the outskirts. He and his girlfriend are watching the sunset on the hillside and seem oblivious to us. This is an excellent opportunity to eliminate him. Please send someone immediately. On the other end of the line, Long Batian's gruff voice resonated. Good. Keep a close watch on him. I'll be there with my men shortly. If that brat manages to escape, you will present your heads to me. With that, he hung up. Scarface and the yellow-haired one set down their phones, cautiously glancing at Hu Fei, fearful of his dissatisfaction. Hu Fei nodded in satisfaction, rising to dust himself off, and coldly remarked, Very well, I hope you do not disappoint me. If Long Batian fails to arrive, or if you dare to tip him off, prepare for your own demise. At that moment, the night was deepening, and in the desolate burial ground outside, the wild grass shivered in the night breeze, rustling ominously, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Scarface and the yellow-haired one huddled nearby, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes occasionally darting toward Hu Fei, filled with anxiety and dread. Hu Fei stood still, arms crossed, emanating a chilling aura. His gaze was fixed on the distance, as if awaiting something. Before long, a cacophony of noise erupted from afar, shattering the night stillness. Several vans sped along the winding mountain road, kicking up clouds of dust. In their haste, the headlights flashed blindingly in the darkness. Soon enough, the vehicles came to a halt not far from Hu Fei, their doors flung open with force. And Long Batian was the first to leap out. In that moment, illuminated by the streetlights, he appeared imposing, his stocky frame adorned with a black trench coat that billowed in the night wind. Clutched in his hand was a sharp machete, glinting ominously like a specter of death, radiating an air of formidable authority. Hu Fei regarded Long Batian, a mocking smile curling his lips. Long Batian, have you forgotten the pain of your last defeat? Last time, I thoroughly bested you. Do you believe that with all these men, you can exact revenge this time? Long Batian's expression darkened, a flicker of rage and humiliation crossing his features. Last time was due to my carelessness. I fell for your trick. Today is different. I am accompanied by numerous brothers, and with Zhang Xiangzhu's assistance, you shall find it impossible to escape. Hu Fei feigned fear, stepping back a pace. Yet a mocking smile lingered upon his visage. It seems that Long Batian is brimming with confidence this time. However, do you truly believe that you and your ragtag band can do anything to me? Seeing this, Long Batian mistook Hu Fei's demeanor for cowardice and felt a swell of pride within. Kid, you still have time to kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Hu Fei straightened his posture, his gaze suddenly sharp as an eagle's, and declared, Long Batian, You are indeed, Navi. It matters not how many of you come today. Your fate will mirror that of the last encounter. I look forward to discovering who will come to your rescue this time. At that moment, the advisor descended from the vehicle, gaunt and clad in black-rimmed spectacles, his eyes glinting with a sinister light behind the lenses. He wielded a cane topped with a glimmering gem, clearly of considerable worth, and cautioned Long Bantian, "Boss, this lad is no ordinary foe. We must tread carefully." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Wudao, a member of the Dongxing Society, emerged, donned in a pristine white suit, his hair slicked back, holding a pistol in hand, his expression one of arrogance and disdain. "Humph. I am eager to see what prowess this lad possesses that has compelled Boss Long to rally such forces." With that, a throng of Axe Gang members surged forth behind Long Bantian, brandishing axes, sabers, and iron rods, their faces etched with ferocity. Hu Fei surveyed the assembly before him, a slight smirk curling his lips as he scoffed. "You think you can kill me with such a pitiful lot? You truly overestimate yourselves." Infuriated by Hu Fei's demeanor, Long Bantian bellowed and brandished his mountain-splitting blade, charging forward. "Kid, prepare to meet your end." Hu Fei remained unperturbed, nimbly evading Long Bantian's strike, effortlessly landing several meters away, and mockingly raised his middle finger. "Is this truly all you are capable of, Long Bantian?" Long Bantian, consumed by rage and wishing to end the confrontation swiftly, swung his blade again at Hu Fei's face, this time with increased ferocity, the wind from his attack howling ominously. Hu Fei maintained his composure, executing Tai Chi, skillfully neutralizing Long Bantian's onslaught. Observing this, the advisor hastily directed the other gang members to encircle Hu Fei. Instantly, a multitude surged towards Hu Fei, weapons glinting menacingly, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Unfazed, Hu Fei navigated through the throng with remarkable agility, employing both fists and feet, each strike incapacitating an adversary. Nearby, Zhang Wudao recognized the peril and swiftly raised his pistol, aiming at Hu Fei, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet hurtled towards Hu Fei's head. Hu Fei's eyes narrowed, his body flickering aside to evade the projectile, which grazed his clothing and struck a nearby stone, igniting a shower of sparks. "Humph, with such marksmanship, do you dare to think you could slay me? What a deluded fantasy." Hu Fei scoffed coldly, his eyes glimmering with an icy resolve. Zhang Wudao's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Hu Fei's astonishing speed, which allowed him to evade gunfire. A surge of fear coursed through his heart, yet he feigned composure, raising his pistol once more in preparation to shoot. In that instant, Hu Fei executed a lightness technique, traversing the ground with unparalleled swiftness, and appeared before Zhang Wudao in the blink of an eye. With a deft motion, he seized Zhang Wudao's wrist and twisted it forcefully. In a heartbeat, there was a sickening crack as Zhang Wudao's wrist was broken, causing the pistol to clatter to the ground. Zhang Wudao screamed, his face a mask of terror and despair. At that moment, he could scarcely believe that he had been so effortlessly subdued by Hu Fei. In a flash, Hu Fei leaped forth with the speed of a tempest, delivering a kick that sent Zhang Wudao flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, several vertebrae snapping upon impact, eliciting cries of agony as cold sweat poured from his brow. He curled into a ball, eyes wide with fear, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible?" Chapter 93. Phantom Star, Cold and Ruthless. Hu Fei's face remained impassive, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, resembling a judge emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of mercilessness as he advanced step by step towards Long Bantian and Zhang Wudao. Then, a flash of cold light emerged from his sleeve as he unleashed the secret weapon technique, Phantom Star, sending a flurry of flying daggers slicing through the air with a resolute momentum, whistling towards Long Bantian, Zhang Wudao, and their cohorts. In an instant, the bones of Long Bantian's arms shattered with a resounding crack, his screams echoing like a dying pig, reverberating through the surroundings. Zhang Wudao's leg also broke with a similar sound, collapsing to the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. The remaining henchmen were not spared from this lethal assault. Some were pierced by daggers, blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. Others suffered injuries to their eyes, letting out piercing cries, their hands flailing in a desperate attempt to grasp the fading light. Some had their ears severed, left with only a deafening buzz, enveloped in sheer terror, and the unfortunate few lost their lives on the spot, lifeless on the ground. Witnessing the scene, Long Bantian, the advisor, and Zhang Wudao were all paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees in a plea for mercy. Long Batian, tears streaming down his face, was filled with dread and despair as he cried out, "Hu Fei, spare us. We realize our mistakes." The advisor's voice trembled, laden with endless fear and supplication. "Hu Fei, you possess great mercy. Please let us go." Meanwhile, Zhang Wu Dao, sprawled on the ground, weakly implored, "Master, I swear I shall never offend again. I beg you. Show mercy and spare my life." In response, Hu Fei snorted coldly, unmoved, his gaze as frigid as the waters of a deep pool, devoid of any compassion. He spoke each word deliberately. "Long Batian, advisor, Zhang Xiangzhu, you have committed numerous heinous acts, your hands stained with the blood of the innocent. Your current plight is the consequence of your own misdeeds." Oomph. After a brief pause, he curled his lips in a sardonic smile, continuing, "Now you wish to beg for mercy, but it is far too late. Today marks the moment you pay for your transgressions, and I shall show no leniency." With those words, Hu Fei intoned a series of incantations, his hands weaving an intricate and enigmatic gesture as he summoned a peculiar arcane technique. In an instant, the surrounding trees began to sway violently, and countless leaves, as if commanded by a mysterious force, detached from their branches, fluttering towards Long Batian and his cohorts like a swarm of animated butterflies. Accompanied by muffled gasps, the leaves struck with precision, sealing the acupoints of those present, rendering them immobile, forced to witness Hu Fei with eyes filled with dread and despair. Their bodies were paralyzed, yet their fear proliferated endlessly, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, completely at the mercy of another. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer contain herself. She hurried to Hu Fei's side, her eyes shimmering with astonishment and admiration, inquiring, "Hu Fei, how do you intend to deal with these henchmen?" Hu Fei, with a serious demeanor, crossed his arms and cast a cold gaze over Long Batian and his advisor, responding somberly, "You may not be aware, but Long Batian and his associates are implicated in the murder of Zuan Zenzi at Qingfeng Temple, seeking to conceal the criminal acts of Xiao Yindang, who sought wealth through foul means. Therefore, I have decided to spare their lives and notify the police to apprehend them for thorough interrogation." Lu Yi nodded, a glimmer of rationality and wisdom in her eyes, agreeing, "Indeed, the police already possess concrete evidence regarding Long Batian's involvement in Zuan Zenzi's murder. It won't be long before the truth is revealed, and Xiao Yindang and his cohorts will face the full weight of the law." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei offered a faint smile, gently placing a hand on Lu Yi's shoulder and giving it a reassuring pat, while retrieving his phone from his pocket. He opened his contacts and dialed Fan Xuanxuan's number. Soon, her crisp and efficient voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Hu Fei. You seem eager to reach me. Is there new information?" Hu Fei spoke rapidly and methodically. "Xian, it's urgent. Long Batian has allied with Zhang Wu Dao of the East Star Society, and they attempted to retaliate against me, but I have subdued them all. The location is approximately 200 meters outside the eastern outskirts. Please bring the police here immediately." After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xianxian replied, "Understood. We will hasten our pace. Once we arrive, provide a detailed account of the situation." She then furrowed her brow, adding, "By the way, in 2 days, Wang Ergu and Chuan Shanjia will conduct a transaction involving burial goods. Do not forget to coordinate with the police during that time." With a sigh of relief, Fan Xianxian cautioned, "Take care of yourself. We will arrive shortly." After ending the call, Hu Fei and Lu Yi waited in silence. Before long, they spotted over 10 police cars racing towards them with flashing lights, the blaring sirens shattering the tranquility of the forest. Upon witnessing the arrival of law enforcement, Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed towards the approaching vehicles, exclaiming, "Hu Fei, look, the police are here." Hu Fei nodded, wrapping his arm around Lu Yi's waist, and smiled, "Yes, I see them too." As his words fell, more than a dozen police cars arrived steadily at the scene. Subsequently, Fan Xianyuan gracefully emerged from one of the vehicles and briskly approached Hu Fei and Lu Yi. Feeling a surge of anticipation, Hu Fei's gaze settled on Fan Xianyuan as he spoke. "Xianyuan, Long Batian and his associates are incapacitated. You can lead your team to arrest them." With a radiant smile, Fan Xianyuan replied joyfully, "Thank you, Hu Fei." Hu Fei shook his head lightly, responding with a hint of modesty, "No need for thanks. As a conscientious and selfless citizen, it is my duty." Fan Xianyuan nodded thoughtfully and brought up the transaction scheduled for 2 days hence, saying, "Hu Fei, Wang Ergu and the pangolin will be conducting a sale of funeral items. When the police contact you, please cooperate fully with us in this investigation. I believe that with your assistance, we shall undoubtedly solve this case. Hu Fei patted his chest confidently and assured her, no problem, Xianyuan. I will fully cooperate whenever the police require my assistance. With that, Fan Xianyuan turned slowly, her expression resolute. She waved her hand towards the group of officers behind her, commanding, comrades, immediately escort Long Batian, the advisor, and Zhang Wudao onto the police vehicles. Understood, Captain. The officers responded swiftly, rushing to apprehend Long Batian and the others, securing them within several police cars. In the next moment, the blaring sirens echoed again as the police vehicles sped off towards the precinct. Moments later, Hu Fei opened the car door, with Lu Yi following closely behind as they entered the vehicle. Within the confined space, an intimate ambience enveloped them like a rising tide. Breathing heavily, Lu Yi's cheeks flushed as she softly confessed, Hu Fei, I like you. Hu Fei's heart soared with joy, a hopeful smile gracing his lips as he tenderly stroked her hair and replied, I like you too. In that fleeting moment, warmth enveloped them, and an hour spent together felt worth a fortune. Half an hour later, Hu Fei rolled down the window, lighting a cigarette, and relished the smoke as if he were a celestial being. Once he finished, he ignited the engine and drove towards the city at a brisk pace. Eventually, the car came to a gentle halt in front of an upscale sales center. Named Yunlu Xiangxia, this opulent establishment was grand and elegantly adorned, resembling a luxurious palace. The expansive glass facade reflected brilliant rays of sunlight, while the fountain at the entrance joyfully splashed, seemingly welcoming every esteemed guest. Seeing this, Hu Fei's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable thrill as he grasped Lu Yi's hand and stepped into the lobby of the sales center. Not far away, a curly-haired sales representative and a buxom colleague simultaneously took notice of the two. Among them, the curly-haired saleswoman donned a professional ensemble, her cascading waves elegantly styled at the back of her head. Her makeup was meticulously applied, yet her gaze exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. She approached them first, scrutinizing Hu Fei and Lu Yi from head to toe. Upon noticing their modest attire, a mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips as she spoke with a condescending tone. Sir, madam, our villas start at a minimum of 5 million yuan. If you're merely here to admire the models, that's one thing. But if you're considering a purchase, you might want to reflect on the contents of your wallet. Lu Yi raised her brows defiantly, retorting without hesitation, Excuse me, madam. Your judgment based on appearances is quite shallow. Why assume we cannot afford it? Does dressing simply mean we are unworthy of viewing villas? Beside her, Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the curly-haired saleswoman. He spoke slowly. It is said that a competent real estate agent should captivate clients through professional service rather than judging by attire. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's disdain intensified. She sashayed forward, deliberately raising her voice to mutter, Umph. People these days, clearly lacking funds, still indulge in daydreams, wasting others' time. With your attire, you aspire to reside in a luxury villa? What a fanciful notion. The buxom saleswoman stood by, offering no support, a faint smile gracing her lips as she silently observed the exchange. Hu Fei suppressed his rising anger and coldly replied, Very well, if that is the case. Spare us the inane chatter and step aside. With that, he disregarded the curly-haired saleswoman and approached the buxom one. Say, miss, would you accompany me to view the property models? Seeing an opportunity for sale, the buxom saleswoman's smile blossomed, and she promptly gestured invitingly. Sir, the property models are just 5 meters away. Please follow me. Hu Fei nodded, snapping his fingers and cheerfully stating, Thank you for your assistance. The buxom saleswoman then led Hu Fei and Lu Yi directly to a property model, patiently detailing the specifics of each layout. Not to be outdone, the curly-haired saleswoman followed closely, a scoff escaping her lips as she positioned herself beside the buxom saleswoman, her eyes brimming with disdain. In a hushed tone, she remarked, he surely won't be able to produce any funds. Don't waste your time on him. The buxom saleswoman frowned, exhaling deeply as she replied with a wry smile, Adjuan, I am at a loss. If I fail to secure a deal today, my supervisor will dismiss me tomorrow, and I would inevitably lose this well-paying and easy job. Please understand my predicament. The curly-haired saleswoman dismissed her concerns with a scoff, taunting, even if you were to clinch a deal, there is no need to waste breath on this pauper. Come, I'll find you a quality client shortly, and I guarantee a signed contract. Meanwhile, Lu Yi stood excitedly beside a garden villa, exclaiming, Hu Fei, this place is so beautiful. How wonderful it would be to live here. Hu Fei smiled faintly, placing a comforting hand on Lu Yi's shoulder as he nodded. Since you adore this garden villa, I shall purchase it at once. From now on, we shall reside in this enchanting abode. After uttering these words, he turned and approached the voluptuous saleswoman, placing his right hand above his nose and declaring loudly, Miss, we intend to purchase this garden villa. Please facilitate the transaction immediately. Beside him, the curly-haired saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, tears nearly streaming down her cheeks as she mockingly retorted, Ha ha, sir, from which comedy set did you escape? With that attire, you aspire to buy an 8 million villa? This jest surpasses even the absurdity of a spring festival gala skit. How about this? I could assist you in contacting a mental institution to check for available beds. While laughing, she pointed at Hu Fei, her entire frame shaking with mirth. Lu Yi's face flushed with anger as she scolded loudly, You insufferable wretch. Aside from your scathing mockery, what else are you capable of? If you possess no discernment, do not embarrass yourself in public. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei's fury ignited, and he cast a cold glare at the curly-haired saleswoman, exuding an aura of chilling disdain, as he enunciated, Indeed, it seems you are the one who should visit a mental institution. A wastrel like you, who judges solely by appearances and cannot discern the authenticity of a black card, with such limited insight, will likely never sell a single villa in your lifetime. Having said that, he disregarded the curly-haired saleswoman and turned to the voluptuous one, retrieving a black card from his pocket and placing it gently before her. He addressed her, Miss Ame, this Ajuan is a lunatic. Pay her no mind, and please proceed with the purchasing formalities at once. Upon hearing this, the curly-haired saleswoman, filled with rage and humiliation, her forehead veins bulging, stormed towards the voluptuous saleswoman to prevent her from taking the black card, exclaiming, Ame, he is but a penniless fool. Do not let him deceive you. Instead, allow me to introduce you to an elite from high society. Let us finalize this month's last deal and secure your position. The voluptuous saleswoman felt helpless, desiring to push the curly-haired saleswoman aside, but fearing to openly oppose her for fear of inciting her wrath. She could only address Hu Fei, saying, Sir, I apologize. I wish to assist you, but my colleague is obstructing me. Furious, Hu Fei pointed at the curly-haired saleswoman's nose, articulating each word, Miss Curly Hair. What is the meaning of this? You look down upon others, do you? The saleswoman's smile faltered, and she crossed her arms defiantly, emitting a harsh, shrill laugh as she coldly replied, Ha ha ha. Poor boy, I indeed look down upon you. What of it? Don't think that merely presenting a black card will intimidate me. Not a chance. After a brief pause, her expression turned scornful as she continued. I once hesitate to tell you, I have navigated this industry for years, witnessing every sort of scene. Do not presume that a simple black card can easily daunt me. In my view, it might very well be a prop purchase from a toy store. Stop pretending to be affluent. Chapter 95, The Turnaround. The poor pretending to be rich. The black card slaps everyone in the face. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei's patience ran thin. His brows knitted tightly as he forcefully pushed the curly-haired saleswoman aside, declaring, You worthless creature, shut your crow-like mouth immediately, or I shall resort to force. The curly-haired saleswoman, after taking a few steps back, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. She deliberately fell to the ground, crying out, Security, come quickly. Someone is attacking. In an instant, her piercing scream reverberated through the sales office, drawing the attention of those nearby. Shortly thereafter, 2 burly security guards rushed in, their faces etched with fierce expressions, striding purposefully to either side of the curly-haired saleswoman. Typically, these guards held a certain fondness for the curly-haired saleswoman, Awan, and the voluptuous saleswoman, Ame. Witnessing what seemed to be a predicament for them, they hastily rushed over in a fervor. The tall guard on the left, with his thick brows knitted together, veins bulging on his forehead, stared coldly at Hu Fei with eyes wide as saucers, bellowing, You dare to hit someone here? Are you seeking death? The other stocky guard, arms crossed and a look of disdain etched on his face, snorted derisively of, Look at your shabby appearance. You must be here just to enjoy the air conditioning and have some fun. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Hu Fei furrowed his brow, a surge of indignation rising within him, feeling his dignity had been gravely insulted. The audacity of these two to shoo him away without any inquiry was utterly outrageous. After a moment's contemplation, he replied coolly, We are here to purchase a property. Why do you dismiss us without understanding the situation? Do you truly think this place is your home? The 2 security guards, their anger flaring, paid no heed to Hu Fei's explanation and slowly approached him. The tall guard, with a menacing glare, pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Fei's nose, cursing, "By a house. With your pitiful appearance, stop pretending." In a fit of rage and humiliation, he pushed toward Hu Fei's chest. Observing this, Hu Fei deftly sidestepped the tall guard's shove with ease. The guard, unable to halt his momentum, stumbled and fell to the ground. Emitting a howl akin to a wounded pig, his demeanor utterly disheveled. Seeing his companion in such a plight, the other muscular guard, filled with rage, swung his fist at Hu Fei, exclaiming, "You dare to evade? Just wait. I'll beat you to a pulp today. Oomph. As if you were worthy to teach me a lesson. Dream on." Hu Fei remained unperturbed, sidestepping gracefully and seizing the opponent's wrist, twisting it forcefully. A pained yelp escaped the stocky guard, his arm immobilized and his face turning pale. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he howled in agony like a wounded wolf, fear etched across his features. Witnessing this scene, the tall guard, though startled, still relied on his size to attempt a sneak attack from behind. However, at that moment, it was as if Hu Fei possessed eyes on the back of his head. Before the tall guard's fist could descend, Hu Fei struck like lightning, delivering a swift kick to the guard's knee. Instantly, the tall guard's knee buckled, collapsing to the ground with a thud, grimacing in pain and gritting his teeth, muttering defiantly, "Just you wait. This isn't over." Humph. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Fei's expression remained impassive, yet an inexplicable fury surged within him. He strode towards the two security guards, delivering several resounding slaps that echoed against their faces, eliciting cries of anguish from both, their cheeks swelling dramatically, leaving 10 deep imprints resembling a cooked dog's head, an utterly disheveled sight. The onlookers, both customers and passers-by, gasped in shock, murmuring amongst themselves. From a distance, the voluptuous saleswoman initially displayed a flicker of surprise, which quickly morphed into a deeper admiration for Hu Fei, her thoughts racing. "Oh my, this man is not only strikingly handsome, but also incredibly skilled. How fortunate I would be if he were my husband." As the crowd remained ensnared in their astonishment, the sales manager, alerted by the commotion, hurried over with a flustered demeanor. The curly-haired saleswoman, witnessing this, scrambled to the manager, pointing at Hu Fei and Lu Yi, and tearfully lamented, "Manager, you've finally arrived. These two have been wandering around since they entered." When I kindly approached to inquire, they responded with venomous words and even resorted to violence. "You must stand up for me." Hu Fei let out a cold grunt and stepped forward, articulating his defense with clarity. "Manager, the reality is far from her claims. We entered with genuine intent to purchase a property, yet from the moment we arrived, she has been nothing but derogatory, her demeanor exceedingly hostile. Just now, she provoked me deliberately, and only when I could no longer endure it did I push her away. The two security guards, without discernment, attacked me directly." Having spoken, Hu Fei produced a black card from his pocket and presented it to the sales manager, stating, "To demonstrate my sincerity, here is my payment proof. I intended to reveal this upon confirming the property, but I did not anticipate such an altercation." Instantly, the sales manager's gaze was drawn to the card. With years of experience in the upscale real estate sector, he recognized it as a limited edition peony card. Immediately, his body tensed, involuntarily bending slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled, gasping in disbelief, and respectfully declared, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for my mismanagement and negligence. Allow me to discipline these two security guards to atone for my failure." Hu Fei's expression remained stern as he pointed at the curly-haired saleswoman, his voice frosty and deliberate. "This woman has been mocking us since we entered, her attitude intolerable. I do not wish to see her again. Handle her dismissal immediately, or consider your sales office's operations at an end." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman turned pale, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Manager, I understand my mistake. Please grant me another chance. If I lose this job, I will have nothing." Chapter 96, A Slap in the Face. A dramatic reversal of identities in the sales office. The sales supervisor stood rigidly, his face increasingly marked by a look of distress, his eyes darting about like a startled mouse. His hands instinctively rubbed the edges of his clothing, resembling an anxious ant on a hot stove. Internally, he was in turmoil. Awan had dedicated many years to the company, and to dismiss her so abruptly was a decision he found hard to make. However, Mr. Hu, brandishing a limited edition black card, clearly held considerable influence. Offending him would undoubtedly result in significant losses for the company. What should he do? Upon hearing the words, the sales supervisor's eyes widened in alarm. and the scales of his internal deliberation began to tip in favor of Hu Fei. The curly-haired salesperson, stricken with panic, felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Her gaze was vacant and bewildered as she slowly raised her head, glaring fiercely at Hu Fei. Her expression as if she intended to devour him alive. With venomous indignation, she spat, "Fine, you little brat, remember this. Today you've cost me my job, and I will not rest until I seek my revenge on you." Having dealt with the curly-haired salesperson, the sales supervisor turned his attention to the two security guards, his expression darkening to a near-palpable gloom. He bellowed, "You two fools. You laid hands on a client without discernment, severely damaging the company's reputation. Go to the finance office and settle your wages immediately. Leave the company at once. If I hear of you again, you will regret it." The two security guards turned pale with fear, their minds racing as they stumbled before Hu Fei, falling to their knees and begging like frantic supplicants. One guard, his voice quavering, implored, "Mr. Hu, we failed to recognize your stature and inadvertently offended you. Please, I beg for your mercy. My family relies on this job for sustenance. Without it, they will go hungry." The other guard quickly echoed, "Yes, Mr. Hu, we promise to mend our ways. Please spare us this once." Unmoved, Hu Fei resolved to have the two security guards expelled from the sales center. He coldly stated, "When you chose to act violently, did you consider the consequences? It is far too late to seek my forgiveness now." With that, he turned to the sales supervisor, slowly raising his right hand and firmly declaring, "Supervisor, I urge you to address this situation according to company policy. Should you show them leniency, I shall reconsider my purchase of this villa." The sales supervisor, bowing in deference, plastered a servile smile across his face. "Rest assured, Mr. Hu, I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness." His gaze sharpened like a blade. He fixed his eyes on the two guards and spoke with deliberate clarity. "You two security guards, listen carefully. Pack your belongings and leave the company within 1 minute. Do not compel me to summon assistance." "Yes, supervisor." The two guards, heads bowed in shame, dared not make a sound as they turned to leave, glancing back at Hu Fei with resentment and fury, as if silently declaring, "Brat, this debt is far from settled." After the security guard departed, the sales supervisor swiftly handled the aftermath of the chaotic scene and approached the well-endowed saleswoman with urgency. Pointing at Hu Fei, he gravely instructed, "Ame, I have an urgent matter to attend to. You must treat Mr. Hu with the utmost reverence, ensuring every detail is meticulously attended to. Otherwise, should your hospitality falter, you may find your position here in jeopardy." With that, he forced a smile in Hu Fei's direction, bowing and scraping like a humble shopkeeper before hastily taking his leave. The well-endowed saleswoman's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she hurried over to Hu Fei and Lu Yi. Her voice chimed like silver bells. "Mr. Hu, Miss Lu, that was quite a harrowing experience. Thankfully, your remarkable skills prevented the situation from spiraling out of control. Now, let us peruse the villas at our leisure. I am well acquainted with the available properties here and will undoubtedly assist you in finding a residence to your satisfaction." Lu Yi, playfully linking her arm with Hu Fei's, remarked with a gleeful tone, "Hu Fei, I find Ame to be quite reliable. Why not allow her to assist us in our deliberations? If she dares to lead us astray, we can always have the sales supervisor dismiss her." Hu Fei nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his features as he addressed the saleswoman. "Ame, as you observed, we initially intended to purchase a garden villa. However, after this incident, I have reconsidered and wish to explore whether there are more luxurious options available. As for the financial aspect, it poses no challenge for me." Intrigued, Hu Fei snapped his fingers and raised an eyebrow, saying, "My dear, your presentation piques my interest. Please elaborate further. Should your explanation be compelling, I assure you that rewards will follow." Without hesitation, the saleswoman's face brightened with joy as she responded enthusiastically, "Certainly, Mr. Hu, allow me to elaborate at length." With a warm smile and an amiable demeanor, she gracefully took a seat on a high stool and commenced a detailed exposition of the manor villa, covering aspects such as transportation, environment, feng shui, and climate. Throughout the discussion, regardless of how Hu Fei and Lu Yi inquired, the saleswoman maintained her cheerful disposition, patiently addressing their questions with the fervor of a tireless tour guide, leaving both Hu Fei and Lu Yi thoroughly satisfied with her professionalism and enthusiasm. Upon concluding her presentation, Hu Fei praised the saleswoman's service profusely and, with a grand gesture, decided to forego the initially favored garden villa in favor of purchasing the luxurious manor villa. Beside him, Lu Yi beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling like stars as she exclaimed, Hu Fei, this villa is simply magnificent. We shall reside here and make those who look down upon us green with envy. Chapter 97. The Villa Rivalry. Hu Fei confronts the district chief's son. Suddenly, at that moment, the revolving door of the sales office was forcefully swung open, and Murong Cho, accompanied by Liao Guji, strode in with an air of confidence. Murong Cho was clad in a tailored Armani suit, the fabric so stiff it resembled a steel plate. A gaudy gold necklace hung around her neck, its exaggerated thickness dazzling under the lights, while her fingers adorned with oversized rings screamed of ostentation, presenting her as a quintessential nouveau riche. Liao Guiji, adorned in 10-centimeter stilettos and a form-fitting dress that accentuated her graceful curves, wore makeup that resembled a mask. Her eyes darted around, exuding a sense of arrogance. As Murong Cho stepped into the sales office, his gaze was magnetically drawn to the black card in Hu Fei's hand, causing a sudden flutter of anxiety within him, igniting a spark of jealousy. In this realm, he had always been the center of attention. He could not tolerate anyone overshadowing him. With this thought, he leaned closer to Liao Guiji, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Guiji, did you see that young man's card? It might very well be a counterfeit. Let us confront him and strip him of his dignity. Liao Guiji shuddered slightly, then burst into a tinkling laugh, nodding in agreement. Of course, Murong Shao. I shall follow your lead. With that, they moved like cunning wolves toward Hu Fei and Lu Yi. Before long, they stood before Hu Fei and Lu Yi, who were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected presence of Murong Cho and Liao Guiji. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, they chose to ignore the duo, treating them as if they were invisible, and continued to request the buxom sales representative to process their home purchase. To Murong Cho's displeasure, Hu Fei feigned ignorance of him, which provoked a hint of irritation on his face. With arms crossed, he remarked sarcastically, "Oh, look who it is. Hu Fei, what brings you here to partake in the housing frenzy? With your meager means, I doubt you're here for anything more than a fleeting glimpse." Liao Guiji, hands on her hips, shot him a venomous glare, sneering, "Hu Fei, from what I know, you're just a pauper pretending to be someone important." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's brows furrowed, her eyes widened in indignation, and she retorted defiantly, "Murong Cho, Liao Guiji, you are crossing the line. Hu Fei is not someone you can slander at will. Keep talking nonsense, and you'll see what I can do." Murong Cho scoffed dismissively, arms still crossed, and sneered. What does a little girl know? Hu Fei was a poor nobody back in the day. What success could he possibly have now? Perhaps he merely latched onto a wealthy woman. Hu Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, slowly produced a black card, a glimmer of undeniable authority in his eyes as he coldly stated, "Murong Cho, Liao Guiji, spare me your empty words. If you doubt my capabilities, I shall prove them to you today." With a dismissive smirk, he continued, "Today, not only will I purchase a villa, but I shall acquire the finest one available." Murong Cho and Liao Guiji exchanged derisive glances, their faces etched with scorn and mockery. "Keep on boasting, boy. After all, bragging doesn't cost a dime. A penniless lad daring to act all high and mighty. How laughably deluded." Upon hearing the sharp jibes exchanged between Murong Cho and Liao Guiji, Hu Fei could not help but furrow his brow. He raised a finger, defiantly gesturing towards them, before turning to the sales representative with a steady yet commanding tone. Disregard these two nuisances and proceed with my home purchase paperwork at once. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will face dire consequences." Murong Cho, upon hearing these words, reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, rushing forward like an agitated ant on a hot pan, blocking the sales representative's path and declaring loudly, "Hold on. I have set my eyes on this villa long ago. No one shall covet it from me." Hu Fei's brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening as he questioned, "By what right? This sales office is not your family's." With an air of arrogance, Murong Cho lifted his chin, practically aiming his nostril skyward, and proclaimed, "Listen here. I am Murong Cho, the son of the district chief. In this territory I can do as I please. Even the king of heaven must give me some deference. If you know what is good for you, vacate this place within a minute, and the farther the better. Otherwise, you shall face severe repercussions. How dare you? Who do you think you are to demand I leave? Have you lost your senses?" Hu Fei, thoroughly incensed by this tirade, felt his dignity grievously affronted. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he raised his arm like a flash of lightning and delivered a resounding slap across Murong Cho's face. The force behind this blow was formidable, sending Murong Cho flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Liao Guizhi's face paled. She glared at Hu Fei, admonishing him coldly. Hu Fei, have you lost your mind? How can you resort to violence over mere words? With a chilling smile, Hu Fei placed his hand on his nose, dismissing Liao Guizhi's rebuke as if she were a rabid dog. He coldly retorted, if anyone provokes me, I shall retaliate. If you disagree, feel free to strike me. Enraged, Liao Guizhi, fueled by a mix of humiliation and fury, attempted to deliver a kick aimed at Hu Fei's groin, seeking to render him powerless. Quick as a flash, Hu Fei seized her foot and propelled her forward, causing her to spiral uncontrollably backward, crashing heavily onto Murong Chou. Murong Chou's complexion turned pale as he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, struggling to rise as he clutched Liao Guizhi's waist. With great effort, he approached Hu Fei, pointing an accusatory finger at him, his heart ablaze with fury. You have some nerve to strike me publicly. I shall remember this debt, and our conflict is far from over. As his words fell, a crowd of onlookers gathered, taking their positions at various corners, scrutinizing Hu Fei and Murong Chou while engaging in hushed discussions. Oh, isn't that young Master Murong? How did he end up in such a disheveled state today? It is said that he is the son of the district chief. The audacious young man who dared to slap him may find his future days quite challenging. Indeed, Murong Chou is not someone to be trifled with. Those who offend him rarely meet a favorable end. Chapter 98. Who distorts the truth? The conflict at the sales office escalates. As these words were spoken, the raucous atmosphere quieted somewhat. Among the crowd, a saleswoman shrieked, Look, the manager is here. Another customer's lips twitched, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he muttered, Ah, so he is the manager here. It seems we are in for an entertaining show. Upon hearing their exchange, Murong Chou's eyes glimmered with cunning as he approached the sales manager, pointing at Hu Fei and declaring, Manager, your arrival is most fortuitous. This scoundrel barged into the sales office, attempted to snatch the villa from me, and even resorted to violence. I genuinely wish to purchase this villa, yet I find myself confronted by such an unreasonable brute. Hu Fei stood tall, chest out, glaring coldly at Murong Chou, and articulated clearly, Murong Chou, cease your distortion of facts. You are the one who, relying on your wealth, attempted to force a purchase and insulted me first. I merely acted in self-defense. Murong Chou's face shifted from pale to red, veins bulging on his neck as he bellowed. You, do not slander me. I only told you to scram, and yet you struck me. This is utterly outrageous. The sales manager furrowed his brows, inwardly gasping in dismay, and murmured this, with one party hurling insults and the other resorting to violence. I am at a loss as to how to handle this situation. Upon hearing this, Murong Chou raised an eyebrow, a fierce flame of anger igniting within him as he roared, Manager, do you know who I am? My father is a district chief in Lulan City. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? With that, he pulled out his phone, opened his album, and deliberately displayed a photo of himself with his father, the district chief, waving it in front of the sales manager. The sales manager turned pale, startled. He had not realized that Murong Chou was the son of the district chief. In that moment, he understood that in this territory, Murong Chou was not to be trifled with, while Hu Fei was merely an insignificant pawn. Thinking this, a sycophantic smile spread across his face as he leaned closer to Murong Chou, feigning righteous indignation, and suggested, Young Master Murong, how about this? I recommend that you immediately call the police. Once they arrive, I will fully assist in ensuring the scoundrel receives just punishment. With a face beaming with smiles, he slightly hunched over and gently patted Murong Chou's shoulder, resembling a servile subject presenting counsel to his master. Upon hearing this, Murong Chou swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the police, anxiously stating, Hello, is this the police? There's someone here who has maliciously assaulted another, and their attitude is exceedingly arrogant. Please hurry and apprehend them. After hanging up, he cast a venomous glare at Hu Fei and let out a chilling laugh, as if already envisioning Hu Fei being arrested by the police, reveling in his triumph. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of whispers and discussions. Some accused Murong Chou of leveraging his power to intimidate others, while others expressed sympathy for Hu Fei's plight. Is this not excessive? One voice exclaimed. Can the district chief's son act with such impunity? Alas, it seemed this handsome young man was in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Hu Fei remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as if the unfolding events did not concern him. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, deftly extracted one with his fingers, ignited it with a lighter, and inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke. Beside him, Lu Yi furrowed her brow, her hands anxiously clasped together as she murmured to herself. Oh dear, what if the police really arrive? What'll Hu Fei do then? Hu Fei took several deep puffs from a cigarette, releasing thick streams of smoke, and casually patted Lu Yi's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Yi, do not fear. When the water rises, the earth will cover it. When the soldiers come, we shall face them. Trust me, everything will be fine." Lu Yi sighed in relief and nodded. "All right, I believe you." Before long, Niu Jinwu, the director of the Lulan City Public Security Bureau, arrived in a flurry, accompanied by a contingent of police officers. Upon entering the hall, he cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze scanning the faces of the crowd. When his eyes fell upon Hu Fei, he was suddenly struck by a profound tremor, a flicker of reverence, and awe crossing his face as he slowly approached him. At that moment, Murong Chao's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Officer, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you so long that the flowers have wilted." Hu Fei smiled gently, extending his hand to grasp Niu Jinwu's, saying, "Director Niu, what a pleasure to meet you again. After our last encounter, I thought we would never cross paths again, yet here we are. Ha ha." The exchange left Murong Chou and Liao Guizhi utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the apparent familiarity between Hu Fei and the director. Why did it seem as though Hu Fei and this official were well acquainted? Realizing this, Liao Guizhi nudged Murong Chou's sleeve, whispering, "Young Master Murong, you must reveal your identity quickly. Otherwise, the director will not advocate for you." Beside them, Liao Guizhi wore a haughty expression, speaking in a threatening tone. "Director Niu, you must weigh this matter carefully today. If handled poorly, your official cap may no longer sit firmly upon your head." Niu Jinwu's expression darkened as sweat beaded on his forehead. He scrutinized Murong Chou closely, then glanced at Hu Fei, feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter potion. His emotions were in disarray. Initially, he had intended to assist Hu Fei, yet he had not anticipated that Murong Chou would be of such significant lineage, being the son of the district chief. Chapter 99. A just man feels no fear shadows. Contemplating this, Niu Jinwu furrowed his brows, inhaled deeply, and directed his gaze toward Murong Chou, solemnly declaring, "Very well, I shall act in accordance with the law." Hu Fei shook his head, his tone calm and devoid of any turbulence, offering a wry smile. "It's all right. I understand you. Please proceed." Niu Jinwu hesitated, his hands trembling slightly as an intense internal struggle ensued within him. After a moment of turmoil, his conscience ultimately triumphed over reason. Resolutely, he lifted his head and gestured, commanding the group of officers behind him, exclaiming, "Come forth, immediately apprehend Hu Fei and Murong Chou, and conduct a thorough interrogation." Several officers, standing tall, with resolute expressions, responded in unison, "Yes, Director." Subsequently, they rushed towards Hu Fei, Lu Yi, Murong Chou, and Liao Guizhi, poised to handcuff them. Witnessing the scene, Hu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, turning to Niu Jinwu, silently applauding his righteous decision. In contrast, Murong Chou appeared flustered, waving her hands in protest. "Director Niu, what does this mean? I instructed you to arrest Hu Fei, yet you are apprehending me as well." Niu Jinwu's gaze was piercing. Coldly addressing Murong Chou, "The evidence is irrefutable. Your acts of coercive buying and malicious provocation have transgressed the law. Thus, I am compelled to bring you to justice." A smirk crept upon Hu Fei's lips as he pointed at Murong Chou's forehead, reveling in her misfortune. "Murong Chou, did you ever imagine you would be arrested too?" Meanwhile, Lu Yi crossed her arms, scoffing. "Humph, you two thought you could distance yourselves from this, directing the director to apprehend us, only to mock us as well. Dream on." Upon hearing this, Liao Guizhi appeared anxious, shouting towards Niu Jinwu, "Director, do not forget, Murong is the son of the district chief." Niu Jinwu's expression remained grave, his voice firm as he admonished, "Enough of this nonsense. Regardless of whose son he is, I must uphold the law impartially, ensuring that no villain escapes and no innocent suffers injustice." At this declaration, Murong Chou's eyes widened in fury as she bellowed, "Very well, Director Niu, just wait." Niu Jinwu stood tall and unyielding. "I fear not the shadows when my conduct is upright. I act with a clear conscience. Should you possess any tricks, feel free to unleash them upon me." Suddenly, as the police closed in on Hu Fei and Lu Yi anxiously awaited the outcome, the revolving door of the sales office emitted a crisp sound. In that instant, Lin Jinan, the chairman of the Lin Group, along with his daughter Lin Shuyao and Vice Mayor Mo Jinghong, strode in with purpose. Today, Lin Jinan had come to respond to government mandates regarding production safety, leading Mo Jinghong and other officials to inspect a real estate company under the Lin Group. The sales center was merely a small division of one of their property companies. As the trio entered the sales office, the previously bustling hall fell silent. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lin Jinan scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Hu Fei. He approached and placed a reassuring hand on Hu Fei's shoulder, inquiring with curiosity, "Hu Fei, what on earth has transpired here?" Hu Fei curled his lips, a smirk playing on his face as he let out a long sigh. "Mr. Lin, here's the situation. Today, my friend and I came to view a villa, and we were in the process of completing the purchase when this Murong Cho insisted on imposing his will. Not only did he obstruct my transaction with the sales center, but he also spoke to me with utter disrespect, demanding that my friend and I leave immediately." He paused, furrowing his brow, and continued in a fit of rage. I could no longer tolerate his insolence, and, in a moment of impulsive retaliation, I struck him, sending him flying. However, after being slapped, he called the police in defiance. When Director Niu and the police arrived, Murong Cho attempted to leverage his father's position as the district mayor to command Director Niu to arrest my friend and me. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinan turned his gaze sharply towards Murong Cho, his expression darkening as he reprimanded. "Murong Cho, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. To act so brazenly on my territory. Do you have no respect for the law?" Murong Cho felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing Lin Jinan, but managed to maintain a facade of calmness. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "Lin Jinan, mind your own business. This is a matter between him and me, and it has nothing to do with you." Lin Jinan, infuriated, advanced a few steps and declared emphatically, "Nonsense. This sales center is one of the properties under the Lin Group, and I am the CEO of the Lin Group. How could it possibly not concern me? Furthermore, your deliberate disruption and attempts to frame Hu Fei cannot go unchallenged." Hearing this, Lin Shiyao grew anxious, a hint of worry crossing her face. She stepped forward to Hu Fei, taking his hand and whispering, "Hu Fei, this sales center is indeed one of our Lin Group's properties, and Mayor Mo Jinghong is here too. He is a friend of my father's and will certainly ensure justice is served." Witnessing this exchange, Lu Yi quietly positioned herself beside Hu Fei, closely observing the unfolding events. She whispered, "Hu Fei, we should be fine, right?" Hu Fei smiled faintly, gently stroking Lu Yi's hair, and reassured her, "Yi, with me here, nothing will go amiss, so rest assured." Meanwhile, Mo Jinghong, with a serious demeanor and hands clasped behind his back, had already formulated a plan. He stepped forward, surveying the crowd with hawk-like intensity, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mo Jinghong, the deputy mayor of Lulan City. I kindly ask for your cooperation in maintaining silence." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd instinctively fell silent, their gazes fixed on Mo Jinghong. The atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In that moment, Mo Jinghong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, a sense of authority washing over him as he basked in the respect of those present, his heart swelling with a profound sense of vanity. He then stated, "Now, in the spirit of fairness and justice, I will address this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Please allow me a moment." Upon finishing his words, he raised an eyebrow, turned, and approached Niu Jinwu, placing a hand on the latter's shoulder. With a significant tone, he inquired, "Director Niu, what is the situation? Have you thoroughly investigated this matter?" Niu Jinwu, steeling himself, stepped forward to report the findings of the investigation, presenting the surveillance footage, eyewitness testimonies, and the statement provided by Lu Yi. He continued, "Mayor, based on the relevant evidence, it is indeed confirmed that Murong Cho and Liao Guizhi were the instigators, engaging in unlawful disturbances." Mo Jinghong furrowed his brow, diligently examining the various pieces of evidence. He was already convinced that Murong Cho and Liao Guizhi were at fault, while Hu Fei had merely acted in self-defense and should be exonerated. With this thought, he adopted a serious demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back, and cast a stern glance at Murong Cho and Liao Guizhi before addressing Niu Jinwu loudly. "Very well. In that case, you are to promptly and decisively handle this matter. Arrest Murong Cho and Liao Guizhi and escort them from the scene." Niu Jinwu straightened his posture, a surge of inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him, and replied in a deep voice, "Yes, Mayor, I shall dutifully carry out your orders." "Yes, Director, I am at your command." Several police officers slightly bowed, their faces resolute, and then marched with a commanding yet measured stride towards Murong Cho and Liao Guizhi. They deftly removed handcuffs from their belts, securing the prisoner's wrists before leading them slowly towards the exit. Murong Chao's face flushed crimson as he struggled against the officer's grasp, shouting hoarsely, "Hey, you cannot arrest us. My father is the district chief of the Taiyang district in Lulan City, a man of considerable power and influence. If he learns of this, you will all suffer the consequences." Liao Guizhi wholeheartedly agreed, a burning spark of resentment igniting within her, and she too began to shout, "You are wronging innocent people. We are blameless." Despite their vociferous protests, the police remained unmoved, resolutely executing Niu Jinwu's orders and escorting the two into the police vehicle. Subsequently, one of the officers started the engine, gripping the steering wheel firmly, adjusting their course, and speeding down a broad highway. Liao Guizhi's brows furrowed in anger, her eyes wide with fury, her face filled with resentment and defiance as she echoed, "Indeed, anyone who dares to provoke the district chief's son will meet a dire fate. Just wait and see." As he watched the police vehicles depart, Niu Jinwu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached Hu Fei, slightly bowing and clasping his hands together as he said, "Dr. Hu, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion, compelled by the circumstances. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Hu Fei smiled gently, placed a hand on Niu Jinwu's shoulder, and replied calmly, "Director Niu, I comprehend your actions and bear no resentment towards you. Rest assured." Niu Jinwu grinned broadly, his hands clasped together in joy as he said, "Thank you. In the future, should anyone in my family fall ill, I may still require your assistance. At that time, I hope you will lend your support." Hu Fei offered a faint smile, proudly lifting his chest and placing his hands behind his back, emanating an air of stern dignity. He spoke in a deep voice. "Very well. I am honored by Director Niu's regard. When the time comes, I will certainly do my utmost to alleviate your troubles and those of your family." Upon hearing these words, Mo Jinghong's body trembled, and he instantly adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, as if Hu Fei's status were 100-fold higher than his own as mayor. He quickly bent slightly, lowering his posture, and addressed Hu Fei with profound reverence. "Divine Dr. Hu, so you are the extraordinary physician who once treated Miss Lin. I'm truly humbled." Hu Fei's expression remained calm, neither arrogant nor anxious. With his arms crossed, he looked down at Mo Jinghong and casually remarked, "Mayor, you flatter me. The title of extraordinary physician is merely a legend circulating among the people." Mo Jinghong did not seem convinced, and his ingratiating smile only grew more pronounced. No, Divine Doctor Hu, you are too modest. That incident caused quite a stir, and I was one of the many who took notice. Upon learning of your esteemed reputation, I had wished to visit you personally, but your whereabouts were elusive, leaving me at a loss. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Hu Fei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of suspicion rising within him as he scrutinized Mo Jinghong's expression. He quickly discerned that the mayor had an ulterior motive, prompting him to inquire, "Mayor, your excessive compliments lead me to believe you seek my assistance?" Mo Jinghong glanced around, noticing the eyes of those nearby upon them, and a wave of unease washed over him. He hastily grasped Hu Fei's arm and whispered, "Divine Doctor Hu, there are many ears here. This is not the ideal place for discussion. Shall we find a quieter spot to talk?" Hu Fei nodded slightly, placing a reassuring hand on Mo Jinghong's shoulder. "Very well. Let us proceed without hesitation." With that, they maneuvered away from the throng, stepping into a tranquil corner. Once there, Mo Jinghong bent slightly, speaking with respect, "Divine Doctor Hu, I must confess, I do indeed have a request." Hu Fei smirked slightly, a knowing expression on his face, and gently replied, "Mayor, please, I am all ears." Upon hearing this, Hu Fei's expression shifted as he carefully examined Mo Jinghong's features. Noticing the darkening of his brow and the lack of vitality in his eyes, he deduced that the mayor was at risk of impending misfortune. He stated, "Mayor, my earlier analysis has led me to a precise conclusion. You are lacking in both vital energy and wealth. This is not merely a trivial illness, but rather..." Mo Jinghong's eyes widened in alarm, his anticipation palpable. What is it?" "Divine Doctor Hu, please do not keep me in suspense." Hu Fei's demeanor became serious as he stated, "To be candid, your affliction is highly unusual. It is not an ordinary ailment, but is intricately linked to the feng shui of your ancestral grave." "What? Ancestral grave? Feng shui?" Mo Jinghong's mind buzzed, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his peculiar condition could be connected to his family's burial site. Hu Fei nodded, performing a calculation with his fingers and forecasting the circumstances. "Indeed, that is precisely the case. Mo Jinghong's face was filled with skepticism as he pressed further. Divine Doctor Who, or should I say, Master Who? How do you know this? Mayor Mo, do not be anxious. Please allow me a moment to observe more closely. Hu Fei suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like a beam of light, enveloping Mo Jinghong. In an instant, a faint aura of ominous energy rose above Mo Jinghong's head, accompanied by a chilling cacophony of ghastly wails, seemingly penetrating deep into his soul. Upon witnessing this, Hu Fei felt a surge of joy, already concocting a plan. Pointing to the aura above Mo Jinghong's head, he explained, "It is quite simple. I employed a mystical technique to examine your condition and discovered a wisp of ominous energy lingering above you. I suspect that a malevolent spirit aims to siphon your vital essence, gradually leading to your demise." Mo Jinghong clapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaiming, "Master Hu, you are truly remarkable. Recently, I have felt utterly fatigued, plagued by nightmares every night where sinister entities claw at me, demanding vengeance for the destruction of their home, vowing to make me pay for their lost existence." Hu Fei furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, "Mayor Mo, may I ask if your family has disturbed any graves in recent years?" After a brief pause, he frowned and added, "However, when I arrived there, I discovered that the coveted site had already been claimed by an ancient tomb. Yet that Taoist priest from Maoshan assured me that it was of no concern, as he could easily move the tomb. At the time, I took him at his word and ceased to investigate further." Hu Fei, visibly moved, resumed his calculations of fate and pressed on. "Is it still possible to locate that Taoist priest? Where is your father's resting place?" Mo Jinghong shook his head in resignation, sighing. That priest vanished without a trace after receiving his payment for the rites. As for the burial site, it lies 30 miles outside the city at Falling Eagle Mountain. According to the Taoist, it is an exceptional location for gathering energy and is an ideal site for Yin residents. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Fei resolutely stated, "Very well, we must not delay. Let us proceed to Falling Eagle Mountain for an on-site investigation." Mo Jinghong's body trembled. His face filled with doubt as he queried, Must we be so hasty?" Hu Fei smirked slightly, speaking with a measured tone. "You may not realize that such spirits, having had their graves disturbed, carry immense grudges. If we do not resolve this swiftly, you may soon face dire consequences." Mo Jinghong inhaled deeply, slightly hunching his body, and respectfully asked, "Master Hu, are you certain you can eradicate this malevolence completely?" Hu Fei's gaze was unwavering, filled with confidence as he replied, "Certainly. Dealing with malevolent spirits is my specialty." "Rest assured," Mo Jinghong, though still skeptical, responded in a panic. "Very well, should you truly resolve this matter, I shall reward you handsomely." With that, the two turned to walk towards the exhibition hall. After covering a distance of approximately 10 meters, they were approached briskly by Lu Yi, who handed Hu Fei a black card and a property purchase receipt, saying, "Hu Fei, these are the items from before." Hu Fei waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Please hold on to them for me." Lu Yi felt a warmth in her heart and gently acknowledged, "All right, I will." Just as her words fell, Lin Shuyao strode over with a buoyant demeanor, her face alight with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Hu Fei, congratulations. With both a new car and a new house, you are truly enviable." With a hearty laugh, Hu Fei jested, "Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Riding on a wave of serendipity." Lin Shuyao's eyes sparkled with mischief as a plan formed in her mind. "Hu Fei, I wish to experience the sensation of riding in a Rolls-Royce and perhaps visit your villa along the way. What do you say?" With a glint of excitement, she added nonchalantly, "Sure, I have all the time in the world." After a moment of contemplation, Hu Fei suddenly had a brilliant idea. He approached Niu Jinwu directly and stated, "Director Niu, Mayor Mo, and I intend to visit his father's grave, which may involve the exhumation of the remains, a significant undertaking that could present certain dangers. Could you accompany us with some officers for assistance?" Upon hearing this, Niu Jinwu beamed with delight, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. He patted his chest and assured, "Absolutely. I will join you right away and arrange for several capable officers to bring necessary tools, ensuring your operation receives full support." He quickly selected a few strong and experienced officers, preparing shovels, ropes, and other essential equipment. Once everything was in order, Hu Fei, Lin Shuyao, Lu Yi, Niu Jinwu, and Mo Jinghong, and a contingent of officers filed out of the sales hall, marching purposefully towards the exit. Chapter 102. The Eerie Echoes of the Mountain Graveyard. The Peril of Feng Shui. Moments later, Hu Fei, Lin Shiyao, and Lu Yi walked side by side, approaching the grand Rolls-Royce Phantom. Hu Fei elegantly tapped the car's exterior, deftly opened the door, and slipped into the driver's seat. He then drove over to Mo Jinghong and Niu Jinwu's vehicles, raising an eyebrow and chuckling softly as he rolled down the window, leaning out to say, "Mayor Mo, lead the way." Mo Jinghong shivered slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. He smiled and replied, "Certainly, Master Hu. Please follow me." Under Mo Jinghong's direction, several government vehicles started their engines and gradually merged onto a spacious road. After an indeterminate amount of time, the convoy finally arrived at a rugged, steep hillside. Hu Fei's expression sharpened as he decisively pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt. He rolled down the window and called out loudly, "The road ahead is impassable for vehicles. Let's park here." He opened the door and carefully moved to the back of the car, gently assisting Lin Shiyao and Lu Yi down. Mo Jinghong and Niu Jinwu, along with the others, quickly exited their vehicles, gathering around Hu Fei like planets orbiting a star, their bodies leaning slightly forward, poised to follow his lead. With a sudden inspiration, Hu Fei's keen gaze locked onto Mo Jinghong. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Mayor Mo, where is your father's grave located?" Mo Jinghong looked up, pointing toward a slightly elevated area ahead with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Master Hu, my father's grave is just over there." "Very well, lead the way," Hu Fei replied calmly, shrugging lightly. With that, Mo Jinghong took the lead, and the group followed closely behind. As they journeyed forth, a gust of mountain wind howled past, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Hu Fei walked with a keen gaze, arms crossed over his chest, occasionally bending down to touch the earth and examine the terrain. Upon the group's arrival at the burial site, Hu Fei stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the area with admiration. The location, where yin and yang intertwined, with verdant mountains and flowing waters, truly exemplified a magnificent feng shui site. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked with calm assurance, "Mayor Mo, the peculiarities in your family's fortune stem from the influence of this grave's feng shui arrangement. Observe." He swiftly approached a nearby tree, tugging at the surrounding weeds and noting the dense growth of trees. The grass atop the grave had reached a height of a person, severely obstructing the flow of prosperity. Furthermore, while this may be a treasure trove of feng shui, a lack of proper soil and water drainage would equally impact your family's financial fortune. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief at Hu Fei's profound knowledge of feng shui, deepening their admiration for him. In that moment, Mo Jinghong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, clasping his hands tightly and exclaiming, "Master Hu, do you have any solutions?" Hu Fei's gaze sharpened as he scanned the graveyard, his hand brushing lightly against his sleeve. He articulated with clarity, "Mayor Mo, the immediate task is to clear the weeds and trees surrounding the grave to facilitate the flow of prosperity. Subsequently, we must excavate several channels to improve the soil and water conditions around the grave. Finally, I will arrange a wealth-attracting formation around the site to channel the influx of fortune." Chapter 103. Inauspicious Grave, Apparition Unveiled. Overjoyed, Mo Jinghong slightly bowed, clasping his hands in gratitude and stating, "Excellent. In that case, we shall rely on you, Master Hu." With that, Hu Fei opened his toolbox, retrieving a sharp machete, and with steady strides approached the periphery of the grave, beginning to clear away the weeds and trees. Instantly, the machete whistled through the air as he felled several trees that obstructed the flow of wealth. Next, he used his hands like a rake, vigorously clearing large patches of weeds. He then turned to Niu Jinwu, patting him on the shoulder, and instructed, "Director Niu, please take a few men and excavate several channels at the grave to facilitate the flow of water." Niu Jinwu stood tall, feet together, executing a crisp military salute, his voice resounding through the valley. "Rest assured, Master Hu, this task will be expertly handled by my brothers and me." With a wave of his hand, he swiftly organized a team of officers to commence the task. Once everything was completed, Hu Fei straightened his collar, standing before the grave to set up the formation. He chanted softly, as several talismans in his hands glimmered red, tracing strange trajectories in the air. He then carefully affixed yellow paper talismans around the burial site. As the final talisman was placed, the formation activated, and a golden light shot up from the grave, rapidly transforming into a vividly alive golden phoenix, enveloped in radiant golden beams, which swiftly darted into Mo Jinghong's forehead. The crowd around trembled in astonishment, enveloped in a profound sense of wonder. Wow, this is truly astonishing. Hu Fei, you are remarkable. I never anticipated that Hu Fei could even alter one's fortune. Just as everyone was in awe, Hu Fei's expression suddenly shifted to seriousness. He stepped forward and addressed Mayor Mo Jinghong, saying, "Although your financial woes have been resolved, your vitality is gradually waning, and this matter must be addressed with urgency." Mo Jinghong, with a look of panic, took 2 hurried steps forward and asked anxiously, "Master Hu, how can we resolve this? Do you have any solutions?" With a grave demeanor, Hu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied solemnly, "Indeed, there is a pressing need. We must locate the remains from the previous tomb and conduct a ritual to guide them to peace. Otherwise, if they refuse to relent, I will have no choice but to employ Taoist techniques to eliminate them." Mo Jinghong furrowed his brow, instinctively rubbing his hands together as he inquired, "But the Taoist priest did not inform me of a location where the remains of the previous tomb master are buried." Hu Fei waved his hand dismissively and confidently patted the compass at his waist, stating, "No matter. As far as I know, wherever there is a site of feng shui significance, there must be an ominous spot nearby. Everyone, stay close to me. I will use this compass to pinpoint the burial site of the previous tomb master." Mo Jinghong nodded in agreement, his tone earnest and filled with joy as he declared, "Very well, I shall follow your lead." With that, Hu Fei retrieved a round compass from his robe, gently blowing away the dust from its surface. This compass, seemingly ordinary, was inscribed with ancient and intricate runes, faintly shimmering under the sunlight. He then cradled the compass in his hands, murmuring incantations as he moved in a specific direction. Instantly, the compass needle began to spin wildly, emitting a series of subtle clicks. "Follow me," Hu Fei commanded, leading the way towards the northeast. The crowd, feeling the weight of the moment, closely trailed behind him. The path was treacherous, with the trees around them whispering eerily in the wind, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Lin Shiyao's face turned pale. Instinctively covering her mouth with her hands, she whispered, "Hu Fei, this place is becoming increasingly sinister. Could something happen?" Lu Yi, terrified, clutched the hem of Hu Fei's garment, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Mo Jinghong and Niu Jinwu, along with others, wore tense expressions, vigilantly observing their surroundings while occasionally wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads. As they ventured deeper, the stench of decay thickened in the air, making one feel nauseous. Suddenly, the compass in Hu Fei's hand came to an abrupt halt, pointing steadily towards a hollow in the mountain ahead. Right there, Hu Fei quickened his pace, and the hearts of the group raced. Turning past a rocky outcrop, a dilapidated grave came into view. The air was thick with a foul odor, the ground covered in dark purple moss, and a crumbling gravestone leaned precariously, exuding an aura of ominous foreboding. A fierce wind howled past, swirling fallen leaves and dust into the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway and groan. "This must be the place," Hu Fei declared. With a sudden glimmer in his eyes, Hu Fei swiftly retrieved vermilion powder, yellow paper, a peachwood sword, and other items from his backpack. He first scattered a circle of vermilion powder in front of the grave, then ignited 3 incense sticks, reverently inserting them into the mound. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, the already dim forest becoming even more obscured, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Soon after, a fierce wind swept in, carrying with it a foul stench that rustled the surrounding trees, as if countless malevolent spirits were howling. Mo Jinghong glanced around, observing shadowy figures darting through the woods, sending chills down his spine and weakening his legs. Lu Yi tightly closed her eyes, clutching Hu Fei's arm in a firm embrace. Lin Shiyao feigned composure, though her body trembled slightly, murmuring, "How can this be?" Niu Jinwu and several officers gripped their batons tightly, their expressions tense, eyes scanning the vicinity warily. One officer shuddered, whispering, "Director Niu, this is too uncanny." Niu Jinwu swallowed hard, striving to maintain his calm, and wave his hand, "Everyone, do not panic. Heed Master Hu's guidance." Meanwhile, Hu Fei, his demeanor grave, surveyed the surroundings and bellowed, "You wretched spirit, reveal yourself." No sooner had he spoken than a figure radiating an ethereal glow slowly rose from the grave. This apparition bore a ghastly visage, its eyes shimmering with a blood-red light. Emitting a series of menacing roars, "Mo Jinghong, return my tomb."